The path of immortality is exceedingly arduous. Moreover, this realm of cultivation has been irrevocably altered by a devastating plague. Mortals carry the contagion. And should an immortal make contact, the consequences range from a mere decline in cultivation to a complete severance from the heavens, creating an eternal chasm between the mortal and the immortal. Cultivation techniques can no longer be shared, and the entire realm of cultivation has transformed into a vast, shadowy forest. Li Fan, having traversed into this world, though filled with boundless ambition, could only flounder in the mundane, squandering his life away. Thus, Li Fan embarked on his long journey towards immortality. In his second life, after 50 years of relentless effort, Li Fan attained unparalleled power, yet he searched the world in vain for traces of immortals. It was only at the twilight of his existence that he glimpsed signs of their presence. In his third life, despite exhausting every means and devising countless strategies, he ultimately succumbed to the blade of an immortal. In his fourth life, Li Fan, a mere mortal, have no regrets over countless lifetimes. All I seek is longevity. Chapter 1. Where do immortals come from? In the great Xian kingdom, Xianjing, at the residence of the Grand Tutor, Li Fan held a wine cup, gazing at the assembly of civil and military officials gathered to celebrate the birthday festivities. Even at the venerable age of 70, he could not suppress a sense of private pride. One must acknowledge that today, within the Grand Tutor's residence, nearly 9/10 of the court's nobility were present. What an impressive spectacle! When Li Fan first traversed into this world, he was but a destitute scholar. Over the course of more than 50 years, he transformed from having nothing to attaining the title of Grand Tutor, wielding immense power over the realm, a journey rich enough to fill a lengthy novel of several million words. Life is such, what more could one desire? Li Fan stroked his beard and drained the exquisite wine in his cup. Cheers to the Grand Tutor's longevity. The assembled officials echoed in unison, further inflating Li Fan's sense of pride. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Look, what is that? A celestial fire descends from the heavens. It is an omen, a portent. Quickly, inform the Grand Tutor. Does it seem to be flying towards our Grand Tutor's residence? Upon hearing the uproar outside, Li Fan furrowed his brow. The once lively hall fell into an abrupt silence. Li Fan rose and ventured outside first. However, before he could reprimand the attendants or express his dissatisfaction, he was captivated by the sight above. In the distant skyline, two silver streaks of light, one trailing the other like shooting stars, raced toward them. What is this? Li Fan was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, the two streaks of light hovered above Xianjing City and suddenly came to a halt. Simultaneously, a voice thundered down from the heavens, resonating in the ears of all present. Dao Xuanzi, do not overstep your bounds. The crowd was engulfed in confusion and fear. Some even called upon the immortal masters, falling to their knees in reverence. A term, nearly forgotten and buried deep within Li Fan's memory, suddenly resurfaced. Cultivators. Li Fan was taken aback, murmuring, how is this possible? The two cultivators in the sky clearly disregarded the thoughts of the mortals below. Another voice echoed, Ko Hong, do you think that by fleeing to this desolate realm, I will let you go? Hand over the cultivation technique you acquired that day, or we shall not rest until one of us is dead. What a joke. It is precisely due to my lack of a core formation technique that I have been trapped in the foundation stage for nearly 100 years, facing imminent demise. How could I possibly relinquish the core formation technique I have obtained? Ko Hong scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Indeed, Dao Xuanzi sighed deeply. The path to the golden core is mine and mine alone. Though there are many techniques for core formation in this world, countless cultivators remain trapped in the foundation stage. Dao Xuanzi's tone abruptly turned fierce. If that is the case, with the path to immortality before me, how could I allow you to escape? How could I not overstep my bounds? Ko Hong laughed heartily. It was merely a show. How absurd that after a century of brotherhood, we now draw blades over a sliver of hope. Dao Xuanzi responded with a cold smirk. Yet Ko Hong suddenly declared, I know I am no match for you, and today I shall likely meet my end. However, with so many mortals present, I wonder if you can withstand such a dense concentration of the immortal mortal miasma. Dao Xuanzi's expression changed dramatically. Ko Hong, what do you intend to do? Ko Hong erupted into mad laughter. I seek only a thread of hope. Listening to the conversation between the two cultivators above, Li Fan felt an ominous premonition. Yet before he could react, A crimson flame erupted above Xianjing City. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonated in Li Fan's ears, and his vision was engulfed in a sea of crimson. Moments later, he lost consciousness. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Li Fan eventually regained his senses. Initially dazed, it took him a while to recall the events that transpired. Coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, he shakily rose and surveyed his surroundings. It was still night, but the once opulent Grand Tutor's residence had been reduced to ruins. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred corpses. The assembly of officials, who had moments prior filled the hall, were now utterly annihilated, their souls departed. Li Fan's wives and 5 sons also met the same fate. The expression on Li Fan's aged face was devoid of any emotion. His gaze became vacant. After standing in place for a considerable time, he dragged his weakened body out of the Grand Tutor's residence. What was once a bustling and vibrant Xianjing city now appeared as a hellscape of blood and fire. Everywhere he looked, there were shattered bodies and collapsed structures. Surely, among the survivors of this calamity, very few would remain. All of this devastation was wrought by the 2 immortal masters, the 2 cultivators. Li Fan, utterly drained, slumped against a shattered wall. His hearing had long been impaired by the explosive sounds, but in this moment, it mattered little. At this juncture, he could only laugh. How could there be cultivators in this world? Since the moment he took office, he had wielded his power to seek traces of the possible existence of immortals. When he became the imperial teacher, elevated above thousands, he scoured the entirety of the realm. From the icy seas in the north to the great oceans in the south, from the depths of the abyss in the east to the distant mountains in the west. Throughout the great Xian, there was not a single trace of an immortal. Yet today, in the twilight of his years, when he had utterly lost hope, 2 cultivators descended from the heavens, shattering all he had ever possessed without hesitation. Is this what it means to be an immortal? And where do they come from? All the anger and resentment he felt ultimately transformed into boundless confusion. The heavens toy with mortals. At the same time, Li Fan felt an immense sense of relief. He was fortunate that before his demise, he finally confirmed the existence of immortals. Otherwise, upon entering his next life, would he not have squandered another 50 years in vain? Indeed, Li Fan, a mere mortal, who rose from a humble scholar to the esteemed imperial teacher of the realm, could not have done so without some form of reliance. This was also the reason he managed to survive the clutches of the immortal. Jinjin, Li Fan silently chanted within his heart, and in an instant, the scenery around him dimmed. It felt as though he had crossed behind a thick curtain of water, both enchanting and somewhat indistinct. Truth becomes false when falsehood is true. 7 characters illuminated in the darkness, then suddenly dispersed, transforming into a shimmering curtain of light. Charging complete, 2 lines of small text appeared in succession. Simultaneously, images began to unfold rapidly, filling the entire luminous curtain. These were scenes from Li Fan's 50 years of life in this existence. Li Fan gazed at the various images of himself, lost in thought for a long while. Jinjin. This was the name Li Fan had bestowed upon this extraordinary artifact he carried with him. It possessed but a single function, to transform truth into falsehood and reality into illusion. In truth, this existence was already Li Fan's second life. In his first life, Li Fan, despite harboring grand ambitions, was merely an ordinary man. After numerous failures, he ultimately relinquished the thought of pursuing scholarship and an official career upon reaching the age of 30. He embarked on a modest business venture, becoming an average wealthy gentleman, subsequently marrying and raising children, thus leading a life of unremarkable normalcy. It was only in his twilight years, as he approached death, that he finally experienced an awakening Huanzhen. This marked the ascent of Li Fan in his second life, an unstoppable force. Regrettably, it now appeared that his potential was misapplied. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan chose not to conclude this life. Immediately, he had several matters to attend to beforehand. After searching for some survivors, Li Fan, leveraging his years of reputation, managed to stabilize the populace's morale. Although Li Fan was unable to hear, he found paper and pen, allowing him to communicate his commands despite the inconvenience. First, he ordered his trusted guard stationed outside the city to hasten to Xianjing City to maintain order in the aftermath of the calamity. He then sent orders to nearby cities to dispatch provisions and officials to Xianjing. Most of the structures in Xianjing had been reduced to rubble. After the garrison assumed control of the city, Li Fan chose to remain in the military camp to oversee the recovery efforts. With the issuance of his decrees, resources and talents flowed continuously into Xianjing from neighboring cities. A month later, the devastated Xianjing began to exhibit a semblance of life once more. When the Dexian kingdom finally recovered from the blow dealt by the immortal, Li Fan began to command the gathering of intelligence regarding the two celestial beings who had appeared that night. This included inquiries into their origins, their subsequent destinations, and any dialogues they may have exchanged along the way. Unfortunately, after months of investigation, the only information gleaned was that the two cultivators seemed to have emerged from the direction of Shiyuan in the east. All else yielded not. The anticipated clash between the two immortals did not transpire. It was folly to expect such a thing, Li Fan mused inwardly. If that is the case, there is little left for me to yearn for in this life. Standing in the newly constructed Taisha residence, Li Fan once more activated Huanzhun. He no longer hesitated, he chose to embrace his destiny. The luminous screen presented countless vivid scenes, all suddenly pausing. Subsequently, the opulence and political maneuvering of this life shattered like ephemeral dreams, transforming into streams of meteors that flew into Li Fan's mind. Scenes flashed before him like a revolving lantern, ultimately freezing on the image of the two immortals confronting each other atop the Taisha residence. Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong, Li Fan whispered their names. 50 years hence, I shall await your return in Xinjing. Fortune and glory are but fleeting clouds to me. As Li Fan's consciousness began to fade, his will and purpose solidified with unprecedented resolve. In the next life, I shall capture the immortals. The brilliance in his mind gradually dimmed, and Li Fan slowly succumbed to slumber. Chapter 2. Aspiring for Longevity. In the darkness, lines of glowing text appeared sequentially alongside vivid imagery. With 6 months remaining until the provincial examination, you toil day and night at home, confident in your preparation as you are already familiar with the examination. Questions. Although your aunt often expresses grievances towards you, she has consistently supported your studies. The village chief's brother, coveting your family's fertile ancestral land, covertly applies pressure. Though your aunt, being a woman, encourages resistance, her efforts are in vain. You employ a clever strategy to resolve this matter, earning your aunt's newfound respect. 6 months later, you participate in the provincial examination. Although you rank towards the end, you successfully achieve the status of scholar, bringing honor to your family. 2 years later, you travel to Xianjing City to take part in the metropolitan examination. With ample preparation for the questions, you naturally excel. In the subsequent palace examination, you perform exceptionally well, securing a place among the second tier of successful candidates. In Xianjing City, you cultivate connections and ultimately fulfill your desire by obtaining the position of county magistrate of one county in Jiangnan. 3 years later, after bringing your aunt to join you, you assume your responsibilities in one county. You begin to secretly nurture your own trusted inner circle. That same year, you lead your subordinates into the mountains and discover several mineral deposits from your past life. 4 years later, you successfully manufacture a batch of explosives and flintlock guns. Your firearms team makes a successful debut by eradicating and incorporating a nearby band of robbers. 5 years later, a severe drought strikes Jiangnan, leading to widespread suffering among the populace. However, due to your early investments in water management and the construction of water wheels, Wen County remains relatively unaffected. That same year, a group of refugees incites a rebellion, attacking the Wang residents of Langia. You promptly arrive with your troops, saving the Wang family, for which the Wang of Langia expresses profound gratitude. 6 years later, you are promoted to the position of governor of Jianghuai Prefecture. That same year, you marry the daughter of a minister of personnel. 7 years later, a locust plague devastates Jiangnan, causing a significant food shortage. Yet the impact on your jurisdiction is minimal. That same year, your wife gives birth to a son. 8 years later, your subordinates successfully create flintlock rifles. 10 years later, the Wang of Langia's wife gives birth to a son. You personally visit to extend your congratulations and present meticulously prepared gifts. 15 years later, the emperor falls gravely ill. Before passing, he summons the Wang of Langia to the capital and bequeaths the throne to him. The Wang of Langia ascends the throne and renames the era to Xianjing. 16 years later, Emperor Xianjing summons you to the capital and promotes you to Deputy Minister of War. That same year, various uprisings erupt across the realm. Emperor Xianjing entrusts you with the command to quell the rebellions. 20 years later, the empress is embroiled in a witchcraft scandal. Emperor Xianjing, in a fit of rage, relegates her to the cold palace. The crown prince secretly seeks your assistance, to which you readily agree. Through discreet investigation, you uncover evidence of Shi Fei's slander against the empress, thereby restoring her honor. Emperor Xianjing executes Shi Fei and her entire clan, but does not release the empress from confinement. 21 years later, an anonymous tip accuses you of treason, presenting evidence of your past unauthorized mining and clandestine control of an armed force. You are filled with trepidation and submit a letter of contrition. Emperor Xianjing removes you from your ministerial position, but permits you to instruct the crown prince. 24 years later, Emperor Xianjing travels south and commands you to accompany him. While enjoying the scenic landscapes of Jiangnan, he also visits the mines you had previously exploited. 26 years later, you are elevated to the title of Taisher and appointed as a grand counselor, holding the highest position under the emperor. With the emperor being of tender age, he relies heavily on you. Seizing this opportunity, you form alliances and establish your own faction within the court. 27 years later, your aunt passes away. You are once again inspired by the quest for longevity, prompting you to send individuals to various regions to seek traces of immortals. 28 years later, the emperor comes of age. Meanwhile, your power continues to grow, rendering the court almost a one-man show. 30 years later, the people only recognize the Taisher, oblivious to the emperor. 38 years later, Emperor Kongming passes away under melancholy circumstances. You install his eldest son as emperor, renaming the era to Longchong. 40 years later, the Empress Dowager dies due to illness. Your desire for immortality intensifies. 45 years later, your wife passes away. 46 years later, your eldest son succumbs to illness. 48 years later, after years of seeking immortals in vain, you abandon the pursuit. This simulation has concluded. You may choose one of the following options to retain. 1. An item you possessed during this simulation. 2. The level of cultivation you attained during this simulation. 3. The simulated memory of an individual closely related to you during this simulation, allowing them to inherit it. 4. Forego the above choices to expedite the charging process. Surveying the unfamiliar yet familiar scenery around him, Li Fan was struck with nostalgia as the experiences of the past decades flashed through his mind. Is it that reality has transformed into illusion, or is everything merely a simulation, so vivid that it creates a deceptive perception? Or perhaps, once a certain threshold is crossed, the distinction between truth and falsehood ceases to exist. Nonetheless, Li Fan was not one to indulge in sentimentality. He quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his attention on the 4 options presented before him. The first and second points require little elaboration had Li Fan embarked on. The path of cultivation, these 2 aspects would undoubtedly have proven immensely beneficial to him. Alas, in his previous life, he was merely a mortal, devoid of any cultivation realm. As for the most valuable possession he owned, it was likely the imperial jade seal, yet it, too, was rendered useless, only inviting calamity. Regarding the third item, the notion of granting someone else the memories from the simulation stirred a profound excitement within Li Fan. In a fleeting moment, several figures flashed through his mind, but ultimately, he shook his head. After all, the human heart is the most inscrutable of enigmas. No one can predict how a person will change after acquiring decades of memories. At present, the entity known as Haojin has not yet fully charged, and he remains a frail scholar devoid of any capabilities, lacking the opportunity for a fresh start. Thus, prudence must be exercised. This leaves only the 4th option, to expedite the charging process. The transformation of Haojin from the tangible to the intangible requires charging. Based on Li Fan's insights from his past life, this charging process can only naturally progress with the passage of time, taking approximately 20 years to reach completion. Once the charging progress reaches a maximum of 200, it ceases to increase. Moreover, when Li Fan suffers a fatal blow, Haojin will consume the charging progress to automatically protect him, which is the reason for his narrow escapes in his previous life. Hence, the 4th option stands as the most prudent choice. Resolved in his decision, Li Fan no longer hesitated and silently recited his intent. Subsequently, lines of luminous characters scattered into points of light before swiftly reforming into a new array of symbols. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 2086 psychological age: 166-1056 charging progress: 30. 3 lives as a human 166 years. It appears I have lived for such a long time. As for the upper limit of my psychological age, I recall it only reached 900 years in my previous life, yet now it has increased to over 1,000. It seems this will augment with my experiences, alleviating some of my inner anxieties. Just as the lifespan of the body has its limits, so too does the capacity of the mind possess a certain threshold. When burdened with too many memories, one can develop a mental strain. Should this burden become too heavy, it may utterly crush a person's spirit. This is the essence of the wear and tear of time. However, the upper limit of psychological age will rise as one's capacity for psychological endurance strengthens. At present, Li Fan need not worry about this matter. As long as I embark on the path of immortality, nothing will pose a problem. Now that I have a fresh start, wealth, glory, and beautiful carriages are not my pursuits. I seek only longevity. The pain of losing beloved family and friends in his previous life, combined with the helplessness and fear brought on by his aging body, has solidified Li Fan's resolve in this moment. The goal of this life is to uncover the secrets of cultivation from those 2 practitioners. In 50 years, they shall descend upon Xianjing City. With careful planning, even if they are purportedly foundational-level experts, I may still have a fighting chance. Perhaps besides firearms and gunpowder, I can also rely on the celestial and mortal barriers they speak of. Furthermore, I cannot afford to wait idly for 50 years. They come from eastern Su Yuan. Perhaps I can first send someone to delve deep into the Su Yuan's depths to uncover the truth. The greatest fear in life is the absence of a gold eye in his previous life. Many times Li Fan awoke from the Empress Dowager's side in the dead of night, engulfed by a profound sense of emptiness and confusion. In this life, he has reached the pinnacle of ordinary existence. He is the Emperor's mentor, wielding command over the nation's armies. Most of the ministers in the court are his trusted allies. He can depose emperors, and even the Empress Dowager is subject to his whims. There is no higher point to attain. Even if he were to live another life, it would be the same. For the next simulation, should he follow this path again? Power and pleasure become tasteless when repeated too often. However, the arrival of those 2 practitioners has unveiled a realm of new possibilities to Li Fan. It has revealed to him a foreign and enticing world beckoning him forth, igniting within him immense ambition and purpose. He shall cultivate. He shall seek immortality. No one shall obstruct him. Li Fan pushed open the door to his abode and strode outside with his head held high. His steps were resolute. Chapter 3. Mortals seeking to capture the immortals' time seem to have pressed the fast-forward button. Li Fan methodically and systematically executed his plans. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, everything unfolded smoothly as if it were destined. He continued to participate in the imperial examination. Subsequently, citing his youth as an advantage to gain experience, he volunteered to serve as an official in a distant locale, naturally setting his sights on Wen County. Although there was much confusion and regret within the court, his request was ultimately approved. Thus, after anchoring for 3 years, he returned to Wen County. This time, the situation was far more favorable than in his previous life. Due to his considerable reputation and his thorough understanding of the temperament of the local officials, he quickly brought the entire county under his control with minimal effort. He then began to promote and cultivate his loyal subordinates from his past life, steadily growing his influence. Simultaneously, he drafted blueprints for a flintlock gun, commanding craftsmen to produce according to his designs while sharing all the challenges encountered during production. Following this, he dispatched agents to various regions to recruit skilled artisans, striving to develop more advanced firearms. The mining of mountain resources was also in full swing. Li Fan eradicated all bandits in the surrounding mountains of Wen County and conscripted them to work in the mines. Utilizing the mining areas, he established numerous workshops in the deep mountains, mass-producing handicrafts and iron goods. Meanwhile, he covertly organized merchant convoys to travel and sell goods, accumulating wealth. After 4 years of anchoring, Li Fan discreetly sought out the stand-in for Emperor Xianjing. The existence of this substitute had nearly thwarted his assassination plan in his previous life. Fortunately, his cautious nature and multiple contingencies had prevented a disastrous failure. Li Fan personally trained the stand-in, and after 6 months, there were hardly any flaws to be found. By the 5th year, a severe drought struck Jiangnan. Li Fan ordered his confidants to masquerade as refugees to storm the Langyuang Fu. He led a group under the pretense of providing aid. while secretly coordinating an assault that resulted in the annihilation of the entire Langyawang family. At the same time, he had the stand-in make an appearance. Consequently, Li Fan occupied the nest, covertly taking control of the Langyawang Fu. The news of the Langyawang family's slaughter, with only the Wang himself spared, sent shockwaves through the court and beyond. The emperor was furious and dispatched troops to suppress the refugees. However, due to Li Fan's contributions, he was promoted to the governor of Zhonghua Prefecture. Li Fan's influence continued to expand. Yet, in the aftermath, he became more cautious, opting not to further extend outward, but instead focusing on technological advancement and increasing productivity. By the 7th year, a locust plague arrived as anticipated. Li Fan had anticipated this, and Zhonghua Prefecture naturally remained unscathed. He even petitioned the court to open granaries and provide relief to the disaster-stricken populace. The court consented. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan acquired a large population. Subsequently, these refugees settled under Li Fan's governance, leading to an explosive growth in his power. In the 9th year, the wedding between the Langyawang and the granddaughter of the chief scholar was held as scheduled. That evening, Li Fan stealthily intruded upon their bridal chamber, terrifying the Langyawang Fei. Upon learning that Li Fan had killed the Langyawang and taken over the estate using the stand-in, she furiously denounced him as a rebel. Li Fan, unfazed, burst into laughter and instructed her to document this shocking affair in a letter. Carrying this letter, Li Fan disguised himself as a messenger from the Langyawang and secretly entered the capital to meet the chief scholar. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he revealed that he now controlled the entire Langyawang Fu and claimed that he had consummated his marriage with the chief scholar's granddaughter on the night of the wedding banquet. Though the chief scholar was taken aback, he remained composed and inquired about Li Fan's intentions. Li Fan candidly remarked that the chief scholar had made numerous enemies over the years, and with his sons being ineffectual, it would be difficult to protect his family after his demise. He assured the chief scholar that if he lent his support at crucial moments, Li Fan would guarantee the prosperity of the scholar's family for a century. The chief scholar pondered for a long time before slowly asking what he needed to do. Li Fan merely smiled and stated that everything would be revealed in due time, before departing gracefully. By the 10th year, the Langyawang Fei gave birth to a son, evidently Li Fan's progeny. He sent a letter to the chief scholar's residence to convey his congratulations. In the 15th year, the emperor fell gravely ill. Upon receiving the succession edict, Li Fan, accompanied by his trusted aides, hastened to the capital under the cover of night. Following the ascension of the Langyawang stand-in, Li Fan, leveraging the emperor's decree, arranged for his confidants to take prominent positions in the court. With the chief scholar's covert assistance, the situation remained stable, and he effectively seized control. In the 16th year, rebellions erupted across various regions. Li Fan seized the opportunity to place his loyalists within the military and subsequently promoted them through their accomplishments in quelling the uprisings. Within 3 to 4 years, the military was firmly in Li Fan's grasp. By the 20th year, the realm gradually recovered from the turmoil of imperial succession. At this juncture, Li Fan decisively poisoned the impostor Emperor Kongning, extinguishing the last vestiges of potential threat in its cradle. After supporting his son to ascend the throne, Li Fan appointed himself as the Grand Preceptor, stepping from behind the scenes into the limelight, once again wielding immense power over the realm. Following this, the gears of the Xian Kingdom's development not only did not stagnate, but instead accelerated under Li Fan's resolute will. By the 35th year, within the Grand Preceptor's residence, Li Fan perused a confidential letter handed to him by his subordinate, frowning slightly after a moment of careful reading. So, it appears that the mist over Shiyuan dissipates for half a day every 15 years. Although perceptions vary among individuals, the towering mountains stretch endlessly, concealing magnificent structures within. Grand cities stand upon the plains, bustling with a population of no less than 100,000, and celestial cities hover amidst radiant clouds, with exotic birds and beasts soaring through the skies. Truly an astonishing sight. The immortal seeker paused briefly before exhaling his thoughts. It is indeed incredible. As expected, it originates from Shiyuan. Although he had been aware of this news long ago, the confirmation from his subordinate stirred excitement within him. However, years of experience had long taught him to keep his emotions in check. He calmly inquired, "Have you found a method to reach the depths of the abyss?" The immortal seeker hesitated, his complexion paling slightly. He hurriedly bowed in apology, saying, "I am incompetent. We have tried various methods, but once we descend to a certain depth, we are obliterated by sudden gusts of fierce wind. The force of the wind is so great that even our toughest armor cannot withstand it for a moment." Upon hearing this, Li Fan did not display much disappointment. He waved his hand, dismissing the immortal seeker, and muttered to himself, "It seems I must wait for you." By the 50th year, in the capital of the Xian kingdom, Xianjing, the once bustling city now bore an oddly eerie silence. The majority of the inhabitants of Xianjing had, under the edict of the current Grand Preceptor, been forcibly relocated to surrounding cities a month prior, purportedly to evade calamities. Such a ludicrous excuse was met with skepticism by many. However, the Grand Preceptor did not press the issue, allowing those unwilling to leave to remain, merely suggesting they dig basements at home for shelter. Many took this as a jest. Upon receiving reports, Li Fan chose not to intervene. He had shown sufficient benevolence. In the streets and alleys of Xianjing, he had laid ambushes with a specially trained force to confront the two immortals. Everything was in place, awaiting the favorable winds. That evening, with the bright moon hanging high, the two cultivators arrived as expected. "Dao Xuanzai, do not overstep your bounds." Ko Hong's furious shout reverberated throughout Xianjing. Suddenly, countless tongues of fire ignited, and tens of thousands of bullets rained down like a waterfall, simultaneously striking the two immortals. Chapter 4. The immortals' duel with the sword. The two cultivators in the skies were caught off guard, struck directly by the onslaught. Instead of a scene of carnage, a series of ripples emanated around them, as an invisible force deflected the torrent of bullets. What is this magical artifact? Despite the sudden assault from thousands of mortals, the two immortals maintained their composure. Ko Hong extended his right hand, lifting a soldier into the air, seizing the weapon from the soldier's grasp for a closer examination before casually discarding him. Interesting, Ko Hong mused, recognizing that a sophisticated mechanical structure had replaced the magical formations, and that the explosive power of mundane objects had substituted for spiritual energy, yielding an output equivalent to that of a chi refinement stage practitioner. He shook his head in disbelief. "I never expected that after thousands of years, the mortals exiled to this land of immortality could devise such exquisite contraptions. Regrettably, such powers can only be wielded amidst the imperfections of this grand avenue. Beyond the realm of Xinjue, they amount to naught but worthless scraps of metal and iron." With that, the firearm in his grasp vanished abruptly, seemingly tucked away with a mere flick of his hand. "How dare mere mortals lay hands upon us? The cultivators of the Tao? Initially, I felt a twinge of guilt, but now it seems you have sought your own demise." Ko Hong looked down from his lofty perch upon the multitude of mortal soldiers hidden in the darkness, his eyes brimming with disdain. With a swift motion of his right hand in the air before him, he traced intricate and profound patterns. Countless sparks ignited from the shadows, expanding instantaneously into enormous fireballs akin to a raging inferno. Dao Fa, Fire Dragon's Roar. A monstrous dragon, its visage fierce and composed entirely of crimson flames, materialized, coiling above the city of Xinjing. The fire dragon raised its head and emitted a resounding roar, then dove violently towards the ground. The sound of a cataclysmic explosion echoed relentlessly. Buildings in Xinjing crumbled like fragile toys, unable to muster any resistance against the onslaught. The crimson flames, seemingly possessing a consciousness of their own, engulfed everything within reach upon striking the ground. In the blink of an eye, Xinjing transformed into a hellish inferno. However, Ko Hong's brow furrowed, his expression shifting from triumph to uncertainty. To his astonishment, despite the devastation, a significant number of soldiers below had remarkably survived his onslaught. It is crucial to note that the fire dragon's roar he unleashed was a full display of his might. The power of a perfected foundation establishment cultivator is not something mere mortals can withstand. Even if these soldiers were well trained, they should have suffered far greater casualties upon witnessing the moment he cast his spell, as they scrambled for protective gear and huddled in the corners of buildings. Ko Hong's surprise morphed into suspicion. In an instant, he seemed to grasp something. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved a multitude of small metallic objects that had rained down upon him, previously intercepted by his protective aura. His countenance shifted dramatically, and he scanned his surroundings with newfound vigilance, his earlier contempt now replaced by trepidation. These hidden weapons had been soaked in the blood of mortals. And the voice of Dao Xuanzi reached him, bearing a grim expression. We have been ambushed since our arrival. Moreover, the enemy has employed the Xianfan disease, clearly having prepared for us. Could it be that these mortals have a cultivator guiding them? The two exchanged glances, multiple thoughts flashing through their minds. Regardless, this place is peculiar and not suited for prolonged stay. Though Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong could clash over the Jidan techniques, that was a matter between the two of them. Now, with unforeseen complications arising, faced with merely a few thousand mortals, the duo, bound by a century of unspoken understanding, instinctively chose to retreat in unison. Perhaps sensing their intention, the gunfire that had momentarily ceased due to the Dao Fa Fire Dragon's roar erupted once more. Yet this only deepened the suspicions harbored by Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong. These mortals have an ulterior motive. As the two prepared to flee, a voice resonated from below. Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong, should you two escape today, the news of your acquisition of a Jidan technique will spread throughout the entire cultivation world by tomorrow. The voice, though aged, bore an unwavering and cold certainty. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi froze, their expressions turning to one of horror, disbelief etched upon their faces. How could this be? The matter of acquiring the Jidan technique was known solely to us. How could it have leaked? In an instant, they were engulfed in profound dread. The two had ventured to explore a cave, whereupon Ko Hong seized the technique and fled, with Dao Xuanzi in hot pursuit. In a desperate gamble for survival, Ko Hong dared to enter this realm of Xianjua, seeking a glimmer of hope. Memories of encounters and events flashed through their minds in rapid succession. Who could it be? As the two were seized by a tumult of emotions, dark shadows loomed, and dozens of artillery shells erupted from various unforeseen positions, trailing long tails of flame towards them. Seeking death, Ko Hong snapped back from a shock, now consumed by rage. Dao Fa, flame ash explosion. A colossal ring of fire formed seemingly out of thin air. No! Ko Hong, quickly dodge! Dao Xuanzi's urgent voice rang out just then. What? Ko Hong was taken aback, his expression morphing into one of alarm as he swept his consciousness across the area. Just as he was about to evade, it was already too late. Dozens of shells detonated around them. There was no ear-splitting explosion. Instead, dark red liquid erupted, creating a small-scale rain of blood, drenching the two cultivators. A chilling scream reverberated through the air. Concurrently, the fearsome aura that once struck terror into the hearts of mortals diminished rapidly. After barely holding on for a moment, the two could no longer withstand the assault, plummeting from the sky. Thousands of soldiers surrounded them with weapons drawn. At that moment, the sight of the two celestial beings left the specially trained soldiers, who were willing to sacrifice their lives, feeling a chill in their hearts. Initially appearing as youthful figures in their 20s or 30s, the two, drenched in blood, suddenly had their hair turn snowy white in an instant. Within just a few breaths, they aged significantly, their faces adorned with a multitude of wrinkles, rendering them ghastly. Both hunched over, they collapsed to the ground. Ko Hong, barely clinging to life, was on the brink of death. Dao Xuanzi, slightly better off due to his deeper cultivation, was nonetheless struggling to survive. The once exalted celestial masters had been reduced to this state. Not only the soldiers present, but even Li Fan, who was secretly orchestrating from behind, felt an inexplicable chill upon hearing the reports from his subordinates. You two celestial masters, our Grandmaster commands that if you surrender, you may yet preserve your lives, shouted a soldier from a distance. Bound and gravely injured, Dao Xuanzi gazed at his friend beside him, whose eyes were filled with reluctance, wanting to utter something but unable to speak. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh. Observing Dao Xuanzi's movements, Ko Hong anticipated his intentions. He shook his head slightly and, summoning his last ounce of strength, passed his storage ring to Dao Xuanzi. Go! Ko Hong's mouth moved slightly, then his head drooped, passing away suddenly. In the heavens above, an abnormal phenomenon arose. A crimson dragon appeared in the sky, seemingly tormented, struggling and roaring as if attempting to break free. Yet all was in vain. It gradually grew thin, and in a blink was reduced to naught but skin and bones. Moments later, the entire dragon was devoured entirely, leaving no trace behind. it became evident that a seemingly unremarkable brown branch had taken root within the dragon's body, consuming it whole. Though an ordinary tree, it could swallow a dragon. This magnificent sight, akin to brilliant fireworks, illuminated the sky for thousands of miles. Ko Hong, a Foundation establishment cultivator, having cultivated for 205 years, met his end in this realm of Xianjue, besieged by thousands of mortals, inadvertently wounded by the Xianfan Zhuang disease. His cultivation was lost, and his lifespan nearly expired. Now, with his death, his path to the heavens was severed. The sorrow of loss resonated deeply, evoking a shared sentiment among all living beings enveloped by this extraordinary spectacle, leaving them unable to contain their emotions. The breathtaking scene persisted for nearly half an hour before gradually dissipating. Dao Xuanzi, our Grandmaster has no intention of engaging you in a life-or-death struggle. If you cease your resistance, we assure your safety. The soldiers continued to shout under Li Fan's command. Li Fan, concealed in the shadows, sighed inwardly, realizing that this attempt to capture celestial beings had failed. He had never anticipated that the potency of the Xianfan Zhuang disease would be so formidable against cultivators. Indeed, Dao Xuanzi paid no heed to the call. He lifted his gaze to the dissipating sky, his eyes filled with a sense of nostalgia. The majestic Qilong branches, he surveyed his surroundings, attempting to uncover the hidden mastermind. I do not know who you truly are, he addressed Li Fan, nor do I comprehend your ultimate purpose. Perhaps it pertains to this Jiadan technique, or perhaps to something else entirely. Dao Xuanzi glanced at the storage ring upon his hand and spoke calmly. Now, my brothers and I have been ensnared by your machinations, leading to our demise and the extinguishing of our paths. Normally, I would have no words to utter. Yet, I refuse to accept this. Dao Xuanzi's voice turned cold. To have followed us so closely, possessing profound knowledge of our affairs without detection, your cultivation must indeed be considerable. Such a figure, unwilling to confront us directly, resorting instead to underhanded tactics, hiding behind mere mortals, and employing the despicable Xianfan Zhuang, an abomination despised by all cultivators, is contemptible. Dao Xuanzi took a deep breath. My brother Ko Hong fell at the hands of a person such as you, and I find it utterly unjust. Gradually ascending, Dao Xuanzi looked down upon the suddenly vigilant crowd, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. You have already witnessed my brother's foundational marvel. Now, I invite you to observe mine. With the wonders of heaven and earth, I shall establish my Dao Foundation. Dao Xuanzi proclaimed with grandeur. My Dao Foundation is named Dao Xian. A colossal, shattered iron sword manifested above Xianjing City. Under the shadow of this mighty sword, all beings felt their thoughts dulled, akin to rusting machinery, becoming sluggish and slow. I possess a sword. I beseech you to behold. Suddenly, the heavens illuminated, and within Xianjing City, all seemed to be ensnared in absolute stillness. Subsequently, like glass shattering, the entire city fragmented in an instant. Indeed, the energy charging rate plummeted, and in the fleeting moment before consciousness faded, Li Fan silently reflected. Chapter 5. A stirring from the ground, this simulation has concluded. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Fan remained immersed in the might of Dao Xuanzi's sword. Is this the prowess of a perfected Jiadan cultivator? He was filled with awe. Previously, Ko Hong's mere gestures capable of annihilating Xianjing City had astonished him. Yet Dao Xuanzi's final strike made Li Fan acutely aware of his own insignificance. Like an ant facing a great tide, from Li Fan's perspective, he could not fathom the full scope of that sword. Even a fleeting glimpse was sufficient to reveal the chasm between mortals and perfected Jiadan cultivators. However, Li Fan quickly forced himself to suppress these thoughts. First, I must assess the gains and losses of this world, he mused, gazing at the scenes flashing across the light curtain. The ambush against Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong had been largely anticipated. Initially, I aimed to deplete their strength with bullets soaked in the blood of death row inmates, subsequently distracting them with a matter of Jiadan techniques, and finally delivering a decisive blow with blood rain, capturing them in their most weakened state. Little did I foresee that the Xianfan Zhuang would so effectively counter cultivators, leading directly to Ko Hong's death. Furthermore, contrary to my expectations, the bond they shared as brothers over a century was not mere rhetoric. Their relationship was indeed extraordinary. In a moment of attack, Dao Xuanzi had alerted Ko Hong, knowing his death was imminent, voluntarily offered the Jidon technique to Dao Xuanzi. Witnessing Ko Hong's demise from treachery, Dao Xuanzi, in his anguish, forsook his own escape, unleashing a mutually destructive sword to avenge Ko Hong. This all underscored the profound friendship between the two. If this were the case, how could they turn against each other over a Jidon technique? Li Fan's confusion deepened. Suddenly, scenes of their initial encounter flashed in his mind. The path of the Golden Core is one of exclusivity. Can it not be shared? Li Fan pondered, if brothers can be so, what then of the broader realm of cultivation? He sensed a premonition that the world of cultivation might diverge entirely from his expectations. Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, I shall not waver. Moreover, with Haojin aiding me, as long as I exercise caution, no predicament shall obstruct my path. After a brief moment of doubt, Li Fan's resolve solidified once more. In this so-called realm of Xianjue, to pursue the path of immortality, I must devise strategies concerning Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. Previously, I opted to strike them both simultaneously. Perhaps this time, I could choose to ally with one of them. Thoughts racing, Li Fan conceived several strategies to confront them. Although they were exalted Jidon cultivators, Li Fan felt little fear. Indeed, he did not regard them as formal adversaries. This was not arrogance. Rather, the ability of Haojin to restart was simply too formidable. How could mere Jidon cultivation compare to 50 years of foresight and countless opportunities for trial and error? After the simulation concluded, Li Fan opted to hasten the progress of his transformation. Name, Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age, 2086 psychological age, 216-1080 transformation progress, 30 this time. The limit of my psychological age only increased by a few decades. It seems I am nearing the cap. Li Fan had long anticipated this. Hence he did not dwell excessively on it, including my previous life prior to this one. This marks my 5th existence. The path to immortality is fraught with difficulty. Li Fan lamenta. I hope these 50 years are not wasted. Once more, Li Fan commenced his 50-year wait. Like a preordained program, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Scientific examinations, imperial examinations, achieving the highest honors. Serving as a county magistrate, extracting minerals, manufacturing firearms. After eliminating Wang Langya and seizing his position, Li Fan grew increasingly impatient. 10 years felt interminable. A single day of not controlling the realm meant remaining confined in Jiangnan. If only he were granted an additional decade to mobilize the forces of the entire realm. The plan to capture the 2 cultivators would surely gain a greater chance of success. Thus, Li Fan resolved to send a trusted aide into the palace, administering a slow-acting poison to the emperor. Little did he know, this decision would stir a tempest. Though the actions of Li Fan's confidant went undetected, the young and vigorous emperor began to decline mysteriously, fostering a sense of paranoia. He suspected someone was plotting against him, and his chief suspect was none other than his closest brother, Wang Langya. Consequently, when the emperor's health waned after 7 years, he did not pass the throne to Wang Langya, but instead to the somewhat cynical Renan Wang. Fortunately, Li Fan's informant within the palace promptly relayed the news, prompting immediate action from Li Fan. On one front, he dispatched his subordinates to ambush Renan Wang on his way to the capital. On another, under the guise of Wang Langya, he proclaimed that the emperor had been harmed by treacherous advisors, rallying the army he had assembled over the years under the banner of national security. Before anyone could react, he stormed into the capital, seizing control of the court by force. Initially, the court officials expressed dissent. The emperor's edict designated Renan Wang as heir. Wang Langya are rebelling. Although the officials outwardly submitted to Li Fan's martial pressure, they were not without means to resist covertly. Many discreetly contacted various feudal lords, seeking to rally troops to restore order. Li Fan, however, showed no mercy, ruthlessly executing a number of officials to establish a semblance of deterrence. With the covert assistance of his affable father-in-law and the chief scholar, it took several months to stabilize the situation. During this period, turmoil erupted throughout the Dashuan realm. Feudal lords across the land declared independence, disregarding the imperial edicts. Consequently, Li Fan was compelled to dispatch troops to quell each insurrection one by one. Although firearms were potent, their numbers were regrettably limited. Given the vast expanse of the Dashuan kingdom, considerable effort has indeed been expended. The turmoil of war and governance left Li Fan in a state of utter disarray. After much toiling, he finally managed to quell both internal and external strife by anchoring the year 22. When one reflects upon this, it becomes evident that had he exercised patience and adhered to a more methodical approach from the outset, he would have achieved dominion over the realm several years sooner. Caution and composure are paramount. Once stability was restored, Li Fan, with a sense of resignation, could only glean wisdom from his experiences. A slight deviation can lead to a significant miscalculation. Should the variables multiply excessively, the advantage of my foresight would be substantially diminished. Fortunately, the disturbances were mere ripples and did not affect the grand scheme. That year, Li Fan departed from Xianjing City, traveling great distances to reach Dongfang Shiyuan. Chapter 6. Observing the celestial duel from the mountains, the boundless Shiyuan, situated at the far eastern edge of the Dashuan Kingdom, is an unfathomable abyss, perpetually shrouded in thick mist. A misstep could lead to a fate of utter annihilation. The depths of Shiyuan remain a mystery, a place shunned by humanity for countless years, devoid of even the faintest trace of avian life. However, through his previous simulated experiences, Li Fan was aware that the dense fog above Shiyuan disperses every 15 years. Today, he arrived at Shiyuan to witness this phenomenon firsthand. After all, if his conjecture were correct, the immortal cultivators Dao Zhuangzizi and Ko Hong likely traversed Shiyuan to arrive at this desolate celestial realm. Li Fan stood quietly, gazing at the formidable chasm before him, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Time passed, and the ancient mist began to shift. A low howl, reminiscent of a primordial beast, emerged from the depths, gradually crescendoing until it was revealed to be the sound of the wind. The thick white fog was disturbed, creating ripples upon its surface. Soon, the wind intensified, forcing torrents of fog to surge forth from the abyss, cascading skyward like a reversed waterfall. This tempest raged for the better part of half an hour before the dense mist finally dissipated. Li Fan, with a serious countenance, retrieved his telescope to peer into the depths of Shiyuan. Initially, the bottom was enshrouded in darkness, obscuring any discernible details. Gradually, flickers of light began to emerge. After a considerable duration, the abyss illuminated, revealing a mirage-like scene that filled Li Fan's vision. According to intelligence reports, the manifestations at the bottom of Shiyuan appeared differently to each observer. Yet the sight before Li Fan sent tremors through his very being. A dilapidated mountain gate stood amidst the ruins of collapsed structures. The ground and walls were riddled with fissures, bearing the scars of blade and spell. Certain areas appear to be stained with blood, exhibiting an eerie dark red hue. Scattered corpses and abandoned weapons seemed to silently narrate the calamity that befell this place years ago. Overwhelmed by shock, Li Fan shifted his gaze to a sheer cliff where 4 ominous characters were inscribed. Xiandao Wang Yi. The characters, dark red in hue, appeared to be inscribed with blood. Even from a considerable distance, the dread and despair encapsulated in those words resonated deep within Li Fan. What calamity had befallen this place? What events had transpired within the entire realm of immortal cultivation? Li Fan found himself immersed in contemplation, rendered speechless. As time flowed on, the year 50 soon arrived. On this day, Li Fan celebrated his 70th birthday, with thousands of soldiers standing guard in Xianjing City. Dao Zhuangzizi, do not overstep your bounds, Kung exclaimed angrily, hovering above Xianjing City. Ko Hong, we have been awaiting you here on the orders of Master Dao Zhuangzizi. Accompanying the voice was a deluge of bullets. Caught off guard, Ko Hong was struck directly. How is this possible? Did Dao Zhuangzizi anticipate my escape to this place? When did he become so cunning? Anger and astonishment surged within Ko Hong. Then, he realized with horror that his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting while resisting these artifacts. A sweep of his consciousness revealed the truth. Xianfan Zhuang, Dao Zhuangzizi, you are despicable. Ko Hong gazed incredulously at Dao Zhuangzizi, as if seeing his longtime friend for the first time. At that moment, Dao Zhuangzizi appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet, upon witnessing Ko Hong's extreme fury, he felt a sudden jolt. There is something amiss here. Ko Hong, these mortals are not under my command. Dao Zhuangzizi quickly clarified. What? Are you denying your actions? Kung Hutochted. Laughter tinged with rage. Are you afraid that news of your use of Xianfan Zhuang will lead to a united pursuit by all cultivators? Or are you more concerned about your reputation cultivated over a century, being shattered in an instant. Dao Zhuangzizi, well aware of his brother's temperament, realized that Ko Hong had lost all reason and would not heed his words. A sense of entrapment began to envelop Dao Zhuangzizi, compounded by the strange atmosphere that heightened his sense of crisis. Engaging in conflict with Ko Hong was not a prudent course of action. Thus, he patiently attempted to explain. In our century-long acquaintance, when have you ever seen me utter falsehoods? This place is indeed not. However, before he could finish, an ancient voice suddenly echoed from all directions, cutting him off. How has Master Dao Zhuangzizi turned his back on his word? Was it not agreed that once we assist you in slaying Ko Hong here and seize his Jidon technique, you would leave my kin out of this desolate celestial realm? The voice carried a tone of grievance, laced with indignation. Jidon technique. Both Ko Hong and Dao Zhuangzizi's expressions shifted simultaneously. You claim it is not you. Who else, besides you and me, could possibly know of this matter? Ko Hong's hair stood on end, his fury reaching its zenith. The revelation of this individual's knowledge regarding the Jidon technique plunged Dao Zhuangzizi's heart into despair. Meanwhile, the voice continued unabated. You must understand that for the sake of the Xianfan Zhuang you spoke of, we have incurred the wrath of many. The people's grievances are boiling over. If Master cannot uphold his promise and lead us out, it will not be long before my kin faces annihilation. Besieged by slander, Dao Zhuangzizi was overwhelmed with agitation, exclaiming, "Shameless wretch, be silent." He leaped toward the source of the voice, determined to unearth the puppeteer behind scenes, only to find an odd rectangular object from which the voice emanated. Such contraptions were scattered throughout Xianjing City, leaving him unaware of how many remained. So cautious, Dao Zhuangzizi thought, feeling utterly helpless. Does the master wish to eliminate witnesses? The mocking words continued to resound from within. Teeth clenched, Dao Zhuangzizi crushed the device to smithereens. To Ko Hong, it appeared as if Dao Zhuangzizi, having been exposed, was incensed and sought to silence them. Dao Fa, Yin Long knew. A furious fire dragon encircled Ko Hong, releasing a thunderous roar. The fire dragon glared ahead, unleashing a torrent of red flames towards Dao Zhuangzizi. Dao Zhuangzizi sighed resignedly, and with a soft incantation, a flying sword appeared behind him, transforming into a streak of white light to meet the crimson inferno. Chapter 7. The dragon swallows the sword with a roar. The clash between the red flames and white sword light erupted in a cacophony of fierce explosions. Below, Xianjing City was engulfed in flames as a result of their fierce battle. The skirmish did not last long. Ko Hong, whose cultivation was inferior to Dao Zhuangzizi's and who had previously suffered from the depletion of his energy due to the Xianfan Zhuang, soon found himself at a disadvantage. Dao Zhuangzizi, not holding back, intensified his sword's ferocity. In that moment, the ancient voice reverberated once more. Dao Zhuangzizi is fickle and vengeful. Should he emerge victorious, we shall have no hope for survival. Soldiers, heed my command. Assist Master Ko Hong in confronting Dao Zhuangzizi. Upon hearing this, Ko Hong's spirit soared. He swiftly distanced himself from Dao Xuanzi, watching as Dao Xuanzi was engulfed by a torrent of bullets. With a triumphant shout, he proclaimed, as the saying goes, "Those who commit wrongful acts will surely meet their demise." Who would have thought that the self-proclaimed lofty Dao Xuanzi would betray his principles and suffer a backlash? You fool! Unable to contain himself any longer, he berated Ko Hong. You have finally spoken your mind." Ko Hong retorted without hesitation. "You consider yourself clever. Yet now you find yourself abandoned by all. Even the mortals you painstakingly recruited have betrayed you. This is what you call being outsmarted by your own cleverness." Dao Xuanzi was left speechless by these words. Choosing to disregard this imbecile, he merely wielded his sword, harvesting the lives of those mortal soldiers who dared to attack him. However, these mortals swarmed like locusts, and after slaying a batch, another group quickly emerged from the shadows. At that moment, the haunting voice echoed once more. "Gulong, our kin are nearing their end. Once Dao Xuanzi has annihilated us all, will you be spared? If not now, when?" The voice carried an urgent tone, tinged with desperation. Prompted by this revelation, Ko Hong suddenly awakened to the gravity of the situation. He regarded Dao Xuanzi with a serious expression, stating, "This is indeed the case. Dao Xuanzi, we have known each other for a century. Although we are at odds due to the Dan formation techniques, it is understandable that we each seek longevity through our own means. I offer you one final chance. Abandon the damned formation techniques and withdraw, and I shall not pursue you any further. Otherwise, it seems only one of us shall survive this encounter. Dao Xuanzi let out a soft sigh, but remained silent, raising his sword to face Ko Hong. Very well. After my recent flight, I have comprehended a new technique perfectly suited to send you on your way. Ko Hong's expression turned grave. He then drew a symbol with his hand, declaring, Technique, Prison of Dragons. Instantly, chains of fiery shackles appeared in the surrounding space, forming a colossal cage that ensnared him at its center. Break free. Dao Xuanzi felt an immense pressure descend upon him, his expression solemn. Taking a deep breath, a rusted iron sword's phantom faintly emerged behind him. Empowered by this apparition, the sword light he unleashed seemed to gain a newfound strength, crashing against the fiery prison. The flames, which had been roaring fiercely, suddenly froze in place, rapidly dimming thereafter. Ko Hong seemed to have anticipated this. Laughing heartily, Dao Xuanzi, after a century of camaraderie, we have fought side by side countless times. Others may claim my cultivation is inferior to yours, and indeed it is true. However, cultivation is one thing, and combat is another. When life and death are at stake, the outcome remains uncertain. Given the circumstances, you need not hold back. Let me see whether your Dao Xian sword is mightier or if my technique surpasses yours. In Ko Hong's eyes, an indomitable fighting spirit ignited as he declared, Technique, Devouring Dragon. The flames, which had dimmed, were suddenly extinguished entirely, and Dao Xuanzi's expression shifted dramatically with the disappearance of the fiery cage. Beneath the flames that composed the cage lay a multitude of tea-colored branches. They lay in wait like venomous serpents, poised for the perfect moment to strike. With the flames extinguished, they surged forth with the force of a tempest towards Dao Xuanzi. Along their path, they grew and twisted wildly, forming a chaotic monstrosity intent on devouring Dao Xuanzi. In the face of impending doom, Dao Xuanzi remained undaunted. In the sky, the shadow of the rusted sword fully materialized. The dragon-like branches instinctively paused, as if confronted by a formidable foe. Yet soon after, driven by primal fury, they surged towards Dao Xuanzi with renewed ferocity. Dao Xuanzi swung his sword, and the phantom behind him mimicked his movements. The surrounding space solidified as if struck by an icy gale, and the dragon branches shattered into crystalline fragments, proving utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the Dao Xian sword. The meticulously prepared technique crumbled under pressure, and as the giant sword's shadow approached, Ko Hong did not flinch, displaying no fear in his eyes. Technique, Transforming Dragon. With a thunderous command, a small fraction of the scattered dragon branches suddenly came to life. They swiftly coalesced, forming a brand new dragon branch, darker in hue than the preceding twisted monstrosity, with two protrusions resembling dragon horns at its tip. This dragon branch, like a razor-sharp sword, thrust towards Dao Xuanzi, accompanied by a faint sound of dragon's roar. In this life-and-death struggle, the contest lay in decisiveness and ferocity. The victor lives, the vanquished dies. This is the only truth. Ko Hong, we shall lend you our strength. Before the words faded, a barrage of fiery tails, premeditated, rushed towards Dao Xuanzi from all directions, erupting into a torrential downpour of blood. Caught off guard, Dao Xuanzi emitted a cry of despair, his aura diminishing rapidly. The phantom of Dao Xian also faded along with it, allowing the dragon branches to surge upwards, breaking through the solidified space and embedding themselves into Dao Xuanzi. The sword shadow he had unleashed, however, dissipated like a spent arrow after merely causing Ko Hong to spit up a few mouthfuls of blood. Dao Xuanzi coughed a bitter laugh, attempting to voice something but found himself unable to speak. In mere moments, under the relentless assault of the dragon branches, he was reduced to nothing but bones. Chapter 8. The eternal divide between immortal and mortal in the high heavens, an extraordinary phenomenon re-emerged. A colossal sword, tempered through countless forges, lay neglected in the shadows for a millennium, unseen and unheeded. As time passed, its blade dulled, its edge lost its sharpness, and its surface became riddled with rust. Yet, a surge of anger and unwillingness suddenly arose. The corrosion of rust grew ever more severe, yet the sword's mystique and majesty simultaneously intensified. The foundation-building cultivator, Dao Xuanzi, spent 201 years in the mortal realm, achieving his foundation with the extraordinary item, rusty sword Dao Xian. In the realm of celestial despair, he fought fiercely, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the foundation-building cultivator, Ko Hong. Now, having perished and lost his path, he returns to the heavens. The dazzling scene illuminated the sky for thousands of miles like a firework display. Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong gazed upwards, seemingly entranced by the magnificent sight, murmuring to themselves. All the soldiers present also looked up at the sky, lost in reverie. I am Li Fan, an elder, and I have met the immortal master. At this moment, a white-haired elder, leaning on a cane, approached Ko Hong with a trembling gait. Ko Hong disregarded him, while Li Fan patiently stood by, signaling the soldiers to wait. After a long while, once the celestial phenomenon had dissipated, Ko Hong finally turned his attention to Li Fan. Are you the leader of the mortals here? Ko Hong's tone was brusque, indicating his lack of regard for Li Fan. You were the one whose voice echoed earlier. A trivial trick, unworthy of the immortal master's attention. Li Fan clasped his hands in respect, avoiding the subject, and instead bowed deeply. I beseech the immortal master to show mercy and save the lives of my kin. Over 1,000 souls. Mercy? Kuang scoffed. My battle with Dao Xuanzi was a matter of skill. Life and death are left to fate. You, a mere mortal, dare to intervene in the conflict between his cultivators? He glared at Li Fan, his murderous intent unmistakable. Though Dao Xuanzi and I may have fought bitterly over the dam formation techniques, he was still my brother for over a century. Now that you have conspired against him, should I not avenge him by taking your life? Paying no heed to Ko Hong's intimidation, Li Fan merely offered a wry smile. I seek but a sliver of hope. As I mentioned earlier, if the immortal master were to be defeated, my clan would surely face annihilation. Hearing this, Ko Hong's expression softened slightly. He sighed deeply. A noble pursuit for a sliver of hope. You speak the truth. The world is harsh, and who is not struggling for a mere chance at survival? Li Fan observed the softening tone of Ko Hong and quickly seized the opportunity to mention, previously, the immortal master, Dao Xuanzi, had promised me that if the conversation was not yet concluded. However, Ko Hong interrupted him with a frown. If this is about that matter, I fear you shall be sorely disappointed. Dao Xuanzi may have never intended to fulfill that promise from the very beginning. Taken aback, Li Fan inquired, what does the immortal master mean by that? With a hint of sarcasm, Ko Hong replied, for a century, Dao Xuanzi has maintained a facade of seriousness, always adhering to his words. Little did we expect that in reality, he acts without any moral compass, deceiving even mere mortals. He paused, gauging Li Fan's expression, before continuing. The formidable array of absolute immortality is fraught with peril. The fact that we managed to enter here was largely due to luck. Even if we wished to leave, it would require considerable effort, let alone escorting a mortal out. What? You two do not know the method to leave this place? Li Fan's heart raced, his complexion darkening. The anticipation that had built over a century was shattered by the words of the cultivator before him, and his mental fortitude nearly crumbled. Fortunately, having endured countless trials across several lifetimes, Li Fan's resolve remained unyielding. He steadied himself and said to Ko Hong, this is not a place for idle chatter. I implore you, immortal master, to follow me. With that, he led Ko Hong through the ruins of Xianjing City for a short while until they arrived at an underground shelter. During Ko Hong's previous conflict with Dao Xuanzi, the soldiers had sought refuge in these very shelters. Throughout Xianjing City, there were numerous shelters, numbering well over 100, although concealed underground. The shelters were brightly lit and felt as bright as day. Ventilation ducts connected them to the outside, ensuring they were not stifling. Ko Hong curiously examined the lights on the ceiling, exclaiming, no wonder Dao Xuanzi sought cooperation with you mortals. The ability to harness and utilize the power of thunder is indeed impressive. It appears that you mortals of the realm of absolute immortality have developed quite well over the millennia. The concealed weapons you possessed were also formidable. He then shook his head, but alas, these implements are only of use in this fragmented realm. Beyond this place, the oppressive laws of the great Dao render them utterly useless. By the way, when did Dao Xuanzi approach you to orchestrate a plot against me? The timeline does not align. Could it be that he secretly mastered the art of creating avatars? Ko Hong suddenly recalled something and inquired. It would have been best not to ask this question. Discussing it further might reveal inconsistencies, Li Fan thought to himself. with a face of trepidation. He then asked Ko Hong, "Is it truly impossible for mortals to leave this realm of absolute immortality, as the immortal master said?" Ko Hong scoffed. "Why would I deceive a mere mortal like you? Perhaps a cultivator of the golden core stage could protect a mortal through that array of absolute immortality. But if it is merely a foundation establishment level, it is utterly impossible. Of course, if you do not mind exiting this realm as mere fragments, I would be willing to make a half-hearted attempt." Disregarding Ko Hong's rather unhumorous jest, Li Fan pressed on. "Is there truly no hope for us mortals to leave this world?" After pondering, Ko Hong shook his head. To escape the realm of absolute immortality, one must traverse the array of absolute immortality. With your mortal form, there is absolutely no possibility of success. All attempts would merely lead to self-destruction. Besides, you have already reached an age where half of you is buried in the earth. Why are you so fixated on leaving? Wouldn't it be better to reign as a local emperor? Ko Hong appeared unconvinced. Though I may not mind my own demise, I still wish to leave a legacy for my descendants, Li Fan replied, refusing to yield. If my descendants could cultivate to a level akin to that of the immortal master, wouldn't they then have a chance to leave? Ko Hong burst into laughter. Not only is there a complete lack of spiritual energy here, rendering cultivation impossible, but the separation between immortals and mortals is absolute. The miasma that envelopes mortals here makes it impossible for them to pursue the path of immortality. Ko Hong sneered. "I advise you to abandon this foolish hope. You mortals wishing to cultivate must first venture into the outside world to reconstruct your bodies and cleanse yourselves of the miasma. Otherwise, even if the path to immortality lay before you, you could see it but never touch it." After a series of questions, Ko Hong's unwavering conviction seemed to finally break Li Fan's resolve. "Separation between immortals and mortals. Separation between immortals and mortals," Li Fan murmured, feeling despondent. "Does this truly mean there is no way out?" "Indeed, there is none," Ko Hong repeated. "As the immortal master said, separation between immortals and mortals." Li Fan sighed heavily. "Ah, yes, yes," Ko Hong nodded repeatedly. Li Fan appeared to be struck by the harsh reality, his expression becoming somewhat dazed as he took his leave. The moment he stepped out of the shelter, the door slammed shut. Ko Hong's expression changed, and an ominous premonition surged within him. However, there was no time to react. A billowing white mist, infused with the miasma of immortals and mortals, erupted from all corners of the chamber. "Ah!" Ko Hong let out a blood-curdling scream before vanishing into the dense fog. Outside the shelter, Li Fan's gaze grew distant as he slowly spoke. "Since immortals and mortals cannot coexist, how could I, a mere mortal, fully trust your words?" Chapter 9. There is always a way out. Gazing at Ko Hong's confession laid out on the table, Li Fan felt a sense of despondency wash over him. Ko Hong had not deceived him. He truly did not know the method by which mortals could escape this realm of absolute immortality. The dream of cultivating immortality lay in ruins, and it seemed as though Li Fan had aged overnight, not only physically but psychologically as well. Realm of absolute immortality. He muttered the name once more, an overwhelming sense of unwillingness surging within him. The information within Ko Hong's confession replayed in his mind. As its name suggests, the realm of absolute immortality is a place devoid of immortals. Thousands of years ago, the ancient realm of cultivation underwent a cataclysm. Initially, it began as a plague sweeping through the mortal realm, with no cultivator paying it any heed. However, things spiraled out of control when a cultivator inadvertently contracted this inexplicable plague. Following this incident, the plague seemed to gain an inexplicable potency, becoming transmissible among cultivators. The transmission route was none other than the spiritual energy upon which cultivators depended for survival. The plague spread rapidly throughout the cultivation realm via the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Those infected by this plague experienced a regression in their cultivation, while some lost all their powers overnight, becoming no different from mere mortals. Within days, they would meet their demise. As countless cultivators perished, a wave of despair began to seep into the cultivation community. In their desperation, some cultivators unleashed their wrath upon the source of it all, the mortals. Thus began a large-scale slaughter. Faced with the lofty immortals, mortals had little means of resistance and could only succumb to the slaughter. However, this massacre was soon forcibly halted, not out of a sense of conscience, But because the cultivators were horrified to discover that with the deaths of so many mortals, the plague within them did not dissipate. Instead, it spread unchecked through the spiritual energy permeating the world. The concentration of the plague within the realm of cultivation surged dramatically. This led to even more cultivators' downfall. Reluctantly, the cultivators abandoned their slaughter of mortals. Yet, sitting idly was clearly not the cultivator's style. On one hand, many cultivators began to research methods to treat and resist the plague, while on the other hand, they proposed the infamous Great Migration Plan. Although this plan faced substantial opposition from a significant portion of cultivators at its inception, the majority ultimately cast their votes in favor for the sake of their own survival. The so-called Great Migration Plan was based on the following considerations. Mortals could neither be killed, nor could a definitive solution to the plague be found. If mortals were allowed to proliferate freely, the growing plague would undoubtedly make life increasingly difficult for the cultivators. The peculiar plague in question could only spread through spiritual energy. Thus, a seemingly rational solution was swiftly proposed. After all, the uncharted small worlds were virtually limitless, and there was no concern about accommodating these mortals. Consequently, under the unified will of the entire cultivation community, the common people began a migration that would last several centuries. The number of mortals who perished during this arduous journey was of no consequence to the cultivators. In the face of such power, mortals had no room for resistance. Thus, after hundreds of years of mass relocation, the entire mortal population of the cultivation realm was dispersed across various small worlds. It was not until nearly a millennium later that the concentration of the plague within the cultivation realm finally diminished to a more manageable level. Over the span of 1,000 years, cultivators, through relentless research, ultimately discovered a method to purify this plague. However, it took several more millennia for them to completely eradicate the threat posed by this affliction. Yet, it was an embarrassment for the cultivators to realize that the plague lingered, hidden within the bloodlines of the mortals. Although the world had seemingly rid itself of mortals, not every offspring resulting from the unions of cultivators possessed the innate talent for cultivation. Over time, this led to the resurgence of numerous mortals, each carrying the shadow of the plague within them. Given the unique lethality of this affliction towards cultivators, any descendant of mortals wishing to pursue cultivation would first have to cleanse themselves of the plague. Gradually, this plague became synonymous with the divide between the immortal and the mortal realms, and thus it was aptly named Xianfan Zhang. The initial rampant spread of Xianfan Zhang left a profound psychological scar on all cultivators. To prevent its resurgence, cultivators collectively agreed to avoid the regions where mortals had once been exiled. Over time, these areas became known as the so-called Xianjuzhidi. Countless such places existed, yet the number of cultivators willing to risk their lives to venture into them was exceedingly small. For Li Fan to encounter two such individuals was already a stroke of fortune. Currently, neither of these cultivators possessed a means to enable mortals to leave. So how could Li Fan harbor the hope that a more powerful cultivator might venture in? At 70 years of age, with a biological lifespan capped at 86, the likelihood of meeting another cultivator in these 16 years was virtually non-existent. In such circumstances, how could Li Fan not feel despair? Having glimpsed the hope of seeking longevity through cultivation, he found himself disheartened by the prospect of merely enduring the mundane existence of a mortal life, time and time again. Li Fan was truly unwilling to accept such a fate. The path to immortality lay tantalizingly close, yet remained frustratingly out of reach. This rendered Li Fan restless. Was there truly no recourse? Suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning had pierced the fog of his thoughts, he recalled aspects he had previously overlooked. How had the multitude of mortals migrated thousands of years ago? Although the small worlds were adjacent to the cultivation realm, they were not one and the same. Surely, these mortals had not traversed the distance on foot. There must have been some means of transport to carry them over. Did such tools still exist? If he could locate them, might he not be able to journey to the cultivation realm? Even a minuscule possibility ignited a flicker of hope within Li Fan's heart, filling him with excitement. He immediately set off for the prison where Ko Hong was held captive, intent on seeking confirmation of the feasibility of his thoughts. Chapter 10. Differing cultivation methods. How had the mortals arrived at Xianjuzhidi during the Great Migration? Perhaps having never contemplated this question, Ko Hong was momentarily taken aback by Li Fan's inquiry. The era of the Great Plague had passed several millennia ago, and the specifics of that time were largely unknown to them. Most of what they knew was merely hearsay. After a moment's reflection, Ko Hong shook his head. What? You still have hope? He regarded Li Fan with a mocking gaze. Even if you were to escape, what then? At 70 years of age, do you still aspire to cultivate? He trailed off, noticing Li Fan's icy glare sweeping over him and the eager expressions of the guards nearby, prompting him to shudder and fall silent. Ko Hong had already been released from his cell by Li Fan. After being confined in the chamber where Li Fan had subjected him to the purging effects of Xianfan Zhang, his cultivation had drastically regressed, reducing him to the initial stage of qi refinement. With all his techniques rendered useless, he was now akin to a slightly more formidable mortal. Initially, after his capture, he had been vocally defiant, but after enduring several rounds of severe interrogation, Ko Hong had finally acquiesced. It turned out that even exalted cultivators, stripped of their abilities, were no different from the common folk. In fact, they could be even more lacking in resolve. One of the guards remarked sarcastically, "Indeed, this esteemed individual could hardly endure even an hour under our hands." Another guard chimed in agreement. "Do you not harbor any resentment towards me?" Li Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. "Resentment? Of course." Ko Hong took a hearty swig of the fine wine Li Fan had prepared for him. "But what can that accomplish? Now you're the butcher, and I the lamb. Do you expect me to threaten you? That would be courting death." "You are surprisingly magnanimous," Li Fan replied with a sardonic smile. "Yet it is merely survival at any cost. What if I were to help you find a way to the cultivation realm? Perhaps then I might accompany you," Li Fan proposed. "You deceitful little wretch, do you think to ensnare me?" Ko Hong fumed, though he quickly regained his composure. Fixing a fierce stare upon Li Fan remained unperturbed. Whether truth or falsehood, it ultimately presents a glimmer of hope. Are you willing to relinquish this chance at life and simply wither away in this confined space? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Ko Hong fell silent. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing the inner turmoil he was grappling with. After a prolonged pause, he finally sighed deeply. "Very well, I will agree. Resta surat Li Fan. Am a man of my word, unwavering and resolute," Li Fan declared solemnly. The guards present exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Who does not know that the current Grand Tutor of the court is a man of his word? When he declares the execution of your entire family, he will undoubtedly carry it out. Do not embellish your promises. I am willing to assist you, but it is merely a gamble on a slim chance of survival. Kulm scuffed. Li Fan, recognizing the futility of further explanation, directly articulated his hypothesis. Is the great upheaval of heaven and earth related to that strange plague? He inquired. Although Xianfan Zhang is indeed peculiar, it could not undermine the very foundation of the cultivators. In truth, the rampant spread of Xianfan Zhang was due to the mass extinction of cultivators during a cataclysmic event, Ko Hong explained solemnly. The cultivation realm's strength plummeted, rendering it incapable of effectively countering Xianfan Zhang. Ko Hong shook his head, his expression grave. The great calamity of heaven and earth? Li Fan suddenly recalled the dilapidated mountain gate he had glimpsed deep within Su Yuan, stirring a thought within him. Could it be that cultivation methods cannot be practiced simultaneously? Ko Hong stared at Li Fan in surprise, unable to comprehend how he arrived at such a conclusion. Indeed, cultivation methods cannot be practiced together. Ko Hong sighed heavily. In ancient times, there were no such restrictions. Back then, numerous cultivation sects flourished, welcoming disciples and imparting their teachings. Cultivators had mentors to guide them and could seek counsel whenever faced with challenges, engaging in discussions and sparring with peers practicing the same techniques. The cultivation realm was a vibrant and dynamic environment. As Ko Hong spoke, an unmistakable yearning surfaced in his voice. Alas, the upheaval of heaven and earth. One fateful day, cultivators suddenly realized that the efficiency of their cultivation had significantly diminished. During their practice, they could sense how many others were simultaneously cultivating the same techniques across the entire realm. They were horrified to discover that the greater the number of individuals practicing the same technique, the lower the cultivation efficiency of all practitioners involved. Ku Hing recounted this in a low, deliberate tone, fear flickering in his eyes. Initially, everyone maintained restraint, eager to find a solution. However, as decades passed, countless cultivators found themselves trapped, unable to make any progress. As their time drew near, the hidden murderous intent could no longer be contained. A calamity swept through the entire realm of cultivation. Anyone who practiced the same method as me became an obstruction on my path, and thus, it was a fight to the death. Once respected masters and disciples, brothers and sisters, transformed in an instant into mortal enemies. Even those unwilling to kill found themselves ensnared in a web of suspicion. How could one ensure that the other did not harbor the same thoughts? Who could guarantee that the other would not suddenly strike? All cultivators plunged into an abyss of endless doubt. The only person they could trust was themselves. In that moment, all sects transformed into hell. Even those wandering in secluded mountains, seeking refuge, could not escape. For practitioners of the same technique could sense each other's positions. Bloodshed, an endless massacre. It is unclear how long it lasted before it gradually subsided. By then, the once prosperous realm of cultivation had become desolate, with all sects extinguished, leaving only solitary practitioners. Ing recounted this ancient transformation of the cultivation world with a somber tone. LFN listened intently, his emotions surging. Yet greater questions arose. If the celestial techniques could not be practiced together, how then do contemporary cultivators practice? What exactly is the current state of the cultivation world? Chapter 11. Cultivation yet slavery in today's realm of cultivation. A mortal seeking to cultivate has several choices, Ing patiently explained. The first is to join the WNSHINM-ing, a loose alliance formed by numerous cultivators. Within the alliance, one can earn contribution points by completing tasks or trading with others. With these points, one can exchange for cultivation techniques and resources. The second option is the WLOHU, an organization established by 5 top-tier powers, boasting immense influence. Anyone with the potential to cultivate may voluntarily join and select a technique, albeit at the cost of signing a soul contract, pledging to serve the WLOHU for a designated period. The third option is to join local factions. While these may not compare to the aforementioned giants, local forces tend to be more united and generally avoid dangerous tasks, making them suitable for those of a more laid-back disposition. As for other disorganized groups, they are hardly reliable and are best left unmentioned. Ing slowly detailed the current state of the cultivation world. LFN furrowed his brow, perplexed. Based on your description, why does it seem that cultivation techniques are not in such short supply? Guhanaga scoffed, stating that what one acquires through these methods are mere incomplete techniques. Incomplete? LFN was momentarily taken aback, then enlightened. To obtain higher-level techniques, one must continue to serve them? Indeed, Ing replied bitterly. These techniques are newly compiled by the major powers over the years, and reaching the peak of chi refinement is already their limit. To advance further and establish a foundation, one must switch to a new level of technique. And the same applies beyond that. Switching technique? If every breakthrough requires starting anew, does that not render all previous efforts futile? LFN was astonished. Not at all. Ing shook his head. Every practitioner must cultivate the T-Ing-UNSHZH New Jersey Ying. It is said that this scripture is the supreme text of the T-Ing sect from ancient times, the foundation of the sect. After the great catastrophe, the T-Ing sect was obliterated, leaving only fragments of the T-Ing-UNSHH New Jersey Ing in the world. This scripture is not merely a cultivation technique, but rather resembles a secret method. Its purpose is to allow practitioners to freely dissipate their entire magical power without significant loss, enabling them to quickly regain their previous level after switching techniques. Such a miraculous method exists, LFN marveled. The timely emergence of these fragments is precisely what allows countless cultivators to accept the constant change of techniques. LFN coldly remarked that, in his view, the T-Ing-UNSHH New Jersey Ing may not be limited to fragments. It is likely that the powers behind the scenes only wish to release parts concerning the dissipation and recultivation. Ing sighed deeply. This understanding is well known. Yet what can be done? True techniques are hard to come by. Though being drained by others is unfortunate, at least there is a visible goal and path. With effort, one may still attain it. Few are willing to risk their lives seeking opportunities in ancient sects, preferring to remain under the yoke of fate. LFN nodded. gaining a rough understanding of the current situation in the cultivation world. This was vastly different from the unfettered pursuit of immortality he had imagined, instead resembling the world he had traversed from before. Reflecting on all this, LFN felt a cold smile creep upon his lips. Kuhan Nago, oblivious to LFN's unusual demeanor, could not help but lament. Dao Sun Zi would never have guessed that I seized the technique and fled not merely because it was a foundational method, but because it could directly point to the true essence of the Yu-En-Ying realm. If it were merely a foundational technique, perhaps I could manage. Yet, that is indeed a true technique of the Yu-En-Ying realm, Kuh-Ing repeated. Hearing this, LFN felt a stir in his heart, touching the ring on his finger. Subsequently, Kuh-Ing introduced LFN to common knowledge about the cultivation world, such as how a cultivator's demise could trigger celestial phenomena within a certain range, before finally returning to the main topic, discussing the potential for ancient flying vessels from the Great Migration era. It is indeed possible. Kuh-Ing pondered for a long moment before speaking. However, he was not optimistic. Even so, millennia have passed. This world is vast, and the likelihood of finding them is exceedingly slim. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall not give up, LFN declared resolutely. I truly do not understand how you, a decrepit old man, can still manage such endeavors, Kuh-Ing muttered under his breath, including that foundational true technique. Is this true? Kuh-Ing abruptly raised his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Certainly, LFN affirmed with a nod. Very well, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Kuh-Ing gritted his teeth, finally making his decision. Although he had been deceived by LFN several times, uncertain of the trustworthiness of his promise, like LFN, was unwilling to relinquish even a shred of hope. To remain trapped here for decades and grow old without escape was not the fate Kuh-Ing desired. Thus, with Kuh-Ing's assistance, LFN meticulously gathered historical texts and records, striving to uncover clues about the Great Migration era for fragments of ancient writings. Simultaneously, LFN deployed troops to excavate ancient tombs, hoping to unearth traces of the past, despite inciting public outrage and daily petitions from officials urging him to cease. He suppressed all dissent. Regrettably, far too much time had elapsed since the Great Migration era, and the remaining span of LFN's life was exceedingly brief. 16 years later, as he approached the end of his life at the age of 66, LFN remained empty-handed. He ordered Kuh-Ing to be released and ventured alone into the underground chamber of the Tiish mansion. With a mere thought, LFN retrieved all items from his storage ring and laid them out in order. His gaze first settled upon a jade slip emanating a faint golden glow. It was the very Yu-En-Ying technique that had caused a rift between Kuh-Ing and Dao Sun Zi. Chapter 12. The second anchor point emerges. LFN picked up the jade slip, and information naturally flowed into his mind. The Yu-En-Ying realm. LFN felt a surge of aspiration, yet regrettably, he was still an ordinary mortal, devoid of spiritual awareness. While he could simply utilize the storage ring, he was powerless to grasp the contents of this Yu-En-Ying true technique, left only to gaze longingly at it, unable to discern its specifics. Li Fan gazed greedily at the magnificent treasure before him, reluctant to set it down after casting several lingering glances. He then shifted his attention to a rusted iron sword nearby, the very object of Dao Xuanzi's foundational marvel, known as Shujin Dao Xian. According to Ko Hong, for Qi refinement practitioners to transcend their current state, they must forge their Dao foundation using various extraordinary celestial artifacts. Each artifact possesses its own unique mysteries, only discoverable by those with fate on their side. Once a practitioner establishes their foundation with an artifact, it becomes intrinsically linked to their fate, should the practitioner perish. The artifact, too, would lose its divine nature, reverting to an ordinary item. As Li Fan ran his fingers over the unremarkable iron sword, his focus was drawn to the sudden emergence of information from Huanzhen. It indicated the potential for energizing the item, Xiujian Dao Xian fragment. Would he like to proceed with the energization? After a moment's contemplation, Li Fan opted to proceed. The rusted sword quietly vanished from his grasp, and a line of small text appeared in his mind. Current anchor energization progress. 1 current anchor point quantity. 1. Li Fan's heart stirred. According to Huanjin's feedback, upon reaching 100 progress in anchor energization, a second anchor point would be unlocked. The prospect of unlocking a second anchor point was exceedingly convenient. He envisioned the possibilities, feeling a surge of anticipation. If he could indeed unlock more anchor points, it would grant him ample opportunities for trial and error. Methodically, he could carve a path toward a flawless journey of transcendence, and the initial anchor point could serve as a final safeguard. Although celestial artifacts are rare, the vast realm of cultivation is teeming with them. As long as he could escape this isolated realm, his desire to depart intensified. After absorbing the essence of Xiujian Dao Xian, Li Fan paid little heed to the other items within his storage ring, merely some standard spirit stones and low-grade magical artifacts. Standard spirit stones are crafted through the combined efforts of the Wan Xian Alliance and the Five Elders Association, classified into various grades, serving as the legal currency of the cultivation world. Each spirit stone bears unique anti-counterfeiting seals, making imitation impossible. In truth, the value of standard spirit stones lies in their recognition by the Wan Xian Alliance and the Five Elders Association, allowing exchange for cultivation methods. In contrast, inferior spirit stones, those mined from various spiritual mines, hold no worth. Ultimately, in today's cultivation world, what binds practitioners is not resources like spiritual energy or spirit stones, but rather the cultivation methods associated with each realm. The Wan Xian Alliance and the Five Elders Association have become colossal entities spanning the entire cultivation realm precisely because they control the vast majority of these methods. As for the low-grade magical artifacts, they are primarily used in conflicts. Kohong and Dao Xuanzi were hardly affluent. Thus, their collection of artifacts was quite ordinary and devoid of significant value. Li Fan's body had grown frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to dissipate at any moment. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes as if to engrave his current frailty into the depths of his heart. Thereafter, without further hesitation, he summoned Huan Zhun to conclude this life. In the enveloping darkness, images flashed rapidly, culminating in several familiar lines of text appearing before him. Simulation concluded. You may select one option to retain. Li Fan opted for the first choice. Regrettably, in the closing moments of his previous life, his attempt to store numerous items within the storage ring proved futile. Items such as the storage ring, Yuaning cultivation method, spirit stones, and magical artifacts surfaced in Li Fan's mind. Naturally, he chose the Yuaning cultivation method. This decision afforded him greater strategic planning as he took the golden jade slip into his hands, contemplating his actions in this life. The era of the Great Migration had long passed, with relevant clues buried deep within the earth. The act of excavating ancient tombs was exceedingly audacious. In his previous life, South control over the court had incited significant opposition. Should the court attempt such a venture in its early days, it would undoubtedly struggle to endure. However, if he began laying the groundwork from this moment, investing 20 years, it might not be impossible to shift the populace's mindset. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 2086 psychological age, 282-1109 energization progress, 0 anchor energization progress, 1 current anchor point quantity, 1. Time flowed onward, and Li Fan's sixth life commenced. Everything unfolded along the predetermined trajectory, albeit with subtle changes in the world driven by Li Fan's covert influence. By the third year of anchoring, rumors of celestial beings descending began to emerge across the Xian. By the fifth year, the visiting ancient school made a grand entrance, bringing with it several volumes of ancient texts to present before the emperor. The exquisite nature of these texts, unparalleled in rarity, sent ripples throughout the realm. The ancient texts were titled Dao De Nanhua Luinyu De Shui. Chapter 13, Transforming the World. In Xianjing City, at the Zhuangyuan Tower, a group of scholars gathered to peruse the ancient texts that had recently stirred the world. Since the unveiling of these texts, local bookstores had tirelessly reprinted them. Yet, even so, the published volumes were in short supply. These scholars had only managed to procure a few copies with great difficulty, thus inviting their friends to share in the appreciation. The highest virtue is like water, benefiting all things without contention. How marvelous! Tao begets one, one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. With just a few words, they felt an infinite profundity. This scripture was indeed extraordinary. I share this sentiment. No, no, no. In my view, the intricacy of E surpasses that of Tao Te. Although the text is obscure and profound, every word is a gem, as if it encapsulates the ultimate truths of a universe. Indeed, heaven's movement is vigorous. A gentleman should continually strive for self-improvement. This resonates with our hearts. The scholars engaged in fervent discussions, immersed in their admiration. At this moment, one among them suddenly sighed. I never imagined such exquisite prose lay buried underground for thousands of years, unknown to anyone. Every time I think of this, it pains my heart. This remark garnered agreement from the others. Indeed, our esteemed teacher cherished reading during his lifetime. If only he could have perused these volumes of scripture. How comforted he would have been. It is an unfortunate reality that scholars throughout history have been deprived of these texts. But are these scriptures truly penned by our predecessors, lost due to war, with only fragments preserved in ancient tombs? A voice among them sounded somewhat discordant. The group first fell silent, then resolutely reached a conclusion. It must be so. Such texts could not possibly be forged by contemporary hands. Existing historical records only span the last 3,000 years. Beyond that, there are few detailed accounts. It stands to reason that these classics originated from that era. I heard that the visiting ancient school claimed before the emperor that in ancient times, numerous schools contended, giving rise to classics as abundant as the stars in the sky. The volumes we read now are merely a minuscule fraction of that treasure. This statement prompted gasps of astonishment within the tavern. Is that truly the case? What might the other classics be like? Yet, these ancient texts lay hidden within various ancient tombs. The visiting ancient school's assertion of excavating tombs to unearth lost classics was indeed contrary to ethical norms. Did not the leader of the visiting ancient school say that their actions were for preservation, a rescue excavation rather than destruction? Indeed, I have heard that their approach to excavation differs from that of traditional grave robbers, who would ransack for gold and silver. Instead, they carefully extract every item, ensuring each is properly preserved. Should any damage occur, there are dedicated personnel for restoration. Certainly, one cannot simply equate them with grave robbers. Nevertheless, a considerable number of individuals continue to express dissenting opinions. However, such eloquent words are mere embellishments. What difference does it make? Who among us does not have ancestors? If your ancestral grave were to be excavated in such a manner, how would you feel? This matter must not set a precedent. Otherwise, it will lead to endless calamities. We must strive to dissuade this course of action. Indeed, there are others who have refrained from voicing their opinions, acting as mediators. The sovereign and the court ministers have undoubtedly reached a conclusion on this matter, so we need not overly concern ourselves. Let us observe and wait. As the concept of Tao Te spreads across the world, fervent debates have erupted throughout Xi'an. Similar scenes to that of today in Zhuangyuan Tower are countless. Li Fan understands that it is futile to attempt to alter the thoughts of the populace in a short span of time. At present, this is merely the beginning. Yet, Li Fan harbors no anxiety about the outcome. In the current world, it is the scholars who hold the power of discourse. With countless classics serving as bait, Li Fan is unperturbed by the prospect of these scholars resisting. Furthermore, he does not seek their endorsement. He only requires that they do not openly oppose. While secretly maneuvering for control of the realm, Li Fan also gradually advances the influence of the Fanggu school in secular society. Fast forward 6 years. The emperor fell gravely ill and lay bedridden, with all court physicians at a loss for remedies. At this moment, the Fanggu school presented a pill, claiming it was discovered in an ancient tomb, possibly left by immortals, possessing the ability to revive the dead. The emperor initially dismissed it, but as his condition deteriorated, he adopted a grasping at straws mentality and ingested the pill. To everyone's astonishment, the pill proved miraculous. Within days, the emperor regained his health. The court and the public were astir with discussions. The emperor even summoned the leader of the Fanggu school to the palace for inquiries about immortals, neglecting court duties for several consecutive days. From that moment on, the emperor became a firm believer in the existence of immortals and discreetly instructed his trusted military officials to collaborate with the Fanggu school in the search for traces of immortals in ancient tombs. 9 years later, the Fanggu school held an exhibition in Xianjing, inviting court ministers and nobles to attend. Although these attendees were well-off and worldly, they were captivated by the extraordinary treasures on display, lingering long after. Subsequently, the Fanggu school lifted restrictions, allowing ordinary citizens to purchase tickets for entry. Xianjing was soon in an uproar, with countless individuals lining up to glimpse the treasures, causing traffic congestion in the capital. Fortunately, the emperor ordered the garrison to maintain order, preventing greater chaos. The spectacle continued for over half a month. Afterward, the exhibition not only persisted but began to tour various regions, unfolding across the Xian. In the 11th year, a grave tomb robbery case was uncovered in Jianghuai, apprehending a team of over 100 tomb raiders. This group had been excavating ancient tombs in the deep mountains, resulting in immeasurable losses. According to the law, they should face severe punishment. However, due to the sheer number of individuals involved and the widespread implications, the governor of Jianghuai, Li Fan, hesitated to make unilateral decisions and submitted an urgent petition to the emperor for judgment. Some ministers expressed intense outrage, demanding immediate execution. Strangely, the majority of court officials maintained silence at this critical juncture. The emperor suppressed the petitions and did not express his stance. It was not until a month later that the emperor's decree arrived, which did not impose the death penalty, but rather sentenced the raiders to servitude in the capital. Almost no ministers opposed this decision. Observing the edict, Li Fan smiled faintly, knowing that the tide had turned. Chapter 14. A glimmer of hope amidst darkness. In the 15th year, the emperor's health deteriorated significantly. Seeking the immortal pill to extend his life, he dispatched over 100,000 troops to excavate ancient tombs in search of traces of the elixir. Although many court officials expressed mild objections, there was no large-scale opposition. Unfortunately, the immortal pill remained elusive. Despite excavating over 100 ancient tombs, no evidence was found. By year's end, the emperor passed away with regrets, bequeathing the throne to Wang of Langia. From this point, Li Fan once again covertly seized control of the realm. Under Li Fan's influence, the fervor for seeking ancient tombs intensified across the land. In the 17th year, a hunter in the mountains stumbled upon an ancient tomb, winning the favor of the Grand Preceptor and receiving a noble title. Thereafter, the populace became even more enthusiastic and fervent in their pursuit of ancient relics. No matter how remote the mountains and forests, groups of tomb seekers could be seen. Time flowed on, leading to the 23rd year. Li Fan stood in the Grand Preceptor's residence, reviewing the accumulated leads from years of official and civilian tomb explorations. Previously, history recorded only 3,000 years, encompassing 23 dynasties. As ancient tombs were uncovered, lost histories were gradually restored. Beyond these 23 dynasties, there existed 16 more, traceable back approximately 6 to 7,000 years. With the earliest known dynasty named Qi, 6 to 7 millennia aligns closely with the era of the Great Migration, Li Fan mused. He then commanded his subordinates to focus on excavating the tombs of the Qi dynasty, offering titles to anyone who could locate a Qi tomb. Upon hearing this news, people across the realm hurried to share it. Countless young individuals set forth on the path of discovery. No matter how buried history may be, it could not withstand such fervent excavation by the masses. In the 25th year, the tomb of the first emperor of Qi, Yixing, was finally discovered. Upon receiving the news, Li Fan led his trusted confidants to the site, securing the perimeter. Over the years, the Xian had rapidly advanced its techniques for excavating tombs, developing an exceedingly effective methodology. Despite the tomb of the first emperor being vast and filled with numerous traps, the diligent efforts of the Fanggu practitioners succeeded in breaching a passage to the main burial chamber in just over a month. With all obstacles removed, Li Fan, accompanied by his entourage, entered the ancient tomb. The main tomb passage extended several hundred meters, with walls adorned with vivid murals that remained clear despite the passage of millennia. Li Fan strolled slowly, observing the murals. They were divided into several sections. The first depicted the protagonist, the first emperor of Qi, Yixing, seated atop a mountain, surrounded by ethereal figures that seemed to communicate with him. The second represented calamity, with darkness descending and blood-red stains covering the earth. Under Yixing's guidance, the survivors embarked on grand vessels, traversing treacherous seas until they reached a vast plain, where they established their home. The third illustrated Yixing declaring himself emperor with the support of the people, founding the Qi dynasty. The fourth depicted various mundane matters that occurred during Yixing's reign. Upon completing the murals, Li Fan arrived at the main burial chamber. The chamber soared to a height of 40 to 50 meters and spanned several thousand meters in length and width. The ceiling appeared to mimic the arrangement of stars, encrusted with countless luminous pearls. The interior resembled a mountain gate, with peaks rising amidst a sea of clouds. This ethereal cloud formation remained fixed within the chamber, having not dissipated over the millennia. Invisible pathways connected the various peaks, and as they traversed, onlookers marveled in astonishment. At the highest peak stood a humble thatched hut, its surrounding fields long abandoned. Upon entering, they discovered that the thatch was intricately woven with countless fine golden threads. Clearly, this hut served as Yixing's coffin. At Li Fan's indication, the group opened the door of the hut. To everyone's surprise, no remains of Yixing were found within, only a wooden tablet silently standing inside. The tablet bears a few golden characters: Tai Yin Zong Weimin Dizi Yixing Jimu. Aside from this, there is nothing else. It appears that although this individual joined the sect known as Tai Yin Zong, he remained merely an outer disciple, never able to embark on the path of immortality. Ultimately, he was cast away to this desolate place by other cultivators. Even in death, he clung to the memory of his sect, identifying himself not as an emperor, but as an outer disciple of Tai Yin Zong. However, according to Ko Hong's earlier assertions, it should be that all sects perished during the calamity of the Great Migration era. This suggests that there must be some hidden truths behind this situation. Li Fan pondered incessantly. Yixing must have been entrusted by the cultivators of Tai Yin Zong to oversee the Great Migration of this realm. Yet, it remains uncertain whether he could find the flying vessel used for the migration. After fruitless searches in the main tomb chamber, Li Fan commanded the exploration team to excavate the surrounding area, hoping to uncover clues from the accompanying tombs nearby. Days later, a piece of unfortunate news arrived, igniting a profound sense of anger and helplessness within Li Fan. The excavation team had discovered a record mentioning the flying vessel among the burial items of a nearby tomb. Regrettably, that tomb had been looted long ago. Judging by the signs of destruction, this theft occurred a millennium prior. Once again, hope was so cruelly dashed, leaving Li Fan in a rare fury, smashing several nearby objects. Those around him fell silent, frozen in fear. After a long while, Li Fan managed to calm his tumultuous emotions. Another decade passed, and, as the 35th year arrived, a turning point emerged. One day, Li Fan received an urgent report regarding the discovery of an immortal's tomb. Taken aback, he soon felt elation and inquired further. Over the years, despite Li Fan's waning enthusiasm, the public's fervor for antiquarian pursuits had not diminished. Across the land of the Xian, countless ancient tombs were unearthed. As the larger tombs were exhausted, people began to shift their attention to the previously overlooked smaller ones. A few days prior, a group of young excavators, while digging in an inconspicuous site, were suddenly struck by an inexplicable force, resulting in heavy casualties. The survivors rushed to report this incident to the authorities. It is worth noting that in the decades of antiquarian explorations into Xian, while there had been fatalities, they were mainly due to mechanical traps. Encountering such a bizarre occurrence before even opening a tomb was unprecedented. The exploration team did not dare to delay and sent out scouts that very night. Despite the presence of many experienced veterans and fully armed soldiers, they could not budge the small tomb in the slightest. The group was both astonished and thrilled, quickly reporting the matter to Li Fan. Upon arriving, Li Fan employed the power of Xian Fan Zhong to finally dispel the mysterious force surrounding the tomb. Inside, among the burial items, a small wooden boat stood out prominently. Chapter 15. The foundation established among bones. This small wooden boat was precisely the flying vessel that Li Fan had long yearned for. The tomb's owner, Qian Hong, was a foundational stage cultivator. Over 3,000 years ago, he was pursued by enemies and, seeking refuge, hid within this land devoid of immortals. He intended to wait out, but soon discovered that this place was entirely devoid of spiritual energy, and being a destitute cultivator, he possessed only a few spiritual stones. It was not long before his spiritual stones were exhausted. Without spiritual stones to replenish his energy, his cultivation deteriorated. After failing to breach the immortal vanishing grand formation and sustaining severe injuries, Qian Hong realized he was trapped in this realm. However, he was a tenacious individual who refused to succumb to despair. He speculated that when mortals were banished here 1,000 years prior, perhaps one or two flying vessels had been left behind. Thus, he spent decades searching and ultimately located I Ching's tomb. Indeed, there was a flying vessel within, but despair washed over him when he discovered that the vessel's power core formation was damaged and he lacked the skills to repair it. Furthermore, even if the vessel were restored, without spiritual stones, his cultivation at the time would not suffice to provide adequate propulsion. Thus, Qian Hong relinquished hope of leaving this realm of immortal desolation. He then assumed a false identity and lived a mundane life as a mortal. The first item he guarded was his own tomb, and the force that had caused the deaths of numerous antiquarians stemmed from Qian Hong's belief that anyone capable of entering must be a cultivator. Strange earthly object, the stopping stone. A half-damaged stone tablet still faintly bore the character for stop. Li Fan touched the stone tablet, but it remained unresponsive, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Previously, he had used a significant amount of Xian Fan Zhang to force his way into the tomb, and now this stopping stone, affected by the Xian Fan Zhang, had transformed into an ordinary rock. Nevertheless, Li Fan was not overly concerned. Knowing the location of Qian Hong's tomb, he could always return in a future life to retrieve it. The second item left by Qian Hong was 2 jade slips. The slips recorded the cultivation techniques he had painstakingly exchanged from the Wanxian Alliance. Xiao Huan Jinju, a cultivation method for the Qi refining stage. Current practitioners. 1. Yun Shui Lu, a cultivation method for the foundation building stage. Current practitioners. 1. As Li Fan picked up the jade slips and felt the information within, his heart leapt, momentarily thinking that Qian Hong himself might still be alive and that this was a trap set by him. However, after a moment, Li Fan realized that over 3,000 years had passed. Not only would a foundation-building cultivator have perished, but even those of the golden core stage would have turned to dust. As for why these techniques were still being cultivated, a brief contemplation led Li Fan to understand. The Wanxian Alliance must have maintained an original archive of the techniques. If the number of practitioners for a particular technique dropped to 0, it would indicate that those who had exchanged for it had passed away. Naturally, this would allow the techniques to be reissued for exchange. Indeed, over the past 3,000 years, these 2 techniques had likely changed hands numerous times. Li Fan shook his head in disbelief. After some reflection, he turned his attention to the third item, the Taiyin Zhou. This object was utilized by Taiyin Zong to facilitate the migration of mortals. Perhaps it was precisely because this vessel was damaged that it remained behind. After countless twists and turns over the millennia, it had now fallen into Li Fan's hands, becoming his hope for escaping this realm of immortal desolation. Holding the Taiyin Zhou, Li Fan felt a surge of emotions. After centuries of anticipation, his wish had finally been realized. As for the damaged state of the Taiyin Zhou, Li Fan harbored no worries. Qian Hong could not repair it, and neither could Li Fan, but certainly there were those who could. 15 years later, as the 50th year approached, Ko Hong and Dao Xianzi returned to Xianjing City. Dao Xuanzi, do not overstep your bounds. Kung, do you think that by fleeing to this realm of immortal desolation, I would let you go? Hand over the cultivation method you obtained that day, or I shall not rest until one of us is dead. What a joke. It is precisely due to the lack of the golden core method that I have been trapped at the foundation building stage for nearly a century. And as my time draws near, I am about to become mere bones. How could I possibly give you the golden core technique? Indeed, the path to the golden core is mine alone. Though there are many methods to achieve it, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation building stage. Given this, with the path to immortality before me, how could I let you go? How could I refrain from overstepping my bounds? It is merely a matter of combat. How laughable that we, once brothers for a century, now draw our blades against each other for a glimmer of hope. As the two prepared to engage in a life and death struggle, a boisterous laughter echoed from below in Xianjing City. Is a mere golden core technique worthy of such a fierce battle between you two? Ko Hong and Dao Xianzi simultaneously turned pale and gazed downwards. Who dare speak so boldly? Arrogant, the two muttered, yet their expressions grew cautious. Why not come down for a chat? For below, an elderly man with silver hair called out loudly. Ha ha, please. The silver-haired elder seemed exceedingly pleased as he invited the two into the grand hall to sit down. After commanding his subordinates to prepare food and drink for the guests, he expressed some sentiments. in the twilight of my ancestor's life. He foretold that two individuals would come from the east of Su Yuan, stepping into the capital, marking a pivotal moment for our clan to depart from this place. For thousands of years, the people of my clan have remained skeptical. Today, the truth is revealed. The elder let out a hearty laugh and downed the wine in his cup. Ko Hong and Dao Su Nzi exchanged glances, uncertain of how to address him. "Might I inquire your esteemed name?" Ko Hong asked first, his tone markedly more courteous. "From your words, it seems your ancestor foresaw our arrival here thousands of years ago. And what do you mean by a pivotal moment for our departure?" Dao Su Nzi furrowed his brow, sizing up Li Fan. Li Fan appeared somewhat displeased at this. "What? Do you doubt it?" Ko Hong chuckled softly and shook his head. "This matter is too mystical. In our century-long journey through the realm of cultivation, we have never heard of any art capable of predicting events a millennium hence." Dao Su Nzi also shook his head in agreement. Li Fan straightened up, gazing down at them with an air of authority. "Have you ever heard of Tai Yin Zong?" Ko Hong and Dao Su Nzi exchanged astonished looks. Could it be that ancient sect renowned for its art of divination? Li Fan sighed with relief and nodded lightly. "My ancestor was indeed a disciple of Tai Yin Zong." Chapter 16. The control of the immortals' power. Li Fan's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. Although his ancestor had entered Tai Yin Zong, he did not favor cultivation, but instead became enamored with the art of divination and calculations. This was not an issue at first, but who could have predicted the great upheaval of heaven and earth, necessitating the migration of mortals? With his ancestor's initial cultivation at the Qi refining stage, no one would force him against his will. However, bound by earthly ties, upon witnessing the panic and confusion within his family, he took it upon himself to oversee the migration. Thus, he remained with the family in this place. Li Fan spoke with great emotion, and Ko Hong and Dao Su Nzi, recognizing the echoes of ancient tales they had previously heard, nodded slowly in agreement. Ko Hong inquired with curiosity, "Did Tai Yin Zong still exist during the Great Migration era? I had heard that all ancient sects perished in the preceding calamity." Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "That is merely a misunderstanding. Although the Great Calamity made it difficult for immortals to cultivate, Tai Yin Zong's techniques are as vast as the starry sea. It would not be challenging for one individual to grasp a single method. The sect did suffer significant losses, but annihilation was never a possibility." Li Fan's words were bold, especially the phrase about techniques being as vast as the starry sea, which left Ko Hong and Dao Su Nzi utterly entranced. Suddenly, Li Fan asked, "I observe that you seem to imply that Tai Yin Zong has not appeared in the world for quite some time." Dao Su Nzi shook his head. "Not just Tai Yin Zong, but also Tai Shang Zong, the Dao Zong, and Tian Jian Pai. All these ancient sects have vanished without a trace." Li Fan murmured, "The path of immortality is arduous. As my ancestor said, even the sects have chosen to hide away from calamity." Dao Su Nzi and Ko Hong exchanged glances, communicating silently. "Previously, I harbored doubts regarding the demise of the ancient sections. Now that I think about it, it does seem rather strange. The foundations of these sects are incredibly profound. How could they possibly disappear overnight? It is no wonder they chose to remain in seclusion. If news of their continued existence were to leak, no matter how powerful they were, there would inevitably be those who would seek them out." After exchanging a few more words, Dao Su Nzi clasped his hands. "May I ask what brings you to stop us, friend?" Li Fan sighed. "For countless years, no cultivator has stepped foot in this place. Today, upon meeting you, I realized you are the individuals foretold by my ancestor, the key to my clan's escape from this predicament. Witnessing you two prepare to fight to the death over a golden core technique, I hastened to intervene." Dao Su Nzi responded candidly, "You need not be concerned. However, you may not realize that in the outside world, techniques are scarce, and it is quite normal for individuals to turn against one another over a scroll of scripture." Li Fan shook his head repeatedly. "How could it come to this?" Dao Su Nzi tentatively asked. "From your tone, it seems." Indeed, before his passing, my ancestor passed down a scroll of scripture that directly pertains to the golden core stage, Li Fan declared with pride. Dao Su Nzi inhaled deeply. "What is it that you seek?" Ko Hong was overjoyed. "Wonderful. If Dao Su Nzi can obtain this scripture, then there will be no need for us to fight." Ko Hong and Dao Su Nzi both changed color. To possess such unfathomable power at the Qi refining stage is simply unimaginable, leaving Ko Hong dumbfounded. Li Fan smiled and, after a moment, added, "Words alone are not enough. I must first ask you both to accompany me to view this scripture." Dao Su Nzi's face lit up, and he rose to follow. Noticing that Ko Hong also intended to come along, he immediately became somewhat wary. Has her elder brother already obtained a golden core technique and is still not satisfied? Ko Hong, hearing this, awkwardly replied, "Well then, I shall not follow." Dao Su Nz snorted coldly and quickened his pace to catch up with Li Fan. Seeing that Ko Hong, as expected, did not follow, Li Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his scheme had succeeded halfway. He led Dao Su Nz to open the secret mechanism and descended into the underground chamber of the Taisher mansion. Just as Dao Su Nz was about to enter the chamber, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and halted his steps. Carefully scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he exclaimed in alarm, "Immortal miasma." It turned out that within the mechanisms of the chamber, there was a hidden immortal miasma, the density of which terrified Dao Su Nz. Li Fan chuckled. "One must always guard against others, as mere mortals, to protect our family treasures. We have no choice but to act in this manner." Dao Su Nz forced a smile, but he was unwilling to take another step forward and instead retreated slightly. Li Fan said nothing further, but entered the chamber and retrieved a jade slip from a box. He did not exit the chamber, but held it up for Dao Su Nz to see. Indeed, Li Fan was taking a gamble. According to Ko Hong's description from his previous life, when he snatched the scripture and fled, Dao Su Nz had clearly never seen the true form of this scripture. This served as bait to entice both Ko Hong and Dao Su Nz to assist him in repairing the Tai Yin Zhou. As for if Li Fan's guess was incorrect, the many death warriors within the Taisher mansion were already in place. If they truly could not withstand it, he could always find another way in the next life. Li Fan felt entirely calm because he noticed that Dao Su Nz's attention was completely captivated by the golden jade slip in his hand. However, upon seeing Li Fan's enigmatic smile and sensing the faint sense of danger emanating from the immortal miasma in the chamber, Dao Su Nz was instantly brought back to his senses. "What do you say? Are my words true?" Li Fan asked with a smile. "Earlier, before your elder brother Ko Hong, I merely mentioned that the scripture passed down by my ancestor was a golden core technique, fearing he might harbor ill intentions. Your thoughts are meticulous. I admire that," Dao Su Nz replied, appearing convinced. He then became somewhat exhilarated. "Rest assured, my brother Ko Hong is proficient in the art of crafting. I will certainly persuade him to assist you wholeheartedly in repairing the Tai Yin Zhou." Li Fan laughed heartily. "Then I must entrust this matter to you. Once accomplished, I shall present this scripture to you with both hands." The prospect of immortality made Dao Su Nz eager to immediately enlist Ko Hong's help. Reluctantly, he watched as Li Fan stored away the scripture and sealed the chamber. Then he hurriedly sought out Ko Hong. Chapter 17. All preparations complete. So, does this mean that Li Fan's words are not false, and that there indeed exists a family heirloom golden core scripture? Inside the Taisher mansion, Ko Hong and Dao Su Nz communicated in secret. "Indeed, I have seen it with my own eyes," Dao Su Nz nodded. "Can we forcibly seize it?" Ko Hong's fierce demeanor emerged. "It is merely a matter of helping him repair the Tai Yin Zhou. It is not a difficult task. Why create further complications?" Of course, the main concern for Dao Su Nz was that if they forcibly seized it, Li Fan might reveal that the scripture was actually in essence infant technique. After Dao Su Nz's persuasion, Ko Hong finally extinguished the notion of a forcible seizure. The two of them quietly negotiated a distribution of benefits and ultimately agreed to assist in the repair of the Tai Yin Zhou. The next day, they met the Tai Yin Zhou that Li Fan had mentioned. Ko Hong, filled with excitement, eagerly examined it closely. Indeed, the marvel of Tai Yin Zhou is evident in the exquisite craftsmanship and the profound intricacies of its formation techniques, far surpassing my own knowledge. Ko Hong Yue found himself increasingly delighted. Should he successfully restore it, my path in artifact forging shall surely advance. Thus, I entrust this task to both of you. Should you have any requirements, do not hesitate to express them. I shall certainly fulfill them," Li Fan stated earnestly. "You may proceed, but do not disturb me." Ko Hong waved dismissively, already engrossed in the study of the Tai Yin Zhou. In the realm of cultivation, time is but a minor consideration. What appeared to be a mere wooden vessel took Ko Hong and his companion nearly a year to restore completely. On this day, upon hearing the news of the Tai Yin Zhou's restoration, Li Fan hastened to find them. Taking the vessel from Ko Hong's hands, he was overwhelmed with joy. With a hint of pride, Ko Hong proclaimed the core power formation of the Tai, Yin Zhou, the transformation and scaling formation, and the purification formation have all been fully restored. However, due to material limitations, the defensive and offensive formations can only be simply repaired. While overcoming the Xian Zhu Grand Formation should pose little challenge, defending against an assault from cultivators may prove somewhat strenuous. Ko Hong's eyes glimmered as he enthusiastically began to explain the operation of the Tai Yin Zhou to Li Fan. This vessel is powered by spiritual energy and requires mental control. Depending on the need, it can transform into 3 different sizes. The smallest form measures merely 10 meters in length and 2 or 3 meters in width, accommodating around 10 individuals. A slightly larger version spans 100 meters, capable of holding several hundred souls. At its maximum, it extends over 1,000 meters, able to carry tens of thousands. Our reserves of spirit stones are limited, but I have enough fuel for you to depart in the second form. However, piloting the Tai Yin Zhou requires at least the mental prowess of a Qi refining stage cultivator. I am uncertain if you would require our assistance. Before Ko Hong could finish, he witnessed the Tai Yin Zhou gradually enlarging under Li Fan's command, transforming from a mere toy into a genuine small vessel. Li Fan, unable to contain his excitement, stepped aboard the Tai Yin Zhou. The 10-meter version had a remarkably simple design, comprising only one layer. The forward deck measured nearly 2 meters, followed by the control cabin and living quarters. Standing within the control cabin, Li Fan established a connection with the Tai Yin Zhou, feeling a sensation akin to commanding an extension of his own being. Under his guidance, the Tai Yin Zhou steadily ascended into the air, floating gracefully above. Such trivial techniques are hardly worth mentioning. Li Fan mused with a slight smile. I must express my gratitude to both of you. Trapped for millennia, I now see hope for freedom, all thanks to your efforts. Li Fan spoke these words with genuine sincerity. Though Ko Hong was intrigued by Li Fan's ability to control the vessel despite lacking mental prowess, he refrained from pressing the matter further. Dao Xuanzai, however, was becoming increasingly impatient. Now that the Tai Yin Zhou is restored, I wonder. Li Fan chuckled heartily. It is already prepared. My friend, follow me to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Dao Xuanzai felt a surge of excitement and promptly followed. The two had already made arrangements, leaving Ko Hong behind to wait. Li Fang, got Xuanzai, and Ko Hong were all satisfied with this transaction. To express his gratitude towards the two, Li Fan held a lavish banquet in their honor. The wine and food flowed endlessly, and songs and dances filled the air for 3 consecutive days. After 3 days, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzai bid farewell to Li Fan. My friend, our remaining spirit stones are dwindling. Remaining in this realm poses a risk of diminishing our cultivation. Thus, we have come to take our leave. Gat Xuanzai in forma Li Fan. Li Fan expresses regret. Alas, my clan still has several matters to attend to. I cannot accompany you at this time. Kulm, full of warmth, replied, no matter. Should you find your way out, feel free to seek me in Ling Tian City within the Tsongyun mountain range. As he spoke, Ko Hong handed Li Fan a map. This is a map I have drawn from memory, depicting the vicinity of the Xian Zhu Grand Formation's exit, as per your request. Lacking blank jade slips, I had no choice but to use paper and ink. Li Fan solemnly accepted the map, offering his heartfelt thanks once more. After exchanging pleasantries, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzai transformed into 2 streaks of light and departed. Once the crowd was dismissed, Li Fan ventured alone into the underground chamber. Placing the map alongside the Tai Yin Zhou, a wave of emotions surged within him. These 2 items are the keys to his escape from this realm and the pursuit of eternal life. Zhongfang Su Yuan. When I first entered this realm, I believed that even if I did not perish, I would sustain grave injuries. I never anticipated that fate would lead me to such fortuitous encounters. Dao Xuanzai reflected quietly, feeling the Yuan Ing technique within his storage ring. To seek immortality is but a delusion. Are we not at odds with one another precisely because of our yearning for eternal life? Dao Xuanzai replied coolly. Speaking of which, what technique did Li Fan entrust to you? Ko Hong inquired curiously. Ko Hong, filled with excitement, ceased to press further, declaring, once I achieve my breakthrough, we shall stand united. Who among the Tsongyun mountain range could oppose us then? The protective mist of the formation has yet to dissipate. Does my elder brother dare to venture within? Dao Xuanzai gazed at the thick fog above Su Yuan, suddenly taking the lead and soaring into it. What is there to fear? Ko Hong laughed heartily, then plunged in after him. Chapter 18. Deep waters awaiting the leap of fish at this moment. He had resolved all matters, piloting the Tai Yin Zhou to the surface of Su Yuan. Logically, one should wait for the white mist to dissipate every 15 years before exploring this abyss. However, now that Li Fan was 71 years old, he faced a 14-year wait until the next clearing. By then, he would be 85, nearing the end of his days, finding even walking a strenuous task, let alone maneuvering the Tai Yin Zhou. Thus, it was better to explore the essence of the Xianju Grand Formation sooner rather than later. After all, there was little left for him to cling to in this life, and he could transition to the next at any moment. Guiding the Tai Yin Zhou, Li Fan gradually descended toward the depths of Su Yuan. Without the aid of mental perception, he could only rely on his sight to navigate. The thick fog enveloped everything in a blinding white, creating an intensely surreal atmosphere. The surrounding silence was profound, only his own breath resonating in the stillness. With heightened focus, he continued his descent. Suddenly, it felt as though he had collided with something. The Tai Yin Zhou began to shake violently. Li Fan's heart raced with anxiety. It seemed as though an invisible force was pressing upon him, and the vessel emitted a sound akin to metal scraping against metal. Fortunately, the defensive formation activated just in time, enveloping the Tai Yin Zhou in a faint golden barrier. The vessel gradually stabilized, and the unsettling noises from the outside ceased. Only the continuously shifting protective barrier bore witness to the terrifying pressure beyond. The layer of fierce winds was replete with strong gusts. Wind blades could easily rend the flesh of a mortal, and even foundational cultivators had to employ spiritual power to shield themselves, proceeding cautiously. Beneath the wind layer lay the illusory light layer. A silky, multi-hued glow flowed throughout this layer of the abyss. Upon witnessing it, mortals would succumb to endless illusions. Below the illusory light layer was the inverted layer. Entering this layer would distort one's sense of reality, making it impossible to discern up from down, left from right. With the surroundings enveloped in a thick white haze and without the ability to perceive direction, one would inevitably become lost. Following the inverted layer was the flowing fire layer. Countless meteoric flames raced through this spatial dimension without pattern, obliterating everything in their path. Thick white fog served as a cover, rendering one defenseless. Beneath the flowing fire layer was the profound ice layer. From this layer onward, the fog began to thin. The profound ice layer bore no other features, only an extremely low temperature. Beneath the profound ice layer lay the thunderstorm layer. The air crackled with the relentless rumble of countless thunders, exuding an aura of destruction. Finally, there existed a vast expanse, far broader than the combined 6 previous layers. According to Ko Hong, this layer posed little danger. It was merely a realm of darkness that instilled a deep sense of unease. Beyond the dark layer lay the exit from the Xianju Grand Formation, leading to the realm of cultivation. Li Fan cautiously maneuvered the Tai Yin Zhou, spending half an hour to finally traverse the wind layer. Upon entering the realm of Huangwang, beneath the brilliance of myriad lights, Li Fan found himself ensnared within layers of illusions. In these phantasms, he successfully escaped the Xinjue Grand Array and, by a stroke of serendipity after arriving in the realm of cultivation, acquired a rare scroll of extraordinary techniques. In a mere century, he refined his cultivation to attain the golden core. Following this, his path was unimpeded, and a millennium later, he achieved Dao and ascended. Upon reaching the celestial realm, Li Fan commenced his ascent from the lowest ranks of celestial officials, ultimately rising to become the emperor of the celestial realm, commanding respect across the heavens. Subsequently, he shattered the spatial barriers of the celestial realm and soared to the divine realm, starting as a miner there. After enduring countless trials over eons, Li Fan attained the status of divine king, becoming the mightiest entity in the divine realm. Yet, through arduous struggles, he ascended to the primordial divine realm, assuming the role of a lowly gatekeeper beginning anew. This cycle of reincarnation unfolded countless layers, until at last the illusion shattered. Li Fan awakened, the myriad experiences receding from his mind like a receding tide, leaving behind only faint traces. Pondering his encounters within the illusion, he steadied his heart and continued onward. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he suddenly lost his bearings, realizing he had entered the inverted layer. Surrounded by an endless expanse of white mist, the tie-in boat felt like a mere droplet in an ocean, with no discernible direction above or below, unsure of where to venture. Just as he thought his journey through this realm would conclude, Li Fan was pleasantly surprised to feel an instinctive guidance emanating from the tie-in boat, directing him on his course. Following this guidance, Li Fan soon exited the inverted layer. Subsequently, having tasted success, he did not deliberately exert control, merely providing momentum for the tie-in boat to navigate through the Xinjiue Grand Array autonomously. Fire, ice, and thunderstorms appeared perilous, yet the tie-in boat sailed steadily, narrowly avoiding calamities at each turn. With relative ease, Li Fan arrived at the final layer, the dark layer. Indeed, this tie-in boat had been tasked with transporting mortals for centuries, and the extent of it were suggested it had not ceased operations for 100 years. The cultivators responsible for its operation likely found it tiresome to control each journey personally, thus leaving behind a secret passage within the boat, enabling it to traverse the Xinjiue Grand Array. As a wave of realization washed over him, Li Fan grasped why this endeavor had been surprisingly smooth. The tie-in boat advanced quietly through the darkness. Anticipating the cultivation realm he had yearned for over a century lay just ahead. Even Li Fan, with his stoic demeanor, could not suppress his excitement. Suddenly, from the profound silence of the darkness, a distant, ancient, and resounding voice echoed. Li Fan's heart momentarily halted, as if confronted by a formidable adversary, and his blood turned icy. The voice drew nearer, enveloping the small tie-in boat from all directions. Abruptly, the sound ceased, plunging the surroundings back into silence. The darkness remained impenetrable, yet it felt distinctly different from before. A chill ran down Li Fan's spine as he realized that the tie-in boat had been consumed by an unknown presence. With a thunderous crash, the protective barrier of the tie-in boat shattered, and the vessel began to disintegrate. Energy levels plummeted in that instant. Casting a final glance at the encroaching darkness, Li Fan Silan Li Tenta, Wanzhen. Chapter 19. The abyss yearns to devour, simulation complete. Li Fan regained consciousness, his gaze fixed on the scene of the tie-in boat's destruction within the luminous screen, a profound fear lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. What exactly was that entity? Confusion clouded his mind. Previously, when Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi traversed the Xinjiue Grand Array, they had not encountered this being in the dark layer. Why was his experience different? Could it simply be a matter of ill fortune? Li Fan dismissed this notion. The vastness of the dark layer within the Xinjiue Array made the tiny tie-in boat seem insignificant. Yet this unknown entity had precisely located him. It seemed prudent to await the dispersal of the thick fog, to explore the glowing depths of the abyss. Although he had ultimately faced setbacks, the gains from his previous life had indeed exceeded expectations. Calculating in his mind, Li Fan resolved to keep the tie-in boat. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal chronological age: 2086 psychological age: 333. 1113 void energy charge progress. 0 anchor charge progress. 1 current anchor points. 1 observing the steadily diminishing limit of his psychological age. Li Fan sensed an impending pressure. Fortunately, the cultivation realm was within reach. Once he departed from this domain of Xinjiue, the skies would be his to traverse. In this anticipation, the 7th chapter of Li Fan's life commenced. Until the charge of Huanzhen was complete, Li Fan was resolute in avoiding any reckless actions. Thus, he planned to navigate the initial 20 years according to the script he had experienced multiple times before. After 3 years of anchoring, Li Fan returned to one county in Jiangnan to lie in wait. After 4 years of anchoring, he led his trusted companions to the tomb of Qianhong. This time, he utilized a mist infused with celestial and mortal toxins to gradually erode the power of the stopping steel until it was rendered incapable of puncturing steel armor. Clad in armor, Li Fan entered the tomb and placed his hand upon the stone tablet. He discovered a chargeable item: stopping steel damaged. Would you like to proceed with charging? The prompt from Huanzhen appeared just in time. Regrettably, there was still some deterioration. Li Fan lamented this and chose to proceed. The stopping steel gradually dissolved into nothingness, vanishing from sight. The charge progress of Huanzhen surged by 25 after absorbing the stopping steel. If he could repeat this 3 more times, he would unlock the 2nd anchor point. Li Fan rejoiced, though he sensed it would not be so simple. Overthinking was futile. He would ascertain the outcome in the next life. The remaining items within Qianhong's tomb held no value for Li Fan. After ordering the tomb to be resealed, he departed. After 5 years of anchoring, Li Fan could no longer resist and ventured to the eastern abyss. Just a glance, he told himself not to descend. Gazing upon the endless sea of mist, his vision seemed to pierce through infinite barriers of space, reaching the depths of the abyss. Standing for a prolonged moment, as the fierce winds howled, the dense fog gradually dispersed, and the once perilous Xinjue Grand Array appeared less threatening. At this moment, piloting the Taiyin boat would surely allow him to reach the realm of cultivation smoothly. An idea suddenly surged within Li Fan's mind, uncontrollable and expanding rapidly, consuming his every thought. Indeed, he had waited so long. Must he endure another 15 years? What if Huanzhun was not complete? How could he achieve greatness with such timidity? Having tested the waters in his previous life, he knew that as long as he cautiously avoided the unknown creature in the dark layer, he could escape this cursed place. Whispers echoed relentlessly in Li Fan's ears, his eyes losing focus, turning a crimson hue, seemingly entranced by the sounds. Step by step, he advanced closer to the endless abyss. Just as Li Fan was about to be drawn in, facing annihilation, a sudden brilliance erupted from the depths, penetrating the Xinjue Grand Array and illuminating his sight. The loss of rationality was momentarily suppressed, and the word Xian Dao is lost materialized vividly before him. With a thunderous roar, all the fervent thoughts of pursuing the path of cultivation and taking a reckless leap vanished completely. In his eyes, the tranquil Su Yuan suddenly transformed into a lurking beast, its vast jaws agape yearning to engulf him. After a considerable time, the thick fog began to coalesce once more. From the depths of Su Yuan, a distant yet furious roar echoed ominously. 15 years had passed, anchored for 2 decades. The Haozhun had finally completed its charging. Recalling the events of that fateful day, even after such a long time, Li Fan still felt a lingering dread. It seemed my conjecture was correct. The creature lurking in the dark layers indeed harbored immense malice towards mortals. Perhaps its purpose was to devour all who ventured too close to this place. Despite the peril, Li Fan would never relinquish his path to immortality. Without further hesitation, he piloted the Taiyin Zhou, navigating the tempestuous realm with relative ease until he reached the thunderstorm layer. He did not descend further, but paused above the dark layer, patiently waiting. As the winds began to rise, the tumultuous thunderstorm waned under this inexplicable gale, gradually weakening. Flickers of light emerged from the darkness, coalescing into a vast and continuous panorama. Li Fan refrained from gazing at this inverted marvel. Instead, he utilized this rare and fleeting illumination to seek out the hidden creature in the shadows. Regrettably, his efforts yielded nothing. As the light threatened to vanish, Li Fan gritted his teeth, resolved to act, and propelled the Taiyin Zhou with all his might towards the depths of Su Yuan. The peculiar cry resonated once more, drawing perilously close in an instant. At that moment, Li Fan abruptly altered the trajectory of the Taiyin Zhou's charge. With a graceful arc, the vessel, which had been plunging straight down, now ascended at a speed several times greater than before. Upward, ever upward. With the last glimmer of light fading, Li Fan, now in a commanding position, finally beheld the true visage of the creature lurking in the dark. It was a colossal whale, so immense that words could scarcely describe it. Even from a distance, Li Fan could not fully discern its form. The gaping maw alone consumed his entire field of vision. After a few roars of dissatisfaction, it reluctantly closed its jaws and vanished into the abyss. Chapter 20. Unintentional success. What manner of beast is that? Li Fan's expression darkened. Although he had employed a clever ruse to glimpse the creature's true form, he remained utterly at a loss regarding how to evade its gaze and successfully traverse the dark layer. The gargantuan whale dwarfed the petite Taiyin Zhou. Every time he approached, it seemed to find him as effortlessly as a cat finds a mouse. Pondering this, Li Fan found himself in a quandary. He could only attempt alternative methods. Fortunately, he still had ample opportunities for trial and error. With a resigned sigh, Li Fan pressed on. 15 years later, anchored for 35 years, Li Fan had once again infiltrated the thunderstorm layer. Over these 15 years, he had attempted to breach the dark layer multiple times. Only on the day when the white mist dispersed did the giant whale appear to be momentarily distracted, taking a while to notice him. With this fleeting window of time, perhaps he could reach the depths of Su Yuan. This time, Li Fan resolved to take a bold gamble, striving to traverse the dark layer at the swiftest pace before the whale could react. As the winds intensified, the Tai Yin Zhou's power surged, unleashing astonishing speed. The ethereal vision drew ever closer, but the terrifying cry of the whale echoed once more, rapidly approaching. With approximately a quarter of the distance remaining, time was running out. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, stirred by a fierce determination. Instead of heading for the depths of Su Yuan, he turned sharply towards the source of the whale's call and charged with ferocity. Unfortunately, his aggression proved futile. Without a collision, he felt the surroundings darken, and he knew he had once again been consumed by the whale. Indeed, Li Fan roared in frustration. This simulation has concluded. With a hint of melancholy, Li Fan exhaled deeply. After a lengthy period of calming his emotions, he opted to accelerate his charging progress. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 2086 psychological age. 368-1116. His psychological age had reached its maximum limit and would no longer increase. Fortunately, he still had 748 years to squander. Li Fan consoled himself. In the eighth life, anchored for 4 years, Li Fan once more accessed the Qianhong tomb, discovering a chargeable item, the stopping steel, damaged. Should he proceed with the charging? Upon seeing the prompt from Hao Zhen, Li Fan felt a lift in his spirits. At that moment, the charging progress had reached 51. At least this life had not been in vain, Li Fan mused with self-deprecation. In the 5th year, on the day of the white mist's dispersal, the progress for Hua Su had nearly approached 90. However, a figure below 100 held little significance for Li Fan. He could only choose to wait patiently. Anchored for 20 years, Li Fan attempted again but failed. Anchored for 35 years, Li Fan tried once more, yet again met with failure. Nonetheless, these attempts were not entirely without merit. At the very least, his control over the Tai Yin Zhou had grown increasingly adept, allowing him to endure the whale's pursuit for a longer duration. Anchored for 50 years, Li Fan refrained from attempting a forceful breach of the dark layer again. He had aged considerably, his reflexes and mental acuity significantly diminished. Success was unlikely. Thus, he chose to visit 2 old friends, hoping to extract some useful information from them. On the day of his 70th birthday, Ko Hong and Dao Xianzi arrived punctually. Dao Xianzi, do not be so overbearing, Li Fan remarked, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Still employing the ruse of Jin Dan techniques to lure the two to the Taisher mansion after several rounds of wine, Li Fan produced a scroll. The painting appeared quite aged, depicting a fearsome and massive whale, concealed within the shadows, revealing only its menacing jaws, eager to devour. Have either of you seen such a creature? Li Fan inquired. In the final moments of our ancestor, he spoke of a time when one might escape this dire place without concern for anything else, as long as the Tai Yin Zhou of our sect provided protection. Only the last layer harbors the lurking whale, a matter requiring utmost caution. Upon examining the painting, Ko Hong furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism. How come I have never encountered it? Could it be? Dao Xianzi seemed to recall something. Oh, it appears that you know of this beast? Li Fan asked with anticipation. Dao Xianzi shook his head. I have merely come across references to it in an ancient text. It is said that in ancient times, there existed a sect named Yusho. The Yusho sect lacked profound techniques, yet with their mastery of beast control, they could command the extraordinary creatures of the world to fight on their behalf. At the height of their power, they were said to rival the foremost sects like Taishang and Dao Fa. Unfortunately, due to a great calamity, the Yusho sect, having practiced only a single technique, met with swift annihilation. Among the most renowned, extraordinary creatures they controlled was this giant whale. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall something. I believe it was called the Jiajing? Ko Hong exclaimed, snapping his fingers. Li Fan's heart raced, and he hurriedly asked, do either of you know how one might evade this Jiajing? Ko Hong and Dao Xianzi exchanged awkward smiles. We have only heard fragments of information. Such extraordinary beings have long since vanished from the world of cultivation. How could we possibly know their habits? Li Fan felt a pang of disappointment. In the end, must it all rely on himself? Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 2086 psychological age, 418-1116 in the ninth life, Li Fan once again opened the Qianhong tomb, hoping to absorb the stopping steel for charging. Unfortunately, Hao Jun remained unresponsive. Though regret lingered in his heart, Li Fan had steeled himself for this eventuality. Thus, the charging progress for Hao Jun was set at 51, anchoring for 20 years, anchoring for 35 years, anchoring for 50 years. Li Fan endeavored through myriad methods, but could not traverse the dark layer under the watchful gaze of the colossal whale. Anchoring for 65 years, Li Fan, now in his 85th year, approached the brink of exhaustion. This time, he refrained from prematurely choosing to conclude his journey, for he was uncertain how many attempts it would take to break through this celestial array. An additional attempt was always welcome. Regrettably, age had rendered him too frail, his thoughts sluggish and his reactions dulled. Unable to engage in a battle of wits and courage with the giant whale, Li Fan relinquished control over the Tai Yin Zhou, allowing it to gently sway towards the abyss below from the outset. As he passed through the layers of the gale, the illusion, the inversion, the flowing fire, the dark ice, the thunderstorm, and the dark layer, Li Fan dozed off. Upon awakening, he was astonished to find that the Tai Yin Zhou was nearing the very bottom of the abyss. However, with Li Fan's acceleration, the roar of the giant whale suddenly echoed forth. Why did it suddenly notice me at this moment? Li Fan furrowed his brow deeply. Then, as if a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, enlightenment struck him. So that is how it is. The Li Jiying cannot perceive, or rather, chooses to ignore objects in uniform motion. As long as he maintained a constant speed, he could safely traverse this celestial array. Thus, the final shackle binding him to this celestial realm was thoroughly unlocked. The surrounding scenery became hazy, as if he had instantaneously traversed vast distances between worlds. Under the immense pressure, Li Fan emitted a muffled groan, blood streaming from his nostrils and eyes. Yet he paid it no mind. Glancing back at the celestial realm he had departed from, the distance rendered his perspective infinitely elevated. There, he beheld an unforgettable sight, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of Li Jiying congregating in droves, tirelessly carving out dark expanses in the void. The celestial realm from whence he came receded further and further from the realm of cultivation. Chapter 21. Immersed in the realm of cultivation, is this truly the realm of cultivation? The Tai Yin Zhou burst through the celestial array, emerging amidst a sprawling mountain range. Below lay an unfathomable chasm, exuding an aura reminiscent of the abyss. The mountains undulated, shrouded in mist, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Atop the tallest peak stood an enormous city, soaring into the sky. Li Fan wished to laugh. He was overwhelmed by incessant coughing, blood spilling forth. He was far too old. Having already teetered on the edge of life and death, the pressure from traversing the celestial array had thoroughly shattered his vitality. However, to catch a glimpse of the realm of cultivation before his demise, his life had not been in vain. After the darkness faded, Li Fan's consciousness gradually returned. Reflecting on his previous life, where he had expended great effort attempting various methods to breach the celestial array, only to inadvertently stumble upon the solution, he could not help but lament the capriciousness of fate. How much hatred must the cultivators of your have harbored towards mortals? They not only exiled them, but also sealed them within the celestial array, even deploying such numerous Li Jiying. It was no wonder the dark layer was so expansive, surpassing the combined size of the previous layers. It must have been carved out over millennia by the Li Jiying from the void. As the distance increased, perhaps in a few years, that celestial realm might truly detach from the realm of cultivation. Thoughts swirled within Li Fan's mind, yet he suppressed them all. In their stead, an uncontrollable joy arose. The road ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, Li Fan's pursuit of longevity remained steadfast, unwavering through countless lifetimes. Returning to the present, faced with the choices following the conclusion of this simulation, Li Fan found himself in rare contemplation. According to his previous plan, he intended to accelerate the charging progress. The sooner he completed the charging of Huanzhan, the sooner he could journey to the realm of cultivation. Indeed, even though the path to the realm of cultivation was now devoid of danger, Li Fan resolved to wait until he had the opportunity to restart before embarking. After all, the path of immortality is fraught with difficulty. This realm of cultivation certainly appeared unwelcoming to mortals. However, upon viewing the list of selectable items, he hesitated. For among them, he distinctly spotted the stop stone. After some contemplation, Li Fan decided to retain the stone, intending to verify a certain hypothesis he harbored. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physical age: 2086 psychological age: 483-1116 void charging progress. 0 anchor charging progress. 51 current anchor count. 1 thus began the life of Li Fan in his 10th reincarnation. In the 20 years awaiting the completion of charging, Li Fan adeptly followed the predetermined historical trajectory. During this period, he undertook a few actions that would not alter the course of history, preparing for his future journey to the realm of cultivation. After 3 years of anchoring, Li Fan arrived outside the Qianhong tomb. He pondered for a moment, choosing not to use the immortal miasma to break the tomb, but instead retrieving the stop stone from Huanzhen. When this stone, which Li Fan had brought from his previous life, manifested in the world, it underwent a peculiar transformation. The stone was enveloped in a soft white light, appearing somewhat ethereal. Shortly thereafter, it began to dissipate, like an ice block under the scorching sun. Li Fan then commanded an assault on the Qianhong tomb. As he had anticipated, the power of the stop stone within the tomb had evidently increased significantly. Indeed, immortal techniques cannot coexist, and neither can these celestial wonders. The world would not harbor two identical wonders. Yet, through the power of Huanzhen, he had conjured another identical one from thin air. The consequence was the spontaneous fusion of the two wonders, ultimately returning to one. As for which would vanish and which would remain, naturally, the stronger would endure while the weaker would perish. Li Fan squinted, ordering his subordinates to commence the excavation using the immortal miasma. The strengthened stop stone proved formidable. Even with the use of the miasma, considerable effort was required to gradually diminish its power. Clad in armor, Li Fan entered the Qianhong tomb, his gaze falling upon the stop stone. Its exterior bore no significant changes, merely appearing slightly less damaged. Huanzhen still could not absorb it. It seemed merely a quantitative change had occurred, yet had not reached a qualitative transformation. Li Fan inwardly lamented this. After instructing his subordinates to remove the stone from the tomb, the destructive force enveloping it abruptly vanished. This was fortuitous for Li Fan. He stored this enhanced stop stone within the Taiyin Zhou, considering it a valuable asset for his future journey to the realm of cultivation. After 20 years of anchoring, Huanzhen was nearing completion. Li Fan ruthlessly eliminated a cadre of corrupt officials and powerful landlords, seizing the wealth accumulated by their families over generations. This was essential, for upon entering the realm of cultivation, he would need to interact with mortals, thus requiring an advanced preparation of gold and silver. Additionally, as cultivators often incorporate gold and silver in their crafting, he need not worry about their becoming useless in the external world. Beyond wealth, provisions were indispensable. However, grain was the foundation of the state, and Li Fan's demands were excessive. Numerous officials submitted petitions of opposition, and merchants in the capital seized the opportunity to inflate grain prices, hoping for substantial profits. Li Fan did not linger on words. Instead, during the morning court session, he presented the Taiyin Zhou in its full grandeur, hovering above the imperial palace. The colossal Taiyin Zhou loomed like a dark cloud over Xianjing City. The grievances arising from Li Fan's actions of slaughter and wealth acquisition vanished in an instant, and the populace even eagerly assisted him in procuring grain. With the proactive assistance of the officials and the elimination of a number of unscrupulous merchants, the Taiyin Zhou was finally filled to the brim. Unburdened by worldly concerns, Li Fan piloted the Taiyin Zhou back to the vast expanse above Shiyuan. He relaxed his mind, allowing the vessel to navigate at a constant speed autonomously. Although only a few hours had passed, to Li Fan, it felt as though he had endured several centuries. After an interminable wait, he finally traversed the Xinjue Great Array and entered the realm of cultivation, having adapted to the disorienting sensation of crossing between worlds. Li Fan eagerly gazed outside the Taiyin Zhou. However, upon observing his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. Instead of the continuous mountain ranges he had envisioned, he found himself above an endless ocean, stretching boundlessly as far as the eye could see. Retrieving a map drawn from memory, he attempted to locate the ocean's position, But after several comparisons, he found no trace of it. Resigned, he decided to proceed step by step, uncertain of where he had gone awry. With the Taiyin Zhou as his means of transportation, he sighed, hoping to find a habitable place before the spiritual stones within the vessel were depleted. Not one to wallow in self-pity, Li Fan quickly set about his task. Choosing a direction, he piloted the Taiyin Zhou while searching for signs of civilization. The vast ocean proved to be unyielding. He flew for 7 days and nights without encountering a single soul. Fortunately, the provisions aboard the Taiyin Zhou were plentiful, alleviating any concerns regarding survival. After several more days, the vessel's speed began to wane, signaling that its power was nearing exhaustion. Just as he felt himself at an impasse, he finally spotted a distant shadow of a ship on the water surface. Elated, Li Fan lowered the altitude of the Taiyin Zhou and approached cautiously. However, upon closer inspection, he found himself rendered speechless. Indeed, it was a ship, but one that was on the verge of sinking. It appeared to have suffered some form of attack, with a large gash in its hull and 2/3 of it submerged. Surrounding the vessel, a number of individuals struggled in the water, evidently the crew members. Most of them were not adept swimmers, clinging desperately to broken pieces of wood to stay afloat. As Li Fan hesitated, contemplating whether to release the Taiyin Zhou to rescue these people, one of the surviving men shouted with great effort, "Do not fear. I have already sent a signal to the Immortal Master. He will be here to save us soon. Hold on a little longer." Upon hearing this, Li Fan felt a surge of determination. He stowed away the Taiyin Zhou and leaped into the sea, quietly swimming towards the distressed individuals, blending into the crowd. He feigned exhaustion, struggling for survival. After a while, a streak of light descended from afar, hovering above the group. "Immortal Master, save us! Immortal Master, please!" The people cried out, filled with hope. The voice was male, yet his attire and appearance seemed shrouded by a veil, rendering him indistinct. With a cold huff, he performed an incantation, and Li Fan felt his voice vanish. Instantaneously, silence enveloped the group. The Immortal Master then floated beside the sunken ship, effortlessly lifting it with a gentle motion. Another flash of light emanated, and the gaping hole in the ship's hull was miraculously repaired. Turning his gaze towards the floundering individuals in the water, he coldly gestured forward, and they felt themselves lifted by an invisible hand, soaring towards the repaired vessel. With a series of thuds, the rescued individuals were unceremoniously tossed onto the ship, unable to utter a word, only muffled groans escaping their lips. Yet, their faces radiated awe and relief, devoid of any complaint. Once all had been saved, the Immortal Master hovered above them, his tone stern, who signaled for help. The man who had previously comforted the group immediately knelt in submission. The Immortal Master waved his hand, releasing the spell that bound him. "My name is Su Changyu." The man stammered, bowing repeatedly. The Immortal Master interrupted him abruptly. "You understand the rules, do you not? Once we arrive at the destination, I will have no further involvement with you. I have never seen you before, and I do not know who you are. Do you comprehend?" Su Changyu bowed again. "I understand. My elders instructed me before leaving." His voice trailed off as the Immortal Master nodded in satisfaction and silenced him once more. Disregarding the mortals, the Immortal Master approached the ship's bow and, employing another spell, commanded the vessel to swiftly navigate towards a specific direction. The onlookers were left in awe, while others appeared still traumatized by the recent calamity, sitting on the deck, trembling and seemingly weeping quietly. An eerie silence blanketed the ship. Hours passed until dusk, when a faint flicker of light emerged in the distance. It was an island that appeared quite prosperous. Even from afar, murmurs of voices could be faintly heard. The ship on which Li Fan found himself did not head toward the bustling dock, but instead circled around to a less populated area at the back of the island. The vessel discreetly glided into a natural cavern. Once it anchored, several imposing figures clad in black emerged to assist. These black-clad individuals seemed oblivious to the presence of the Immortal Master, merely ushering the passengers off the ship with weapons drawn, remaining silent throughout. They escorted the group into a spacious hall, where one of the men finally spoke. "You will rest here tonight. Provisions have been made within the hall. Feel free to help yourselves. Tomorrow, someone will guide you to obtain your identities. Furthermore, no unnecessary noise is permitted." With a menacing glance that surveyed the room, the black-clad man turned and departed. The hall quickly descended into silence. After a considerable time, the spell of silence cast by the immortal master finally dissipated. Gradually, the individuals began to converse in small groups. What terrible luck to encounter a sea monster attack. We started with nearly 100, and now less than half remain. What path do we seek? What immortals do we aspire to become? I wonder what my father was thinking, sending me to this vast world to cultivate. In my homeland, I am the son of the prince of the southern town. What wealth and glory have I not enjoyed? What is there to gain in this wretched place? As the last words faded into sobs, a quick-thinking companion covered the speaker's mouth. Li Fan, concealed in the shadows, listened intently, beginning to understand the identities of these individuals. They were likely fellow mortals, exiled from the Shinjua realm, though it seemed that the existence of the cultivation world was no secret to them. Moreover, they appear to have developed a well-established smuggling route. Li Fan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. As Li Fan pondered, a portly young man approached him, exuding a sense of familiarity. "Brother, you seem somewhat unfamiliar. May I inquire about your position in the Dali court, or perhaps your status as a wealthy merchant from a certain region?" Li Fan swiftly shrugged off the young man's hand from his shoulder, casting a cold glare without uttering a word. The young man felt as though a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him, a chill creeping down his spine. Though feeling somewhat humiliated by being intimidated by a mere glance, the young man was perceptive enough to sense the shift in the atmosphere. Li Fan appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet there was an unmistakable aura of authority about him, a testament to his long tenure in high positions. He was clearly not an ordinary individual. The plump youth quickly drew a conclusion and wisely chose to withdraw. Observing this, the others realized that Li Fan was not particularly amiable, leading them to refrain from initiating further conversation with him. As the flickering lights dimmed, the voices of the crowd gradually hushed until they all succumbed to slumber, enveloped in silence through the night. Before dawn on the following day, the group was roused from their sleep. A middle-aged man with a long beard, clad in a blue robe, approached them with his hands clasped behind his back. "In a moment, I shall take you to register your household. Once registered, you will officially become members of Luli Dao," he stated coldly while surveying the surroundings. The crowd's faces lit up with excitement at his words. "Remember, do not speak of matters that should remain unspoken. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety," he added, narrowing his eyes. The group understood that their current activities were clandestine and nodded in acknowledgement. Following the middle-aged man's instructions, Li Fan and the others donned tattered clothing, after which they were taught a standardized script. "You are residents of Shifangde Dao. Due to a storm disaster, your island was devastated, and you sought refuge here. Should anyone inquire, you must convey this." The group readily agreed. Subsequently, the middle-aged man led them through a hidden passage under the watchful gaze of several burly men dressed in black, emerging onto the surface. After meandering through the residential district of the city for an indeterminate length of time, they finally arrived at a mansion. Li Fan noted that even though their party consisted of dozens of individuals, the island's residents merely glanced at them before returning to their own affairs, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. Without entering through the grand entrance, a servant was dispatched to announce their arrival, and shortly thereafter, he returned to guide them through a side door into a spacious hall. Prior to Li Fan and his companion's arrival, the hall had already gathered several groups, amounting to over 100 individuals. Despite the crowd, it did not feel cramped. The middle-aged man gestured for them to wait patiently. Soon it was their turn. "Manager Zhao," the middle-aged man greeted. Manager Zhao glanced over, accepted the group, and sighed. The recent storm wreaked havoc, affecting even Luli Dao. The islands to the west suffered greatly, with over 200 islands reduced to rubble, claiming countless mortal lives. Thankfully, the Celestial Masters have shown compassion, enabling us to assist the victims. Your Tian Bao Lu's dedication is commendable. Rest assured, I will report this faithfully to the Island Master. When the Celestial Masters bestow rewards, you shall not be overlooked." As Manager Zhao listened, he proceeded to handle the group's registration. Before long, it was Li Fan's turn. Zhao looked at him, an unusual glint appearing in his eyes. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Now, please let a drop of your blood fall here." As Zhao wrote Li Fan in an elegant script on a rectangular object that resembled jade, yet was not, he handed it to Li Fan. Li Fan pricked his finger, letting his blood drip onto the paper. Remarkably, the blood seemed to possess a life of its own, seeping into the characters. "Keep this talisman safe. It will serve as your identification from now on." It is necessary for all matters concerning employment, food distribution, and inspections on the island, so do not lose it. Unlike his demeanor with the others, Manager Zhao exhibited a notable warmth towards Li Fan, offering additional advice. Uncertain of what Zhao had discerned, Li Fan refrained from expressing excessive gratitude, merely nodding as he tucked the talisman away and stepped aside. The efficiency of the registration process was impressive, and soon the entire group had received their household registration for Luli Dao. Their expressions were filled with exhilaration. Su Changyu cautiously produced a thin piece of paper from his garments, then bit his finger and solemnly inscribed his name with his blood. Once completed, the paper ignited spontaneously, transforming into a wisp of green smoke that drifted away, leaving only a small fragment behind. This is a contract that binds us thrice. Once we have settled, I shall sign the final contract as agreed, Su Changyu stated with dignity. He then proceeded to brief the group on what to keep in mind while on the island. All residents of Luli Dao may use their household talisman to claim a dwelling. Although situated in the remote outskirts of the northern part of the island, it nonetheless provides shelter from the elements. Furthermore, during the first year of registration, they may receive a monthly supply of provisions free of charge. Of course, if they are accustomed to fine dining and find the relief provisions unsatisfactory, they may choose to dine at their own expense on the island. And how shall we pursue cultivation? This was the question that weighed on Li Fan's mind, compelling him to listen intently. Chapter 24. The elimination of miasma. Su Changyu furrowed his brow as he spoke. We are already aware of this matter. But how can we eliminate the miasma? He pressed further, asking, what are the other methods? The second approach involves practicing the Xian Huang Qing Xi and Zhen in conjunction with specific herbs and dietary regimens. Over time, this will gradually transform your constitution and ultimately purge the miasma from within. Although this method requires a lengthy commitment, often spanning 5 to 6 years, it is stable and demands no extraordinary sacrifices. The Xian Huang Qing Xi and Zhen and corresponding elixirs can be purchased at the island's apothecary. 5 or 6 years. Su Changyu murmured. Not yet deterred, he inquired, is there anything else? Experimental subjects? Su Changyu appeared perplexed. I do not recommend this approach. It is not something ordinary individuals can endure. This is all I know. Should you genuinely wish to cultivate, you must contemplate this matter thoroughly in the days to come. With the invisible nourishment of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, even if you cannot cultivate, you will live longer than in the land of exile. It is not in vain that your families have expended great resources to bring you here. Rather than relentlessly pursuing the path of immortality, it would be wise to enjoy life and savor the present. Only Su Changyu's expression remained resolute, as if he had silently resolved to make a significant decision. Observing the reactions of the group, Li Fan felt a sense of reflection. The myriad beings of the world each exhibit their own unique dispositions. Each individual's choice determines their divergent fates. Not wishing to linger, Li Fan quietly departed while the others remained lost in thought. After inquiring along the way, he located the place on the island to claim his free housing. Presenting his talisman, he was guided by an attendant to the northern residential area of Luli Dao. Here, an abundance of houses stood densely packed, some unoccupied while others were already inhabited. Most of these dwellings consisted of a single room, yet each featured a small courtyard enclosed by walls, preventing them from appearing too dilapidated. This is the 6th house on the 7th Street. The attendant impatiently handed the key to Li Fan before hastily departing. Upon entering the courtyard and shutting the door behind him, Li Fan found the interior quite rudimentary, furnished only with a bed and a few tables and chairs, which felt rather unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to material concerns. After a brief tidying up, Li Fan settled in to contemplate his future plans. Fortune had favored him at the outset, allowing him to establish himself with little effort, thanks in part to those who had come from beyond the realm. Regrettably, aside from Su Changyu, the rest of the group seemed rather ordinary, devoid of any aspirations for the path of enlightenment, unlikely to achieve greatness. Despite the simplicity of his new residence, he felt assured of his safety. Having previously learned that Luli Dao was presided over by celestial masters, and no audacious miscreants had dared to act recklessly for quite some time, the foremost objective now was to expel the miasma from within his body. Although slots to enter the purification spirit pool were coveted, the treasures he had amassed aboard the Tai Yin Zhou were countless, and securing a spot should not prove overly challenging. The disadvantage lies in being overly ostentatious. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. As an outsider without roots, if I were to suddenly reveal such vast riches, I would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Careful planning is essential. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Li Fan's contemplation. "Who is it?" Li Fan asked, feeling a tinge of vigilance. "It's me," came a low, somewhat familiar voice. Li Fan maintained his composure, retrieving the Tai Yin Zhou and discreetly drawing a dagger, concealing it within his sleeve. He opened the door a crack and recognized the visitor's visage. It was the overweight man who had attempted to strike up a conversation with him earlier. Li Fan decisively chose to close the door. "Wait." The portly youth quickly blocked the door with his hand, whispering, "You're not one of us from the Li Jia, are you?" "What?" Li Fan was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, the rotund man slipped inside. He scrutinized Li Fan with ill intent and inquired, "Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose for infiltrating Luli Island?" "How do you know I am not from the Li Jia?" Li Fan countered. The man scoffed. "When you fell into the water, I caught a glimpse of your sneaky figure. At first, I thought it was a hallucination, but after witnessing your behavior last night, I grew increasingly suspicious and decided to follow you. Sure enough, I caught you red-handed." The overweight man displayed a hint of pride. "It appears you possess some cunning and meticulousness," Li Fan conceded with a nod. "Indeed, aside from myself, none of those fools realized that an outsider had blended in. Truly, is there no one else who has discovered this matter?" Li Fan inquired. "Of course not. How could those simpletons compare to me?" The portly man's words faltered as a sharp dagger pierced through his chest. Observing the man collapse to the floor, Li Fan's expression remained impassive. Chapter 25. The Allure of Wealth. Truly, he was oblivious. Li Fan remarca. This man clearly had yet to grasp the situation. Relying on a modicum of cleverness, he deduced that Li Fan might be an impostor and hastily sought to threaten him, perhaps hoping to gain some advantage. Yet, he failed to consider that while Li Fan did infiltrate Luli Island, their group of outsiders had also assumed the guise of refugees to obtain residency. What fundamentally distinguished him from Li Fan? Gaining residency on Luli Island did not truly make one a native. Their identities as exiles were meant to remain concealed. Thus, Li Fan swiftly dealt with the fool who dared to threaten him. He had no faith that Tian Bao Lu and the others would launch an extensive investigation. Furthermore, even if they discovered the portly man's disappearance and traced it back to Li Fan, the absence of a body would render his claims unverifiable. As long as Li Fan adamantly insisted he had never encountered the man, they would have no grounds to act against him. Ultimately, escalating the situation would benefit neither party. Had Li Fan hesitated and spared the man, it might have led to unforeseen troubles. Hence, he decisively chose to eliminate any potential threats in their infancy. As anticipated, days passed without anyone, aside from Su Changyu, inquiring about the overweight man's mysterious disappearance. This incident was merely a minor episode in Li Fan's life on the island. Soon forgotten. During this time, Li Fan sought information about various affairs on the island while devising a reasonable plan to utilize the treasures within the Tai Yin Zhou. Gradually, he became acquainted with the Luli Island he now inhabited. This maritime expanse was known as Song Yun Hai. Song Yun Hai was vast and boundless, scattered with myriad islands of varying sizes. Luli Island lay in the southern region of the central waters of Song Yun, classified as a medium-sized island. It derived its name from the abundant catches of Luli fish, renowned for their exquisite taste, found in the surrounding waters. Luli fish were not only favored among the common folk of nearby islands, but were also occasionally utilized in the elixirs crafted by certain immortal masters, who sought the Luli pearls that occasionally formed within the fish. Consequently, Luli Island was overseen by an immortal master, who annually collected a specified quota of Luli pearls. These immortal masters generally remained detached from worldly affairs, making them difficult to encounter. The day-to-day matters of Luli Island were primarily managed by the Luli House established by the island's lord. Residents of the island could obtain employment within the Luli House, where the danger associated with the work correlated with the compensation offered. Among these jobs, fishing for Luli fish was particularly coveted. Not only was it relatively low risk, but the rewards were also substantial. More importantly, fishermen were allowed to keep 30% of their catch after submitting 70% to the authorities. Thus, this fishing opportunity was indeed a highly sought-after prospect. Unfortunately, Venturing out to sea required large vessels, and finding the Luli fish schools necessitated specially crafted spiritual lures unique to the island. Unauthorized fishing was out of the question. Those caught would face execution. Therefore, fishing for Luli fish could only be conducted with a Luli House-S authorization. Those permitted to fish at sea were regarded with envy by the island-S residents. Recently, a fleet that had ventured out to sea not only returned with an abundant catch of Luli fish, but also encountered a sunken ship. This vessel was said to have been carrying a family fleeing from a storm, loaded with numerous chests of gold, silver, and jewels. All of it fell into the hands of the fleet. The regulations regarding the items salvaged from the sunken ship were the same as for Luli fish. One could retain 30% of the haul. Even the island-S financial overseer, Qian Guanshi, personally came to inspect the situation, observing the delight on the faces of the fleet members. Many on the island were filled with envy, hastily seeking connections to secure a spot for the next voyage. In Li Fan's view, he could employ a similar strategy to gradually launder the countless treasures aboard the Tai Yinzhou with minimal risk. The only challenge lay in obtaining the qualification for a solo voyage. The existence of the Tai Yinzhou could not be revealed. Many sought to join the fleet, and upon casual inquiry, Li Fan learned the critical information. The Lord of Luli Island had 3 trusted aides: Zhao Guanshi, responsible for personnel matters; Qian Guanshi, in charge of finances; and Zhou Guanshi, overseeing security. The majority of the slots for the fleet's voyages were controlled by Qian Guanshi. Zhao Guanshi and Zhou Guanshi had long sought to gain influence, but had consistently been thwarted by Qian Guanshi, who tightly held the reins, granting only 1 or 2 ships to the others. Where there are people, there is conflict. Li Fan recalled Zhao Guanshi's reaction when they first met during his residency application and thought perhaps he could seek an audience with this Zhao Guanshi. However, Zhao Guanshi was not someone Li Fan could simply approach at will. Yet, he was met with a cold reception. "Begone. Our elder son holds a distinguished position. He is not someone you can simply meet." The several burly men in black at the entrance regarded Li Fan with malice, appearing ready to act at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Li Fan had no choice but to leave in frustration. He found it perplexing Tian Bao Lu was, after all, a business establishment. Who would dismiss a potential customer without a word? Moreover, these men in black acted unilaterally, as if they were already aware of Li Fan's identity. After some inquiries, Li Fan discovered what had transpired. It turned out that Su Changyu had hastily chosen to become an experimental subject for the immortal master in order to rid himself of the miasma within him. Before departing, Su Changyu had inscribed his name on the remaining contract. Thus, the 3 contracts were fulfilled, and the contract itself dissipated entirely. There would be no further ties between the Li Jie and Tian Bao Lu. No wonder they suddenly turned hostile and deliberately avoided us. I did not expect Su Changyu to be so resolute, Li Fan lamented. We all advised him not to be so hasty, but he refused to listen. The speaker was none other than Xiao Hong, who had previously introduced himself as the son of the king of Zhen and within the caverns of Tian Bao Lu. Xiao Hong appeared to have a profound bond with Su Changyu, and at this moment, he was engulfed in despair. Had it not been for the need to save his terminally ill sister, Su would not have exerted himself so fervently. Upon hearing these words, Li Fan contemplated deeply. From a moment he felt compelled to comfort Su Changyu. It was evident that this individual was at least not malevolent. The earlier cold demeanor likely stemmed from a desire to avoid excessive entanglements with the mortals of Xianzhujidi. Compared to strangers, Li Fan preferred to engage with those who possessed some understanding of the underlying circumstances. Thus, he returned to the front of Tian Bao Lu. With a slight smile, Li Fan declared, "I have come to conduct business with Tian Bao Lu. Is this how you treat your guests, by hastily chasing them away without any discussion?" He raised his voice intentionally, drawing the attention of those nearby. The burly man immediately grew furious and approached to confront him, only to be restrained by those beside him. After some deliberation, the burly man, though visibly displeased, led Li Fan inside. Once seated in a private room, a maidservant presented a cup of tea. Li Fan leisurely savored a sip, feeling a warm current flow from his stomach throughout his body. In a mere moment, he felt as though he had basked in the winter sun for a considerable time, enveloped in warmth, almost to the point of overheating. What exquisite tea! Li Fan could not help but exclaim. It must be thanks to elder son, he added, unabashedly finishing the remaining tea. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Li Fan spoke. I wonder if Tian Bao Lu has any interest in the quotas for seafaring fleets. Each voyage not only has the potential for treasure recovery, but also yields significant profit from specialties like liuli fish and other marine delicacies. He continued confidently. It would be impossible for Tian Bao Lu to feign disinterest. Should I meet Manager Zhao? I possess the means to persuade him. Then let us arrange for you to meet Manager Zhao. It is hardly a difficult matter. If the negotiation fails, we shall simply dispose of him in the sea to feed the fish. Just then, a languid voice came from outside the room. Li Fan's gaze sharpened as he beheld a young woman clad in light yellow garments and veiled. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, yet her curvaceous figure emanated an alluring maturity. Then I must express my gratitude to the manager, Li Fan replied, maintaining his composure and clasping his hands in respect. You seem to possess a certain level of confidence, not akin to mere boasting, she remarked, tilting her head curiously as she gazed at Li Fan. I have always been a man of my word, unwavering in my commitments, Li Fan stated calmly. The young woman laughed lightly, a sound akin to tinkling bells. If we succeed, Tian Bao Lu shall undoubtedly claim a fair share of the benefits. According to the island's customs, one may retain 30% of the haul from each voyage. I shall forego my share entirely, giving half to Manager Zhao and half to Tian Bao Lu, Li Fan boldly asserted. The young woman was momentarily taken aback. What I desire is merely a quota for entry into the Jing Tiling Qi once every 3 years. Li Fan confessa candidly. The woman was visibly shocked, casting several scrutinizing glances at him, seemingly to confirm her understanding. Li Fan met her gaze, his eyes resolute. Ha ha! She burst into laughter, as if hearing an exceptionally amusing jest. Pray tell, uncle, at your age, do you still aspire to cultivate in the way of immortals? After a fit of laughter, she struggled to regain her composure, uttering a strained remark before succumbing to mirth once more. Li Fan remained silent, observing her without a word. Gradually, her laughter subsided. Ha ha! She finally managed a dry chuckle, awkwardly returning to her usual demeanor. I seek only longevity. I shall not regret, even in death. Li Fan stated coolly. The young woman fell into a thoughtful silence. Very well. I shall accept this matter, she concluded decisively. Once we have settled on a date, I shall send someone to notify you. Thus it is settled. I reside in room 7 No. 6, outside the city. You may find me there, Li Fan replied, bowing slightly before departing. Although the quota for the Jing Tiling Qi was fiercely contested each year on the island, Tian Bao Lu was not without the strength to compete. Moreover, if he could indeed secure a seafaring fleet, the profits generated within 5 years would likely offset the value of a quota. This endeavor was a surefire gain, the young woman mused, yet her brow furrowed prettily as she watched Li Fan retreat, murmuring to herself, that man's gaze seems rather intimidating. She patted her chest, evidently shaken. On his return journey, Li Fan made a stop at a pharmacy to procure the Xianhuang Qing Xianzhou and its accompanying medicinal herbs. Even if everything proceeded smoothly, the opening of the Jing Tiling Qi was still 2 years away. Such an extended period could not be squandered. It would be prudent to begin practicing the Xianhuang Qing Xianzhou to assess its effects. Perhaps Li Fan, with exceptional talent, could rid himself of his afflictions in less than 2 years. In the following days, Li Fan remained at home to practice, awaiting his meeting with Manager Zhao. Unexpectedly, before he could meet Zhao, he received the shocking news that Su Changyu had passed away. Su Changyu ultimately could not withstand the ordeal. Within a mere span of 7 to 8 days, he succumbed to his afflictions, leaving behind a grotesque mass of twisted flesh, scarcely resembling a human being. A sight most horrifying. The flesh even twitched inexplicably at times, sending chills down one's spine. The newcomers from Li Jie could not even gather enough funds for a burial plot. Initially intending to cast him into the sea, it was only due to Li Fan's compassion that he offered some funds, allowing Su Changyu to be laid to rest. Everyone mourned deeply, with Xiaoheng's grief being the most profound. Li Fan, however, felt little more than a sense of wistfulness. To him, Su Changyu was a person of notable character, with a steadfast will. While he could not be hailed as a once-in-a-century talent, he was certainly not a mediocrity. Among the people of Li Jie, Li Fan had thought him the most likely to make a name for himself. Yet, this individual, unable to even fulfill the prerequisite of purging his ailments, had silently passed away. The path of immortality is arduous. Li Fan mused with deepening sentiment. As he continued practicing the Xian Huang Qing Xin Zhou, his understanding of this truth deepened. It became evident that he was not exceptionally gifted, as nearly a month had passed with Li Fan secluding himself, emerging only to collect work to maintain appearances, while spending the rest of his time at home, diligently practicing the cleansing mantra. Typically, after half a month of practice, an average person would experience noticeable improvements in mental clarity and cognitive speed. Yet, after a month had elapsed, Li Fan felt no discernible change. He remained undeterred, treating it as a daily routine of practice. Another fortnight passed before Li Fan finally received a visit from Tianbao Lu's representatives. Following the messenger, he entered a courtyard of Tianbao Lu, where he encountered Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, it has been a while, Li Fan acknowledged with a respectful bow. Zhao scrutinized Li Fan before directly addressing the matter at hand. I have heard from Tianbao Lu's staff that you seek a quota for a seafaring fleet. Quite an ambition you have. What grounds do you possess to make such a request? Bear in mind, I have only 2 fleets available, and my own subordinates are not sufficient to share, so why should I grant you one? Fleets embark primarily for profit. May I ask your opinion on the profitability of capturing lioli fish compared to directly retrieving treasures from sunken ships? Li Fan smiled slightly. Zhao did not dismiss Li Fan's words as mere bravado. Instead, he pondered for a moment. I too have heard of the recent incident where a fleet unexpectedly recovered several boxes of jewels. According to the calculations from the government, the profits equated to several standard fishing voyages. However, such fortunate occurrences cannot be expected every time. In my years on this island, I can recall only a handful of significant recoveries. He paused momentarily and then inquired, from what you imply. Zhao Guanshi's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he scrutinized Li Fan for several moments, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are not deceiving me." This left Li Fan somewhat taken aback. He indeed had not exaggerated, but was at a loss as to how Zhao Guanshi discerned the truth. Zhao Guanshi chuckled softly. Since my youth, I've been blessed with a pair of extraordinary eyes that can recognize talent and discern truth from falsehood. When you spoke, I perceived a gentle white light surrounding you, attesting to the authenticity of your words and your untainted intentions. Had there been a swirl of black energy, it would have indicated ulterior motives. Such an extraordinary ability truly astonished Li Fan. On the day of his registration, Zhao Guanshi's demeanor towards him seemed slightly different from others. Nevertheless, what could he truly discern? Only a general impression, of course, not everything. I can see that you are destined for great fortune, but your hands are stained with considerable blood. Clearly, you are not an ordinary person. Thus, I chose to treat you with courtesy, Zhao Guanshi explained with a wry smile. The will of fate is unpredictable. Who knows what achievements someone like you may accomplish in the future? It is better to cultivate a favorable relationship. Li Fan nodded in agreement, yet he heard Zhao Guanshi express a lament. In recent years, calamities have struck frequently. There are many like you, affluent yet stranded upon our Luli Island. Some merely lie dormant for a few years before rising once more. Others fade into obscurity, leaving only bones behind. What does it matter if it is true or false? Sometimes, being overly earnest may not be a good thing. My duty is merely to ensure that there are no insurrectionists among us. Regardless of your origins, as long as you remain compliant, you shall not face any repercussions. Zhao Guanshi remarked dismissively. With the presence of immortal masters on the island, we need not fear disturbances. Listening intently, Li Fan began to grasp Zhao Guanshi's principles of handling matters. Since Zhao Guanshi could ascertain the veracity of his claims, might he reconsider the allocation of a quota for maritime ventures? Li Fanin Kidat. Zhao Guanshi tapped his fingers lightly on the table before responding. As a newcomer without foundation, should I recklessly entrust a fleet to you, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread dissatisfaction. Instead, let us do this. On the next voyage, accompany us. If you can indeed salvage treasures on each expedition, it won't take long for the crew to come to respect you. At that point, you can justifiably take command of the fleet. Furthermore, if your harvest is substantial enough, I could suggest to the lord of the manor that we acquire another fleet from the Qian family to entrust to you. It is not out of the question. Zhao Guanshi's consideration was thorough, and Li Fan found no objections. Thus, the matter was settled with remarkable smoothness. Could it be that the elder did not speak in jest and truly had confidence in securing a fleet? In Tianbao Lu, a woman clad in yellow rested her chin on her hand, her eyes glimmering. Deliver the deed to that vacant courtyard on East Street to him, the woman suddenly stated. Chapter 28. The calamity of wind and disaster. If we are indeed to gift it to him, we should wait until he assists us in acquiring the fleet. Li Fan did not refuse. There was little to arrange, and that very day he moved into the courtyard on East Street. Compared to the impoverished conditions outside the city, the environment surrounding this courtyard was remarkably superior. At the alley entrance, officials from Lu Fu were on duty, responsible for maintaining public order. The courtyard was also far more spacious than his previous dwelling, consisting of 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms on each side. Although not excessively large, it was ample for Li Fan's solitary occupancy. After declining several maidservants sent by Tian Bao Lu, he settled into the courtyard, patiently awaiting the next maritime expedition. Initially, Li Fan believed it would not be long before his opportunity arrived, but an unforeseen calamity rendered the prospect of setting sail indefinitely postponed. The wind disaster had arrived. Previously, while conversing with the residents of Luli Island, Li Fan had often heard the term wind disaster but had paid little heed. He assumed it would be akin to the typhoons and hurricanes he had encountered before, merely a larger storm. However, when the wind disaster truly struck, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. On that day, while Li Fan was at home practicing the Su and Huing Qing X NZHU as usual, he suddenly heard a flurry of urgent sounds emanating from outside. A strange and piercing noise reverberated throughout the island, quickly spreading across all of Luli Island. Bless us, immortal masters! Bless us! The island was thrown into chaos, with frantic cries echoing everywhere, leaving Li Fan momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, he observed a blue barrier materializing in the sky above Luli Island. The barrier resembled an inverted giant bowl, spanning the entirety of the island and enveloping everything within. The protective formation has been activated. There is no need for panic. Stay indoors and do not venture outside. A clear female voice accompanied the barrier, instantly resonating throughout the island. Merciful immortal masters! Listening to the chorus of voices rising around him, Li Fan raised his head to closely observe the protective formation. The blue luminescence flowed, isolating the internal from the external. Occasionally, unfamiliar characters flickered on the surface of the barrier, appearing extraordinarily mysterious. As the wailing akin to ghostly cries began to swell, the wind approached. The barrier rippled, effectively blocking the fierce winds. Within the barrier, there was not a whisper of wind. Everything remained tranquil. Soon, torrential rain began to pour from the sky. The dense raindrops fell in sheets, battering against the barrier. Outside, it was a tempest, while within the barrier, peace reigned. Li Fan silently commended the efficacy of the protective formation. The howling wind and rain persisted for more than half an hour. Gradually, the rain began to subside, and the sound of the wind diminished. Just as Li Fan thought the wind disaster was nearing its end, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The sky did not clear, but instead became increasingly dark. Countless storm clouds appeared from seemingly nowhere, layered one upon the other, as if they would never cease, pressing downward. In an instant, the world was enveloped in darkness. The thick clouds seemed to be brewing something, plunging Luli Island into a momentary silence. This silence was soon shattered. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted in Li Fan's ears. Boom! 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 The deafening sound of thunder resonated from all directions, relentless and unyielding. Amidst this cacophony, Li Fan felt dizzy, his vision flashing before his eyes, as if a massive stone were pressing upon his chest, making it hard to breathe. Upon touching his face, he found blood streaming from his nose. As the world spun around him, he quickly lost his balance and fell to the ground. It felt as though he were being relentlessly struck by something, the earth trembling beneath him. Li Fan looked up to behold a scene that nearly stole his breath away. An incomprehensibly tall wall of water filled his entire field of vision, rushing towards Luli Island with unstoppable force, driven by the howling winds. The towering waves were about to crash down, threatening to obliterate all life beneath them. Li Fan instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Boom! The colossal waves slammed against the blue barrier. The barrier twisted, appearing as though it might shatter, like the resilient rocks by the sea standing firm against the mighty waves. It failed to engulf Luli Island, seemingly inciting the wrath of the ocean. Wave after wave crashed relentlessly. Luli Island resembled a sapling swaying in the storm, on the verge of being torn asunder. In many fleeting moments, Luli Island was almost entirely submerged by the sea, leaving Li Fan to feel as though his existence was drawing to a close. Fortunately, the protective formation proved far more reliable than anticipated, holding firm against the onslaught. The monstrous waves continued to batter relentlessly, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic calamity that nearly left Li Fan in a daze. In this haze, he lost track of time until the waves finally began to subside. Yet, it was merely a lull. The wind disaster arrived swiftly, but departed slowly. In the midst of a storm, day and night blurred together. Li Fan felt as though 2 or 3 days had passed before the tempest finally receded. Thank the immortal masters, the surviving islanders knelt upon the ground, weeping profusely. Li Fan, amidst the animated discussions of the islanders, received a piece of news that sent a chill down his spine. The recent tempest that besieged Luli Dao was still relatively minor in scale. The calamity that struck 15 years prior was several times more potent than this one. Back then, the protective array of the island could barely withstand the onslaught, ultimately compelled to reduce its protective scope. Consequently, the areas that fell outside the array as sanctuary were mercilessly ravaged by the storm, causing the size of Luli Dao to dwindle to merely 1/3 of its original expanse. It took over a decade for Luli Dao to gather the displaced citizens and gradually restore its vitality. Such was the nature of a tempest, a revelation that left Li Fan profoundly shaken. The might of nature was indeed fearsome. Chapter 29. The necessity of setting sail in the days following the tempest. The residents of Luli Dao received directives mandating each household to inspect the protective array for any damage. The inspection method was straightforward. Luli Fu would distribute a spirit talisman that needed to be hung in the home for several days, observing whether any red light emanated. Specialized personnel were assigned to inspect the more obscure corners of the island. Li Fan also acquired a talisman, which he hung in his home. Upon careful attunement, he sensed an intangible wave emanating from it. After a few moments, the blue glow extinguished, yet the wave continued to manifest, cycling endlessly. The grand yet intricately detailed protective array was truly beyond imagination in its construction. Wanxian Dao was reputed to be a gathering place for the majority of cultivators within this vast region of Yunhai. It was shrouded in mystery, with even Zhao Guan sure possessing limited knowledge about it. He only understood that if a mortal on the island could purge their body of impurities and draw in spiritual energy, a celestial master would descend to take them to Wanxian Dao. It seemed that this world held my aspirations. However, matters must proceed step by step, and the first objective was to secure a place on the maritime fleet to gain entry to the pristine spirit pool. Li Fan had been waiting for centuries, hence he felt no urgency. Time elapsed quietly amid the anxious prayers of the island's inhabitants. 5 days later, a collective sigh of relief swept across Luli Dao as the results were announced. The protective array had sustained no damage. Life on Luli Dao gradually returned to normalcy. In the ensuing months, refugees from other islands began to arrive seeking sanctuary. Those fortunate enough to survive were but a handful, as the vast majority of their kin perished in the recent tempest. Upon learning of the celestial master's presence on Luli Dao, envy visibly etched itself upon the faces of the refugees. The expanse of Yunhai was boundless, with countless islands scattered throughout. Only those islands rich in unique resources boasted the presence of celestial masters. During these months, Li Fan was far from idle. He diligently practiced the Xian Huang Qing Exine Zhou, reaping the rewards of his efforts. Name, Li Fan Realm. Mortal physical age, 4188 psychological age, 504-1119. Both his physical and psychological age limits had seen a growth, albeit slight, which invigorated Li Fan's spirit. Henceforth, he devoted himself to his cultivation with renewed vigor, dedicating each day to the practice of the Qing Exine Zhou, save for mealtimes. As another month passed, Li Fan finally received word from Zhao Guan, Shi's emissary. The tempest in Yunhai had completely dissipated, and the fleet was soon to set sail again. 3 days later, at the Luli Dao dock, the ships were even larger than the second form of Taiyin Zhou, measuring a staggering 200 to 300 meters in length. Several grand vessels lined the waters, presenting a magnificent sight. Due to the tempest, the fleet had been idle for quite some time, and Luli Dao had accumulated a significant amount of overdue supplies. Thus, the island lord commanded the entire fleet to mobilize. This was a rare occasion. Historically, only one or two fleets had ventured out simultaneously for safety's sake. The docks were teeming with residents eager to witness the spectacle. Occasionally, familiar faces could be seen aboard the ships, all waving enthusiastically. Li Fan followed Zhao Guanshi's attendant onto a ship named Song Yuan Hao. Many crew members were first-time sailors like Li Fan, their faces alight with excitement and dreams of sudden wealth. In stark contrast, the veteran sailors wore expressions of apprehension, lamenting. Who knows what madness has taken hold of the island lord, demanding some sort of assessment. The fleet with the least yield will be deemed unqualified and lose future sailing privileges. What are we to do? Don't mention it. It's all due to the tempest. I've heard that the southern coral island was leveled entirely when their protective array shattered. The supplies they were to provide now fall upon us in Luli Dao. What a predicament! How shall we survive? They say it's only temporary. As long as we make up for what we owe, it will be fine. A chorus of lamentations arose among the crew. Look at you all, so defeatist. Do you not realize that the top performer receives a reward? The share of the spoils increases from 30 to 50%. 50%. Just imagine. If we were to strike it rich, we wouldn't need to sail again for the rest of our lives. At that moment, a bronze-skinned man approached, berating the crew. Enough of the daydreams, lads. Do you think we'll come out on top? You know our fishing skills. We barely scrape by with our catches each time. Indeed, I believe this will be our last voyage. Clearly, the crew had a good rapport with the man, and instead of being cowed by his reprimand, they rallied in agreement. Hearing their nonsensical chatter, the man remained unfazed, confidently placing his hands on his hips. What's this, lads? You think I've no plan? The crew, who knew him well, pressed him for details. The man replied with pride, Fear not. There's a capable individual aboard this time, and I assure you, we shall return laden with bounty. With that, he gestured toward Li Fan, who stood behind him. Just him. He looks too pristine. Has he ever been to sea? The crew squinted at Li Fan, disappointment flickering in their eyes as they shook their heads in disbelief. You blind fools, unable to recognize a gem. He is a remarkable talent specially invited by Zhao Guanshi, and soon he will take command of our ship. Be respectful. The man scolded them, his anger palpable. Upon hearing his words, chaos erupted aboard the Song Yuan Hao. Chapter 30. Treasures do not lie in the deep sea, boss. You've been the captain of Song Yuan Hao for nearly a decade. How can you simply let him take over? I owe my life to you, boss. If you want to dismiss him, I, Lu San, will be the first to protest. Exactly. Why not just toss him overboard once we set sail? After all, it's just another day at sea. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew heated, with Li Fan swiftly becoming the target of their ire. The man tried to calm the crew. Everyone, please remain calm. While I know you all hold Zhang Haobo in high regard, Song Yuan Hao ultimately belongs to Zhao Guanshi. We're merely serving him. If Zhao Guanshi wishes to replace someone, what can I do? This comment only stoked the crew's fury further. Their eyes reddened with rage. They glared at Li Fan as if he were their enemy. Li Fan chocolate noirly. The man's seemingly flattering words were merely sowing seeds of distrust among the crew. While he feigned support for Li Fan, he was in fact inciting their discontent. His claims of helplessness were intended to unite the crew against Li Fan. A FAAD of compliance, waving the red flag while opposing it. But these were merely remnants of tactics Li Fan had long mastered. With a resonant voice, Li Fan easily drowned out the cacophony of voices. The crew, struck by Li Fan's commanding presence, fell silent, no one daring to rebut. Seizing the moment, Li Fan bid them farewell and stepped ahead, entering the cabin alone. A group of crew members stared wide-eyed at Zhang Haobo, whose expression was dark and brooding. Whispers filled the air. Could it be that this young man truly possesses remarkable skills? It seems plausible. Zhao Guanshi's discerning eyes have rarely been mistaken. He certainly doesn't appear to be an ordinary individual. The notion that he merely stumbles upon treasures during every voyage is something I cannot believe. Clearly, he has some connections and aims to usurp my position as captain. As if I were unaware, now that he has boasted, I am eager to witness how this unfolds. Zhang Haobo felt a surge of resentment as he observed his subordinates, who were easily swayed by Li Fan's words. Set sail. Head to the open sea, he bellowed. The Songyuan ship moved without wind, gliding out of the harbor and into the vast ocean. Over 100 large vessels from Liuli Island dispersed, each heading to their designated waters. The Songyuan ship did not rely on wind or manpower, but operated through a miniature magical array powered by spirit stones. It was equipped with a spirit guide that would signal when the nearby waters detected the presence of Lioli fish. However, the ocean was vast, and the spirit guide's sensing range was limited. Thus, it required highly experienced crew members to locate the general area where the fish congregated. In ordinary years, the movements of the Lioli fish were relatively predictable, making them easier to catch. Yet, in times of tumultuous storms, when the fish migrated, all previous knowledge became futile. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, relying solely on luck. Unfortunately, the Tsang Yuan ship seemed to be plagued by misfortune. After more than half a month, aside from a few common fish and some routine sea minerals, there were no significant gains. The crew wore expressions of despair, and even Zhang Haobo felt a growing anxiety. After all, there were penalties for coming in last. Compared to other jobs on the island, working as a crew member at sea posed less risk but promised greater rewards. No one wished to lose out on such an opportunity. The island's regulations mandated a return within a month. With a meager catch thus far, it was quite possible they would end up with the least haul. One could only hope for a stroke of fortune in the coming days. May the celestial masters bless us. Zhang Haobo gazed at the calm and profound sea, feeling helpless. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Li Fan walking toward him. "What is this? Have you finally emerged from your cabin? If it weren't for your daily food provisions, I would have thought you perished in there," he remarked. Since setting sail, Li Fan had remained in his room, avoiding any interaction. Zhang Haobo, already in a foul mood, had little patience for him. Li Fan paid no heed to Zhang Haobo's disdainful words, but stared intently at the distant sea, his expression grave. He stood silently, not uttering a word. Zhang Haobo, feeling uneasy about Li Fan's odd demeanor, followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual. The surface of the water appeared entirely normal. Yet, Li Fan's expression grew increasingly solemn, and he remained silent. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Haobo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What are you looking at? Are you trying to put on a show?" A hint of unease crept into Zhang Haobo's voice, but he attempted to maintain his bravado. Initially, he felt a bit perplexed. "What?" But soon, he reacted and exclaimed, "You must be joking. Quickly, prepare a small boat for me. I see treasures shimmering beneath the deep sea, awaiting my retrieval." Li Fan spoke in a low voice. Zhang Haobo hesitated, but then he heard Li Fan add, "Opportunities are fleeting. The glow of the treasures is fading. I am about to lose track of their location." Suddenly, Zhang Haobo felt a jolt of realization. "Hurry, prepare the boat." The Tsang Yuan ship was equipped with several small boats, typically used for exploring narrow passages or probing into perilous, unknown waters. Once the small boat was lowered and Li Fan set off alone, Zhang Haobo had a sudden epiphany. He couldn't fathom why he had so readily believed Li Fan's words in a moment of impulsiveness. Treasures buried beneath the deep sea? How could that be possible? Just as he was about to voice his doubts, he heard Li Fan call out from a distance, "Do not follow me. Wait for my signal." "Why not?" Zhang Haobo shouted in frustration. Time passed, and 2 hours had elapsed since Li Fan set off alone. Is it possible he has run away? The crew members looked longingly in the direction Li Fan had departed. What nonsense! The ocean is vast, and he has no provisions. Where could he possibly go? Zhang Haobo scolded his men. Just as he was about to continue, a red signal flared in the distant sky. "Quickly, move the ship toward it," Zhang Haobo commanded urgently. With full power engaged, the Tsang Yuan ship sped to the location of the signal. There stood Li Fan on the small boat, looking weary. "The treasure is right here," he informed the crew. Zhang Haobo and his men exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. After a brief moment, Zhang Haobo gritted his teeth and declared, "Get in the water. Prepare the nets." Amidst the crew's skepticism, 1 box, 2 boxes, eventually a total of 16 boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels were gradually brought to the surface. Chapter 31. A bountiful return to Lioli Island. Beneath the cool moonlight, the crew of the Tsang Yuan ship all had red-rimmed eyes. Panting heavily, even now, they felt as though they were dreaming. 16 large boxes brimming with treasures lay quietly on the deck. Some crew members, still unconvinced, pinched themselves, and upon feeling pain, turned their gaze back to the treasure, unable to tear their eyes away for even a moment. Mr. Li had indeed not been boastful. He truly allowed everyone to return laden with riches. However, the extent of their bounty far exceeded anyone's expectations. The boxes contained an array of jade, gold, silver, and jewels, dazzling enough to leave everyone spellbound. Having spent half their lives fishing at sea, they had never encountered such a fantastical scene, even in their wildest dreams. Zhang Hao's mind was a blank. It was real. That fellow truly could find treasures buried beneath the ocean. Such a talent, such an ability. Having lived on Lioli Island for over 20 years, Zhang Hao knew well that aside from the celestial masters, there were indeed ordinary mortals who possessed extraordinary abilities. For instance, some could communicate with the birds in the sky, foresee disasters, hold their breath for extended periods while exploring the depths of the sea, and others, like Zhao Guanshi, could discern the truth of a person's character. However, such extraordinary individuals were few and far between. They were either entrusted with significant responsibilities across various islands or taken as servants by the celestial masters to be brought to Wanxing Island. Encounters with them were rare. Never did he anticipate that Li Fan was also such an extraordinary individual. Zhang Hao was suddenly recalled that Li Fan had only recently moved to Lioli Island. Could it be that he was forced to migrate here due to the destruction of his previous island by a storm? No wonder Zhao Guanshi regarded him with such special attention, despite him being a newcomer. Everything made sense. At this moment, Zhang Hao felt profound regret. Oh, Zhang Hao, how foolish you were to miss the chance to meet a benefactor, and to think you absurdly believed he was here to snatch your meager fleet. The more he pondered, the more regretful he became, wishing he could slap himself. No, I must hurry to apologize. Immediately. Such extraordinary individuals are esteemed wherever they go. If they gain power and hold a grudge against me for my past actions. Zhang Hao shivered at the thought and rushed toward Li Fan's cabin to seek forgiveness. Is it merely my illusion? Why do I feel as if these boxes have not been submerged for long? Oddly enough, they had not spotted a sunken ship during the salvage. Perhaps they had drifted along the ocean floor's currents or were swept up by the storm and then dropped into this sea. Why ponder so much? The treasures are real, and that is all that matters. Amidst the whispers of his crew, Zhang Hao hurriedly departed. In the room, after Li Fan amicably dispatched Zhang Hao, he stretched his weary body. The 16 chests of treasure were, of course, cast down by him. He had piloted his boat to a deserted stretch of sea, unfurled the Tai-Yin boat, and removed a small portion of the treasures he had plundered from the Xian, tossing them into the ocean. Finally, he signaled for the crew of the San Yuan to come and salvage the spoils. The chests were undeniably heavy. Had it not been for his relentless practice of the Xian Huang Qing Xian Jia over the past few months, coupled with the intangible nourishment of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, he might not have managed it alone. Nevertheless, after the task was completed, Li Fan felt utterly exhausted. He intended to make a grand first impression, but in the future, he would not need to throw away so much. Li Fan Musa. As for Zhang Hao, Li Fan had not given him a second thought. For Zhang Hao, the position of captain of the fleet was the cornerstone of his livelihood. If someone suddenly attempted to usurp it, it would indeed be strange if he did not react. Moreover, the tricks employed against Li Fan were laughably naive. Were he in Zhang Hao's place, he would have engaged in jovial banter with him for the past several days, remaining discreet. Once they ventured deep into the ocean and his guard was lowered, he would stealthily enter the cabin under the cover of night and strike him down, subsequently casting him into the vast sea, leaving no evidence behind. Even if there were someone capable of locating the treasure, they were still new to Lu Li Dao, with no foundation to stand upon. Who would risk confronting a captain with dozens of loyal subordinates for a mere outsider, especially a deceased one, before any substantial evidence was presented? Even if, hypothetically, Steward Zhao were to pursue punishment with determination, it would merely result in the loss of the captaincy. It is crucial to understand that on Lu Li Dao, there is no principle of retribution for murder. What the immortal masters require is simply the stable provision of resources from Lu Li Dao. Therefore, in Li Fan's view, there was no reason not to act. Regrettably, Zhang Hao was not Li Fan. He lacked such resolve. To put it plainly, he was merely a simple fisherman. The fleet he valued was, for Li Fan, merely a small stepping stone in his grand scheme. A sparrow cannot comprehend the aspirations of a swan. Li Fan shook his head, casting the thoughts aside and focusing on his practice of the Qing Xian Jia. With full power, in just 2 days, Lu Li Dao was within sight. If no unforeseen events occurred, this time, their fleet would surely reap the greatest rewards. According to the rules, they would receive 50%. Who could guarantee that outsiders would not engage in embezzlement or deliberate miscalculations? Any reduction would cause them immense heartache. They could hardly trust non-kin. The crew members nodded in agreement. Their vigilance heightened as they observed the approaching vessels for routine inspections. Zhang Haobo, what do you mean? Yuan Ti let us board? The opposing party seemed to harbor a grievance against Zhang Haobo, their words laced with thinly veiled anger. Yet, Zhang Haobo paid them no mind. Seeing his indifference, the other party became even more scornful. By the looks of your ship's draft, it seems you are returning empty-handed this time. It appears your captaincy has reached its limit. If you truly can't manage, come aboard my ship. I promise you 1 T starve. The crew of Tsang Yuan, enraged by the insult to their captain, were about to retaliate, but were halted by Zhang Haobo. No matter what the other party said afterward, Zhang Haobo feigned ignorance, simply waiting for Steward Zhao's arrival. It seemed Zhang Haobo's ability to maintain his position as captain of Tsang Yuan was not without merit. He was not as incompetent as Li Fan had initially thought, only limited by his background and experiences. Li Fan, witnessing this unfold in silence, could not help but nod in approval. The commotion at the dock attracted many onlookers, who pointed and whispered about the Tsang Yuan. Fortunately, the standoff did not last long. Soon, Steward Zhao arrived in person with his entourage. Chapter 32. The treasure body can communicate with spirits. As the 16 chests of jewels were unloaded amidst the gaze of the crowd, the entire dock erupted in excitement. It should be noted that the last time the fleet had such a bountiful haul was merely a few months prior. When did salvaging sunken treasures from the depths of the sea become so effortless? Or had the waters surrounding Lu Li Dao become so abundantly rich in treasures? The people on the island fell into deep suspicion, which soon transformed into fervor. Who would desire to strike it rich overnight? They too wished to venture out to sea and salvage treasures from the ocean floor. Thus, news of the Tsang Yuan's immense treasure spread rapidly throughout Lu Li Dao. At Tian Bao Lu, a woman clad in yellow was intently appraising a batch of newly acquired items when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper! What is it? The woman in yellow asked, somewhat surprised. ISNT, it just a dozen or so chests of treasure. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? She replied dismissively. To digest these things on the island, they will still need to go through our Tian Bao Lu channels. As she spoke, her expression abruptly shifted. Wait, did you say Tsang Yuan? Is that the ship where that manly fan is? In the room, only the soft whispers of the woman in yellow remained. The legendary treasure body, known for its ability to sense rare treasures within a certain radius. The chief steward of Tian Bao Lu, the sister of the woman in yellow, Ying Yuding, possessed this extraordinary physique. It was precisely due to this remarkable talent that Ying Yuding had built the Wan Bao Lu, a large trading consortium spanning the clouds. From nothing over the past decade, Li Fan was unaware that he had been mistaken for a treasure body by Tian Bao Lu's personnel at that moment. He was in the residence of Steward Zhao. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Your first voyage yields 16 chests of treasure, truly a wonderful surprise. Steward Zhao exclaimed with a beaming smile, clearly impressed. Knowing Steward Zhao had the ability to discern truth from falsehood, Li Fan deftly shifted the topic. Indeed, the haul is substantial, but it may be challenging to replicate such fortune in the future. Steward Zhao dismissed the concern. That is only to be expected. One cannot always rely on such luck. He continued, however, based solely on this haul, I can arrange for you to have a separate fleet. Li Fan nodded appreciatively. In that case, I thank you, Steward Zhao. I have heard that your diligent efforts are aimed at securing a spot in the Jing Ti Ling Qi. Steward Zhao sipped his tea before suddenly inquiring. Indeed, after experiencing a great upheaval, I have come to understand that the worldly riches are but fleeting illusions. Even if one possesses endless treasures, they will ultimately turn to dust after a century. Only by seeking immortality and enlightenment can one justify their existence in this world. Li Fan sighed, filled with profound sentiment. Steward Zhao gazed at Li Fan for a long while before exhaling deeply. At your age, to possess such aspirations towards immortality, I find myself lacking in comparison. As if recalling something, a complex expression crossed Steward Zhao's face. Over a decade ago, when I was around your age, by mere chance, I saved an immortal master. The master asked if I wished to follow him in cultivation, but I knew I had long passed the prime of my training. Even if I were to cultivate, success was not guaranteed, and with age, the miasma within the body deepens, making its removal increasingly painful. Hence, I settled for a mere position. Yet as I grow older, I find myself filled with regret. Alas, the great error has been made, and there is no remedy. Steward Zhao lamented. He then turned his attention back to Li Fan, praising him. Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Li Dao, there are truly few like you. Your praise is unwarranted. I am unsure of Steward Zhao's ability to assist with the matter of the Jing Ti Ling Qi. I cannot help you with that. The opening of the Jing Ti Ling Qi requires the oversight of an immortal master on the island, and the allocation of spots is determined by the master. A year prior to the opening of the spirit pool, the master will announce the required resources. Each party will compile the materials based on the list and submit them, with the allocation of spots determined by the degree of contribution. Steward Zhao explained, shaking his head. However, you need not worry. Tianbao Lu has established branches on various islands within Tsongyun Hai, and when it comes to the ability to gather resources, few can rival the prowess of Liu Dao. The image of the woman in the yellow dress flickered in Li Fan's mind, and he nodded in acknowledgement. After spending a little more time at the residence of Manager Zhao, Li Fan took his leave. Your shopkeeper has invited me to dinner? What a coincidence, he mused, eager to see the woman once more, and gladly accepted the invitation. He planned to meet the woman in yellow that evening. As night descended and the lights began to twinkle, Li Fan arrived at Tianbao Lu. Inside the room was a solitary figure, clad in a purple silk gown. Her face no longer veiled. She introduced herself formally as Yin Yuzhen, the steward of Tianbao Lu on Liu Dao. Li Fan, he replied, with a light laugh. Yin Yuzhen remarked, you truly are succinct, uncle. As an ordinary mortal, there is little of significance to discuss. Li Fan candidly responded. Is the Tongling Baodi not worthy of mention in your eyes, uncle? Yin Yuzhen gazed at him with an enigmatic smile. Oh, I am unaware of what a Tongling Baodi is, Li Fan said. His heart stirred, but his face remained impassive. Then how did you locate the treasures amidst the vast ocean? Yin Yuzhen questioned, skeptical. It is merely an instinct, he replied. You claim not to be a Tongling Baodi? Yin Yuzhen frowned, her teeth clenched. However, upon seeing Li Fan's apparent ignorance, she reluctantly divulged the details regarding the Tongling Baodi. Does this mean your sister is also a Tongling Baodi? Li Fan squinted, probing further. How old is she? What does she look like? Where was she 2 decades ago? And where is she now? Chapter 33. Sisters, both extraordinary. Li Fan's barrage of seemingly irrelevant questions left Yin Yuzhen bewildered, unsure of his intentions. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her complexion paled as she stared at Li Fan. Could it be that you are our long-lost father? Yet she quickly dismissed the notion. No, you bear no resemblance to us at all. It is merely curiosity. Li Fan chose not to engage with the young girl's somewhat erratic thinking and replied calmly. Curiosity about one's kind is a natural inclination. Yin Yuzhen nodded repeatedly, her expression one of understanding. With a sigh, she began, we originally hailed from Beifang Yilan Dao. Our parents passed away due to calamities when we were young, leaving only my sister and me to rely on each other. I recall those days when we had to beg for our sustenance, barely scraping by. Yet, at some point, my sister began to find valuable items in various places. Unfortunately, I have not seen her for several years. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia. Oh, where has she gone? Li Fan inquired, furrowing his brow. 3 years ago, a wandering immortal took notice of her and brought her away. Initially, she would send messages through others to assure us of her safety, but eventually, we heard nothing more from her. Yin Yuzhen lamented, resting her chin in her hands. Taken by an immortal? Could it be that she has gone to cultivate immortality? Li Fan questioned. Is it possible that her special constitution as a Tongling Baodi has attracted misfortune? That is precisely the enigma that plagues my thoughts. Although the Tongling Baodi is indeed remarkable, capable of sensing treasures within a certain range, its power is not limitless. My sister is but an ordinary mortal, and the items she could sense are likely of little value to those immortals, mere trinkets to them. While her fate remains uncertain, the legacy she left behind still endures. The Tianbao Lu that she toiled for most of her life must not be destroyed on my watch, Yin Yuzhen declared, her large eyes locked on Li Fan's. This is the reason I sought you out today. Li Fan raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Yin Yuzhen continued, I do not possess my sister's extraordinary abilities. Since her disappearance, the business of Tianbao Lu has dwindled. Moreover, I misjudged a few items, mistaking them for genuine articles, leading to significant losses. The elders have grown increasingly dissatisfied with me, and some even wish to conspire with outsiders to oust me and divide Tian Bao Lu's assets. Fortunately, they still harbor a degree of caution regarding my sister, which has delayed their actions. Thus, I came to Liuli Dao under the pretext of expanding our market. Seeking refuge from a storm, Yin Yuzhen's excitement was palpable. With your assistance, I am certain I can regain control of Tian Bao Lu. Why should I help you? Li Fan remained unmoved. I have no interest in your affairs at Tian Bao Lu. My sole desire lies in the path of immortality. Previously, you agreed that if I assisted you in acquiring the fleet, you would grant me a spot in the Jingti Lingxi. You have not retracted that promise, have you? She paused, casting a cunning glance at Li Fan. But what? Li Fan's expression darkened. Yin Yuzhen smiled gently. Even if you gain entry to the Jingti Lingxi, what then? Purging the miasma from your body is no simple task. Each year, only about half of those who enter the spirit pool succeed. Moreover, the older one is, the higher the probability of failure. You're not exactly young, are you? Do you possess absolute confidence in your success? Each individual only has one opportunity to enter the spirit pool in their lifetime. If you fail, it may mean saying farewell to the path of immortality forever. I am aware that success in the Jingti Lingxi is not guaranteed, yet a 50% chance is sufficient for me to attempt it, he replied, eyeing Yin Yuzhen with narrowed gaze. Indeed, she said, her face alight with the satisfaction of knowing she had ensnared his interest. Along with the final letter from my sister, I also received a pill known as Li Chun Dan. According to her letter, consuming this pill significantly increases the likelihood of purging the miasma from one's body. If combined with the Jingti Lingxi, even someone of your age has a great chance of success. With such a miraculous pill, why have you not consumed it? Li Fanin Kidat. Each person has their own aspirations, he replied slowly. So, does that mean you accept? Yin Yuzhen looked at him with hopeful eyes. Very well. Then I shall await your news, she said, albeit with a hint of disappointment. Farewell. I hope I have not misjudged this time. As she watched Li Fan depart, her expression turned serious, and she whispered, while interacting with Li Fan, I have always taken on the role of a younger girl. My intuition tells me that he does not mind my demeanor. Moreover, engaging with him as a junior will likely yield greater success. Unlike her sister, Yin Yuding, who possessed an innate ability to sense treasures, Yin Yuzhen had her own unique talents. Since childhood, she had been able to faintly perceive the fortunes and misfortunes of events, allowing the sisters to navigate life safely. Chapter 34. Qingxin has efficacy. Li Fan discreetly inquired and confirmed that Yin Yuzhen had not lied about the Li Chun Dan. Thus, 3 days later, he met with her again and agreed to her request. When the spirit pool was opened, Yin Yuzhen would present the Li Chun Dan to him. To demonstrate her sincerity, she also produced the deed to Tingyu Lu. With an agreement in place, Li Fan accepted it without hesitation, adding it to his possessions. Consequently, he relocated once more. Tingyu Lu was situated in the bustling heart of Liuli Dao, surrounded by vibrancy and activity. However, its unique architectural design and the embellishment of flora effectively isolated it from the clamor outside. Despite its urban setting, it felt as though one resided deep within the mountains. This harmonious blend of tranquility amid chaos inspired the name Tingyu. The area of Tingyu Lu is several times larger than Li Fan's previous courtyard, with its internal rock formations, lakes, flowers, and trees requiring careful maintenance. After once again declining the maidservant sent by Tian Bao Lu, Li Fan personally went to the island to hire several workers, instructing them to come by every 3 days for cleaning. Despite Li Fan's caution, Yin Yuzhen felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, Li Fan remained steadfast in the agreements made between both parties. Subsequently, whenever the Tian Bao Lu fleet set sail, Li Fan accompanied them. Over the course of a year, Tian Bao Lu amassed a fortune, nearly equivalent to the total earnings of the previous 5 years. He also established a reputation among the crew, earning their respect and fear. In their eyes, Elderly not only possessed remarkable skills, capable of leading them to treasure on their voyages, but also exhibited meticulous thought and decisive action. On one occasion, while at sea, a few crew members, envious of the treasures being salvaged, conspired to murder and seize the bounty. However, Elderly had already sensed the unusual behavior and preemptively acted, executing them all before they could strike. Their bodies were discarded into the sea, their heads displayed together as a warning to others. Whispers circulated among the crew that those men might have merely been speaking recklessly under the influence of alcohol, lacking the courage to commit such heinous acts. Yet, given even the slightest possibility, Elderly showed no mercy and executed them all. The officials of Luli Island, including the shopkeeper, not only refrained from reprimanding him, but praised his actions as a reasonable and effective means of protecting the island's assets. Even the island's populace, upon learning of the events, condemned the would-be thieves, lauding Elderly's decisive actions. From that point on, no one in the Tian Bao Lu fleet dared to entertain treacherous thoughts. All were wary of Li Fan, fearful of being executed under some pretext. Li Fan, however, paid little mind to the opinions of others. He did not wish to expend energy on such mundane matters. Throughout that year, he diligently practiced the Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou whenever he had a moment to spare. This was not solely due to its ability to dispel miasma, but because he had discovered something that greatly delighted him. The charging progress of the Hao Zhun had accelerated. Previously, the charging progress could only increase naturally over time, reaching 100% every 20 years, slowly peaking at 200% afterward without further increase. Having left the Xian for over a year to enter the realm of cultivation, Li Fan expected his charging progress to be around 67% according to past patterns. To his astonishment, he found the progress had actually reached 15%, nearly doubling in speed. Aside from the Qing Xian Zhou, he had not engaged with other potentially beneficial matters. The only explanation was that practicing the Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou could indeed hasten the charging progress of Haojin. Although he remained unaware of the underlying principle, this did not hinder Li Fan's increasing diligence in his practice. The display of the Haojin panel allowed him to clearly observe every bit of progress, preventing him from losing motivation amidst the monotonous and repetitive training. In addition to the charging progress, Li Fan's age limit also experienced a significant increase. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physiological age: 4295 psychological age, 505-1210 void charge progress, 115 anchor charge progress, 51 current anchor count. One time quietly passed as Li Fan immersed himself in his cultivation. Soon, only a year remained until the opening of the Jing Tiling Chi Luli Island had also announced the list of required materials for this event. At this moment, Li Fan was collaborating with the members of Tian Bao Lu to examine this list. Most of the items were straightforward, but he furrowed his brow at the mention of the Shanghai Lu Sha. Having worked at Tian Bao Lu for a year, he had gained a general understanding of the common ores and rare materials circulating within the Tsong Yunhai. I have been in commerce for over a decade and have never heard of this item, Yin Yuzhen remarked, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. It seems we need to inquire with the Wan Hua Merchant Association. I am determined to secure a place in the Ling Qi, Li Fan stated with conviction. The Wan Hua Merchant Association was not a local entity, but rather one from a distant continent, purportedly backed by celestial masters, enabling them to traverse vast seas to conduct business in the remote Tsong Yunhai. Since Yin Yuzhen had connected with the Wan Hua Merchant Association over a decade ago, they had maintained trade relations over the years. It was through this association that Tian Bao Lu could swiftly convert the vast treasures salvaged by Li Fan into profit. We have a year to prepare. The Wan Hua Merchant Association's caravan is expected to pass through Tsong Yunhai in 3 months. I can reach out to them then, Yin Yuzhen said. However, we cannot place all our hopes on the Wan Hua Merchant Association. Over the past year, Luli Island has gathered many refugees from other islands, and some of them might be familiar with the Xing Hai Lu Sha. We should inquire among them. Other factions on the island are also seeking the Xing Hai Lu Sha, so we must keep a close watch. Should they make any discoveries, we can act swiftly. Li Fan decisively concluded. Chapter 35. The outcomes are preordained with the announcement of the materials required for the Jing Tiling Chi. Luli Island appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath, currents of intrigue flowed. Even ordinary individuals, indifferent to the matter, became aware that the island's major powers were in search of something called Xing Hai Lu Sha. After conducting discreet inquiries without results, Li Fan was unexpectedly visited by a guest he had not anticipated, Xiao Hong, a person from the realm of separation whom he had encountered when he first arrived in the cultivation world. Make yourself comfortable, Li Fan offered, pouring him a cup of tea. Xiao Hong surveyed Li Fan's current living quarters, his eyes filled with envy and nostalgia. May I ask what brings you here, my young friend? Li Fan inquired, having formed a favorable impression of Xiao Hong and speaking amiably. Xiao Hong initially scanned the surroundings warily, then leaned in closer, whispering, I've heard that elderly has also been searching for the Xing Hai Lu Sha, Li Fan's Gaza Sharpanat. Indeed, I am of advanced age and wish to cultivate. I can only rely on the Jing Ti Ling Qi. Do you know about this item? Xiao Hong swallowed hard, nodding his head. Yes. When the celestial master descended upon Li, he promised that as long as the necessary materials were gathered, a group could be taken to the great world of cultivation. Among those materials is the Xing Hai Lu Sha. Li Fan was taken aback, then, feeling somewhat puzzled, said, Is that so? I have no recollection of this. Previously, he had inquired with the people of Li, all of whom claimed ignorance, hence his question. Xiao Hong felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. When the announcement was made to the world, several items were already removed from the list, reserved for certain families in Li. What my family needs to collect is precisely the Xing Hai Lu Sha. Li Fan nudas Luli. Speak plainly, what are your terms? He asked directly. Seeing Li Fan's straightforwardness, Xiao Hong became somewhat embarrassed, his face reddening. I should not impose. After all, you funded the burial of Chong Yu, which is a kindness I cannot repay. However, life on Luli Island has been quite difficult. I lack the abilities of Elder Li and currently reside in a poor district, toiling daily to make ends meet. Li Fan smiled gently, interrupting him. There is no need for excessive words. I am aware of your difficulties. I am determined to acquire this item. As long as you can provide a lead, feel free to state your requests, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Xiao Hong expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Li. After a brief pause, he added with a hint of emotion, In truth, this item is not particularly rare. It is merely the Celestial Master's designation that differs from our mortal understanding. Certainly, had it not been for the accompanying descriptions of the materials with the list, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that the so-called Xing Hai Lu Sha is merely celestial iron. Upon hearing this, Li Fan pondered deeply and then suddenly comprehended. So this is what Xing Hai Lu Sha truly is. But is it sufficient that it merely be celestial iron? Are there any other specific requirements? Indeed, there are. Xiao Hong nodded repeatedly and began to detail the specific requirements one by one. Firstly, the celestial iron must possess a fine appearance. A surface riddled with pits and blemishes is unacceptable. Secondly, the overall weight of a single piece must be no less than 50 jin. As Li Fan listened, he diligently committed these details to memory. Once Xiao Hing finished, Li Fan did not forget his promise. Speak, what do you desire? Xiao Hong softly replied. I merely wish for a decent courtyard and a somewhat easier job. Of course, it would be even better if I could have a few maidservants. Li Fan had prepared himself for Xiao Heng's extravagant demands. Yet he could not help but chuckle and shake his head at the simplicity of the request. Who would have thought that the son of the esteemed town South King would have such modest desires? Perhaps I should add a little more. I do have some influence within Tianbao building. Xiao Hong politely declined. I'm well aware of my own capabilities. Being able to eat well and live comfortably, without exhausting myself, is already a great satisfaction. Should I suddenly acquire wealth that incites envy, it would only invite disaster. Li Fan nodded in agreement and did not press further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Hong took his leave. Do you have any plans for cultivation? After all, having endured countless hardships to arrive in this grand world of cultivation, it would be a shame not to make the most of it, wouldn't it? At the moment of parting, Li Fan suddenly inquired. After seeing Xiao Hong off, he hurriedly made his way to Tianbao building. Upon encountering Inyushin, Li Fan reiterated Xiao Heng's discussion regarding Xing Hai Lu Sha. Xing Hai Lu Sha is merely celestial iron? How simple. Inyushin was somewhat taken aback. Can this individual named Xiao Hong be trusted? He is unlikely to be lying, Li Fan asserted. Nevertheless, verification is essential. Li Fan abruptly shifted the conversation. You mentioned that the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce's envoy would soon arrive at Lioli Island, correct? It would be prudent to ascertain the truth from him. A splendid idea. Inyushin concurred. It would be most advantageous to save some costs. Regardless, we must first covertly procure the celestial iron that meets the requirements. Few are aware of this material at present, but that may soon change. Additionally, when purchasing, we must mix in other unrelated items to obscure our intentions and confuse the onlookers. Simultaneously, we can disseminate false information regarding Xing Hai Lu Sha in the market to muddy the waters. Li Fan pondered for a moment and then patiently advised. To ensure the allocation of the pure spirit pool's quota, Li Fan needed to devise a comprehensive plan. Uncle, you truly are remarkable. Previously, I only knew you were a spiritual treasure body. I had no idea you possessed such skills. Upon witnessing Li Fan's meticulous arrangements, Yin Yuzhen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Uncle, what did you do in the past? She could not help but ask. Merely a teacher of literature, Li Fan replied dismissively. Yin Yuzhen looked unconvinced. Very well. I will leave this matter in your capable hands. I must return to my cultivation. Unless there is an extraordinary circumstance, do not disturb me. By the way, please also take care of the matters I promised Xiaoang. Li Fan concluded before departing from Tianbao building. Great fortune. How can it possibly be great fortune again? Yin Yuzhen stood in a daze, sensing the direction in which Li Fan had departed, her eyes filled with confusion. Ever since she had met Li Fan, every task she had undertaken upon his instruction had been accompanied by auspicious omens. This had nearly led her to believe her ability to attract good fortune had faltered. It is worth noting that prior to encountering Li Fan, she had never experienced a stroke of good luck. Conversely, when she once contemplated consuming the Li Chundan and embarking on the path of cultivation, she had sensed impending peril, an unmistakable omen of great misfortune. Chapter 36. A Fortuitous Encounter. Yin Yuzhen's intuition informed her that as long as she continued to assist Li Fan, boundless benefits would surely follow in the future. Although she was uncertain of the achievements this uncle would attain, she chose to trust her instincts and do everything within her power to support him. Thus, under Yin Yuzhen's direction, Tianbao building sprang into action. While gathering celestial iron, they also procured a substantial quantity of entirely unrelated materials to maintain secrecy. Other factions on Liuli Island began to notice Tianbao building's unusual activities and discreetly sent individuals to investigate. However, under Yin Yuzhen's careful preparations, they were unable to uncover any substantial information. Instead, Tianbao building, following Li Fan's suggestion, released a plethora of false information regarding Xinghai Lusha. Other factions, suspecting deception, initially opted to observe. However, one faction, believing it prudent to purchase first and worry about selling later, began to buy up items associated with the rumors. Consequently, they could not sit idly by and join the purchasing frenzy. In a short time, prices on Liuli Island skyrocketed and chaos ensued. The mastermind behind it all, Li Fan, remained quietly in the Tingyu building, engrossed in his cultivation. It was not until 3 months later that Yin Yuzhen finally made contact with the envoy of the Tianhua Chamber of Commerce. On that morning, Yin Yuzhen and Li Fan boarded Tianbao building's small vessel, departing from Liuli Island and traveling north for several dozen miles to the designated sea area. The ship was laden with goods for this transaction, fully stocked. As the sun reached its zenith, they finally awaited the arrival of Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. A black dot rapidly enlarged in the sky, and upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be a flying vessel. The flying vessel bore a flag emblazoned with a large character for one. It appeared to be only half the size of the Taiyan Zhou's second form, approximately 50 meters long. The vessel swiftly approached overhead and then gradually settled on the water surface. Managerine, it has been quite some time. Upon coming to a halt, a hearty laughter resonated from within the vessel. Yin Yuzhen was observing Li Fan, hoping to witness a look of astonishment on his face. To her surprise, Li Fan showed no sign of surprise upon seeing the flying vessel of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, as if he had long since become accustomed to such spectacles. Yin Yuzhen felt a twinge of disappointment, coupled with an increased curiosity about Li Fan. Hearing the envoy's voice, Yin Yuzhen turned her head. Time truly flies. Wu Xingzhu lamented as he stepped onto Tianbao building's ship. Who is this? He inquired with a smile, looking at Li Fan. Wu Xingzhu, noticing Yin Yuzhen's reluctance to elaborate, wisely refrained from probing further. Let us inspect the goods instead. It may be difficult for us to meet again after this. Yin Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Is there some unforeseen circumstance? Therefore, this transaction cannot be delayed and must be expedited. Yin Yuzhen felt a surge of panic. After all, the success of Tianbao building on Liuli Island was largely due to its backing from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Now that the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce was suddenly withdrawing from the Songyan Sea, what would become of Tianbao building's business? Could she still protect Tianbao building? And why had her intuition not reacted this time? Yin Yuzhen's mind was in turmoil, leaving her momentarily dazed. Managerine? Wu Xingzhu called out, noticing her stupor. They stepped into the cabin to begin counting the transaction's goods. 16 pairs of jade discs, 23 pieces of coral, and 46 luminous pearls. Li Fan led Wu Xingzhu past the various items. Wu Xingzhu occasionally picked up an item to scrutinize its quality, nodding in approval as he carefully set it down. When they reached the celestial iron, Li Fan reported with an unperturbed expression, 3 pieces of Xinghai Lu Sha. Wu Xingzhu's face brightened, and he swiftly approached the celestial iron. Gently caressing it, he then turned the pieces over and examined them closely. Li Fan observed this scene and realized that Wu Xingzhu was no ordinary individual. These celestial iron pieces, each weighing at least 50 jin, appeared as mere toys in his hands. After a moment, Wu Xingzhu reluctantly set the celestial iron down. Manager Yin, what good fortune we have this time. To their astonishment, they had come upon the rare and wondrous item known as Xinghai Laish. Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen exchanged a glance, each feeling a sense of relief. It was clear that Xiao Heng's words had proven accurate. This time, Tianbao Tower had gained the upper hand, having acquired a significant amount of Xinghai Laish ahead of others. The quota for the Jingtai Lingqi should be secured without difficulty. Beyond this, there were no other valuable items to be found, and Wu Xingzhu expressed his satisfaction with the goods provided by Tianbao Tower. Due to the fact that the two parties would not meet again for a considerable time, he graciously invited Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen aboard the flying vessel of the Wanhua Merchant Association as guests. After a sumptuous meal, Wu Xingzhu led the two to the cargo hold of the vessel. These are items I gathered from various islands in the Tsongyan Sea. Some are worth a fortune, while others I am uncertain of their purpose. They merely appeared curious, so I purchased them on a whim. If you both are interested, feel free to select a few. Wu Xingzhu said with a hint of pride as he surveyed the myriad treasures. Yin Yuzhen, upon hearing this, was quite excited. Possessing the ability to attract good fortune and avoid misfortune, how could she not feel as if she had fallen into a granary like a mouse? Li Fan, initially disinterested, found it hard to refuse as he observed Yin Yuzhen's eager demeanor. Thus he accompanied her as they wandered through the collection. You have only the time it takes for a stick of incense. Wu Xingzhu seemed quite taken with this game, calling out to them. Ignoring him, Yin Yuzhen eagerly flitted about the warehouse. With thousands of treasures within, even though she could discern their value to some extent, she was momentarily overwhelmed. Li Fan, however, felt rather bored, aimlessly picking up items only to set them down quickly. Anything unrelated to cultivating immortality held no interest for him. Although Wu Xingzhu was physically imposing, he was clearly not a cultivator, merely conducting business within the realm of mortals. What could possibly be of value to Li Fan here? As he pondered this, his hand brushed against one particular item, causing him to freeze in place. A notification from Haijun suddenly appeared, discovering a chargeable item. Would you like to proceed with charging? Chapter 37, Rare Wonders of the Sea. Li Fan discreetly examined the item in his hand. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary azure glass orb, but a closer inspection revealed a radiant glow within, as if a piece of the vast blue was gestating within it. Heavenly Wonder, Songhaiju Initial. With the passing of its Songhai, that Songhai is born. Li Fan could hardly believe that he had encountered a heavenly wonder here. Moreover, it was still in the process of formation, not yet fully realized. He feigned indifference and turned his attention to the other items around him, not casting another glance at the Songhaiju until Wu Xingzhu announced that time was up. Yin Yuzhen emerged with a mix of disappointment and excitement, holding several items. Aren't you going to pick a few? She remarked upon seeing Li Fan's empty hands. Wu Xingzhu chimed in. What Yin Zhuanggue said is correct. How could one enter a treasure mountain and leave empty-handed? Would that not be a slight to me, Wu? Li Fan thought to himself that he was relieved they had mentioned it. Otherwise, he would have had to bring it up himself. He approached the vicinity of the Songhaiju, selecting a jade statue, and casually picked up the Songhaiju as well. I will take these too, Li Fan said nonchalantly. The statue resembled an ancient tree, and Wu Xingzhu praised, Elder, you have a discerning eye. This ancient tree jade statue was found on a remote island at the northernmost part of the Tsongyan Sea. It has been worshipped by a primitive tribe for thousands of years, possessing a certain mystique. Placing it in a home can calm the mind and strengthen the body. Wu Xingzhu extolled the virtues of the jade statue, yet he only glanced at the Songhaiju without further mention. Thanks to Wu Xingzhu, Li Fan clasped his hands together, feeling quite pleased. And what of this? Li Fan asked, toying with the Songhai Zhu. Luoyuan Island. He committed the name to memory. He then quickly changed the subject. What did you select, Yin Zhuangguo? Wu Xingzu's gaze shifted to Yin Yuzhen, who had chosen a painting, a pair of jade bracelets, and a gemstone. He eagerly began to introduce these items to both of them. Li Fan feigned interest while his thoughts were entirely occupied with the heavenly wonder. Ganhai Zhu. Amidst his distraction, the transaction concluded. The Tianhua Merchant Association had acquired a substantial collection of treasures, while Yin Yuzhen amassed a significant amount of gold and silver. Yin Zhuangguo, may we meet again by fate. Wu Xingzu mused as he piloted the Wanhua vessel out of sight. On their way back, although Yin Yuzhen had made a bountiful harvest, a cloud of worry still lingered on her brow. Are you concerned about Tianbao Tower's future business? Li Fanning Kidat. Indeed, without the Wanhua Merchant Association, we have lost a crucial sales channel. I fear Tianbao Tower's profits will take a considerable hit, Yin Yuzhen lamented, expressing her bewilderment at the sudden departure of the Wanhua Merchant Association from the Zhongyan Sea. Where there is a will, there is a way. There is no need to worry excessively, Li Fan consoled, though he too could not think of a suitable solution. Yin Yuzhen nodded, but it was evident that she was not truly listening. Once the door was firmly closed, Li Fan retrieved the Songhai Zhu from his room. His original intent had merely been to verify whether Xinghai Liesh was indeed meteorite iron, but unexpectedly acquiring this treasure was a delightful surprise. Gazing at the Songhai Zhu in his hand, he could hardly contain his joy. Yet, he remained uncertain about its peculiar properties. In Li Fan's understanding, each heavenly wonder represented a particular aspect or rule of nature. The Qiulong branch symbolized the act of devouring through the small to attain the great. The rusted sword exemplified indomitable will capable of slowing rusting, and the stopping stone tablet was inscribed with decrees guiding actions. What then? Could this small glass orb signify as the Songhai? Could it be that it truly harbored an entire ocean within? Li Fan lifted the Songhai Zhu, immersing himself in its deep azure hue, lost in contemplation. Unfortunately, after much study, he could discern no special qualities within the Songhai Zhu. Perhaps only a cultivator could glimpse its mysteries. With a deep sigh, Li Fan reluctantly and carefully stored the Songhai Zhu away. Should he absorb it now? He hesitated for a moment, but based on Haijin as feedback, the Songhai Zhu was still in its nascent state. Absorbing it now would likely only increase the charging progress by 12. Better to wait until it fully formed before absorbing it. After all, it was already in his possession, and there was no fear of it slipping away. After a long while, Li Fan finally settled down from the exhilaration of acquiring a heavenly wonder. Once calmed, he resumed his practice of the Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou. Days later, he was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door. It was still dark outside, and he wondered who could be disturbing him at such an hour. Cautiously, Li Fan retrieved a dagger and concealed it within his sleeve before approaching the door. Who is it? Li Dage, it is I, came the voice of Xiao Hung from outside. What could this fellow want at such an hour? Could it be that Tianbao Tower had not arranged the residence I promised him? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Fan's mind. Yet he opened the door and ushered Xiao Hung inside. Xiao Hung's face was marked by anxiety and panic. Sit down, Li Fan urged as they entered the room. Li Dage, we are in serious trouble, Xiao Hung exclaimed, speaking rapidly. The secret of our crossing from the outside world has been leaked. Who let the cat out of the bag? Li Fan asked, surprised. We do not know. However, the island is now aware that we are not natives of the immortal cultivation world, but rather that we crossed over through Tianbao Tower. It is said that the immortal masters are extraordinarily enraged and intend to capture and kill us all. Some among us are terrified and have fled by boat during the night. The rest of us are at a loss for what to do. They all said, brotherly, you must have a solution. Let me hurry over to inquire. Xiao Hung explained repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan pondered for a moment before responding with a light chuckle. There is no need for concern. This matter poses no significant threat. Xiao Hung was taken aback. What do you mean by that, brotherly? Li Fan scoffed coldly. Do you expect the authorities to notify us before hunting down bandits? If they truly intended to eliminate you, you would have already met your demise. Would they allow you to be aware of the situation and then brazenly escape to devise countermeasures? Are you suggesting that this is a deliberately leaked message meant to intimidate us? Xiao Hung replied, suddenly enlightened. However, this raised further questions in his mind. Why would that be? he asked, his face filled with confusion. In my opinion, this incident likely does not target us. Li Fan suddenly stood up. Their objective is Tian Bao, Lu Chapter 38, finally entering the Ling Qi without providing extensive explanations to Xiaohong. Li Fan reassured him and swiftly made his way to Tian Bao. Lu Yuzhen was somewhat surprised by Li Fan's sudden arrival. After hearing the reason for his visit, she began to express her anger and clarify the sequence of events. It turned out that after months of inquiry, the various factions on Liuli Island had finally discovered that Xinghai Lusha was indeed the fallen iron from the heavens. However, when they sought to gather the fallen iron, they realized that Tian Bao Lu had already scavenged the entire area of Xinghai Lusha within Liuli Island waters. The previous chaos in the Liuli Island market was orchestrated by Tian Bao Lu in secret. Tian Bao Lu is treating everyone like fools. In their indignation, they sought an audience with the island master to demand an explanation. Naturally, Yuzhen defended herself with righteous indignation, claiming that her actions were legitimate business competition. Consequently, the island master did not penalize Tian Bao Lu, but instead reprimanded those who had caused the disturbance. How could these individuals accept this? Thus, a few days later, rumors began to circulate on the island about Tian Bao Lu secretly engaging in the smuggling of mortals. As the rumors spread, they became increasingly outrageous, suggesting that the Celestial Masters would soon exact punishment on Tian Bao Lu, annihilating them entirely. So how serious was this incident? Would the Celestial Masters truly lay blame? Having learned the details, Li Fan could not help but inquire further. This is precisely the perplexing aspect. Yuzhen furrowed her brow. The law against assisting mortals in smuggling has never been explicitly stated. However, this matter carries certain taboos. It is not meant to see the light of day. Moreover, over a decade ago, a Celestial Master happened upon a smuggling incident and, in a fit of rage, slaughtered all the mortals present. Since then, everyone is tacitly engaged in this smuggling business in secret. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's brow also furrowed slightly. So this matter could be serious or trivial. The outcome depends entirely on the Celestial Master's mood. Indeed, if the Celestial Master is lenient, then it is of little consequence. If, however, the Celestial Master is in a foul mood. Yuzhen did not finish her sentence, her complexion growing pale. Li Fan fell into silence. He recalled the scene when he first encountered Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. In the eyes of these cultivators, mortals truly resembled ants, easily disposed of. It was no wonder they would risk execution to engage in smuggling. The profits must be exceedingly high. Li Fan sighed. That is certainly the case. The cost of a single smuggling operation often requires nearly a decade of scavenging from small world to yield. One could only imagine the profits involved. Yuzhen nodded. It was precisely for this reason that some Celestial Masters could not resist clandestinely joining in to share the spoils. These Celestial Masters would never acknowledge their involvement. When they interacted with us, they would employ celestial techniques to obscure their appearances, making it impossible to discern their true forms. Moreover, they would ultimately take away the majority of the profits. At this point, Yuzhen expressed her frustration. Thus, this matter must ultimately be handled by us at Tian Bao. Lu. Li Fan recalled the Celestial Master he encountered upon entering the realm of cultivation, who received mortals leaving the world, and nodded. Then, what is the disposition of the Celestial Master stationed on Liuli Island regarding this matter? He inquired next. After mentally analyzing the situation, Li Fan ultimately sighed. He understood that despite his strategic thinking, in the face of overwhelming power disparity, all efforts would be in vain. Faced with such an unstable factor akin to a ticking time bomb, Li Fan found himself at a loss. A thought crossed his mind, recalling the vast amounts of immortal and mortal miasma preserved within a certain cabin of the Taiyin Zhou. If into Xian there were thousands of death warriors, perhaps there might be a chance to fight back. Unfortunately, he quickly suppressed this perilous idea. Let us arrange a meeting at a designated time. This matter is best kept from escalating. Li Fan stated. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Yuzhen replied. They merely wish for us to surrender some Xinghai Lusha. After all, we have the advantage and have gathered ample amounts. We might as well offer a portion, letting them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. They will inevitably turn against each other swiftly. Li Fan scoffed. There is no such thing as an unbreakable alliance in this world. 3 days later, Tian Bao Lu convened a meeting with the various factions on Liuli Island, proposing the following conditions. Tian Bao Lu agreed to surrender a portion of Shanghai Lu Sha, but required the counterpart to provide equivalent value in exchange. Furthermore, the division of the Shanghai Lu Sha would be determined by each faction. Lastly, it was imperative to secure a spot in the Neti Ling Qi for Tian Bao Lu. The terms were not overly harsh, and after some deliberation, both parties swiftly reached a resolution. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. It was merely a matter of competing for the Neti Ling Qi spot. Thus, after offering a few dozen pieces of fallen iron, Tian Bao Lu successfully extricated itself from the tumultuous vortex. Almost on the same day, the rumors regarding smuggling vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the other factions began to engage in both open and covert struggles over those few dozen pieces of fallen iron. Leaving little time to concern themselves with Tian Bao Lu, time passed swiftly, and the day for the opening of the Neti Ling Qi was fast approaching. After concluding the inventory of materials submitted by each faction, the slots for the upcoming Neti Ling Qi were finally determined. This time, there were a total of 13 slots, and Tian Bao Lu secured one of them. With the significant matters settled, Li Fan could not help but exhale in relief. He merely awaited the opening of the Ling Qi, where he would be able to purge the miasma from his body and officially embark on the path of cultivation. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Thus, even with Li Fan's composure, he found himself somewhat exhilarated. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal physical age: 4299 mental age, 505-1299 void energy charging progress, 121 anchor charging progress, 51 current anchor points. Li Fan gazed at the panel of Haijun. After 2 years of transformation, his physical age had reached the limit of 99 years, showing no signs of further growth. His mental age limit, however, continued to slowly increase due to his relentless practice of the Xian, Huang, Qing, Xi, and Zhou. What changes would occur after the baptism of the Ling Qi? He wondered with anticipation. The day for the opening of the Ling Qi finally arrived. On this day, Li Fan consumed the Li Chondan that Yin Yuzhen had given him and, under the guidance of specialists, entered the formation at the center of Liuli Island. Chapter 39. The first lesson in cultivation among the 13 individuals entering the central formation, aside from Li Fan, all were adolescents in their teens. They had received instructions and dared not speak lightly, instead using excited and curious glances to observe everything around them. The moment they stepped into the formation, their environment transformed drastically from that of Liuli Island. It felt as if they had instantaneously transitioned from a bustling market to a serene mountain retreat, surrounded by lush greenery, vibrant flora, and the continuous sound of chirping birds and buzzing insects. In the distance, peaks entwined with one another, and the hills undulated gracefully. Li Fan and the others stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing upwards at the summit obscured by thick clouds, rendering it invisible. The group ascended the ancient stone steps, climbing without pause for 2 consecutive hours. These youths possessed remarkable physiques. After such a lengthy ascent, not a single one was out of breath. Li Fan, despite his age and prolonged absence from physical exertion, was already drenched in sweat, barely managing to keep pace with the group. After another hour had elapsed, they finally reached the summit. The mountaintop was merely a small clearing, with a crowd dispersed, already feeling somewhat cramped. This peak was the highest among the mountains, surrounded by a vast sea of clouds. The wind howled, and the clouds rolled, occasionally revealing mountaintops like islands. These youths, having grown up amidst the sea, had never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. At that moment, they stood in awe. For Li Fan, however, the scene was rather mundane. He squinted up at the sun, noting that its position had remained unchanged during their time within the array, suggesting some form of illusion. Suddenly, a voice echoed among them, startling the youths. They quickly regained their composure, bowing and greeting, having encountered the immortal master, Xianshi. He appeared to be around 30, clad in azure robes, with a kind expression and a warm smile, embodying the image of a benevolent figure. Having never seen such a wondrous sight, the young men were filled with exhilaration. Xianshi nodded with a smile, but his words abruptly silenced the crowd. When I first arrived at Liuli Island, this peak was but a humble hill, far beneath the clouds. The youths were taken aback by Xianshi's remark, falling into a momentary silence before one of them spoke up, praising, "The immortal master's abilities are truly astonishing, able to elevate mountains." Xianshi chuckled softly. "I am but a humble foundation establishment cultivator. How could I possess such power? The boy who had flattered him turned crimson with shame, lowering his head. The others exchanged glances, perplexed by the meaning behind He Xianshur's words. Li Fan, however, gazed thoughtfully at the countless peaks within the sea of clouds. Do you know that mountains, like humans, can gradually rise? He Xianshur continued, no longer teasing. The youths were left dumbfounded, their faces reflecting disbelief. Is it truly so? Could these grand mountains be living beings? Although the notion of mountains growing was indeed shocking, the youths chose to believe the words of the exalted master. Yet, their expressions turned pale, struggling to accept this revelation. He Xianshur elaborated. Some peaks may appear lofty, yet their fate has run its course, unable to ascend further. Others, currently mere hills, may possess boundless potential. Who knows, in years to come, they might grow to become towering pillars, just like the Shao mountain beneath their feet, which had been inconspicuous in the past, yet now stood proudly among the mountains after just a few decades. Of course, many others, like the innumerable peaks hidden beneath the sea of clouds, would remain as mere backdrops, silently gazing up at the towering mountains above. If mountains can be thus, what of humans? Today, you are fortunate to step into the spirit pool and cleanse yourselves of impurities. Whether you can embark on the path of immortality or attain longevity, your future achievements depend entirely on your own fortunes. Seeing the bewildered expressions of the youths, He Xianshur sighed. Regardless of what lies ahead, you must give your all today. That is all I shall say. You may leave now. One of the youths, still puzzled by He Xianshur's words, finally asked, Master He, where is the cleansing spirit pool? Being young and eager, he could not help but inquire. It is right there, He Xianshur replied calmly. The group turned to where he pointed, and to their astonishment, it was the edge of sheer cliff just beyond the summit's small clearing. Is the master jesting? One youth exclaimed in disbelief. He Xianshur's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, without any visible movement, the head of that boy suddenly flew off, his body crumpling to the ground. Blood splattered, staining those nearby. The shocking scene left the remaining youths in shock. Some were too frightened to scream, covering their mouths tightly, trembling with pale faces. Others fainted, collapsing to the ground, while some immediately knelt, bowing in apology to He Xianshur. Let me teach you another lesson, he said, his demeanor shifting from benevolent to stern. In the future, on the path of cultivation, discernment is crucial. Know whom you can offend and whom you cannot, what you can say and what you must not. Do not wait until your life is forfeit to regret not heeding my warning today. He Xianshur gazed coldly at the youths. Li Fan observed the unfolding drama, recognizing that He Xianshur's lesson would leave a profound impression on them. Not only the youths, but Li Fan himself found value in He Xianshur's words. He bowed deeply to the master, sincerely expressing, I have learned. Then, he turned and approached the cliff's edge. Before him lay the precipice. One misstep would lead to certain death. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. Instead of plummeting, the swirling sea of clouds, as if conscious, rushed to support him, holding him aloft. With another step, he found his footing, enveloped by the rolling white clouds, soaring into the depths of the cloud sea. He Xianshur watched Li Fan's retreating figure, murmuring a remarkable temperament, but alas, he is too old. What a pity. Chapter 40. Fortuitous opportunity, the youths gazed in awe as Li Fan soared through the clouds, suddenly realizing that He Xianshur's words were neither deceitful nor exaggerated. Feeling a twinge of shame, those who enter the spirit pool first will receive more essence. Hurry. He Xianshur's expression softened as he encouraged the youths. Thus, they rushed eagerly toward the cloud sea. Surrounded by dense clouds, Li Fan felt disoriented. The surrounding white mist thickened, rapidly coalescing into a white liquid that enveloped him. Within this essence, he felt no suffocation. Instead, a profound warmth and comfort enveloped him, akin to a fetus in the womb, allowing his mind to relax completely. Gentle, warm energies flowed through every inch of his skin, seeping into his body. His entire being, along with his soul, felt as though it was soaking in warm water, eliciting involuntary sighs of pleasure. However, the warmth soon transformed into an intense heat, escalating to searing temperatures that felt like a fiery blaze. Caught off guard, Li Fan let out a cry of anguish. In that instant, he lost control of his body, feeling a lava-like heat coursing through him, wreaking havoc and tearing at every nerve. The pain was unbearable. Instinctively, he wanted to cry out, yet he managed to suppress it. 300 years of relentless pursuit had led to this moment. No matter what, he would not yield. I will cultivate immortality. I will pursue eternal life. Despite the excruciating pain fragmenting his consciousness, a single obsession kept him from breaking. The scorching energy circulated within him, seemingly endless, deepening the destruction and agony with each cycle. Eventually, the pain became indescribable, slicing through his soul relentlessly, an endless torment that would not cease. No matter how resiliently fans will, he gradually succumbed to the overwhelming agony. Gradually, Li Fan's consciousness began to waver and dissipate. Even at this moment, the tenacity within him compelled him to refrain from activating His awareness became nearly a blank slate. The thoughts of cultivating immortality, seeking longevity, dispelling miasma, the spirit pool, LDO, the wonders of heaven and earth, and HIs, and all slowly faded away alongside the silence of Li Fan's consciousness. Instinct replaced self, and thus, the Su-En Huing Q Ing X Nzhu, which Li Fan had diligently practiced day and night since arriving at LDO, naturally began to operate. As the Qing X Nzhu flowed, Li Fan's consciousness seemed to regain a sense of grounding, coalescing and strengthening anew. Though still in a state of ignorance, he resembled a rock by the seaside, steadfast against the raging winds and waves. 3 days swiftly passed. Among the 13 individuals who entered, the 11 had already emerged. Of these, only 4 had successfully expelled the miasma within them, while the remaining 7 could not endure the excruciating pain and failed in their attempts. Aside from the unfortunate soul who perished, the lone individual yet to appear was naturally Li Fan. He Zhenghao, sensing the faint yet persistent aura within the spirit pool's formation, grew increasingly astonished. As the presiding cultivator of the spirit pool formation, he was acutely aware of the torment one endured when the miasma was extracted from an ordinary person's body. The miasma, deeply embedded within a mortal's bloodline since the formation of the fetus, became inseparable from flesh and blood as one grew. This formation was created by one of the leaders of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, the East Extreme Heavenly Sovereign. It expels miasma by thoroughly destroying the physical body and then reshapes it with regenerative power. This process is repeated until all miasma is eradicated. The older one is, the more challenging it becomes to separate the miasma from the flesh, necessitating more cycles of destruction and reconstruction to completely eliminate the agony endured during this process is unimaginable. Having presided over the formation on the LDO for over 50 years, He Zhenghao had seen the oldest individuals manage to cleanse themselves by the age of 31. He believed there was no hope for success for someone as young as Li Fan. However, Li Fan's performance had far exceeded his expectations. The steadfastness of his will was astounding. Should he succeed in cleansing himself, progressing to the foundation establishment stage would undoubtedly not be difficult, perhaps even reaching the golden core stage. He Zhenghao's gaze flickered. Perhaps I should cultivate a favorable connection with this young man early on. He then sent the others out of the formation, remaining alone to await Li Fan. Another 3 days went by, and He Zhenghao, observing Li Fan's continued absence, found himself at a loss for words. Had it not been for the stable life force he sensed within the formation, he would have rushed in. Yet, interrupting was not advisable, and he could only continue waiting. 3 more days passed. He Zhenghao's complexion darkened, perplexed by the enigma that could endure within for such an extended period. To worsen matters, the materials sustaining the formation were running low. Insufficient materials would force the formation to cease operation, leading to unpredictable consequences, potentially rendering all previous efforts futile. Normally, even if the formation were to stop at this moment, it would merely be considered Li Fan's misfortune, having no bearing on He Zhenghao. Yet, contemplating Li Fan's formidable and resolute will, He Zhenghao's expression shifted. Enough is enough. I shall take a gamble on this young man's extraordinary future. With that, He Zhenghao formed a hand seal, causing various items to fly from his storage ring, vanishing into the depths of the cloud sea. Fortunately, he had secretly reserved a portion of these materials each time, lamenting the now half-empty storage ring. 2 more days passed, and the tumultuous cloud sea gradually calmed. Scanning with his divine sense, He Zhenghao noted that Li Fan was free of miasma, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, young friend. The shackles have been lifted, and longevity is within reach. He Jinghao exclaimed warmly, feeling an unprecedented vitality coursing through his body. Li Fan was still acclimating to his newly transformed physique. At this moment, witnessing the sudden shift in He Xianshur's demeanor left him somewhat bewildered. Although he had expelled the from within, he was still merely a mortal, not yet officially a cultivator. Why was He Jinghao treating him with such courtesy? Li Fan gazed at He Jinghao with a questioning look. Understanding the unspoken inquiry, He Jinghao informed Li Fan that he had remained in the for a full 11 days. What? I was inside for that long? Li Fan was genuinely astonished. Indeed, young friend, you were unaware. The materials for the formation were nearly depleted. It was only due to my considerable investment that I replenished them for you, He Jinghao noted with a sense of pride. At this moment, Li Fan was deeply shaken, not by He Jinghao's selfless dedication, but rather because he discovered that an additional technique had appeared on his HIV panel. It was not the Su En Huing Q Ing X NZHU he had been practicing, but rather the Su En Huing Li N X NZHU. After expelling the miasma, Li Fan's panel underwent a tremendous transformation. Name: Li Fan Realm. Mortal Physiological Age: 42120 Psychological Age: 5052053 Virtual Energy Recharge Progress: 121 Anchoring Energy Recharge Progress: 51 Current Anchor Points. 1 Techniques. Su En Huing Li NX NZHU's physiological age surpassed the 100-year milestone and exhibited a rising trend. Even more astonishing was the psychological age limit, which had nearly doubled, reaching over 2,000 years. Such effects could not possibly stem solely from the... Was it due to the inexplicably manifested Su En Huing Li NX NZHU? Li Fan was equally perplexed as to why the Q Ing X NZHU had transformed into the Li NX NZHU. He had nearly lost consciousness from the unbearable pain and was unaware of what transpired thereafter. However, this was not the time for meticulous examination. Li Fan steadied his mind and clasped his hands in gratitude to He Jinghao, saying, I shall not forget the grace of Xianshur. In the future, I will repay it handsomely. He Jinghao had awaited this very proclamation from Li Fan, and his tone grew increasingly amiable. What is this, young friend? The path of immortality is arduous. I merely assisted as best I could. He produced a book and handed it to Li Fan. After expelling the miasma, you must now attune yourself to the spiritual energy of the world and draw it into your body. If you can condense the first strand of spiritual energy within, it signifies your entry into the Qi refinement stage, at which point you can officially be regarded as a cultivator. This WL-ING-NQF is a compilation of past experiences on sensing spiritual energy. You must study it diligently. He then retrieved a square talisman and solemnly entrusted it to Li Fan. This is the LCHNF. You must carry it with you before drawing energy into your body. Although you have expelled the miasma, it is not a permanent solution. Living among mortals, you will inevitably encounter miasma again over time. This talisman can help shield you from its interference, but it has a limited duration, lasting only about 5 years. However, with your innate talent, I believe breaking through to the Qi refinement stage within 5 years should not pose a challenge. He Jinghao remarked with a smile. Once you achieve the Qi refinement stage, you may return to the island, and I shall guide you to our 10,000 Immortals Alliance's stronghold, WNCNDO, nestled within this cloud sea. Once on the island, you can select the appropriate techniques to continue your cultivation. He Jinghao meticulously outlined the precautions for drawing energy into the body, which Li Fan committed to memory. After all matters were addressed, Li Fan took his leave, recognizing the opportunity for growth that lay ahead. As he watched Li Fan's retreating figure, He Jinghao murmured to himself. As He Jinghao surveyed the mountain peak beneath his feet, he shook his head, declaring, the potential has been exhausted. It is time to seek a new mountain. With that, he soared above the sea of clouds, and with a flourish of his long sleeves, he gathered the billowing clouds into his embrace. Gazing down at the undulating mountain ranges, He Jinghao carefully selected the peak that would rise the highest in the coming century. The cultivation technique he practiced was known as Zhuoshanju. The most notable feature of Zhuoshanju is the ability to sit atop a mountain and enjoy its benefits. By choosing a peak and sitting in meditation upon it, one can operate the technique, expending several years to merge one's essence with that of the mountain. Consequently, For every increment in the mountain's height, one's own cultivation would receive a corresponding boost. Conversely, should one misjudge and the mountain remain stagnant, it would equate to a futile waste of over a decade of cultivation time. In addition to benefiting from the mountain's growth, one could also gain from aiding others. For instance, by assisting Li Fan, should he later break through to the qi refinement stage, He Jinghao would receive an ethereal feedback, enhancing his own cultivation. This process is not akin to stealing another's power, but resembles the notion that when one ascends, all associated beings also elevate. As the peak rises, so do the trees upon it. The growth of giants likewise uplifts what they possess. Naturally, compared to mountains, aiding others comes with more lenient conditions. There is no need to be bound to a single individual. One may cast a wider net. However, the extent of future rewards is invariably proportional to the initial investment made. Thus, when encountering promising juniors, He Jinghao has never hesitated to extend a helping hand. After dispelling the miasma, Li Fan indeed felt a remarkable transformation. It was as though he had regained a decade of youth. His vision and hearing had significantly improved. He could faintly sense the pure energy flowing through the world, omnipresent and invigorating. Is this the essence of spiritual energy? Li Fan mused with delight. Upon drawing energy into his body, he would enter the qi refinement stage. He yearned to cultivate tirelessly day and night. Yet before that, he needed to examine the enigmatic Xian Huang Lian Xian Zhou that had appeared. After scouring his mind, he found no new operational methods. Thus, Li Fan began his practice according to the techniques of Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou. As he commenced, he discerned the distinction between the Lian Xian Zhou and Qing Xian Zhou. Previously, practicing the Qing Xian Zhou often required nearly half an hour to calm his mind and dispel all extraneous thoughts. However, once he began the Lian Xian Zhou, it took mere moments for Li Fan to feel as if his heart were a clear mirror. It was as though a colossal, grinding wheel had manifested in his mind, continuously absorbing and pulverizing distractions, transforming them into nourishment for his spirit. After 3 years of practicing the Qing Xian Zhou, aside from a slight enhancement reflected on his Huanzhen panel, Li Fan had not noticed any other benefits. In contrast, while practicing the Lian Xian Zhou, he could distinctly feel his mental acuity strengthening with each passing moment. Though the increase was minuscule, it was indeed a growth. Li Fan was filled with inexplicable joy, followed by a torrent of questions. Why did the widely seen Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou, typically used to dispel miasma, transform into this extraordinary Xian Huang Lian Xian Zhou within him? Given that one cannot practice two different spiritual techniques, does this Lian Xian Zhou qualify as a cultivation method? With his current understanding of the cultivation world, Li Fan could not arrive at a conclusion. Yet, he sensed an immense secret lay hidden within, one he vowed to investigate when the opportunity arose. On the verge of stepping into the realm of cultivators and having acquired the wondrous Xian Huang Lian Xian Zhou, Li Fan felt a surge of elation. However, it wasn't long before he received a letter that shattered his momentary pride. Xiao Hong had successfully drawn energy into his body and had already departed for Wan Xiandao. Chapter 42. The celestial and mortal shall not coexist. I have no interest in cultivation. The memory of Xiao Hong uttering those words remained vivid in Li Fan's mind. How long had it been? How could he have succeeded in dispelling the miasma within him and directly breaking through to the qi refinement stage? Li Fan was engulfed in shock and confusion. He read the letter from Xiao Hong multiple times, then set out to inquire further, reluctantly coming to terms with the reality. Closing his eyes, he envisioned a terrifying scene of celestial masters descending from the heavens, slaughtering all in the realm of mortals. For several consecutive days, Xiao Hong remained in this state. After much reflection, Xiao Hong finally resolved to commit himself, to find peace in sleep, and to become a cultivator free from daily fears. He earnestly began practicing the Xian Huang Qing Xian Zhou. To his surprise, after centering himself, his progress accelerated immensely. With the aid of medicinal substances, he purged all miasma from his body in less than a month. He subsequently felt the spiritual essence of the world swirling around him like a living entity, intimately drawn to his presence. Captivated by this spectacle, he became enraptured, and after a blissful slumber, he successfully drew energy into his body. Initially uncertain, He soon realized he had become the fabled celestial master. However, when he attempted to engage intimately with a maidservant, he felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Instinctively, he struck her down. In that moment, Xiao Hong confirmed that he was indeed a cultivator. Celestial beings and mortals must remain forever apart. Although he had entered the Qi refinement stage, Xiao Hong was perplexed about his next steps. He desired to meet the guardian celestial master of Lioli Island. Unfortunately, at that time, He Jinghao was occupied with overseeing the purification array of the spiritual pool and could not be disturbed. Once Li Fan emerged from the pool, He Jinghao finally had the opportunity to meet Xiao Hong. Upon hearing Xiao Heng's account and conducting a thorough investigation, He Jinghao confirmed that Xiao Hong was indeed truthful. Initially overjoyed, he then slapped his thigh in regret. After a brief moment, he gathered himself and eagerly prepared to escort Xiao Hong to Wan Xiandao. Xiao Hong requested to bid farewell to his friends, which He Jinghao readily agreed to. Thus, Xiao Hong said his goodbyes to all in the realm of mortals before departing gracefully. As for Li Fan, Xiao Hong initially intended to visit. Yet, he understood that Li Fan had devoted over 3 years to his cultivation and had only recently succeeded in purging the miasma. Just moments ago, he had declared his disinterest in cultivation in front of Li Fan. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a Qi refinement cultivator. Xiao Hong felt uncertain about how to face Li Fan and, fearing it might provoke him, decided to send only a letter. Xiao Hong expressed his profound gratitude for Li Fan's repeated assistance, stating he would await him at Wan Xiandao, promising to repay Li Fan in kind. Brother, today's achievements are all thanks to your protection. I hear you have successfully dispelled the miasma. It seems you will soon break through to the Qi refinement stage. I shall proceed first to Wan Xiandao and await your esteemed arrival. On the day we meet, if you have any requests, I would not hesitate to risk my life to fulfill them. Li Fan set down Xiao Heng's letter, exhaling slowly. So this is what it means to be a prodigy of unparalleled talent? Achieving the Qi refinement stage without any assistance, purely by chance? He could even sense the spiritual essence's affection toward him. Although aware that cultivators vary widely in talent and recognizing his own lack thereof, the proximity of such genius was indeed disheartening. It seemed Xiao Heng's concerns were not unfounded. Had he suddenly appeared before Li Fan, who had only just succeeded in dispelling the miasma, it could have unbalanced Li Fan's mindset. Li Fan smilad bedoblera y. Yet he understood that his reliance had never been on innate talent, but rather on the countless opportunities granted to him by Huanzhen. With Huanzhen in hand, he held confidence that he could surpass any genius, albeit the journey may be long, requiring meticulous planning across lifetimes. As the Li NX in Zhu circulated, Li Fan's tumultuous heart gradually found tranquility. He opened the book WL NGNQF gifted by HZH NGHO and began to study it meticulously. The text recounted that in ancient times, there existed the concept of spiritual roots. During that era, only mortals endowed with such roots could cultivate. There were ordinary spiritual roots corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as unique attributes like thunder, wind, and darkness. Those with a singular root would experience swift cultivation progress, effortlessly mastering techniques aligned with their attribute. Conversely, those with multiple roots would cultivate at a slower pace, needing to balance various attributes, often exhausting their efforts without significant results. Yet, should a prodigy arise, possessing multiple roots could lead to unparalleled prowess, surpassing singular root cultivators within the same realm. However, these were merely bygone tales. In the ancient cultivation realm, the unity of heaven and humanity was paramount. Spiritual roots were gifts from the heavens, and only the fortunate, blessed by the divine, could comprehend the laws of nature and qualify for ascension. Alas, the multitude of mortals far outnumbered those with spiritual roots, leaving the vast majority yearning for a path to cultivation that remained elusive. Such inequity was profound. Fortunately, in ancient times, celestial masters imparted their wisdom. The WL-NG-NQF recorded that the celestial masters, harmonizing with the heavens and earth, taught the path to immortality to countless mortals who had lost hope. The celestial master proclaimed, "If I desire to become immortal, why must I seek the heavens? If heaven does not grant, I shall take it. To follow the heavens is to be mortal. to defy the heavens, is to become immortal. A mere mortal, aspiring for longevity, need not yearn for unity with the heavens, but rather contend against them. Thus, the celestial master elucidated his doctrine to the masses, which remains the guiding path in today as cultivation realm. The path of immortality is to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth, to command its energy, to harness the wonders of nature, to lay the foundation of the path, to glimpse the laws of heaven and earth, to refine the elixir, to seize the essence of the cosmos, to achieve the primordial infant, to extract the marrow of existence, to attain the divine, to sacrifice to the souls of heaven and earth, to unify with the path, to defy the principles of existence, to validate longevity. With a thud, WL-N-G-N-Q-F fell to the ground. Li Fan trembled as he picked it up, unable to conceal his astonishment. The cultivation methods of this world were utterly different from his expectations, even bordering on the terrifying. It was no wonder he had felt a strange sensation since encountering the cultivators of this realm. The heavenly path appeared to harbor a palpable malice towards cultivators. Whether it was the prohibition against cultivating similar celestial techniques, the unusual phenomenon of cultivators illuminating the skies for miles upon their demise, or the bizarre, harmful 11-NFNZH present within mortals, each hinted at this malign intent. Today, as Li Fan delved into the cultivation realm, the enigma was finally unveiled. To defy the principles of existence, to validate longevity, Li Fan softly murmured, exhaling deeply. Chapter 43. Forming the roots of heaven and earth. The descriptions of the path of immortality within WL-NGNQF increasingly filled Li Fan with dread. Before reaching the JNDN stage, the concept seemed relatively normal, absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth, harnessing the wonders of nature, and glimpsing the laws of existence. However, upon entering the UNYing stage, the narrative took a turn towards madness. Seizing the essence of the cosmos, extracting the marrow of existence, and sacrificing to the souls of heaven and earth, culminating in the defiance of existence's principles. Merely reading these phrases sent shivers down one's spine. The heavenly path, exalted above all, nurtures all beings. For cultivators to practice in such a manner would be akin to rebelling against the heavens, an act of profound heresy. What did this signify? Were the cultivators unaware of the implications? Unfortunately, this method of cultivation facilitated rapid advancement. The text revealed that since the celestial master imparted his teachings, a multitude of previously unqualified mortals surged forth within mere decades. Cultivateurs of GNDN, UNYNG, and who SHN flourished like bamboo shoots after rain. The prosperity of the cultivation realm at that time was indeed remarkable, with JNDN cultivators abundant and UNYing cultivators considered trivial, as those adhering to ancient methods witnessed their cultivation being easily surpassed by mere mortals. How many could maintain their convictions and resist the allure of the celestial master's teachings? Thus, the ancient methods fell into decline, replaced gradually by the new. A millennium later, the cultivation realm reached its zenith. Alas, the laws of heaven are immutable. Prosperity inevitably leads to decline. Even the increasingly frequent heavenly tribulations could not suppress the rising tide of cultivators. Eventually, the day of retribution arrived. The world transformed, and calamity descended. Henceforth, the prohibition against cultivating similar celestial techniques was established. The flourishing cultivation realm was struck as if by a thunderous blow. In pursuit of survival, cultivators descended into endless slaughter. It took millennia for the chaos to subside. Presently, cultivators have grown accustomed to the heavens' malice. They have gleaned lessons from experience, establishing a new order of cultivation amidst the wasteland left in the wake of calamity. With the foundations of the contemporary cultivation realm laid bare, the subsequent content of the book details the method of the 5 spirits' energy absorption. Should a mortal, free from the miasma, struggle to draw energy into their body, they may cultivate the 5 spirits to forcibly absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thereby refining it and breaking through to the chi refinement stage. The so-called 5 spirits refer to the 5 innate emotions of humanity: greed, fear, wrath, hatred, and self-importance. These emotions lie dormant within the human heart, inexhaustible and everlasting. The five spirits energy absorption utilizes these emotions as fuel to nurture the roots of heaven and earth within the Dantian. The roots of heaven and earth connect the cultivator's Dantian with the cosmos, and once formed, the cultivator can draw upon the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for their own use. Unlike ancient cultivation, which relied heavily on innate talent, the five spirits energy absorption method emphasizes stability. Those with exceptional talent might cultivate their roots of heaven and earth in a mere day and night, embarking on their path of cultivation. Even those devoid of any aptitude for cultivation can, through diligent effort over the years, forge their own roots of heaven and earth within a decade. Once Li Fan mastered the technique of drawing energy into his body, he dedicated himself to practicing the WL-NG-NQF daily within the confines of his home. Even though he had prepared himself mentally for a potentially arduous journey in cultivation, 3 years passed without success in drawing energy. Li Fan was acutely aware of his own cultivation aptitude. Average, neither a genius nor particularly lacking. Yet, the current situation indicated other underlying factors. The Suen Huingli NXNZHU truly brought unpredictable fortunes. Li Fan felt a sense of helplessness. The five spirits energy absorption required the five emotions as fuel to facilitate the formation of the roots of heaven and earth. However, his practice of the Suen Huingli NXNZHU resulted in a minimal accumulation of these emotions. Even when he refrained from deliberately invoking the Li NXNZHU, his mind instinctively shattered these negative emotions. It was akin to carrying a heavy burden, leading to his slow progress. Li Fan had attempted to draw energy into his body without relying on the roots of heaven and earth. Yet he clearly lacked the innate talent of Shi Oiching. The external spiritual energy seemed indifferent to him. Without external guidance and relying solely on self-exploration, Li Fan felt uncertain how long it would take to successfully draw energy into his body. Therefore, he resolved to diligently follow the five spirits energy absorption method to break through to the Qi refinement stage. Though progress was slow, it promised stability. Time was the one resource Li Fan possessed in abundance. In the initial years, HZHNGHO occasionally sent inquiries regarding Li Fan's cultivation progress. However, after witnessing Li Fan's prolonged stagnation, he ceased sending inquiries. Meanwhile, due to Li Fan's connection with Shi O-H-Ing, T-N-B-O-L-U, despite lacking the backing of W-N-Hu S-H-Ing Hu, experienced improved operations across the surrounding islands. No one wished to offend a merchant house potentially backed by a celestial master, striving to avoid conflicts with WNBOLU. Consequently, over the 3 years, WNBOLU expanded its markets significantly, flourishing. Concerning external affairs, Li Fan only occasionally paid attention. The majority of his energy remained focused on nurturing the roots of heaven and earth. Regrettably, this endeavor could not be rushed. Li Fan estimated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would take him approximately 2 more years to achieve success. Having been confined at home for an extended period, he felt an overwhelming urge to venture outside one day. Without disturbing anyone, he donned a new outfit and a felt hat, making his way to the bustling market of Liuli Island. Compared to 3 years ago, the scene appeared unchanged. The sounds of haggling, calls to attract customers, and playful banter filled the air. Here, Li Fan experienced a long-lost sense of humanity. Thoughts surged within him as if parched saplings were being nourished. In that moment, he realized that the progress of his connection to the roots of heaven and earth far surpassed the results of 3 days of solitary cultivation at home. Li Fan had a sudden epiphany. For most practitioners, seclusion and focused cultivation are essential, as ordinary people do not lack the quintessence of the 5 elements as fuel. However, Li Fan's situation was unique. The heart refinement mantra within his mind was constantly in operation, transforming distracting thoughts into potent nourishment for his spirit. The technique of sensing the 5 elements was evidently inferior to the advanced heart refinement mantra, capable of capturing only a few remnants. Currently, Li Fan was unable to alter this state of affairs. To hasten the formation of his connection to the roots of heaven and earth, he needed to increase the volume of distracting thoughts generated daily in his mind. Secluding himself each day was clearly insufficient. He needed to engage with the world. Understanding this concept brought him a sense of joy. It appeared he might not require 2 years to enter the qi refinement stage. Li Zhonglao, at that moment, a somewhat familiar voice resonated from behind him. Li Fan turned around and, after a brief moment of contemplation, recognized the speaker. It was none other than Zhang Haobo, the captain of the Tsungyuan ship, with whom he had a previous acquaintance. Chapter 44. Finally entering the qi refinement stage, Zhang Haobo regarded Li Fan with a mixture of awe and delight. He had heard that Li Zhonglao had shed his previous burdens and would soon become a revered master. Seeing him now evoked both reverence and trepidation. "So it is you?" Li Fan remarked, his impression of Zhang Haobo being quite favorable. He smiled and mentioned that it had been several years since their last meeting, inquiring about his recent circumstances. "Our status on the island has certainly risen, and many envy us." As he spoke, Zhang Haobo hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. "But don't hold back." Li Fan urged him to continue. "However, the brothers on the Tsungyuan have recently discussed leaving Liuli Island. I have harbored similar thoughts." "Oh," Li Fan responda, intriga. "Where do you intend to go?" "To be honest, we haven't settled on a destination yet," Zhang Haobo said nervously. Li Fan grew curious. Given that life has been going well, why the sudden desire to leave? Zhang Haobo scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "I fear you might laugh at me, but there is an undercurrent of unease within me." "Unease? Pray tell," Li Fan instructed. Zhang Haobo fell silent for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. After a while, he glanced around and spoke in a hushed tone. "To be candid, we have encountered strange occurrences during our recent voyages. For instance, on our last few outings, we often caught thousands of pounds of fish in a single haul. 9 out of 10 nets were filled to the brim with various types of fish. Isn't that a good thing?" Li Fan inquired. "Indeed, it is," Zhang Haobo replied. "But I have fished at sea for over a decade and have never witnessed anything like this before." A flicker of doubt and fear crossed his eyes. "It feels as though all the fish in the ocean are fleeing, gathering together in a frenzy." "And what else?" Li Fan pondered for a moment before asking further. "My brothers and I have lived on Liuli Island for years and know the surrounding reefs intimately. Recently, however, we've noticed an increase in exposed rocks around the island." Zhang Haobo stated with a serious demeanor. "Are you suggesting that the water level is dropping?" Li Fan immediately grasped the implication. In previous years, there had always been fluctuations in water levels, but this year's changes seemed particularly unusual. "The brothers are worried," Zhang Haobo admitted. "We reported this to the Liuli government a month ago, but they dismissed it as a routine fluctuation in water levels," he added. "There's one more matter that concerns us. In the past 3 years, there have been no storms whatsoever. This is true not only for the water surrounding Liuli Island, but for the entire Tsungyuan Sea. We have communicated with various island fleets, and it is indisputable. Storms have been absent from the Tsungyuan Sea for 3 years." Zhang Haobo quickly added, fearing Li Fan would doubt him. Li Fan remained silent, contemplating the implications. Storms had never ceased since his birth, occurring frequently, sometimes even more than 10 times a year. For decades, this had been the norm. Yet now, 3 years had passed without a single storm. Some on the island celebrated, attributing this to the protection of the master. However, he and his brothers viewed it differently. "This is too abnormal. Something significant must be on the horizon," Zhang Haobo asserted. "Perhaps it merely signifies a coming period of warmer weather." Li Fan suggested after a moment of reflection. "The island is safeguarded by a protective formation, and with a master overseeing it, any potential issues can likely be addressed." "Your reasoning is valid, Li Zhonglao. Many aboard the ship share this sentiment. Yet, I cannot shake this feeling of unease," Zhang Haobo confessed with a wry smile. "Thus, I have resolved to leave the Tsungyuan Sea," he declared, his gaze growing resolute. Seeing his determination, Li Fan responded, "Leaving one's homeland is no trivial matter. It requires careful consideration." Zhang Haobo nodded. Upon reflection, he was not merely being alarmist. Various signs indeed indicated that something was amiss in the Tsungyuan Sea. Perhaps a monumental storm was brewing in secret, or a severe drought was silently taking form. Nevertheless, this did not pose any immediate concern for Li Fan. As he stood on the threshold of becoming a practitioner, once he broke through to the qi refinement stage, he could journey to Wanxian Island, a gathering place for practitioners, where such catastrophes would be of little concern. Even in the unlikely event that a disaster arose that even practitioners could not confront, worrying would be futile. Thus, Li Fan resolved to focus on diligently practicing the technique of sensing the 5 elements. By the way, I should inform Wanbeilu to notify Yushin to prepare in advance. Time passed, and another year slipped by. 6 months prior, Zhang Haobo ultimately chose to leave the Tsongyuan Sea with several of his brothers from the Tsongyuan. This decision stirred quite a commotion on the island, prompting concern among the inhabitants. However, the following 6 months were peaceful, with no signs of calamity, leading many to dismiss the matter as mere gossip. He Jinghao had not sent anyone to check on Li Fan either. In He Jinghao's view, after nearly 4 years of effort, Li Fan had exhausted his potential in drawing in qi, rendering him no longer worthy of attention. Xiao Hong occasionally sent letters inquiring about Li Fan's well-being. It was said that Xiao Hong had made remarkable progress and was now at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Amidst the tumult of the world, Li Fan observed as a mere passerby, patiently focusing on his cultivation. One day, he felt a stirring within. Having accumulated a sufficient supply of quintessence, his connection to the roots of heaven and earth was finally ready to take shape. A shadowy apparition manifested within his dantian, and in an instant, Li Fan sensed a subtle yet profound connection to the cosmos. Like a water wheel drawing from a river, nourishing parched fields, strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth began to flow through the roots, gradually permeating his dantian and swiftly spreading throughout his body. After 7 years in the realm of cultivation, Li Fan finally entered the qi refinement stage. Chapter 45. The transmission to Wnexi in Island. Upon entering the refinement qi stage, Li Fan was acutely aware of the profound transformations within himself. The spiritual energy surged and circulated within his body, silently rejuvenating his somewhat aged physique. The fine lines on his face vanished, and his skin regained its delicate texture. He experienced a remarkable revival, with his constitution significantly enhanced. Most importantly, he could now finally harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Threads of spiritual energy flowed under his command, morphing into various shapes. Alas, at this moment, he could only manipulate the energy instinctively. To utilize it more efficiently, he would undoubtedly require corresponding spells. After experimenting for a while, Li Fan dissipated the spiritual energy from his hands and focused his attention on the Huanjin panel. Name: Li Fan Realm. Initial refinement qi physiological age: 47199 psychological age: 5102169. Upon breaking through to the refinement qi stage, Li Fan's lifespan limit had now reached the pinnacle of 199 years. The 5 Spirits Perception technique had previously mentioned that while cultivators enjoy lifespans far exceeding ordinary mortals, they still face significant suppression compared to ancient times. A refinement qi cultivator's lifespan does not exceed 200 years, while a foundation establishment cultivator can expect only an additional century before their time draws to a close. Only those who attain the Golden Core realm and glimpse the laws of heaven and earth experience a dramatic extension of life, reaching 500 to 600 years. In stark contrast to his physiological age, his psychological age had seen little increase. After all, he had previously augmented it considerably through the practice of the Xian Huang Lian Xian spell, so Li Fan was not particularly surprised. He had long received this Yuan Ying realm technique from Ko Hong, but had been unable to examine it due to a lack of divine consciousness, which had weighed on his mind. Now, having finally entered the refinement qi stage, Li Fan was eager to uncover its contents. As he picked up the jade slip, the description of the technique naturally surfaced in his mind. Li Fan understood that this was a change that had occurred only after the great calamity of heaven and earth, when dual cultivation of celestial laws became impossible. As his divine consciousness resonated with the jade slip, a torrent of words and images surged into his mind. The initial reading of the jade slip felt somewhat overwhelming, as if an abundance of information was being forcibly crammed into his brain, causing a slight throbbing at his temples. Fortunately, his divine consciousness was considerably more robust than that of an average refinement qi cultivator, and he quickly adapted, returning to normal. With a calm mind, he meticulously examined the technique. After a lengthy period, he finally grasped its general concepts. In ancient times, the principle of harmony between heaven and man was highly regarded. The Tianji sect believed that all things in the universe possess their own consciousness, akin to humans, though often imperceptible. Just as a murderous intent can permeate the atmosphere, the myriad beings of heaven and earth occasionally emit subtle energies. When heaven manifests murderous intent, all things wither, and the stars shift. When the earth does the same, great changes occur, transforming seas into fields and dragons into land creatures. By capturing and refining the various energies of heaven and earth, one could trace back to their origins, achieving a state of resonance and unity with them. Upon mastering this technique, one could not only utilize the murderous energies of heaven and earth to inflict harm, but also infer and predict the future through these energies. This technique was formidable, yet perilous. The will of heaven and earth is immensely vast. Even a mere thread of energy is many times more potent than that of a cultivator. Recklessly engaging with it could easily lead to injury or even assimilation, turning one into a puppet of the will of heaven and earth. Thus, the ancient Tinji sect, in its practice, chose not to refine the energies of heaven and earth, but instead sought alternative methods. They fostered their own murderous intent, harnessing the life force of spring, and sensed energies from certain spiritual entities, collecting myriad energies to conceal themselves, thereby achieving the goal of obscuring the celestial mechanism and resonating with the will of heaven and earth. Theoretically, if this method were cultivated to its highest realm, one could merge with heaven and earth, embodying the Tao. However, this remained merely theoretical. The pinnacle of cultivation would only reach the Yuaning realm. Such was the case in ancient times, let alone in today's world, where the malice of heaven and earth is omnipresent in the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, with the assistance of Huanzhen, Li Fan need not overly worry about the risks associated with practicing this technique. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan decided not to rush into mastering the technique. He would first journey to Nexi in Island to ascertain the current state of the cultivation world before making further plans. Thus, he made his way to the central array of Lioli Island, intending to meet He Jianghao. Upon arriving at the array's periphery, he noticed several attendants waiting for him. Guided by the attendants, Li Fan soon encountered He Jianghao again. At this moment, he found himself not on the previously towering peak, but rather on an unremarkable small hill, surrounded by mountains blending into the scenery. He Jianghao was seated in a small pavilion atop the hill. I just sensed a fluctuation in the island's spiritual energy, which confirmed your breakthrough, He Jianghao remarked, a look of satisfaction on his face. Although it took some time, I have indeed made the breakthrough, Li Fan replied politely. It was merely a small effort on my part, He Jianghao said with a smile, sensing the increase in Li Fan's cultivation. Have you come to see me in order to travel to Nexian Island? Indeed. I am free from worldly concerns and can set off at any time. Li Fan nodded. Very well then. Follow me, He Jianghao said, swiftly appearing before Li Fan and grasping his shoulder. Do not struggle. He Jianghao's voice rang in Li Fan's ears. Upon hearing this, Li Fan released the protective spiritual energy surrounding him. As He Jianghao led him, Li Fan soared into the sky, ascending rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the sea of clouds and reached the mountaintops. Initiate, He Jianghao gestured with one hand toward the sprawling mountains below. Moments later, countless peaks emitted beams of white light, converging before He Jianghao to form a colossal sphere of light. Commence, He Jianghao directed upward. The light sphere accelerated dramatically, shooting straight up in the direction indicated by He Jianghao. Instantly, it materialized into a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth, crashing into the sun above. The surface of the sun twisted violently before splitting in two, creating a portal in the midst. Let's proceed. Chapter 46. The Spirit Treasure Tea and Mirror. After what felt like an eternity, Li Fan finally recovered from the extraordinary experience. The first time using the transmission array can be disorienting, but you will become accustomed to it, He Jianghao casually explained. Li Fan nodded silently, observing his surroundings. It appeared they were in a vast square, with a monumental statue at the forefront. The statue depicted an elderly man with a high crown and a flowing beard. Scattered throughout the square were thousands of stone statues of various shapes, all gazing up at the venerable elder. The transmission array from which Li Fan emerged stood before one of these statues. This is the transmission square, He Jianghao elucidated. It was constructed to commemorate the Celestial Master's teachings, and every outpost of our Nexi in Alliance features such a square. Recalling the scene described in the Five Spirits Perception Technique, where the Celestial Master imparted wisdom to all beings, Li Fan gazed at the statue of the elder for a long time, silently nodding in agreement. Flight is permitted on Nexian Island. but be mindful not to ascend beyond the height of the Celestial Master-S statue. Otherwise, you will trigger the W-Nexi N Grand Array's defenses, which could spell doom even for those of the Yuaning realm. He Jinghao cautioned with a serious expression. Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine and promptly committed this warning to memory. Although flight is not prohibited, I advise against unnecessary soaring. Many cultivators gather here in the Sea of Clouds, including formidable Golden Core and Yuan Ing realm experts. If you fly above them and attract their ire, they might remember you. When you leave W-Nexi N Island, they could easily strike you down without a second thought, leaving you with no recourse for explanation. He Jinghao led Li Fan, walking while quietly explaining the matters to pay attention to on Wanxian Island. Concerning life and death, Li Fan committed each point to memory. After a while, the two passed through a corridor naturally formed by entwined vines and arrived at a lush, tranquil grove. In the clearing of the forest stood a massive, ancient mirror. Occasionally, cultivators hurriedly passed through its surface, unaware of their destination. Others emerged from the mirror and departed directly. This mirror is known as the Tianqian Mirror of our Wanxian Alliance. Legend has it that before the immortal sovereign imparted his teachings, this Tianqian mirror was merely an ordinary mirror. Later, as the immortal sovereign taught, the mirror reflected the sovereigns, gradually developing a semblance of consciousness. It then began to cultivate like the cultivators, evolving from a mundane object into the current spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Most matters concerning us cultivators within the Wanxian Alliance are handled by this Tianqian mirror. It is said that this entity holds grudges. So exercise caution and refrain from speaking carelessly. He Jinghao advised Li Fan in a hushed tone. Subsequently, He Jinghao pulled Li Fan into the mirror. What lay before them was a solitary space, devoid of any other cultivators. It felt as though they were suspended in the void, surrounded by nothingness and darkness. This person is a newly initiated cultivator who has come to Wanxian Island to join our Wanxian Alliance. He Jinghao indicated Li Fan. Introducing a Qi Refinement Stage Cultivator. Recording medium-level Ding Gong, equivalent to 50 contribution points. Current total contribution points, 920. A voice resonated in the space. He Jinghao maintained a calm demeanor, while Li Fan pondered. Upon receiving the contribution points, He Jinghao's expression brightened. Since my young friend has arrived here, I can rest easy. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire of the Tianqian Mirror. Generally, it will provide you with detailed information. I have duties to uphold as a guardian of the island, so I shall not linger. With that, He Jinghao hurriedly departed, leaving Li Fan alone in the Tianqian Mirror. A flicker of light ignited in the surrounding darkness and then extinguished, recording mental fluctuations. Independent space established. Cultivator, please state your name. An oddly resonant voice emerged. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian Alliance. As a benefit, you will be granted 20 contribution points free of charge. You may utilize contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, techniques, treasures, and more. Contribution points can be acquired through submitting resources, completing tasks, and trading with others. Similarly, if you encounter issues beyond your resolution, you may consume contribution points to post a bounty. Your current total contribution points, 20. As a newly joined cultivator of the Wanxian Alliance, you are entitled to reside in the Tianqian Mirror free of charge for 30 days. After 30 days, you will need to pay contribution points to continue your stay, with a residence fee of 10 contribution points per 30 days. Naturally, you may also choose to spend contribution points to purchase your own cave dwelling on Wanxian Island. The Tianqian Mirror tirelessly recounted the life essentials within the Wanxian Alliance to Li Fan. If I am unable to thrive within the Wanxian Alliance, can I choose to leave and join the Wulao Society? Li Fan suddenly inquired after listening for quite a while. The Tianqian Mirror's voice abruptly ceased, as if it had been choked. After a moment of silence, it resumed. Those who have joined the Wanxian Alliance cannot join the Wulao Society, and vice versa. Violating this rule will result in a joint pursuit by both parties. Now, it was Li Fan's turn to be silent. It seems I have not yet consented to join your Wanxian Alliance, have I? Once you enter the Tianqian Mirror and your mental state is recorded, it is deemed as voluntary membership in the Wanxian Alliance. Can I disengage from the Wanxian Alliance and subsequently not join the Wulao Society, opting instead to be a loose cultivator? Li Fan asked again. The Tianqian Mirror fell silent once more. Can gold and silver be exchanged for contribution points? Yes. Specific exchange rules can be found in the exchange list. Li Fan persistently questioned the Tianxian mirror. After considerable time, he finally paused. I have no further questions for now. Understood, cultivator. Should new inquiries arise, feel free to summon me at any time. You may also check independently through your mental awareness. The space returned to quietude. As Li Fan manipulated his mental awareness, the dark void transformed into a quaint room. The decor within was indistinguishable from that of the Xian Taisher's residence. Li Fan touched the furnishings and items in the room, finding them nearly identical, with no detectable differences. The Tianxian mirror is indeed an extraordinary treasure, Li Fan mused inwardly. Through their recent exchange, he had gained a broad understanding of the Wanxian alliance. As he opened the technique exchange menu, Li Fan noted that even the simplest Qi refinement stage technique required a steep 1,000 contribution points. Upon accessing the task section and filtering tasks available for those at the initial Qi refinement stage, he found that the rewards were all a meager 5 or 10 points. Truly, cultivating in this realm is akin to herding cattle. A sense of inexplicable emotion began to arise within Li Fan. You have received a new image communication. Please check it promptly. At that moment, the voice of the Tianxian mirror rang out again. Li Fan was somewhat astonished. He had only recently arrived on Wanxian Island. How could someone be sending him a communication? Upon opening it, a somewhat familiar figure appeared. It was Xiao Hong. He looked as though he had transformed entirely from 4 or 5 years ago, clad in a flowing white robe, his long hair billowing, exuding an ethereal aura. Brother Li, you have finally arrived. Xiao Hong smiled. I have been indebted to you since our time on Liuli Island, and I have long felt the need to repay your kindness. When I broke through to the Qi refinement stage and left without a word, I felt even more guilty. Upon arriving at Wanxian Island, I realized how scarce techniques are in the current cultivation world, especially for newcomers to the Wanxian Alliance, who often need 1 or 2 years to accumulate contribution points before they can exchange for Qi refinement stage techniques. I was once in the same situation. Fortunately, as one's strength increases, the means of acquiring contribution points also expand, and the situation gradually improves. Before I departed, I left you a water attribute technique. Given that Wanxian Island is situated amidst the cloud sea, where water energy is abundant, practicing a water attribute technique is notably easier and quite powerful. Brother Li, be sure to practice diligently. It is best not to leave the island until you have broken through to the mid-Qi refinement stage. Xiao Heng's figure gradually faded, leaving behind a jade slip. Xiao Yin water decision, a Qi refinement stage technique currently practiced by 0 individuals. Li Fan checked the slip and found that the technique Xiao Hong provided only included the portion up to the mid-Qi refinement stage and was incomplete. Nonetheless, it still required 800 contribution points to exchange at the Tianxian mirror. A warmth spread through Li Fan's heart. It is worth noting that he had not rendered any grand favor to Xiao Hong. He merely assisted in burying Su Changyu and helped him secure a somewhat better place to reside on Liuli Island. Furthermore, he had provided Li Fan with accurate information regarding the Xinghai Lu Sha. Yet Xiao Hong had consistently cherished this small kindness, even now that his cultivation realm far surpassed Li Fan's. Clearly, Xiao Heng's character is commendable. Of course, this may partly stem from the belief that they are both from the same realm. Regardless, Li Fan took note of this matter. He was not one to forget kindness. Alongside the Xiao Yin water decision, another small jade slip appeared. It was the Taishang Yuan Shijing, which Li Fan had heard about from Ko Hong some time ago. Practicing this technique allows one to disperse their power without substantial loss of cultivation, making a necessity for every cultivator in the current cultivation world. Li Fan quickly made his decision. As a novice in the cultivation world, he was ignorant of many matters and needed to make substantial efforts to catch up. Fortunately, the Tianxian mirror offered free access to information related to common knowledge. Thus, Li Fan spent several days within the Tianxian mirror, ravenously absorbing the relevant information. The tome titled Yinhizh meticulously delineates the topography, specialties, and history of the islands within the Yinhizh. The text Shi X Ing Chi In L In expounds upon various considerations that must be addressed prior to formally embarking upon the cultivation techniques after entering the Qi refinement stage, such as the fundamental applications of one's spiritual consciousness and the manipulation of spiritual energy. In FCILD, The four essential elements for cultivation are introduced: techniques, wealth, companions, and sanctuaries, with particular emphasis on the scarcity and significance of cultivation techniques in the contemporary realm of cultivation. It especially cautions young practitioners against casually revealing their cultivation methods to others, lest they invite unimaginable calamities. The narrative in sh, ing g, she x, ing msh is recounted from a first-person perspective, chronicling the journey of an outer disciple of the ancient Taoist sect, who, through various trials, ascends to become an inner disciple, an heir, and ultimately the sect leader. Tien Su Nj Ing G U W Z H and enumerates several items within the Tien Su Nj Ing that practitioners should prioritize for exchange, such as storage rings and protective garments. Li Fan devoted 7 or 8 days to thoroughly peruse these complementary texts. Following that, he cast his covetous gaze upon works like NFXLN, DNDOCHG, Li NQJCH, and Shi GBOWTGN, which required a considerable number of contribution points for acquisition. As a newcomer with limited resources, he resolved to postpone these aspirations for the time being. Taking advantage of the remaining free lodging within the Tien Su Njing, Li Fan commenced his practice of the Shi O Y Nshuju. He had already grasped the benefits of cultivating within the Tien Su Njing. By expending contribution points, he could activate the auxiliary cultivation mode of the Tien Su Njing, which would augment the concentration of spiritual energy within to several times that of the outside world, rivaling even the finest caves. Furthermore, this mode could convert spiritual energy into the requisite attributes for practitioners, providing an inexhaustible supply that allowed for unfettered cultivation without concern for scarcity. Additionally, the Tien Su Njing would bestow a state of enlightenment upon practitioners during internal cultivation, significantly enhancing their comprehension and making the cultivation techniques more accessible. After spending 10 contribution points, Li Fan exchanged for 1 day of auxiliary cultivation. With a substantial influx of spiritual energy, he diligently practiced the Shi O Y Nshuju. Soon, he perceived the remarkable acceleration in his cultivation speed afforded by the Tien Su Njing. It felt as though the spiritual energy were being compressed and hastened, naturally converging within him. The esoteric phrases of the Y Nshuju became readily comprehensible, as if he had read them countless times before, flowing seamlessly through the prescribed pathways of his technique. This extraordinary state of cultivation almost led Li Fan to believe he was a prodigious talent. The act of cultivation transformed into a source of sheer enjoyment, from which he found it difficult to extricate himself. A day passed swiftly. When the time elapsed, Li Fan was abruptly jolted from that remarkably smooth state of practice. Upon resuming his cultivation, he keenly felt the disparity in pace. The speed of cultivation under the auxiliary mode was over 30 times that of his self-directed efforts. This profound sense of contrast nearly compelled him to exchange for another day. However, gazing at his remaining 10 contribution points, he resisted the temptation. Such treasures ought to belong to him alone. A surge of greed welled up within Li Fan. Chapter 48. The Vanished Liuli Pearl. Regrettably, Li Fan could only entertain such thoughts for the moment. The Tien Su Njing is the ultimate treasure of the W Nxian Ming, serving as its foundation. It is far beyond the reach of a mere qi refinement practitioner like Li Fan. It would be far more pragmatic to undertake tasks to earn contribution points. Suppressing his avarice, Li Fan opened the task list for contribution points, filtering for tasks suitable for a novice in the qi refinement stage, devoid of significant danger. Upon a cursory glance, he found a plethora of menial tasks requiring assistance or errands, with rewards typically amounting to merely 1 or 2 contribution points. Moreover, these tasks often vanished after a brief moment, indicating that he was not the only one seeking them. After removing the condition of minimal danger, numerous new tasks emerged, often requiring travel to various islands within the Sea Ing YNHI to accomplish specific objectives. However, due to the mundane nature of the individuals involved, they posed little risk. The rewards for these tasks hovered around 5 to 10 points. Furthermore, utilizing the teleportation array of WN Shi ND also required contribution points, costing 1 point per use. Amassing sufficient contribution points to remain within the Tien Su Njing while also cultivating intermittently proved to be a formidable challenge. Although earning contribution points would become increasingly easier with enhanced strength, the contribution points required to activate the auxiliary cultivation mode would similarly rise with 1S level. Thus, the pursuit of contribution points remained a necessity. Additionnellement, acquérir une cultivation technique demandait de substantielles contributions points. In that moment, Li Fan suddenly comprehended the rationale behind the TN-SU-NJ-ING-S provision of the auxiliary cultivation feature. Any practitioner who has experienced such a superlative mode of cultivation would find it hard to resist a second attempt. Moreover, under the same time constraints, accumulating contribution points to activate the auxiliary mode would ultimately yield a quicker overall cultivation progress compared to solitary, arduous practice. Techniques, resources, auxiliary cultivation. The WN-SHI-N-M-ING has indeed mastered the art of controlling practitioners. Li Fan mused as he continued to search for tasks suitable for himself. While earning contribution points was secondary, his primary objective remained to find an opportunity to venture forth and retrieve the TIYNDHU hidden within HIZchen. This vessel harbored considerable treasures, including gold, silver, and jewels, as well as a rare artifact, known as the SPCNBI. He anticipated that it would yield a substantial amount of contribution points. As for why he did not simply release it on WN-SHINDO, he was not foolish. Such an action would directly inform others of his possession of a precious artifact. Li Fan was convinced that every inch of WN-SHINDO lay under the watchful gaze of the TN-SU-NJ-ING. Should he attract unwanted attention, it would spell trouble. While HIZHN could transform the tangible into the intangible, it still required his conscious manipulation. What if a formidable entity intervened and immobilized his spiritual consciousness, rendering him incapable of thought? Even the slightest chance of such an occurrence deterred him from taking risks. Moreover, from the capabilities exhibited by the TN-SU-NJ-ING, it was evident that such powerful beings existed within the current realm of cultivation. Caution and prudence were paramount principles guiding Li Fan's actions. Just then, amidst a plethora of tasks, he chanced upon familiar words. Lioli Island. A spark of joy ignited within him, prompting him to promptly accept the task. He then meticulously examined the task details. It appeared that the Lioli pearls, a specialty of Lioli Island, had been completely depleted within the WN-SHI-N-M-ING. According to regulations, the next submission would not be possible until 6 months later. Due to an urgent need for alchemical materials, the alchemy room had issued a commission, seeking individuals to retrieve at least 20 Lioli pearls from Lioli Island. The reward would be contingent upon the quality and quantity of the pearls. Li Fan had heard of the Lioli pearls since his arrival at Lioli Island. They occasionally formed within the bodies of Lioli fish. However, he was unaware of the specific purpose for which they were used in alchemy. Nevertheless, this task was exceedingly suitable for him. After spending 5 contribution points to acquire the smallest storage ring for concealment, Li Fan wasted no time and exited the TN-SU-NJ-ING, making his way to the teleportation square. At this juncture, he had come to understand that each of the myriad statues within the teleportation square corresponded to an island within the CNHI. The teleportation array was interconnected with the protective arrays of each island. Before him stood a statue representing Lioli Island, depicting a leaping Lioli fish. After deducting 1 contribution point, Li Fan activated the teleportation array. This time, the disorienting sensation was significantly lessened, and he quickly regained his composure. The voice of a certain Taoist, He Zhenghao, faintly echoed from somewhere nearby. Huh? Is it you? Upon recognizing the visitor, He Zhenghao expressed a hint of confusion. Li Fan promptly recounted the task he had undertaken to procure the Lioli pearls. Lioli pearls? I'll have someone take you to retrieve them. He Zhenghao replied dismissively, nodding in agreement. Ah, my young friend, you have adapted quite swiftly, eagerly embarking on tasks. Alas, the pressures of life compel one. Li Fan feigned a sense of helplessness as he spoke. He Zhenghao immediately donned an expression of understanding. Following the servant, they arrived at the Lioli mansion, where Li Fan encountered the finance manager, Qian Guanshi. Qian Guanshi respectfully prostrated himself, uncertain if he recognized Li Fan. After all, Li Fan had previously overseen a fleet associated with Lioli Island and had crossed paths with Qian Guanshi several times. However, even if recognition occurred, it was likely that Qian Guanshi would pretend otherwise. In their eyes, The immortal master was a revered figure, one to be approached with utmost caution. Upon receiving orders, Qian Guanshi swiftly retrieved the entirety of the Lioli beads from the island's inventory. I report to the immortal master. There are currently only 23 Lioli beads remaining on the island. This is all we have been able to gather recently. If the immortal master requires more, it may take around a year or so, Qian Guanshi said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Oh, what has transpired? Li Fan inquired. He nodded in acknowledgement. But the words of Zhang Haobo suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Once inside, Li Fan waited a moment, then released his consciousness to ensure that he, Zhenhao, was not secretly eavesdropping before unleashing the tie-in boat. He swiftly completed the transfer of gold, silver, and the Jibu stela within the tie-in boat. After concluding these tasks, Li Fan returned to the protective grand formation. Young friend, please wait. Li Fan's hair stood on end as he turned, casting a wary gaze at He Zhenhao. Chapter 49. A rare treasure awaits. He Zhenhao was puzzled, unsure of why Li Fan reacted in such a manner. Fortunately, he did not dwell on it, but instead smiled at Li Fan and said, "There's no need to be nervous. I merely wish to inquire if you have any interest in guarding this island." However, he was not referring to Lioli Island, but rather to Taiyan Island to the west of Lioli Island. The guardian of Taiyan Island was on good terms with him and was currently encountering a bottleneck in his cultivation, wishing to venture out in search of opportunities. Unfortunately, bound by responsibilities, he could not leave freely and sought recommendations for suitable individuals. What a fortuitous encounter it is to meet you, He Zhenhao explained. To guard an island, one must at least possess foundational cultivation, correct? I have only just entered the qi refinement stage. Can I truly undertake such a role? Li Fan expressed his astonishment. Among the islands of Songyun Sea, any island with certain valuable specialties would have cultivators stationed there. Guardianship could last from a decade to a century. Due to the necessity of remaining on the island, leaving freely was heavily restricted. Thus, the compensation was substantial. Depending on the size of the island, the annual contribution could range from several hundred to over 1,000 points. Consequently, the guardianship of islands was indeed a coveted position, attainable only through established connections. Moreover, the positions for affluent islands were often reserved long before the previous guardians departed. As the introducer, I would naturally receive a portion of the rewards, He Zhenhao enthusiastically explained. During the period of acting as a guardian, how long can one leave at most? Li Fan inquired again, believing Li Fan was concerned about hindering his cultivation. He Zhenhao added, after receiving the contribution for the year, you can go to the Tianxian Mirror to exchange for 5 days of auxiliary cultivation time. These 5 days are often equivalent to 6 months of diligent practice. Recognizing the opportunity, Li Fan readily agreed. Of course, young friend, you may proceed. After a few days, once Taiyan Island is prepared, I shall come and find you. There is no need to visit the apothecary hall. Simply deliver the Lioli beads within the Tianxian Mirror. After a brief interval, the apothecary hall received the 23 Lioli beads. Due to the varying quality of this batch, Li Fan ultimately received a reward of 21 contribution points. His current total contribution stood at 26 points. This is rather insufficient, barely enough for 2 days of cultivation, Li Fan lamented, shaking his head. He retrieved the gold, silver, and the Jibu stela from his storage ring, requesting an exchange for contribution points. Moments later, the Tianxian Mirror conveyed the results. Gold and silver batch, convertible to 235 contribution points. Tian Dichi Wu, Jibu stela. Quality, flawed, convertible to 1968 contribution points. Li Fan opened the Tianxian Mirror's exchange menu and searched for Tian Dichi Wu. He discovered that a pristine Tian Dichi Wu required at least 4,000 points. How exorbitant! While it is slightly flawed, the price should not be halved. He grimaced, yet after contemplation, chose to proceed with the exchange. The Tianxian Mirror did not permit anonymous transactions. To trade with other cultivators, one must reveal their true identity. However, as a mere qi refinement cultivator, to carelessly display such a foundational treasure would undoubtedly attract undue attention and potential trouble. Opting instead for a direct transaction with the Tianxian Mirror alleviated such concerns. In the vast Wanxian Alliance, countless cultivators sought opportunities. While possessing a foundational treasure at the qi refinement stage might be exceedingly rare in Songyun Sea, it was hardly a remarkable occurrence across the broader cultivation realm. Confirming the exchange, the gold and silver along with the Jibu stela gradually vanished. And Li Fan's contribution points rose to 22.29. Suddenly wealthy, Li Fan did not immediately choose to indulge extravagantly, but first consulted the Tianqian mirror regarding his concerns. He detailed the array of anomalies previously recounted by Zhang Haobo. The Tianqian mirror fell silent for a considerable time before finally responding, "Cultivators need not worry. These are normal fluctuations in the natural order. Based on calculations, no significant calamities are expected to occur within the next decade." With this assurance from the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Subsequently, he pondered for a moment and began searching for information regarding Liulidan. Liulidan, an auxiliary elixir, is applicable from the qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. Upon ingestion, one's heart becomes as clear as liuli, pure and transparent. It can yield effects akin to qi awakening, enhancing comprehension of techniques and accelerating cultivation speed. Moreover, its effects can be compounded with the auxiliary cultivation offered by the Tianqian mirror. Given that the vast majority of cultivators in the Wanxian Alliance spend their years accumulating contribution points, their cultivation time is precious. Therefore, Liulidan becomes all the more invaluable. Upon checking, the current price was 6 points each. Due to unknown reasons, Liuli fish had nearly gone extinct, causing the price of Liulidan to soar. Contemplating this, Li Fan expended 2,100 contribution points to purchase 350 Liulidan from the Tianqian mirror. Afterward, he reported the near extinction of the Liuli fish school from Liuli Island to the Tianqian mirror. The Tianqian mirror fell into silence, once more, emitting subtle fluctuations. After a while, Li Fan received a reward of 1 contribution point. This confirmed the authenticity of the information he provided. Indeed, reporting to the Tianqian mirror could also yield contribution points. The higher the value of the information, the greater the reward received. Logically, the information Li Fan provided should be worth more than 1 contribution point. Perhaps the Tianqian mirror deemed his stockpiling behavior somewhat unscrupulous, hence the meager reward. Li Fan took in stride. His objectives had been achieved. First, it confirmed that the Tianqian mirror was unaware of events transpiring after his departure from Wanxian Island, meaning that once he left Wanxian Island, he need not fear the Tianqian mirror's scrutiny. Second, it demonstrated that the Tianqian mirror indeed possessed its own will, as evidenced by its decision to grant him only 1 contribution point, seemingly to irk him. Thirdly, of course, was the opportunity to profit handsomely. The market reacted swiftly, and the price of Liulidan surged dramatically, skyrocketing from 6 points each to 9 points each. Chapter 50, Tian's Spirit Fruit. The prices of items sold within the Tianqian mirror are not fixed. They are regulated by the Tianqian mirror and positively correlate with the number of purchasers. Among these individuals, some genuinely require Liulidan to expedite their cultivation, yet many, like Li Fan, seek to hoard and profit handsomely. Consequently, the price of Liulidan surged within a brief period from 6 points to 9 points. This sudden fluctuation in price also drew the attention of those unaware of the situation. Upon inquiry, they soon learned of the impending scarcity of Liuliju. Thus, these individuals hastily joined the ranks of eager buyers, driving the price of Liulidan even higher, briefly reaching an astonishing 12 points each. Sensing the opportune moment, Li Fan decided to liquidate all his Liulidan. Naturally, he sold them directly to Tianxuanjing. Due to the overwhelming number of buyers, Tianxuanjing's acquisition price was not nearly halved as it had been for the purchase of the remnants of the monument, but rather set at a lofty 10 points each. Li Fan, not being greedy, promptly sold all 350 pieces of Liulidan he possessed, with 500 points of contribution added to the remaining 129 points. Li Fan's total contribution now reached an impressive 629 points. Following Li Fan's actions, the fervor in the market gradually began to cool. The price of 12 points per piece evidently exceeded the intrinsic value of Liulidan. After all, the efficacy of Liulidan is not irreplaceable. There are numerous other pills with similar effects. The recent spike in price was merely a result of market hysteria triggered by sudden news, leading to a temporary lapse in rationality. Once the crowd regained their composure, the price of Liulidan stabilized at a relatively reasonable rate of 8 points each. At this juncture, Li Fan purchased 100 pieces of Liulidan for his personal cultivation needs. After spending 800 points, his contribution decreased to 829 points. Through this maneuver, Li Fan not only increased his contribution by 600 points, but also acquired 100 Liulidan at no cost. The 600 points of contribution were equivalent to a diligent Qi refining cultivator's annual earnings from merely completing tasks. Not to mention the value of the 100 Liuli Dan, akin to hard currency. Li Fan marveled at the situation. Nevertheless, his contemplations did not hinder his spending spree as a beneficiary. He promptly purchased various items, such as Zhenfa Shuluan, Dandao Chujia, Lianqi Jichu, and Xiaoxinji Baotujian, regardless of their utility. He also acquired protective garments, invisibility talismans, basic composite formations, and novice alchemy sets, indulging himself without restraint. As his storage ring gradually filled, his contribution swiftly plummeted to 346 points. Li Fan felt no regret. After his purchases, he consumed a piece of Liuli Dan and activated his auxiliary cultivation mode, commencing his training in Shao Yinshui Ju. Abundant water, attribute spiritual energy, surged forth, allowing Li Fan to once again experience the extraordinary speed of a prodigy's cultivation. The combination of Tiang Shunjing's auxiliary mode and the effects of Liuli Dan propelled Li Fan's progress at an astonishing pace. In merely 2 days, he broke through to the early stage of Qi refining. Subsequently, after 3 additional days, he perfected Shao Yinshui Ju at the mid-stage of Qi refining, without any bottlenecks. The process flowed effortlessly, leaving him yearning for more. Deeply enamored with this cultivation method, Li Fan felt an overwhelming sense of loss and emptiness when his training halted due to the absence of advanced techniques for the late stage of Shao Yinshui Ju. Fortunately, the price of the late stage portion, valued at 600 points of contribution, allowed him to regain some composure. Just as he contemplated whether to sell some Liuli Dan to acquire the next techniques, he received a visitation request from He Zhenghao. After a moment of thought, Li Fan donned the invisibility talisman he had purchased from his storage ring and allowed He Zhenghao to enter. Upon seeing Li Fan, He Zhenghao expressed excitement, stating, "I have arranged everything with the guard of Taiyan. I will now take you to meet him to accept the commission." He then presented a spirit talisman to Li Fan, instructing were this: "Remember, during the meeting, do not speak much. Leave everything to me." Li Fan examined the talisman, his expression darkening. Had he not recently acquired an identical one, he might have failed to recognize it. This talisman, known as the Songwei Talisman, served a purpose contrary to that of the Invisibility Talisman. While the Invisibility Talisman concealed one's cultivation level, the Songwei Talisman was used to masquerade as a cultivator of a specific realm. He Zhenghao's provision of this talisman was intended for Li Fan to disguise himself as a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was evident that the notion of a Qi refining cultivator being sufficient to guard an island was a mere deception. He Zhenghao had long planned for Li Fan to impersonate a Foundation establishment cultivator to accept the commission for guarding Taiyan Island, thereby profiting from the difference. It is essential to understand that hiring a Foundation establishment cultivator is vastly more costly than one at the Qi refining stage. Unaware of Li Fan's discontent, He Zhenghao cheerfully introduced the guardian of Taiyan Island, Zhou Qingang. Li Fan felt compelled to maintain a facade, forcing a smile as he greeted Zhou Qingang. This person is not to be trusted, Li Fan thought to himself, casting a sidelong glance at the smiling He Zhenghao. Zhou Qingang scrutinized Li Fan with evident satisfaction and promptly issued a directed commission to He Zhenghao. Once He Zhenghao accepted the commission, he turned to Li Fan and presented the terms: to substitute for Zhou Qingang in guarding Taiyan Island during his absence while seeking opportunities. The compensation was 800 points of contribution per year. Fortunately, He Zhenghao had not imposed an excessive cut. At this point, Li Fan had no choice but to accept the task. Zhou Qingang handed a jade token to He Zhenghao, eager to leave in search of his breakthrough opportunity. Upon seeing this, He Zhenghao sighed with relief, promptly transferring the token to Li Fan with a solemn warning. This is the command token for guarding Taiyan Island. With it, you can control the island's protective formation. Young friend, be sure to keep it safe and do not lose it. Li Fan accepted the token, and the two then utilized the teleportation array to arrive at Taiyan Island. Unlike the grandiose protective formation of Liuli Island, Taiyan Island presented itself as a seemingly prosperous city. What set it apart was that all the inhabitants of this city were peculiar fruits with human-like faces. These fruits lived and worked in this city akin to real people, marrying and raising families, living out their lives. This was the unique specialty of Taiyan Island, Taiyan Gua. He Jinghao strolled with Li Fan through the city, pointing out the bustling crowd. When these fruit-formed beings die, it signifies that the Tiangua has ripened. Consuming the matured Tiangua can extend the lifespan of cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and below by 5 years. However, the effects are only valid upon first consumption. He Jinghao lamented. The annual quota for Tiangua is set at 30 pieces, with any surplus being retained as a benefit of the guarding position. On average, one can save 2 pieces of Tiangua each year. In Tiangshuanjing, the price of Tiangua typically ranges from 90 to 100 points of contribution. Therefore, when calculated, the compensation for your role as a substitute guardian is indeed considerable. He Jinghao cheerfully elaborated. In the realm of Wanxian Island, it is exceedingly rare for a qi refining cultivator to earn 1,000 points of contribution annually. In this arrangement, He Jinghao reaps the benefits while allowing Li Fan to enjoy a share as well. Li Fan expressed his gratitude, saying, I am grateful to the senior. No need for such formalities. You are from the island I guard. It is only right for me to support you. As long as you advance in your cultivation in the future, my efforts will not have been in vain. He Jinghao began, but suddenly paused mid-sentence. With a slight gasp, she regarded Li Fan with a hint of surprise. Have you advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement? Li Fan was taken aback, not expecting that even after employing the concealment talisman, he would be discerned. He nodded and openly admitted, indeed. My relationship with Xiao Heng runs deep. Before he departed, he bestowed upon me a water attribute cultivation method. This technique resonates harmoniously with my nature, allowing for rapid progress in my cultivation. I have just recently achieved a breakthrough. Young friend, you act with considerable caution. Were it not for my unique cultivation method, I might have missed it entirely. You utilized the concealment talisman, did you not? Li Fan nodded in affirmation. It was understandable. After all, prudence was never a flaw. In the realm of cultivation, there were indeed numerous individuals with ulterior motives. As He Jinghao spoke, he suddenly noticed the peculiar glint in Li Fan's eyes and quickly changed the subject with a laugh. I never imagined you and Xiao Heng shared such a close bond. He even left you a cultivation method. Xiao Heng is truly a prodigy. He has only been cultivating for a few years and is already close to establishing his foundation. His future is limitless. It was evident that He Jinghao had been closely following Xiao Heng and spoke with a mix of admiration and envy. The potential to achieve the golden core stage and even the nascent soul stage is not beyond the realm of possibility. Young friend, your connection with him is indeed a stroke of good fortune. He Jinghao's tone grew increasingly enthusiastic. It is also a blessing to encounter an elder, Li Fan casually flattered. He Jinghao burst into hearty laughter, clearly pleased. At that moment, he paused, turning his gaze toward a certain direction in the city, as fate would have it. A Taiyan fruit has ripened. Allow me to demonstrate how to harvest this Taiyan fruit. Li Fan nodded and followed He Jinghao to a residence. Before entering the courtyard, he was met with a cacophony of wailing. Upon entering, he discovered several human-faced fruits kneeling within, draped in mourning attire and clad in white garments. In the center, a coffin cradled a seemingly slumbering human-faced fruit. Its eyes were closed, its mouth slightly askew, revealing a peculiar smile, while its body remained utterly motionless. The assembly of human-faced fruits within the dwelling seemed oblivious to the presence of Li Fan and He Jinghao, lost in sorrow over their departed kin. The scene was both comical and horrifying. As Li Fan drew closer, he caught a whiff of a strange fragrance wafting from the coffin. He Jinghao approached the coffin, murmuring incantations as he pointed at the forehead of the smiling fruit. A gentle light enveloped it, and the smiling fruit slowly levitated from the coffin, hovering in midair. It gradually shrank, transforming into a small, vivid red fruit. As the Taiyan fruit took shape, the mourners in white suddenly fell silent. Their garments faded, and the expressions of grief on their faces transformed into a look of bewilderment. After glancing around in confusion for a moment, the fruits eventually dispersed in silence. What do you think? He Jinghao offered the Taiyan fruit to Li Fan. Li Fan held the fruit in his hand, observing it closely. The fruit bore a resemblance to an apple from his recollections, albeit with a hue that was almost dazzlingly red. Moreover, a continuous stream of fragrance emanated from the Taiyan fruit. This aroma seemed to penetrate deep into the recesses of one's soul, and as Li Fan inhaled it, he could not help but swallow hard. You have yet to taste the Taiyan fruit, I presume? Why not have a try? He Jinghao suggested. The prospect of prolonging one's lifespan holds an innate allure for cultivators like us. The longer the temptation lingers, the more potent it becomes. Observing Li Fan's hesitance, He Jinghao added with a smile. Indeed, the effect of the fragrance seemed to accumulate. As Li Fan hesitated, its allure intensified. A wave of hunger surged from deep within him. Thus, after a brief moment, Li Fan made up his mind and swallowed the Taiyan fruit whole. The feeling of hunger vanished instantly. Despite its small size, Li Fan felt as if he had consumed a grand feast, letting out a satisfied burp. Upon inspecting his Zhun panel, he discovered that his biological age limit had increased by 5 years. Li Fan's expression froze. Suppressing the turmoil within, he asked in astonishment, "Are the Taiyan fruits in this city truly human?" He Jinghao regarded Li Fan's reaction with bemusement. However, understanding that Li Fan was still new to the cultivation world, he continued to explain, "Strictly speaking, Taiyan fruits are indeed fruits, not humans." Hearing this, Li Fan felt somewhat relieved but remained troubled. Then what does it mean that they were transformed from humans? 500 years ago, Taiyan Island was merely an ordinary isle. The surrounding waters bore no valuable resources, and only a few thousand mortals resided there across generations. Countless such small islands existed among the clouds and seas. Yet, one day, everything changed. The mortals from the neighboring islands realized they had not seen the residents of Taiyan Island for quite some time. Previously, merchants from the island would occasionally visit, but they had not been seen for over a year. Driven by curiosity, some individuals set sail for Taiyan Island to investigate. Upon recognizing that something was amiss, they promptly reported the situation to the island's guardian, who was at the time a golden core cultivator. Even he, upon witnessing the strange occurrences on Taiyan Island, was engulfed in profound dread. Chapter 52. The guardian of Taiyan Island. All the mortals on the island had vanished. Meanwhile, the city that had once been populated by mortals was now inexplicably adorned with towering trees, resembling a primeval forest. Among the branches hung numerous human-faced fruits. As the gentle breeze blew, the fruits revealed unsettling smiles. With He Jinghao's narration, Li Fan envisioned countless human faces smiling at him. Remembering that he had just consumed one of those fruits, he could not help but shiver. He Jinghao continued, "Not a single mortal survived. They all transformed into smiling fruits." However, the reason behind this bizarre phenomenon remains a mystery even to the Golden Core Guardian. Consequently, he reported the matter. The Wanxian League dispatched specialists to investigate. What conclusions were drawn remains unknown. Eventually, the great trees in the city were felled, restoring the city to its original appearance. Yet, the smiling fruits seemed to carry on as if nothing had ever transpired, continuing their lives in the city. Generation after generation, they proliferated to this day. The Wanxian League constructed a great formation on this island, assigning personnel to guard it and harvest the fruits. After listening, Li Fan remarked, "It seems that these Taiyan fruits are indeed human." He Jinghao shook his head. How can they be considered human? They possess no consciousness, acting solely on instinct. If one were to argue, they merely retain some remnants of human desires. Li Fan pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to refute. The matter was too enigmatic, and he was unsure how to define these Taiyan fruits. However, once their longevity-enhancing properties were discovered by cultivators, such distinctions became trivial, not to mention the Taiyan fruits. Even if they were truly mortals, if consuming them could extend one's lifespan, they would inevitably meet a grim fate. Li Fan fell into contemplation. He Jinghao, recalling something, too, lapsed into silence. Subsequently, He Jinghao imparted to Li Fan various precautions necessary for guarding the island. Li Fan committed them all to memory. The formation enveloped the entire island, and each time it operated, it would extract a small amount of vital energy from the mortals within. The quantity was minuscule and would not affect the mortals in any significant way. However, as this vital energy accumulated over time, it became substantial. Once transformed, this energy could enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within the formation. In the protective formation of Taiyan Island, practicing was not as efficient as activating the auxiliary cultivation mode within the T-in Su-in Jing, yet was still significantly faster than the ordinary external world. Ultimately, He Jinghao, filled with pride, shared a secret known only to those who had once defended the island with Li Fan. After a round of reminders urging Li Fan to contact him whenever he encountered difficulties, He Jinghao departed leisurely. With the protective token in hand, Li Fan felt his consciousness envelop the entire island under the formation's enhancement. The ordinary mortals on the island and the Taiyan fruits within the central core formation continued to live their lives busily. After gazing for a long while, Li Fan sighed. To extract the essence of the world for the sake of cultivation was a noble pursuit. If possible, he naturally wished to contribute in some way. Unfortunately, at present, he was merely a novice in the qi refining stage. The only thing he could do was to diligently cultivate. Li Fan suppressed the myriad thoughts within him and settled on Taiyan Island. It must be said that the role of island protector was indeed quite relaxed. The mortals on the island dared not disturb the immortal master unless necessary. During the remaining time, Li Fan was free to allocate his hours as he pleased. He immersed himself entirely in rigorous training. From texts such as 100 Techniques of Spiritual Energy Utilization, Elementary Understanding of Spells, Secrets to Winning in Combat, Strike First, Living is Victory, and Only Speed is Unbreakable, Li Fan began his studies, gradually mastering some simple spells, including Breath Concealment, Fake Death, Wind Control, and Great Strength. Throughout his studies, he could not help but marvel at the extent of the knowledge monopoly enforced by the W.N.X.I.N.M.ing. While it was permissible to learn and apply the knowledge acquired from the Tien-Su-En-Jing, sharing it with others after mastering, it was strictly forbidden. Unless one's strength surpassed the Tien-Su-En-Jing, one could not break the restrictions embedded within. Li Fan was uncertain about the specific level of power that this spiritual treasure possessed, but logically, it should be no less than that of a transformation stage cultivator. The might of such cultivators was far beyond what Li Fan could currently comprehend. Consequently, despite any dissatisfaction he harbored, he had no choice but to accept the reality for the time being. After finishing these texts, Li Fan began to delve into subjects related to alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. Compared to the spells he had previously studied, these subjects proved to be exceedingly intricate. With countless details to consider, Li Fan was at a loss as to where to begin. Merely reading through the basics in Elementary Understanding of Alchemy, which covered the age and efficacy analysis of various herbs, took him over 10 days. Not to mention the subsequent topics, such as selecting and controlling alchemical fires, ritualizing alchemy furnaces, and practical alchemy applications. He estimated that completing these would take him no less than a year and a half. Recognizing that these skills often required a master to guide one through the intricacies, Li Fan ultimately decided to temporarily abandon them after much deliberation. The ancient techniques of the Tien-Jing were truly esoteric and bore little resemblance to the Shi-Oyin Shuju he had practiced before, as if they belonged to entirely different systems. Even with the assistance of the Li LZH to enhance his comprehension, it took him nearly half a year to barely grasp the basics. Yet, in the end, he suppressed such thoughts. Li Fan remained wary of the W.N.X.I.N.M.ing. From their methods, it was evident they were not benevolent. If he piqued the interest of the Tien-Su-En-Jing and exposed his yuaning techniques, it would be of little consequence. However, revealing the existence of H.I.Z.H.N. would lead to his utter ruin. Therefore, he preferred to cultivate at a steady pace. Thus, a year passed. After 5 days of intensive practice, Li Fan sensed that he was nearing the peak of the qi refining stage. Chapter 53. The Perils of Cultivation Within the Protective Formation of Taiyan Island. Li Fan perused the cultivation notes he had purchased, his brow furrowing in thought. He had originally hoped to build upon his momentum and break through to the later stage of qi refining. However, despite feeling that he was close to a breakthrough, he found himself consistently falling just short, as if an insurmountable chasm stood before him. After reviewing the cultivation notes, Li Fan confirmed that he had encountered a bottleneck. The concept of a cultivation bottleneck has existed since ancient times. In today's cultivation world, its impact on practitioners is even more pronounced. Starting from the mid-qi refining stage, every cultivator inevitably faces a bottleneck when attempting to break through each minor realm. Such obstacles cannot be overcome merely through relentless effort. One must seek out the opportunities that resonate within oneself in order to dissolve them and achieve success. These opportunities may arise from observing a painting, sipping a cup of tea, experiencing a moment of sudden enlightenment, or receiving a casual remark from another. Ultimately, there is no discernible pattern. It is solely dependent on the whims of fate. The existence of this bottleneck undoubtedly suppresses the cultivation speed of practitioners, much like a calamity sent from above, hindering their progress. Thus, cultivators refer to it as the heavenly calamity. In any case, this heavenly calamity had befallen Li Fan, thwarting his plans for a swift breakthrough. After sitting in the formation for several days, he felt no inkling of where his opportunity for advancement lay. The innate realm is a unique concept stemming from certain ancient sects, emphasizing the expulsion of all impurities accumulated from birth in order to return to a state of innate purity. Those sects believed that beginning cultivation from the innate realm would facilitate a greater understanding of the Tao of Heaven, resulting in both accelerated cultivation speed and a higher ceiling than that of ordinary cultivators. The Tianjie is one such sect that advocates for all cultivation to commence from the innate stage. However, since the new laws supplanted the old, practitioners have taken to seizing the heavens and earth, no longer emphasizing the unity of humanity and nature. Thus, the notion of returning to the innate state has become obsolete. Therefore, what Li Fan needed to do was to complete the first layer of cultivation by using qi refining in place of the innate state. Generally speaking, substituting a higher realm for a lower one should allow for greater compatibility and ease of cultivation. However, the differences in cultivation systems between ancient and modern methods complicate matters considerably, especially since Li Fan was merely a novice with only a few years of practice. His knowledge base was severely lacking. This was why he had spent a considerable amount of time merely reaching the threshold of understanding. This was still with the aid of the Li LDN, which enhanced his comprehension. He planned to cultivate both techniques simultaneously until he reached the mid-qi refining stage, hoping to break through the bottleneck in this manner. After all, in this era, techniques were precious, and it was rare for an ordinary cultivator like him to practice multiple techniques concurrently. The term by NJ refers to the ability to discern and perceive various energies within the world. Only by first distinguishing these energies can one capture and refine them later. The difficulty of practicing the second layer of techniques surpassed Li Fan's expectations. If the Shi Oy Nshu Ju provided clear and concise guidance on cultivation without any superfluous words, the second layer was convoluted, interspersed with musings on the Tao of Heaven and anecdotes from the ancient cultivation world. All these chaotic elements left Li Fan feeling dizzy, his blood surging. After reading through it once, it felt as though he had comprehended something, only to find upon attempting to cultivate that he understood nothing at all. Fortunately, Li Fan was not one to easily give up. Even amidst numerous challenges, he persevered, delving into every word and phrase with diligence. As Li Fan diligently cultivated, another year slipped by. He remained undeterred. During his second visit to Xi'an Island to receive his proxy rewards, he exchanged all 800 contribution points and the 5 fruits he had accumulated over 2 years for insights into ancient cultivation techniques. Subsequently, Li Fan activated the auxiliary cultivation mode within the Tianqian realm. He did not engage in any specific cultivation techniques. Rather, he immersed himself in reading these insights and cross-referencing them with the experiences he had meticulously compiled over the past year. It was akin to a sudden enlightenment. All the perplexities that had previously eluded his understanding were now elucidated. In moments of brilliance, Li Fan could not help but express his joy through exuberant gestures. At that moment, he began to grasp the essence of the saying, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." 5 days swiftly passed. When he resumed his cultivation, it was indeed incomparable to his previous efforts. The obscure aspects of the techniques had been clarified, and thus, he faced no hindrance in his practice. Li Fan soon became deeply engrossed in his training, oblivious to the passage of time. One day, a golden, mist-like spiritual energy, distinct from the water attribute, suddenly manifested within Li Fan's dantian. He abruptly opened his eyes, his face alight with joy. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he glanced at the time and found himself momentarily disoriented. To his astonishment, this retreat had lasted an entire year. Yet, within Li Fan's perception, it felt as though he had merely taken a brief nap. Fortunately, his arduous efforts had yielded rewards. As he focused, the golden spiritual energy converged in his eyes, allowing him to employ his discernment technique. Let me see what this so-called cosmic energy truly resembles, he thought, excitement coursing through him as he gazed towards Tian Island. To his horror, he beheld a scene that sent chills down his spine. A dense, black aura of death loomed over Tian Island like a shroud of ominous clouds. This thick miasma of death seemed almost tangible, casting the still daylight island into a realm reminiscent of the underworld. Disengaging his technique, he attempted to observe again. After several repetitions, he confirmed that he had not erred in his observation. How could this be? Li Fan pondered, filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, hastily activating the water mirror technique to gaze at his reflection. What he saw shocked him. The deathly energy swirling above his head was exponentially more intense than that of the mortals on the island. Chapter 54. The imminent threat of heaven and earth. What is the meaning of this? Overwhelmed by dread, Li Fan's water mirror technique shattered abruptly, leaving his mind in a tumultuous state of confusion. After a brief moment, he gradually regained his composure. His immediate instinct was that there was something awry with the technique. The discernment he had relied upon may no longer be applicable in the drastically transformed cultivation world post-cataclysm. After all, he was currently within the protective array of Taiyan Island, situated at the heart of the Tsongyun Sea, an area under the dominion of the Wanjian Alliance. How could it be that, after a period of tranquility, disaster would strike upon his return from seclusion? Yet, sensing the pervasive aura of death surrounding him, Li Fan found it difficult to dismiss his growing unease. Resolutely, he decided to seek refuge on Wanjian Island, regardless of the truth. He intended to activate the teleportation array to make his way there. However, a wave of despair washed over him as he realized the teleportation array was unresponsive. Li Fan's expression darkened. He retrieved the communication talisman given to him by He Zhenghao, attempting to establish contact, but the talisman yielded no response. It was abundantly clear that something sinister was afoot. Remaining on Taiyan Island was a path to certain doom. He could not afford to remain idle. Summoning the Taiyan boat, he retrieved the Tsongyun Sea Atlas, preparing to pilot the vessel himself. The spiritual stones that originally powered the boat were nearly depleted, but fortunately, Li Fan had stocked up on ample spiritual stones during his prior shopping escapades. He estimated that the journey from Taiyan Island to Wanjian Island would take approximately 2 to 3 months, and he had enough spiritual stones to sustain him. With that, Li Fan disregarded his responsibilities of guarding the island and immediately took to the skies. Just as the Taiyan boat was about to breach the protective array surrounding the island, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence of lethal intent emanating from the outside world. It was as if countless blades filled the air. His heart raced, and he abruptly halted the vessel. An ominous premonition gripped him, warning that venturing beyond the protective array would mean certain death. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the tranquil sea, uncertain of the source of this impending peril. Ultimately, Li Fan decided against taking such a risk. He retracted the Taiyan boat, opting instead to inquire with the island's inhabitants about the recent events. However, upon scanning the entirety of the island with his spiritual sense, he was taken aback. It turned out that the island's population had diminished by a third. The remaining residents appeared gaunt and emaciated, as though they had not eaten in ages. Realizing that something catastrophic had transpired during his year of seclusion, Li Fan's expression darkened as he soared towards the residence of the island's lord. Throughout his tenure in charge, Li Fan had remained isolated in his retreat, largely neglecting the mundane affairs of the island. He had only met the island lord a few times. Upon seeing Li Fan, the island lord immediately prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing and wailing. "Immortal Master, please show mercy. Save us," he cried, tears streaming down his face. His forehead nearly bloodied from the fervent bowing. "What has transpired? Speak quickly," Li Fan demanded, his expression grim. "Immortal Master, we can no longer endure this. For over half a year, the heavens have withheld rain, and our fresh water and food have nearly been depleted. If this continues, we shall all perish from starvation." The island lord lamented, bowing and weeping. Half a year without rain? Li Fan recalled Zhang Haobu's words from years past. So, the drought had indeed arrived. But why was it that when I consulted the Tianqian mirror, I was assured that no significant changes would occur? Could it be that such a scale of drought was deemed insignificant by the Tianqian mirror? Frustrated by the island lord's lamentations, Li Fan noticed that despite the man's gauntness, he still bore the signs of ample flesh, prompting his anger to flare. "Half the island's population has starved, yet you still appear well-fed." The island lord's complexion paled, and he opened his mouth to defend himself. However, Li Fan's spiritual sense swept through the kitchen of the island lord's residence, further igniting his fury. Without waiting for the island lord to speak, he struck him, reducing him to a bloody pulp. Those who feast while others starve deserve their fate. Li Fan Skufa, utilizing the array's power to transmit a message across the island. The island lord has been slain. All responsible parties come to the island lord's residence at once. Moments later, several trembling mortals arrived before Li Fan. Noticing their emaciated appearance, he suppressed his murderous intent. Amidst their tearful accounts, Li Fan finally comprehended the events that had unfolded during his year of seclusion. The drought had begun 6 months prior. After 2 months of relentless dry spells, the island's inhabitants had been thrown into a state of panic. The island did possess freshwater sources, but they had gradually dwindled without rain. In just a month, a third of the population had perished and countless tragedies had occurred. The survivors were merely clinging to life. Had Li Fan delayed his retreat any longer, he might not have encountered a single living soul. Faced with such dire circumstances, Li Fan could not stand idly by. When he departed from Dashuan, the tie-in boat had been filled with provisions as a precaution for his exploration of the unknown cultivation world. Little did he know that nearly a decade later, it would finally prove useful. The tie-in boat contained a purification array, ensuring that the food remained unspoiled. Li Fan promptly expanded the boat's capacity, instructing the island's inhabitants to retrieve a portion of the provisions for immediate relief. Upon witnessing the immortal master deliver life-saving supplies, the islanders were overwhelmed with gratitude. Prostrating themselves in fervent thanks, Li Fan paid them no mind, allowing their jubilation to unfold. If the food was rationed carefully, it should suffice for the island's residents for several months. The primary concern is to address the issue of fresh water. With water, life can be sustained. Li Fan arrived at the island's main freshwater source, a medium-sized lake located at the heart of the island. The lake was already under the watchful eye of designated guardians, preventing ordinary folk from approaching. Due to a prolonged absence of rain, the lake had significantly shrunk, reduced to merely 1/10 of its original size, and was on the verge of complete desiccation. When the protective array of the island was initially constructed, no one anticipated a water scarcity. Holding the command of Tyan Island, Li Fan could only shake his head in resignation. It appeared that I must establish a purification array for seawater. Chapter 55. Rebirth from the Abyss. 2 weeks later, a rudimentary seawater desalination array was completed. With a renewed supply of drinking water and food, the surviving residents of Tyan Island bowed in gratitude, thanking the immortal master for their lives. However, Li Fan felt far from joyous. Instead, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. After painstakingly constructing an array, he had barely begun to tread the path of array formation. At this moment, he discovered that the protective array of Tyan Island was deteriorating at an alarming rate. Typically, such protective arrays can function for centuries, yet at the current pace of decay, it would lose its efficacy within 2 to 3 years. Through meticulous investigation, combined with the descriptions found in Introduction to Arrays, Li Fan identified the root cause of the array's damage. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become exceedingly volatile and fierce. The protective array now resembled a machine whose essential components were gradually rusting. With each activation, its lifespan diminished. Although the cause had been identified, Li Fan found himself at a loss for a remedy. It was said that the array was originally constructed by numerous array masters from the Wanxian Alliance, all of whom possessed Yuan-Ing level cultivation. Now, faced with a dilemma, how could a novice like Li Fan hope to resolve such a grave issue? Moreover, the primary cause of the problem lay in the nature of the spiritual energy absorbed by the array. Even if he temporarily repaired the array, as long as the external violent spiritual energy persisted, it would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Remaining on Tyan Island would only lead to death. He had to find a way to escape. Yet, the outside world was engulfed in chaos, and the rampant spiritual energy posed a lethal threat. Venturing out recklessly would be tantamount to courting disaster. Caught in a dilemma, it seemed he had fallen into a deadlock. Was this a manifestation of heaven's murderous intent? Li Fan gazed intently at the sky beyond the protective array, feeling akin to an insect ensnared in a web, unable to move, struggling in vain. However, he did not choose to simply retreat. Even if he fled far from the cloud sea, could he guarantee that he would not encounter new crises? It is important to remember that the heavenly path harbors malice towards cultivators, lurking everywhere. Li Fan did not believe that merely changing locations would allow him to evade such fate. Thus, he would not abandon this world without utmost necessity. Yet, the external violent spiritual energy showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew increasingly ferocious with the passage of time. Under its relentless assault, the protective array teetered on the brink of collapse, ready to crumble at any moment. Was there truly no way out? Li Fan felt a profound sense of helplessness. To end this life in such an unclear manner was unbearable. However, it seemed there were no other options available. I shall truly depart. With a heavy heart, Li Fan cast one last glance at Taiyan Island and prepared to invoke, I shall truly depart. Just then he halted, observing the mortals below gradually regaining their vitality. Li Fan suddenly realized that the rampant spiritual energy outside seemed to pose no threat to ordinary people. According to the island's inhabitants, outside the protective array, the weather was merely hot, with no other notable dangers. The murderous intent of heaven appeared directed solely at cultivators. Ordinary mortals should remain unharmed. If he were to shed his magical prowess and revert to being an ordinary person, would he not be able to survive? Li Fan recalled the Taishang Yuan Shijing. Was this the so-called rebirth from the abyss? With a solution in mind, he could not help but feel a flicker of joy. Subsequently, he began to contemplate further. He was currently cultivating two methods, one new and one old. The new method involved seizing the celestial and terrestrial energies, which had attracted heavenly malice. Now that the heavens had laid down layers of murderous intent, the target was undoubtedly those cultivators practicing the new method. Would the heavenly malice not lessen a little? Li Fan was a decisive individual. With the array on the verge of collapse, he promptly resolved to circulate the Taishang Yuan Shijing within himself. The nameless Taishang returns to the primordial beginning. As the technique was activated, the water attribute spiritual energy acquired from Shao, Yanshui, Zhu gradually dissipated like snow, transforming into pure energy that settled within Li Fan's dantian. In just a matter of hours, Shao Yanshui Zhu had been entirely dispelled. Yet, Li Fan felt no discomfort. The Taishang Yuan Shijing was indeed remarkable. With a sense of wonder, Li Fan flew to the edge of the protective array. It was effective. Feeling the external heavenly murderous intent suddenly weaken, Li Fan's heart soared with delight. Realizing that he would still face life-threatening danger upon exiting, he resolutely continued to disperse his energy. Soon, another surge of pure energy accumulated within his dantian. Although derived from different methods, the two energies harmoniously merged without conflict. He was not overly concerned. Without hesitation, Li Fan piloted the Taiyan boat and slowly flew out of the protective array. The rampant and scorching spiritual energy ravaged the surroundings, painting the distant sky in hues of orange and red. Yet, Li Fan was now an ordinary person. The tumultuous energy merely howled past him without launching an attack. He breathed a sigh of relief, set his direction, and accelerated the Taiyan boat to its maximum speed, heading towards Wanxian Island. Along the way, he passed numerous islands, all of which had been completely depopulated, devoid of any signs of life. Li Fan's heart sank in dread. His speed increased as he pressed onward. 3 months later, Li Fan arrived at the location where Wanxian Island once stood. He opened his map and checked it multiple times, still unable to believe his eyes. The once magnificent Wanxian Island had vanished without a trace, leaving only a colossal black hole, a gaping void across the ocean. Chapter 56. Compassion for the mortals surrounding waters continuously flowed into the black hole, but upon reaching its edge, they evaporated into vapor. Above the black hole, the air twisted due to extreme heat, shrouded in rising mist that created a surreal spectacle of black and white. As Li Fan piloted the Taiyan boat, witnessing this scene, he was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror. Wanxian Island was gone. Memories of the island flashed rapidly through his mind. The grand law-transmitting square adorned with countless statues, the ceaseless flow of cultivators, and the magnificent structures rumored to house powerful beings at the transformation stage, all had vanished without a trace. What kind of force could achieve such devastation? Was it the malevolence of the heavenly path? Li Fan did not know. In the face of this shocking scene, his mind was engulfed in chaos. Cultivation, the pursuit of immortality, Li Fan's lifelong goal, now appeared utterly absurd. In the wake of this sudden catastrophe, cultivators had become no different from mortals, akin to ants. The fear that burgeoned within him became increasingly uncontainable. Flee! Escape this dreadful place. Li Fan's eyes reddened as he drove the Taiyan boat, desperately fleeing towards the west of the Cloud Sea. He sought to reach the mainland, far from this hellish expanse of ocean. Thus, Li Fan flew aimlessly for an indeterminate duration, engulfed in a haze of confusion. Boom! The tie-in boat collided with something, abruptly coming to a halt. Fortunately, the protective array prevented immediate destruction of the ship and loss of life. Following the violent impact, Li Fan sustained only minor injuries, but gradually regained his composure. He gazed out beyond the tie-in ship, but saw nothing. In the distance lay a continuous coastline, not far from the mainland. Li Fan maneuvered the tie-in ship, attempting to advance, but was abruptly halted by an unseen barrier. Despite his efforts to navigate in various directions, he remained unable to make any progress. An invisible shield separated the Songyun Sea from the nearby continent, permitting entry but denying exit. Li Fan was momentarily stunned, recalling a phrase, a turtle in a jar. After some time, he chuckled softly. He raised his gaze to the sky. How ruthless! Perhaps it was best to continue exploring. Feeling somewhat helpless and devoid of purpose, Li Fan drifted upon the Songyun Sea aboard the tie-in ship. He passed by Yilan Island, which, like the others, bore the marks of a post-apocalyptic scene. Devoid of survivors, he continued to Liuli Island, where the island as protective formation lay in ruins, and He Jinghao was nowhere to be found. The ground was littered with corpses, and all signs of life had vanished. Luoyuan Island and Zhongqiu Island had also been reduced to desolation. Occasionally encountering fellow cultivators who had survived like himself, he found them driven to madness, fleeing in terror upon seeing him, as if he were a ghost. Here, he felt a long-lost vitality. Perhaps he was among the last living souls in the entirety of the Songyun Sea. As he walked along the street, he observed the mortals on Taiyan Island. They remained blissfully unaware of the calamities that lay beyond, their faces still adorned with smiles of survival. Little did they know, a fate awaited them from which there would be no escape. Yet, perhaps ignorance was a form of blessing. Witnessing such apocalyptic scenes would likely haunt their dreams for years to come, Li Fan mused. He continued on, when suddenly, a chorus of fervent prayers reached his ears. May the Savior of suffering grant us peace. May we have favorable weather and food every year. May the Savior of suffering protect our Yuer, allowing her to grow up safely. Li Fan paused, turning to see a temple that had mysteriously appeared on Taiyan Island. Within, a statue was enshrined, with an inscription before it reading Savior of Suffering. The statue bore a striking resemblance to Li Fan, its downcast eyes radiating compassion towards the kneeling worshippers. Li Fan fell silent. After a long moment, he sighed deeply. So be it. May you be sheltered for as long as that may last. However, protecting mortals from the impending wrath of heaven and earth was clearly no simple task. Li Fan had initially believed the disaster had passed. Yet he was unaware that the true calamity was only just beginning. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, still the skies showed no sign of rain. The sea level began to recede, with waters pulling away from the islands. Even with the desalination array, the mortals of Taiyan Island found it increasingly difficult to procure fresh water, having to travel great distances in search of it. They could not comprehend why such a disaster had befallen them, yet they feared that the Songyun Sea would eventually dry up completely. Thus, every household began to worship a wooden effigy of Li Fan, engaging in ceaseless prayers day and night. Li Fan felt helpless. The monumental changes in the world were beyond his control. The only silver lining was that during these 3 years, perhaps due to the demise of the vast majority of cultivators in the Songyun Sea, the murderous intent targeting practitioners gradually dissipated. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan managed to advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Utilizing his discernment abilities, he observed the increasingly dense death aura enveloping the mortals and quietly resolved to investigate further. Wait, why did this black death aura harbor a faint hint of white? Li Fan was taken aback. Since restoring his cultivation, he had been monitoring the energies of Taiyan Island daily. This time, for reasons unknown, he detected a glimmer of vitality that had previously eluded his senses. From whence did this life force emanate? Puzzled, he confirmed once more, ultimately realizing that the source of this vitality was indeed within himself. Not from Li Fan directly, but from an item he possessed, a treasure he had nearly forgotten, the Songhai Pearl. Having yet to fully materialize, this Songhai Pearl had been tucked away in a corner of the Taiyan ship. It was only today, under the reflection of the energies, that Li Fan remembered its existence. Unlike the first time he encountered it over a decade ago, it now shimmered with a deep azure hue, suffused with rich moisture, as if it truly contained a vast ocean within. Where the Songhai departs, there the Songhai arises. Li Fan gazed blankly at the Songhai pearl in his hand, suddenly struck by an idea. He ascended the Taiyin ship, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and looked down. Below, the Tsongyun Sea, after prolonged drought, revealed vast expanses of exposed seabed. Underneath, the underwater mountain ranges began to emerge, with the islands of the Tsongyun Sea being the peaks of these mountains. Li Fan was suddenly reminded of Ko Hong's enthusiastic visage. Recalling his words, "No worries. Should you venture out, come find me in Ling Tian City within the Tsongyun mountain range." Li Fan chuckled. The Tsongyun Sea and the Tsongyun mountain range were, in fact, one and the same location. Chapter 57. The sudden emergence of opportunity in his previous life, Li Fan, at the brink of his lifespan, fortuitously broke through the barriers of the immortal severing great array, arriving for the first time in the realm of cultivation. At that time, he beheld a scene of rolling mountains and a majestic city standing in midair. In this life, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he had found himself above a vast ocean. Until now, he had not given it much thought, merely assuming it was a mishap during the teleportation. Only today, witnessing the desolate Tsongyun Sea and the emergence of the wondrous Songhai, did he finally comprehend. There had been no mishap. He had indeed arrived at the same place through the immortal severing great array, albeit at different times. In his previous life, Li Fan entered the realm of cultivation at the age of 85, corresponding to an anchoring period of 65 years. In this life, he entered at 40, having achieved full energy replenishment. That marked an anchoring period of 20 years, a gap of 45 years, a meeting with the Songhai, a meeting with the mountains. It was no wonder Li Fan had not considered this connection. Without first-hand experience, even if someone had warned him of the impending cataclysm, he likely would have been skeptical. Thus, Li Fan chuckled, both at his inability to shake off his mortal mindset and at the realization that had he connected the anomalies that Zhang Haobo had previously pointed out with the differences he had witnessed, he might have anticipated this grand upheaval sooner. Moreover, he felt a flicker of hope as he finally glimpsed the possibility of the disaster subsiding. With 50 years anchored, Ko Hong and Dao Shuzi had breached the Great Xian. At that time, they had proclaimed themselves as coming from Ling Tian City within the Tsongyun mountain range. It was likely that the drought had already come to an end by then. The desiccated ocean would transform into vibrant mountains. Now, with 34 years anchored, that moment was not far off. The most agonizing weight is one devoid of hope. Yet knowing the eventual outcome rendered this seemingly endless calamity less terrifying. Observing the mortals, who were now somewhat numb and could only pray incessantly, Li Fan sent a message across the island, assuring them that this calamity would ultimately pass. Upon hearing the words of the immortal, the island's inhabitants rejoiced, rekindling their hope for survival. Li Fan then entered seclusion, retrieving the Songhai pearl once more. Was this the source of the faint glimmer of life? He scrutinized the azure treasure of the heavens. As his consciousness surged within, it vanished as quickly as a drop in the ocean. Clearly, utilizing it would require considerable effort. Li Fan contemplated the situation. The extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth are crucial to establishing the foundation of the Tao. The search for and utilization of these elements constitute invaluable experiences. In the realm of Tianxian, the price for exchange is exceedingly steep, requiring nearly 2,000 contribution points. At this moment, Li Fan could only rely on his own exploration. Subsequently, he undertook numerous attempts. He infused spiritual energy, nurtured with divine consciousness, and even employed external force to strike the object, ultimately resorting to the method of blood refinement. Yet, the Songhai Zhu remained unresponsive, unable to evoke the vast vapor it contained. At that moment, he activated and gazed upon the Songhai Zhu. A deep blue radiance enveloped it, ancient and profound, teeming with vitality. Though the Songhai Zhu was diminutive, its intricate and formidable aura surpassed all beings on Taiyin Island. However, it was still in a state of nurturing dormancy, making it difficult to discern without careful observation. Li Fan cautiously attuned to the aura of the Songhai Zhu. Upon contact, he felt as though his physical form had vanished. It was as if he ascended to the heavens, gazing down upon the ocean below. The clouds had existed since time immemorial, nurturing countless lives. Yet one day, a certain will descended upon the world, heralding the ocean's demise. Heaven desired to scorch the sea, while the sea lacked the strength to resist. However, it refused to submit. Thus, the one Songhai perished, another was reborn, with a thunderous roar. Li Fan extricated himself from that wondrous realm. Upon inspection, he was alarmed to discover a strand of white hair had appeared, and faint wrinkles adorned his face. This was merely a moment of resonance with the aura of the Tsang Haiju. When Li Fan reopened the Huanjun panel, he gasped in astonishment. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mid-stage Qi refinement, physiological age, 89, 199, psychological age, 5, 172, 280. In that fleeting instant, his physiological age had surged from 54 to 89. It felt as though he had traversed 35 years in a heartbeat. No wonder, even the ancient Tianji sect had so few practitioners of this technique. Just a mere consciousness of the Tsang Hai could accelerate one's lifespan consumption, had it not been for the rapid depletion of his life force, signaling him to retreat. He might have been assimilated by the consciousness of the Tsang Hai without realizing it. At that point, whether he could still activate Huanjun would be uncertain. Li Fan pondered the recent events with a sense of trepidation. No, this was not the way to manipulate the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. He recognized that he had undoubtedly taken a wrong approach. The human perception of time is incomparable to that of heaven, earth, mountains, and oceans. Even those powerful cultivators who live for thousands of years cannot be compared. Recklessly engaging with a human consciousness would only lead to assimilation. How then? Could one manipulate the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth? Li Fan clutched the Tsang Haiju, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. Days passed, and he still had not deciphered the method to use the Tsang Haiju. The weather grew increasingly scorching, seemingly intent on purifying the Tsang Yun Hai once and for all. The mortals on the island gradually lost even the strength to pray. Li Fan knew that if this continued, these mortals might perish before the calamity passed. To die before dawn's arrival was a crushing despair. Li Fan found himself increasingly restless, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. To calm himself, he instinctively began to practice the long-neglected Xian Huang Lian Xi and Zhou. It had been quite some time since he had consciously cultivated it, as it offered little substantial improvement to his cultivation. Even without active practice, it would still operate slowly and autonomously. Thus, he had set it aside. However, as he activated the Lian X and Zhou, the unease, fear, and impatience within him gradually dissipated, transforming into nourishment for his Tao heart. With his heart restored to tranquility, Li Fan suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. His breakthrough opportunity lay within the Tsang Haiju. Having been trapped in the mid-stage of Qi refinement for several years without progress, Li Fan had cultivated both techniques to that level, but could not discover his own chance. As he gazed at the Tsang Haiju, he suddenly sensed an opportunity for breakthrough in the unseen. This time, he would engage with the Tsang Haiju through his own consciousness, as before. He was acutely aware of the peril involved, akin to courting death. In Xiuxing Zaji, there were numerous accounts of cultivators sensing their own chances. While there were inherent risks, they were undoubtedly intertwined with opportunity. Why had he not sensed this before, and why did it suddenly emerge now? Li Fan quickly realized the answer. Xian Huang Lian Xi and Zhou. Perhaps the operation of the Xian Huang Lian Xi and Zhou could help him resist the assimilation by the will of the Tsang Hai. With a resolute decision, Li Fan cradled the Tsang Haiju, gently resting it on his dantian. Initially, he found it somewhat challenging to operate both techniques simultaneously. However, since the Lian X and Zhou did not involve the movement of spiritual energy, only the refinement of the mind, there was no conflict between the two methods. After several hundred attempts, Li Fan gradually mastered the simultaneous operation of both techniques. His consciousness became momentarily hazy, as if he had transformed again into an expanse of ocean. Observing the world's changes. Days and nights passed, stars shifted, and clouds drifted. All of this accelerated thousands of times, flashing before his eyes. With a single thought, it felt as though a century had elapsed. The ancient, weathered essence began to permeate Li Fan's consciousness. He started to perceive the world from the ocean's perspective, gradually forgetting his humanity. Just then, a refreshing aura surged forth, reminiscent of a mountain spring, slowly washing away the mottled marks of time. Li Fan gradually regained his awareness. Indeed, it was effective. Though the Xian Huang Lian Xn Zhou could mitigate the assimilation by the will of the Songhai to some extent, compared to that will, he was still too insignificant. He remained inevitably influenced. The consumption of his lifespan was still many times greater than that of normal cultivation, and human emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were significantly dulled. However, there were benefits as well. At this moment, he could summon a fraction of the Tsang Haiju's power. His divine consciousness was exponentially enhanced, effortlessly enveloping the entirety of Taiyan Island. Without pause, Li Fan's consciousness rippled outward in expanding waves. A series of desolate islands appeared in his mind. Through his divine consciousness, he observed an area beneath an island where an extinguished volcano, affected by the calamity, was beginning to smolder anew. He saw, not far from Lioli Island, a colossal fishbone lying among a multitude of human corpses. In the center of the fishbone, a massive Lioli pearl sparkled in the sunlight. He perceived that in the hidden corners of Tsang Yunhai, several cultivators whom he once thought had perished still lingered. He uncovered many secrets concealed within the Tsang Yunhai, only revealed in such apocalyptic times. Yet, none of this bore any relevance to him. His heart was devoid of greed. Thus, the surviving humans on Taiyan Island beheld the gradually forming storm clouds above. With a thunderous roar, as the downpour commenced, they wept tears of joy, embracing one another and reveling in the rain. The torrential rain lasted for half an hour. Yet the clouds above Taiyan Island retained a faint trace, not entirely dissipating. This was orchestrated by Li Fan, who had, every half-month, spontaneously drawn vapor from the Songhai Zhu to bring rain to Taiyan Island, ensuring the survival of the mortals there. After completing all of this, Li Fan quietly gazed at the sky. His complete lack of greed for the many secrets hidden within the Tsang Yunhai was not due to any sudden transcendence in his character, but rather because he had discovered something far more worthy of pursuit, a chance to connect with the will of heaven and earth. The cosmic energy of heaven and earth, as the external manifestation of this will, is vast and unparalleled. For ordinary cultivators, even a moment's negligence in contact with it could lead to a rapid depletion of their lifespan, as experienced by Li Fan previously. The loss of one's self-awareness and becoming a mere puppet of the heavenly path is not uncommon. Yet Li Fan now possessed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to engage with this while retaining his consciousness. For he was no longer merely an ordinary qi refinement stage cultivator. A part of his consciousness was now intertwined with the Songhai Zhu. To attempt to fathom the heavens as a cultivator is a path to self-destruction. Yet to do so through the Songhai may harbor a glimmer of hope. An exhilarating excitement began to stir within Li Fan. This was the true essence of awakening to the Tao, a moment where one could embrace life and death with equanimity. He transformed into the Songhai, quietly observing the world around him, feeling the myriad energies flowing through it, and sensing the will of heaven and earth. 1 year, 2 years, time had ceased to hold any significance for Li Fan. The more he beheld the sky, the deeper his insights became. His previous notions were systematically dismantled. He had believed that the murderous intent pervading the Tsang Yunhai had gradually dissipated. Yet now he realized that the murderous essence of heaven and earth had never waned. It remained as potent as ever. The violent killing intent he had sensed earlier did not belong to the heavenly path itself. The true murderous essence of heaven and earth would not be perceived by mortal cultivators. It is devoid of ferocity, rage, or emotional depth. It exists as a pure will, an embodiment of unwavering principle. It is the indifference of nature, treating all beings as mere fodder. It is destruction unperturbed by concern for individuals. Under the heavenly path, all are but ants. Mortals, cultivators, and the Songhai hold no distinction in its eyes. Cultivators may seize the heavens and the earth, yet the heavenly path births its own killing intent. However, the heavenly path does not strike directly, for cultivators themselves are part of this very path. Corresponding laws arise to resonate with the murderous essence of heaven and earth. For instance, the prohibition against dual cultivation, and likewise the scene Li Fan now witnessed. Above the Tsang Yunhai, a crimson transparent figure coldly observed the world below. In its hand, a small flame flickered incessantly, scorching the Tsang Yunhai. Upon sensing Li Fan's gaze, the red figure turned its head, locking eyes with him. the waters within the Songhai Zhu surged to a boil in an instant, preserving Li Fan's consciousness. It was through this gaze that Li Fan understood its identity, the soul of heaven and earth. Yin. Chapter 59. Songhai transforms into mulberry fields. Upon seeing that crimson figure, a multitude of information suddenly flooded Li Fan's mind. The soul of heaven and earth is the tangible embodiment of a certain cosmic principle. When specific conditions are met, the soul of heaven and earth manifests in a particular region. If the heavenly path issues a decree of killing, establishing a plan for cultivators to eliminate a threat, then the soul of heaven and earth serves as the executor of that plan. They possess no independent thought, acting solely according to instinct. They're the very essence of the law, slaughtering cultivators as one would cull livestock. Their mission is to eradicate those who defy the will of heaven and earth. For cultivators, the soul of heaven and earth is perilously dangerous. Once targeted, it typically signifies an inescapable fate of death. However, as incarnations of the great cosmic laws, the soul of heaven and earth also represents an immense opportunity for cultivators. It is said that by sacrificing oneself to the soul of heaven and earth, one may merge with the Tao. Should a cultivator succeed in sacrificing and cultivating a soul of heaven and earth, regardless of their prior level of cultivation, they can instantaneously attain the realm of unity with the Tao. It is both a nemesis and an unparalleled temptation for cultivators. At that moment, witnessing the soul of heaven and earth, Yin, an insatiable greed surged from the depths of Li Fan's heart. Consume it. By consuming it, one could attain the Tao. By consuming it, one could ascend in broad daylight. It was as if a starving person had encountered a sumptuous feast, or as if a traveler parched in the desert had stumbled upon clear waters. This greed whispered like a demon, incessantly urging Li Fan towards that crimson figure above. While alleviating the intense sensation emanating from the Songhai Zhu, he desperately channeled the Xian Huang Lian Exile spell to quell the tumultuous greed within him. He understood that he was only able to observe the soul of heaven and earth, Yin, through the Songhai Zhu. In the eyes of Yin, Li Fan was merely an unformed consciousness of the Songhai. Thus, even upon noticing Li Fan's gaze, it merely glanced at him before diverting its attention elsewhere. Yet if Li Fan were to lose his reason and attack Yin, revealing his identity as a cultivator, he would undoubtedly be ruthlessly obliterated. The tug-of-war between reason and desire tore at Li Fan's soul. These two diametrically opposed thoughts nearly split his consciousness in two. He could only laboriously maintain the operation of the Xian Huang Lian Exile spell, preserving his heart of Tao. It was unclear how long it took, but gradually the storm, stirred by greed, began to subside. Li Fan, still haunted by his near miss, dared not pry further. That he managed to glimpse the secrets of heaven while preserving his consciousness was already a stroke of fortune. It turned out that resolving the greed incited by the soul of heaven and earth had consumed nearly half a year of Li Fan's time. His prolonged merging with the consciousness of the Songhai Zhu had exceeded the limits that a Qi refinement stage cultivator could endure. Just a fleeting glance had brought about such terrifying consequences. It seemed that his journey in this world might come to an end. Though Li Fan felt a twinge of regret, he had no regrets. He had unraveled the truth behind the transformation of the Song Yunhai, witnessed the soul of heaven and earth, Yin, and tangibly grasped the essence of heaven and earth. His gains were indeed substantial. Even if this life were to conclude now, he could accept it. Moreover, he had no intention of activating Huanjin just yet to end this existence. Since he had come this far, he would accept it. After all, his consciousness was already confined within the Songhai Zhu. He might as well seize this opportunity to further contemplate the cosmic energy. As long as he refrained from foolishly prying into the soul of heaven and earth again, simply reflecting on the energy should pose no danger. Presently, his body's lifespan had reached its end. Without the sustenance of a corporeal form, his consciousness was akin to a spring without water or a tree without roots, gradually depleting within the Songhai Zhu. Based on Li Fan's estimates, he could sustain himself for perhaps a decade at most. He summoned a fragment of pure power from the Songhai Zhu to protect his body from decay. Subsequently, his consciousness once more submerged into the perspective of the Songhai Zhu. He observed the flow of cosmic energy, the rise and fall of the sun and moon. He watched the remnants of life within the Song Yun Hai fade away one by one. He felt the indifferent and eternal killing intent pervading the cosmos. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Anchored for 40 years, the Tsong Yunhai had completely withered, transforming into a veritable wasteland. Only on Taiyan Island, under Li Fan's protection, did a small number of mortals manage to survive. One day, Li Fan suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and looked up at the sky. The crimson figure that had loomed above for over a decade had finally vanished. Its task was complete, and it had naturally dissipated thereafter. No one could say for certain when or where it might reappear in the realm of cultivation. Li Fan gazed at the direction of Yan's disappearance, his mind once again sinking into the depths of the Zhanghaizhu. As time wore on, Li Fan's consciousness grew increasingly feeble, and his thoughts became sluggish. He lost the capacity for self-reflection, merely observing the world through the lens of the Zhanghaizhu in silence. In the second year following Yan's disappearance, several cultivators clad in azure robes arrived at the Tsong Yunhai. As incantations were cast, the long-awaited rain finally poured from the heavens. Soon after, an influx of cultivators arrived. A verdant glow blossomed upon the parched seabed, heralding the emergence of life-giving vegetation. The gentle breeze swept through, causing trees to rise from the earth. In just a year's time, the scorched land was rejuvenated with vitality. The recent scene of the crimson flames boiling the sea seemed like a fleeting nightmare, gently dispersed by the winds. The Tsong Yunhai transformed into the Tsongyun mountain range. A city began to rise majestically above the Tsongyun mountains, drawing an increasing number of cultivators from all corners of the world. The Tsongyun mountains grew ever more bustling. Occasionally, cultivators would come to visit the only surviving island amidst the calamity, seeking opportunities. Yet, under Li Fan's instinctive concealment, they found nothing amiss. He arrived at the once glorious Liuli Island, now the Liuli mountain range, his expression forlorn. Nearby, Li Fan's consciousness swept across the scene, evoking a wave of nostalgia. He recognized the figure before him. It was Zhang Haobo, who had previously left Tsong Yunhai due to his inner turmoil. After 2 decades, he had become a foundational cultivator. Memories of his previous life flashed rapidly through Li Fan's mind, and his consciousness began to wane. Years of understanding the essence of the world suddenly shattered the barriers that had hindered his breakthrough. Spiritual energy surged into him, propelling his cultivation to the late stage of qi refinement. A faint smile appeared on Li Fan's face, only to freeze in place. His body aged rapidly, and a gust of wind swept through, turning him to dust, dispersing him into the universe. Only a skeleton remained, lying quietly in repose. Jinjin, before his dissolution, Li Fan called out. Chapter 60, Reflection and Strategy, Simulation concluded. You may choose one option to retain. In Li Fan's perception, the mere 48 years of his previous life felt infinitely longer than the sum of his 9 prior lives. This was not only due to the richness and complexity of experiences in the realm of cultivation, surpassing his mundane life into Xian, but also because the will of the Zhanghai Pearl allowed him to perceive the essence of the world, which was a pivotal factor in his assimilation. Of course, his initial foray into the realm of cultivation yielded remarkable gains. Li Fan gazed at the first item available for selection, the storage ring purchased from the Tianqian mirror. Various tomes were self-evident, and the wondrous artifact, the Jibu Kanbei, along with the Zhanghai Pearl, were prominently listed. Focusing his thoughts on the Zhanghai Pearl, Li Fan understood that if he were to choose it, he would receive the nearly complete Zhanghai Pearl that had formed when his lifespan was nearing its end in his previous life. Having resonated with the Zhanghai Pearl for over a decade, he was acutely aware of its powers. Though tempted, Li Fan resolutely chose the second option, opting to retain his cultivation level. After all, one's cultivation is fundamental. A mere mortal wielding treasures is but a path to disaster. Furthermore, Li Fan knew that the Zhanghai Pearl still resided on Luyan Island, and he could retrieve it later. Upon making his decision, 2 familiar spiritual energies materialized in his dantian. At the same time, Li Fan's expression shifted. He suddenly recalled that he was still merely a mortal, his body still infused with the Xianfan blight. Should the suddenly manifesting energies clash with it, he feared dire consequences. Fortunately, his concerns proved unfounded. An inexplicable wave enveloped Li Fan, and moments later, the spiritual energy within his dantian surged forth like a torrent, sweeping over him, transforming his body and elevating his cultivation level. Early stage Qi refinement, mid-stage Qi refinement, late stage Qi refinement. In a mere breath, he achieved a realm that had taken him a lifetime of struggle and ultimately cost him his life. Li Fan's aura gradually stabilized, yet an unexplainable shock graced his face. It was not merely the rapid attainment of late-stage Qi refinement that astonished him, but rather the nature of the inexplicable wave. He distinctly felt that since the arrival of that wave, the Xianfan blight within him had vanished in an instant, thoroughly eradicated. Its efficacy surpassed that of forcibly expelling it through the purification spirit pool array in his previous life. It was the will of heaven and earth. The power of the laws. Li Fan suddenly comprehended. In his previous life, through the Songhai Pearl, he had observed the essence of the world for over a decade. Although he was far from mastering it, he had seen enough to recognize its principles. If the Xianfan blight represented the will of heaven and earth, an eternal separation between the mortal and immortal realms, then the recent wave was its complete antithesis. The Xianfan blight, which had plagued the realm of cultivation for millennia, had effortlessly dissipated. Xinjin, indeed, it was incredible. If only I could grasp this method of purifying the Xianfan blight, thoughts surged within Li Fan. After a long while, he gradually calmed down. The 9-story platform rises from the ground, and with his cultivation level at the Qi refinement stage, attempting to replicate that law's power would be akin to dreaming. He must proceed step by step. Li Fan opened the Xinjin panel, reflecting on his previous life. Name, Li Fan realm. Late-stage Qi refinement physiological age, 20199 psychological age, 531-2300 purification charge progress, 0 anchoring charge progress, 51 current anchor points. 1. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, especially in this world where cultivators seize the heavens and earth, and danger lurks at every turn. In his previous life, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he encountered Su Changyu. He believed him to possess exceptional resolve, wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, destined for greatness. Who would have thought he perished inexplicably just days later? Conversely, the unassuming Xiao Hong by his side possessed extraordinary talent, aspiring to attain the Tao Foundation in just a few years. Both he and He Jinghao believed that Xiao Hong would undoubtedly achieve the Golden Core Tao in his lifetime. Yet who could have foreseen that heaven had already laid traps? The myriad beings in Songyun Hai, be they fortunate or unfortunate, cultivator or mortal, were all fated to meet their demise. Only the ordinary fisherman Zhang Haobua, having escaped one calamity, encountered another stroke of fortune, becoming a foundational cultivator. Such are the unpredictable turns of fate. Subsequently, a wave of doubt washed over him. Just as I once told Xiao Hong, if the authorities wished to eliminate bandits, they would never allow them to be forewarned. The realm of heaven and cultivators resembles the authorities and the bandits. Why, then, did the Wanhua Merchant Association seem to have anticipated this, ordering their subordinates to withdraw from Songyun Hai? And why did they not alert the Wanxian Alliance, passively witnessing countless lives lost? There must be some hidden agenda. If given the chance in this life, I shall uncover the truth. After careful contemplation, Li Fan began to strategize for this life. The realm of cultivation is exceedingly perilous. It is wise to refrain from recklessly stepping forth until the purification charge is complete. Currently, I practice the Xianhuang Lianxin spell, which significantly accelerates my charge speed. I should not repeat the previous folly of taking 20 years to complete it. Within 10 years, I should be able to reach 100. Thus, I should arrive in the realm of cultivation a decade earlier than in my previous life. I recall that during those years, a major event transpired in Songyun Hai, providing a timely opportunity for planning. Moreover, after the desiccation of Songyun Hai in my previous life, I beheld the hidden treasures concealed upon various islands. Now, they remain unknown. If the opportunity arises, I shall retrieve them one by one. The Xianhuang Lianxin spell has repeatedly aided me in overcoming difficulties in my previous life. This technique is truly remarkable, and there seem to be deeper implications behind it. I must diligently cultivate and not grow complacent. As for the crimson flames that consume the sea, whether I choose to flee alone or to reveal it to the world, I shall adapt as circumstances dictate. In my previous life, Li Fan plunged into the unfamiliar realm of cultivation, achieving late-stage Qi refinement only to perish after 48 years. In this life, armed with foresight, Li Fan is confident that he shall traverse even further. Chapter 61. Disentangling the Divine Powers of Trial Dashuan, Jelly Mountain. The mountain rises several thousand meters, its form resembling a blade cleaved, piercing the clouds. On the treacherous mountain path halfway up the slope, two young boys were walking in succession. The one in front was a lean youth, wearing a straw hat and possessing a resolute countenance. Following him was a robust boy who appeared several years younger, but had a sturdy physique, characterized by thick eyebrows and large, innocent eyes. At that moment, the sturdy boy wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down heavily. Erlang, let us take a break. We've been walking for half the day. I simply cannot go any further. He took the water bottle, gulping down a few mouthfuls, and after exhaling a sigh of relief, he curiously inquired, Erlang, is there truly some immortal in these mountains? Certainly, I have seen it with my own eyes, Erlang replied, gazing confidently at the mountain peak hidden among the clouds. The robust boy, however, appeared skeptical. Since 5 years ago, you've acted as if you were bewitched, disappearing into the Jelly Mountain at every opportunity. I cannot count how many times you have come here, yet I have never seen you encounter an immortal. You should give up on this dream. The pursuit of immortals is too ethereal and elusive. In my opinion, it will be better for you to practice martial arts diligently like I do. Before he could finish, Erlang interrupted him with a frown. Wang Xuanba, you've become as talkative as my mother. If you keep rambling, you might as well descend the mountain by yourself. Wang Xuanba sheepishly scratched the back of his head, understanding the hint, and fell silent. The two continued their ascent along the mountain path. Not long after, a sudden chill swept through the mountains. Wang Xuanba's ears perked up, his expression shifting as he stepped forward to hold Erlang back, signaling for silence. Ahead, his eyes narrowed as he was about to call out a warning, but he froze in shock. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. On the mountain path ahead, accompanied by a rustling sound, a massive white python slithered down the mountainside. The python was immense, its head alone measuring around 7 or 8 meters, while the rest of its body was concealed among the foliage, leaving its full length unknown. Its girth was as thick as a wash basin, and its enormous crimson eyes glimmered with a terrifying red light. It flicked its forked tongue and raised its head, gliding along the cliffside toward the abyss below. Witnessing this terrifying creature, both Wang Xuanba and Erlang were paralyzed with fear, unable to move, even holding their breath. The python's colossal body dragged along the ground for a while before gradually vanishing from their sight. Wang Xuanba let out a long breath, just about to speak when he heard another urgent noise. Both boys froze again. The white python swung its head, slowly approaching them. Its enormous mouth opened, bringing with it a foul wind. Covered by the python's shadow, as its head seemed poised to swallow them whole, Wang Xuanba could no longer contain himself. He let out a tremendous roar, his muscles bulging as his body suddenly expanded. He leaped into the air, swinging his fist down toward the python's head. Clang! An astonishing sound of metal striking metal echoed. At this moment, Erlang also sprang into action. He stomped down, shattering the rocks beneath him, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the white python. Transforming his fist into fingers, he struck the python with a flurry of rapid jabs. Clang! 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 The sounds of collision were incessant. However, their attacks failed to even break the python's skin. The python hissed furiously, twisting its body to strike Wang Xuanba. Boom! Wang Xuanba was instantly sent flying, crashing against the cliff wall, sending rocks flying everywhere. The white python did not pursue him, but instead turned its head and opened its massive mouth to bite at Erlang. With no time to evade, Erlang could only extend his hands to brace against the python's jaws. The python let out a strange, guttural roar and exerted immense force. Erlang's body nearly vanished within the python's cavernous mouth, yet he let out a muffled groan, managing to hold on. After a prolonged struggle, the python, infuriated at its failure to swallow this small human, began to thrash its body violently, repeatedly slamming Erlang against the ground and the mountainside in an attempt to dislodge him. With each impact, Erlang's fingers penetrated the python's flesh like daggers. Time passed, and the mountain path was marked with the scars of Erlang's battle against the rocks. The python's eyes flashed with crimson fury, and a dark brown liquid erupted from its mouth. Erlang barely managed to dodge, but he was still drenched in the venom. Sizzle. As the toxic liquid corroded his skin, it revealed the golden glow of his flesh beneath. He let out a stifled groan, but found it increasingly difficult to persist. Ultimately being thrown aside to land beside the unconscious Wang Xuanba. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he struggled to prop himself up, gazing at the approaching white python with a hint of reluctance. Since that evening in Jelly Mountain, when he witnessed an immortal soaring through the sky, he had been obsessed with the pursuit of immortality. Countless times he had ventured into the mountains, hoping to find that immortal and become his apprentice. In pursuit of this dream, he had even quarreled with his mother. Little did he expect that he would not find the immortal, but instead meet his demise at the jaws of this beast. Considered a prodigy of the Sun family, with innate strength and mastery of various martial arts, how could he accept such an end? Yet, enveloped in the python's shadow, devoid of any strength to resist, Erlang could only close his eyes in despair. Just as he resigned himself to death, a resounding crane call echoed from the distant mountains. Upon hearing this cry, the white python raised its head in alarm, flicking its tongue as it fixed its gaze in the direction of the sound. Erlang, witnessing this turn of events, opened his eyes. A white crane, unknown from where it had come, swooped down from the mountains and engaged in battle with the white python. The crane flitted gracefully, skillfully evading the python's strikes while pecking at its body, drawing forth streams of blood. Although the python could not match the crane's agility, its tough skin and thick flesh meant that the crane's numerous strikes did little to diminish its spirit. However, a single counterattack from the python could inflict severe damage upon the crane. Gradually, the crane began to lose ground. Seeing the fierce struggle between the two beasts, Erlang, realizing they were not paying attention to him, struggled to his feet, hoping to drag Wang Xuanba away while the opportunity arose. At that moment, a sound like a tidal wave echoed through the mountains. Erlang froze, looking up to witness a wondrous sight. In the sky, countless birds flocked from various parts of the mountain, resembling a dense cloud, flying toward them. On the ground, mountain mice, reptiles, and even monkeys, leopards, and numerous creatures Erlang had never seen suddenly emerged from all directions, forming a tidal wave of beasts rushing toward the battlefield of the crane and the python. Realizing the imminent danger, Erlang's face turned pale. There was no chance for survival for the two of them amidst this beast tide. The crimson-eyed python sensed the impending threat and ceased its struggle with the crane, attempting to flee the scene. However, the crane, seemingly with a vendetta against the python, relentlessly pursued it, even at the cost of its own bloodied and battered body. In mere moments, the birds and the tide of beasts arrived. They ignored the crane and Erlang, their sole target being the colossal python. The python emitted a terrified cry, yet it had already been surrounded by countless wild beasts, with nowhere to escape. The animals, in a frenzy, trampled over one another, fighting to feast upon the python's flesh. Even if their teeth shattered and blood flowed, they would not relent. Some beasts perished in their frenzy, but were swiftly replaced by others. The white python seemed to have committed an unforgivable sin. All the birds and beasts surged forth, determined to devour the python completely. The python was engulfed by the tide of beasts, its struggles gradually fading. After an indeterminate time, all was silent. Eventually, the wild beasts dispersed, but not a single bone of the immense crimson-eyed python remained. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Erlang stood frozen in place, momentarily rendered speechless. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he glanced around and shouted, "Is it you, Xian Shi? It must be your doing, right?" To him, the recent abnormal beast tide was undoubtedly the handiwork of the immortal residing in the Jelly Mountain. Erlang felt a surge of excitement and urgency. Unfortunately, his voice was on the verge of giving out, yet he could not catch even a glimpse of the Xian Shi. Thus, he was engulfed in profound disappointment. Not far from him, Li Fan watched him with a gentle smile. The Xian Shi was so near, yet a mere mortal could not perceive him. This child is commendable. His physique appears somewhat unique, and his aspiration for the Tao is quite resolute, thought Li Fan, gazing at Erlang with a hint of admiration. Alas, I have yet to establish my own footing. How can I instruct you? Li Fan chuckled softly and shook his head. Perhaps in the future, when the time is ripe, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. He lightly gestured toward Erlang, who suddenly found himself in a daze. After some bewildered glances around, he hoisted the still prostrate Wang Xianba onto his shoulders and descended the mountain. As Li Fan watched the two depart from Jelly Mountain, he glanced back at the scene of the white python's demise, feeling a sense of joy. My 9 years of diligent research have not been in vain. This wuxiang killing mechanism is indeed extraordinary. The recent tumultuous upheaval within Jelly Mountain, where birds and beasts alike became agitated and consumed the white python, was entirely orchestrated by him. In this lifetime, having reached the late stage of qi refinement, he retreated to Jelly Mountain to evade the influences of the immortal mortal blight, choosing to remain in seclusion while waiting for the Haozhen to finish charging and diligently cultivating. As the realm of immortality is devoid of spiritual energy, he devoted the majority of his time to comprehending the celestial energies he had observed in his previous life. After 9 years of relentless effort, he finally grasped a technique known as the wuxiang killing mechanism. Once unleashed, this mechanism can masquerade as the heavenly Tao's killing intent within a certain range and degree. The manifestation of killing intent from the heavens naturally evolves into various calamities. Once targeted by the wuxiang killing mechanism, a being will inevitably perish in the ensuing calamities without Li Fan needing to lay a hand on them. For instance, the recently targeted crimson-eyed white python became a victim of the heavenly Tao's killing intent after being locked onto by Li Fan's wuxiang killing mechanism within the confines of Jelly Mountain. Heaven and earth nurture all beings, and the will of the universe governs the vast majority of creatures. Thus, countless animals were compelled to unleash their boundless killing intent toward the white python. This killing intent would only dissipate upon the complete demise of the python. The clever use of this pseudo-heavenly mandate is precisely what renders the wuxiang killing mechanism formidable. Not only is its power remarkable, but its method is also enigmatic, and the mechanism's concealment is extraordinarily high. The wuxiang killing mechanism, akin to the killing intent of heaven and earth, embodies a pure will and set of rules, undetectable by ordinary cultivators. With such a plethora of advantages, it truly is an indispensable tool for those who wish to eliminate and plunder. It is no wonder Li Fan is so satisfied. Of course, the initial test subjects for the wuxiang killing mechanism were merely ordinary beasts of the mountain. Hence the grand spectacle. The specific effects when applied to cultivators of equal or higher cultivation levels, as Li Fan, remain to be personally explored in the future. After tidying up briefly, Li Fan checked the charging progress of the Huan Su and found it at 99. It was time to once again step into the realm of cultivation. He summoned the Taiyin boat and soared towards Xianjing City. With the might of an immortal, he, like in his previous life, plundered a substantial trove of treasures and provisions. Once the Taiyin boat was filled, Li Fan arrived outside the Qianhong tomb. With his current cultivation, the restrictions of the broken steel could no longer harm him. Entering the Qianhong tomb, Li Fan retrieved the bound broken steel from the Haozhen space. The two broken steel fused together to form a brand new steel. It was not as ancient as before, with only a few minor cracks on its surface. However, it still seemed to lack a bit of qualitative transformation. Li Fan paid it little mind. After experiencing the formidable power of the Songhai Pearl, he had somewhat lost interest in the broken steel, as it was merely destined to be sold to the Tianxian mirror for contribution points. He also took the two techniques from the Qianhong tomb and the damaged Taiyin boat before preparing to leave. Once again facing the azure sea of clouds, Li Fan could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He took Qianhong's remains, transforming them into ashes and scattering them into the ocean. Above the sky, an extraordinary phenomenon arose. A petal drifted down from a branch, carried by the wind in a ceaseless journey. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Qianhong, after 265 years of cultivation, attained the foundation of the Tao through the rare artifact Piaoling Mei. Wandering for 3,670 years, he now returns to his homeland, returning to the heavens. The phenomenon lasted but the brief span of half a tea's worth of time before dissipating without a trace. Chapter 62. Mysteriously pursued after the phenomenon vanished, Li Fan keenly sensed an indescribable change within himself. However, upon careful examination, he could not discern the nature of this change. Nevertheless, it should not be a bad sign. Li Fan chose to set it aside for the moment, merely committing it to memory. After discerning his current location, Li Fan realized it was slightly different from the place he had appeared in the cultivation world during his past life. However, the difference was not substantial. This location was closest to Luli Island, and Li Fan decided to head there first. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time there in his previous life, and was relatively familiar with it. Though the kind-hearted He Zheng Hao was somewhat greedy, at least he was reliable in his dealings. Compared to others, Li Fan preferred to engage with acquaintances, minimizing uncertainties. With the direction chosen, Li Fan refrained from maneuvering the Taiyin boat. Instead, he performed a wind control technique to fly towards Luli Island. He aimed to portray himself as a wandering cultivator within the sea of clouds, fortuitously having reached the late stage of qi refinement. He sought to break through to the foundation establishment stage, but found himself at a loss, thus wishing to join the Wanxian Alliance. In the current cultivation world, the days of wandering cultivators are notoriously difficult. Unlike members of the Wanxian Alliance or the Five Elders Association, who have fixed channels to acquire techniques, wandering cultivators often risk their lives to seek out methods in ancient sect ruins. They must contend with the strange phenomena and traps within the ruins, while simultaneously guarding against fellow cultivators who hide their treasures greedily. A careless mistake could lead to death and the extinguishing of one's path. Despite these challenges, many wandering cultivators still refuse to join the two major organizations, unwilling to be bound by others or serve them. For wandering cultivators, freedom and autonomy reign supreme. Different choices stem from varying beliefs, and it cannot be said that one is superior to the other. Thus, the Taiyin boat seemed somewhat ostentatious for the identity of a wandering cultivator. To avoid unnecessary troubles and suspicions, Li Fan opted to fly on his own. While this may be slower, he was in no rush and saw it as an opportunity to adapt. The reason for this is that during his time in Xi'an, Li Fan had an inkling that his affinity for spiritual energy had inexplicably increased in this life. However, due to the lack of spiritual energy in the immortal mortal blight, he was unable to verify it. Upon entering the cultivation world and sensing the spiritual energy around him, Li Fan confirmed that his premonition was indeed correct. If in his previous life he had forcibly drawn in spiritual energy like a pump through the roots of heaven and earth, in this life, all it took was a thought, and the spiritual energy would naturally flow into his dantian without any force. Although it still did not compare to the intimacy spoken of by Xiao Hong, it was a significant improvement from before. Li Fan speculated that this change was likely due to the roots of heaven and earth. In his previous life, the roots were cultivated from the emotions of greed, fear, rage, and hatred. In this life, Li Fan's root of heaven and earth within his dantian is directly manifested through Huanzhen. If the roots of heaven and earth cultivated by the five spirits breathing method were filled with violent and dark negative emotions, then the roots bestowed by Huanzhen are characterized by balance and tranquility, embodying a serene nature. Unexpectedly, inheriting the cultivation from his previous life through Huanzhen comes with such a remarkable benefit. While Li Fan was filled with joy, he also vaguely sensed that there might be deeper reasons behind this phenomenon. However, before he could ponder further, his expression suddenly changed. A murderous intent appeared in his perception from afar, locking onto him and rapidly approaching. The aura emanating from this presence was formidable, at least at the Foundation establishment stage. Although he felt somewhat perplexed, Li Fan did not hesitate. He summoned the Taiyin boat and accelerated to its maximum speed, fleeing towards the nearest Luli Island. The pursuers seemed taken aback by Li Fan's possession of such a treasure as a flying boat, momentarily stunned before hastening their speed even further. Within the Taiyin boat, Li Fan's expression darkened. The distance was too great, exceeding the range of his divine sense. Yet, judging by the approaching murderous intent, the opponent's speed was undoubtedly greater than his own in the Taiyin boat. After a brief moment of hesitation, he released a formless killing intent toward the adversary. Suddenly, a wave of darkness enveloped him, accompanied by faint whispers. The surroundings became surreal and distorted, as if countless eyes were watching Li Fan in the shadows. Fortunately, this hallucinatory scene was fleeting, and normalcy returned almost immediately. Li Fan understood that the earlier experience was a side effect of releasing the formless killing intent across tiers. Formless killing intent is employed as a false destiny. Since it is a feigned destiny, risks are inherent. A mere mortal impersonating an imperial edict could face dire consequences, let alone feigning a destiny. The greater the disparity in cultivation levels between himself and the target of the killing intent, the more likely it is to be detected by the will of heaven and earth. Fortunately, it appeared that this instance involved only a single major realm, which was not overly concerning. After the formless killing intent was unleashed, there was initially no response. However, Li Fan soon sensed a sudden gust of wind forming in the heavens, swirling along the path of his pursuer, rapidly coalescing into a tornado. The tornado, suffused with a faint azure glow, resembled a colossal dragon, roaring toward the adversary. Taken off guard, the individual was caught squarely in the tornado. Seizing this opportunity, Li Fan accelerated his escape. Soon after, a tremendous crash echoed from behind. It seemed the pursuer had broken free from the tornado and was accelerating towards Li Fan's location. The murderous intent intensified. Just as the pursuer was about to close in on Li Fan, a giant crocodile shark leaped high from beneath the sea, devouring the adversary in one bite. A fiery explosion erupted from the ocean. The crocodile shark was incinerated to nothingness, and the pursuer emerged, somewhat disheveled, from the water, becoming increasingly frantic. After sensing Li Fan's aura, they hastened their pursuit. Yet, every time they drew near, unexpected circumstances would thwart them. Thus, the two chased each other, with the pursuer being significantly faster than Li Fan, but failing to catch up. At last, Lily Island came into view. The pursuer cautiously scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no further unexpected events, and, with a serious expression, was about to cast a spell to eliminate Li Fan. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, hitting the pursuer squarely. Had it not been for a brilliant light that enveloped them at the critical moment, mitigating most of the lightning's damage, their life would have been in grave peril. Even so, the individual was scorched and unrecognizable. Observing this, Li Fan hurried towards the central protective array of Lioli Island. The pursuer paused midair for a moment to regain composure. Then, in a fit of rage, shouted, "He Jing Hao, come out and help me slay this little thief." From Lioli Island, a familiar voice reached Li Fan's ears. "Wan Hufa, how did you end up like this?" Hearing their exchange, Li Fan, who was flying towards Lioli Island, came to an abrupt halt. Surrounded by the two, with no escape route in sight, he cursed inwardly. Subsequently, he silently chanted Huan Zhen. Chapter 63. Returning to Lioli Island upon regaining consciousness, Li Fan found himself at a loss for words. Merely 9 years had passed before he was forced to an end. He had harbored grand ambitions and devised numerous plans. Little did he expect that upon entering the realm of cultivation, he would be inexplicably pursued. Even more absurdly, his pursuers were members of the Wanxian Alliance. Unaware of their identities, he had thought to seek refuge with He Jinghao on Lioli Island. Instead, he found himself ensnared by two formidable Foundation establishment cultivators. They had traveled thousands of miles with a clear objective: to eliminate Li Fan. Li Fan did not believe that inquiring about the reasons for his pursuit would yield any truthful answers. Faced with two Foundation establishment cultivators, he saw no chance for survival. Thus, he decisively chose to start anew. Why were members of the Wanxian Alliance pursuing him? Moreover, why shortly after he had entered the world of cultivation? Li Fan furrowed his brow, enveloped in deep contemplation. Without resolving this issue, any future schemes would be mere empty talk. That Song Yunxi was still under the control of the Wanxian Alliance, and it was evident that they could track his location through some means. Where had the problem arisen? Or perhaps, Li Fan meticulously examined his possessions, ruling out various possibilities. Ultimately, he pinpointed the suspect, the Xiao Yen Shui Ju. After much deliberation, he concluded that this technique bore the greatest suspicion. After all, he was currently free from any entanglement with the Wanxian Alliance. The only connection was this technique, inherited from his previous life within the Wanxian Alliance. Li Fan squinted, carefully contemplating, and a vague answer began to take shape in his mind. The Xiao Yen Shui Ju, along with all other techniques, was undoubtedly under constant surveillance within the Wanxian Alliance. If they suddenly discovered that one technique was being practiced by an additional individual without being exchanged, they would immediately realize that the technique had been leaked. Why could they directly pinpoint his location? Practitioners of the same technique could sense each other, detecting one another's whereabouts. For the sake of a Qi refinement stage technique, they had dispatched Foundation establishment cultivators. Judging by the tone of the pursuer when speaking to He Jinghao, it was likely that their cultivation was even higher than He Jinghao's. At least mid to late Foundation establishment was possible. He could almost envision a scene within the Wanxian Alliance. Thousands of techniques lined up in an intricate array, resembling a towering wall. In front of that wall, a pair of eyes vigilantly observed, capturing every subtle change in these techniques. Should a technique that once had practitioners suddenly drop to none, or a previously unpracticed technique be engaged by someone without an exchange, the owner of those eyes would calmly make arrangements. Protector, indeed. Li Fan clapped in appreciation, observing the options still present before him. He steadied his mind and chose to retain the realm of his previous life. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan activated the Taishan Yuan Shizhen Jing, dissipating the qi refinement late-stage cultivation of the Xiao Yan Shui Ju. Subsequently, just as he had done in his former life, after a 9-year anchor, Li Fan returned to the realm of cultivation. Passing through the immortal severing great array, Li Fan waited in place for a considerable time. As expected, his conjecture was correct. Without practicing the Xiao Yan Shui Ju, he had not attracted the pursuit of the Wanxian Alliance's protectors. Only then did Li Fan make his way slowly towards Lioli Island. As he flew near the waters surrounding Lioli Island, a vivid memory flashed through his mind. He immediately halted and gazed downward. His sight pierced through the ocean, reaching the depths of the sea. In that place, a multitude of Lioli fish dragged the bodies of unfortunate mortals, discovered in the depths of the ocean for various reasons, to pay tribute to a colossal golden Lioli fish. This magnificent creature swayed its corpulent form, devouring the collected human corpses one by one. After a thorough chewing, it spat out the shattered bones, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. With its large eyes, it greedily gazed at the surface of the sea, as if there were more and fresher mortals to be found there. Li Fan observed this scene and let out a cold snort. The ominous intent stirred, and he acted accordingly. Beneath the waves, the Lioli fish, which had previously gathered around their leader, eagerly offering food, suddenly froze in place. The golden Lioli fish, feeling discontent, was preparing to reprimand its subordinates when it noticed that the surrounding Lioli fish had become rather unusual. Their eyes glowed with a red hue, all fixated upon the golden giant. Sensing danger, the golden Lioli fish attempted to flee, but it was too late. Countless Lioli fish, in a frenzy, surrounded it completely. The golden Lioli fish's figure vanished amidst the swarm, and streams of golden blood gradually surfaced. Li Fan held a Lioli pearl, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. Unfortunately, it was not a rare treasure of heaven and earth. However, merely possessing it granted effects akin to consuming a Lioli elixir, making it quite extraordinary nonetheless. Satisfied, Li Fan tucked it away and continued his journey towards Lioli Island. As he approached, Li Fan paused in midair, releasing his spiritual energy. Shortly after, a voice echoed from afar. "Who dares approach my Lioli Island?" Accompanying the voice was He Zhenghao's figure. Despite being a foundational stage cultivator, He Zhenghao did not exhibit arrogance in the presence of a late-stage qi refining practitioner. He addressed Li Fan as a fellow cultivator as well. "Greetings, Dao friend." Li Fan clasped his hands in respect. "I am Li Fan, a wandering cultivator from Zhongyinhai. Reaching the late stage of qi refining has been exceedingly difficult, and I realize that as a wandering cultivator, I have no hope of establishing a foundation. Thus, I wish to join the Wanxian Alliance in hopes of acquiring foundational cultivation techniques." After a brief pause, he continued, "I have long heard of your reputation for benevolence and generosity, and thus I have come to pay my respects. I sincerely hope you can introduce me." After hearing that Li Fan wished to join the Wanxian Alliance, He Zhenghao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a fortuitous event. Upon hearing Li Fan's promise of future gratitude, He Zhenghao's delight only grew. "Oh, Dao friend, you flatter me. We cultivators are all aware of the difficulties of cultivation. If I can assist, I shall certainly do so. Rest assured, your admission to the Wanxian Alliance is in my hands." Li Fan smiled slightly. "Your reputation as a timely rain is truly well-deserved. I am in admiration." He Zhenghao, wishing to clarify that he did not possess such a title, reconsidered and found it fitting. If it were to spread, it would greatly benefit his cultivation, so he refrained from denying it. The two shared a knowing smile. Chapter 64. Re-entering the Wanxian Alliance, Li Fan stood suspended in the air, observing the Lioli Island that had been anchored for 9 years. At this moment, Lioli Island was far from the bustling scene he had witnessed in his previous life. The population was less than a third of what it would be a decade later. And naturally, there was no sign of the thriving vitality. The island's edges still bore the scars of the devastating tempest that had ravaged it 5 years prior. And smiles were a rare sight on the faces of mortals. Lioli Island had yet to recover its vitality from that catastrophic storm. If the energy replenishment could indeed accelerate, perhaps he might witness it firsthand. Li Fan pondered quietly. When he was still a mortal, he had heard of the tempest's might, which had managed to strip Lioli Island of 2/3 of its land, leaving him in awe of the terrifying power of nature. However, having later witnessed the scene of the sea boiling and transforming into mountains over the span of years, he felt that the tempest paled in comparison. According to He Jinghao, cultivators above the late stage of qi refining would face automatic attacks from the Wanxian Grand Formation should they trespass without permission. Thus, He Jinghao took the initiative to secure a pass for Li Fan. He did not keep Li Fan waiting long. "I have fulfilled my duty." He handed Li Fan a jade talisman inscribed with the character for 10,000. "Dao friend, simply leave your aura on this talisman, and it will suffice." Li Fan took the talisman and infused it with spiritual energy. A flash of light flickered across the character, then vanished into the unknown. He Jinghao nodded in approval. "That will do. Remember to return this pass once you formally join the Wanxian Alliance. Do not lose it, or you will be required to compensate with a corresponding contribution." He Jinghao seemed to recall something unpleasant, his face twitching slightly. "Such a small talisman requires 100 contribution points. What a travesty." He Jinghao began his sentence, but halted upon noticing Li Fan's intrigued gaze. "You find amusing, Dao friend." He cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Leading Li Fan into the inner sanctum of the island's protection array, He Jinghao activated the teleportation array. After a moment of dizziness, Li Fan found himself once again on Wanxian Island. In the Law Transmission Square, the statue of an elder with a high crown and long beard stood solemnly, overseeing Wanxian Island. Hurrying cultivators passed through various teleportation arrays to different regions of Sonyan High. At that moment, who could have predicted that everything here would soon be reduced to nothingness? Li Fan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He Jinghao, mistaking Li Fan's awe for admiration of the island's grandeur, continued with his explanations as in his previous life. "This is the Law Transmission Square, built to commemorate the teachings of the immortal sovereign." Li Fan nodded along, listening intently. Following the path, they arrived at the location of the Tianqian Mirror. "Dao friend, as you were previously a wandering cultivator, you might be unaware that members of the Wanxian Alliance can recommend outside wandering cultivators for admission. Based on the recommending member's realm and potential, they will receive corresponding contribution rewards." "I see," Li Fan said, relieved. "I feared that it might be difficult for you. Dao friend, it seems I was overly concerned." He Jinghao smiled, pleased with Li Fan's response. Shortly thereafter, they entered the Tianqian Mirror. "This person is the late-stage qi refining wandering cultivator I previously reported, seeking to join our Wanxian Alliance," He Jinghao stated to the space within the mirror. "Moments latte." A voice resonated through the space, recommending a late-stage qi refining cultivator. Record it as upper-tier ding, equating to 300 contribution points. Current total contribution, 1,340 points. He Jinghao was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. After observing Li Fan for a while, he inquired, "If I may be so bold, how old are you, Dao friend?" He Jinghao gasped, his face filled with shock. A 29-year-old late-stage qi refining cultivator, and still a wandering cultivator. Excitement surged through him. "Your talent is truly unprecedented." He promptly pulled out a mountain-shaped communication talisman and handed it to Li Fan. "As you're new here, you are bound to encounter many questions. Feel free to ask me anything. I will answer without reservation. Should you face any insurmountable troubles, you can also seek my assistance. Although I am merely a mid-stage foundational cultivator, I have considerable connections within the Wanxian Alliance." Li Fan nuda gratefully. After He Jinghao provided a few more instructions, he left with a look of excitement, leaving Li Fan to regain his normal demeanor. This treatment was a significant improvement compared to his previous life. Li Fan tossed the communication talisman in his hand. In the realm of cultivation, most practitioners were solitary. It was rare to find someone as warm-hearted as He Jinghao. Moreover, it seemed that the enthusiasm he displayed was rather excessive for merely possessing slightly better cultivation talent. Li Fan pondered this, unable to find a satisfactory explanation. A vague sense suggested that it might be related to He Zhenghao's cultivation technique. However, Li Fan could discern that He Zhenghao harbored no malice, so he chose not to dwell on it further. The fluctuations of spiritual consciousness had been recorded, and an independent space had been generated. Cultivator Li Fan. Welcome to the Wan Xian Alliance. As a benefit, you will be generously granted 100 contribution points. You may utilize these contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and more. The Wan Xian mirror began to elaborate on the relevant matters. Although Li Fan was already quite familiar with the details, he listened attentively, comparing them with the scenarios from his previous life. Li Fan discovered that after advancing to the latter stage of qi refinement, the contribution points required to activate the auxiliary cultivation mode had risen from 10 points per day to 30 points per day. The higher the realm, the greater the resources required. This was only natural. It seemed imperative to first acquire a substantial amount of contribution points. Accumulating them slowly through tasks was simply too tedious for Li Fan. In truth, he had already devised a plan to amass a significant number of contribution points in a short time. After spending 10 contribution points to purchase a slightly larger storage ring, Li Fan ventured out through the teleportation array. In a desolate area, he filled the ring with the gold, silver, and precious gems scavenged for the tie-in boat, as well as the Jibu remnant steel. The collection of gold and silver could be converted into 863 contribution points. The unique item, the Jibu remnant steel, was of flawed quality and could be converted into 1968 contribution points. Moments later, the Tianxian mirror provided a notification. In his previous life, Li Fan had spent a significant portion of his plundered treasures in a bid to secure a spot in the Liuli Island's pure spirit pool, ultimately yielding only 235 contribution points. Thus, he comprehended why some cultivators covertly aided mortals in smuggling themselves into the cultivation realm. Li Fan merely plundered a few corrupt officials and wealthy elites, yet he had acquired over 800 contribution points. It was reasonable to assume that those cultivators could easily earn over 1,000 points in one go, considering that a qi refinement technique cost just over 1,000 points. It was indeed a considerable income over the span of more than a decade. Wealth certainly stirs the heart. Li Fan mused briefly, then retrieved the exquisite Liuli pearl obtained from the massive Liuli fish. The exquisite Liuli pearl could be converted into 850 contribution points. After contemplation, he realized that the Liuli pearl was akin to a weakened version of the Liuli pill. Although its efficacy was somewhat diminished, it had the advantage of being non-consumable. He foresaw its usefulness in his future cultivation. Thus, he chose not to exchange it, but rather stored it away again. Gazing at his total of 2,831 contribution points, Li Fan shook his head. It was still insufficient. Far too little. The knowledge pertaining to unique items required over 2,000 points. Previously, when he was pursued by the protective elders of the Wan Xian Alliance, he had realized that despite his advancement to the late stage of qi refinement, his actual combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Apart from the Wuxiang killing intent he had comprehended, he possessed no other means to confront enemies. He was suited for stealthy ambushes rather than direct confrontations. Should he engage in battle or find himself besieged, his only option would be to flee. Currently, he could only employ the most primitive wind control technique, which likely would not allow him to escape unscathed. To be unable to fight or flee was a certain recipe for tragedy. Therefore, he yearned for the myriad of offensive techniques, evasion methods, defensive arts, various magical artifacts, formation diagrams, and elixirs that the Wan Xian mirror presented, yet his contribution points were utterly insufficient. After a moment's contemplation, he began to browse the various bounty tasks released by other cultivators within the Wan Xian mirror. During his past life, while assimilated with the consciousness of the Zonghai, he had glimpsed many hidden treasures within the Zhongyan Sea. Some of these were accessible given his current strength, such as the exquisite Liuli pearl, while many others were exceedingly perilous, beyond the reach of even foundation-building cultivators. Rather than allow these secrets to languish in the sea, it would be prudent to select a few to sell and swiftly convert them into his own combat power. His gaze swiftly scanned the tasks, halting abruptly upon one. With a flicker of his consciousness, he examined the task details. Elder Chun of the Apothecary Hall was in need of a certain auxiliary material for alchemy, blue blood coral. He is now offering a bounty through the Wan Xian Alliance, promising 1,000 contribution points for verified information. A direct provision of blue blood coral would yield a reward of 3,000 contribution points. After reviewing the remaining tasks, it was evident that this particular task offered the most generous reward among those he was aware of. Thus, Li Fan accepted the task. In the northwest waters of the Tsongyun Sea, over 200 miles west of Wuya Island, he had seen this type of coral beneath the sea. Unfortunately, a sea serpent guarded the coral. The specific strength of the sea serpent was unknown, but even from a distance, Li Fan had sensed a deadly danger. He crafted a narrative and submitted the task. Given the efficiency of Wanxian Island, he believed the authenticity of his information would soon be verified. Sure enough, merely half a day later, Li Fan received his task reward. However, intriguingly, the bounty for the blue blood coral remained posted and had not been cancelled, indicating that Elder Chun likely required a substantial quantity of it for his purposes. It was unclear what kind of elixir he intended to craft. Yet the willingness to expend 3,000 contribution points for a single auxiliary material suggested that the elixir was extraordinary. Nonetheless, Li Fan's curiosity was only fleeting. Elder Chun was reputed to be the chief elder of the Wanxian Island Apothecary Hall, a formidable cultivator at the Yuaning realm. Li Fan was still far from that level. Suppressing his momentary curiosity, he refocused his attention on the numerous bounty tasks, particularly one that stood out prominently. This task also elucidated Li Fan's urgency to enhance his own strength. Task: Bounty for Yin Shui Tu Lu. Reward: 100,000 contribution points. In just 2 simple lines, devoid of any further elaboration, the staggering figure of 100,000 contribution points stirred the hearts and minds of every cultivator who laid eyes upon it, leaving them in a state of rapture. That was indeed a monumental sum. Many cultivators of the Wanxian Alliance might never accumulate such wealth in their entire lifetimes. With 100,000 contribution points, while the Yuaning realm might be beyond reach, ascending to the Jindan realm would surely be an attainable endeavor. Countless cultivators read and reread those 2 lines, envisioning themselves basking in glory upon completing the task. Unfortunately, the bounty had been posted for over a decade, and not only had no one succeeded in completing it, but even the true nature of Yin Shui Tu Lu remained a mystery. The task's issuer was shrouded in enigma, never having revealed themselves or provided any explanation. It was as if they intended to convey that those who understood would comprehend, while those who did not would remain in ignorance. In the Tsongyun Sea, no one currently knew the whereabouts of Yin Shui Tu Lu, except for Li Fan. Yin Shui Tu Lu, Yin Shui Tianggong. Li Fan repeated the name in his mind. This treasure, valued at an astounding 100,000 contribution points, was located within the Yin Shui Tiangong. The Yin Shui Tiangong, or rather the ruins of Yin Shui Tiangong, was the very place Xiao Hung had mentioned in his correspondence, where he sought the unique treasures of heaven and earth. The reason no one had yet uncovered this secret was simply that the Yin Shui Tiangong had not yet manifested in the world. In his previous life, it was Xiao Hang's message that had piqued Li Fan's interest in the Yin Shui Tiangong, leading him to etch this impending event, which would create a stir within the Tsongyun Sea, into his memory. The Yin Shui Tiangong, isolated above the sea, was said to have been the most powerful sect within the Tsongyun Sea during ancient times, when the great calamity befell the world. The disciples of the Yin Shui Tiangong, after enduring fierce conflicts amongst themselves, were left with only a scant few survivors. Those who remained decided to activate the protective grand formation of their sect, thus retreating from the world. Consequently, the Yin Shui Tiangong remained concealed, shrouded by formations, hidden within the central waters of the Tsongyun Sea. After an 11-year slumber, the ethereal Yin Shui Tiangong re-emerged into the world following the shattering of its formation, only to find that its chosen seclusion could not shield it from the fate of annihilation. When a multitude of cultivators from the sea I ventured within, they discovered that the Yin Shui Tiangong had long since transformed into a realm filled with bizarre ruins. In the first wave of explorers, over 100 cultivators entered the ruins, most of whom were at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. Expecting a mundane ruin, they were unprepared for the eerie phenomena that awaited them, resulting in heavy casualties, with fewer than 1 in 10 managing to escape. Among the survivors was a seemingly ordinary individual named SK Ng, who possessed only late-stage Qi refining abilities. Many assumed his survival was merely a stroke of luck. After receiving his reward, SK Ing-Y departed via a long-distance teleportation array, vanishing from sight, and he was never seen again. In an instant, a plethora of information emerged, though most could only glimpse the initial sentences. To access the complete details, one had to expend a certain amount of contribution points. Li F.N., not one to be stingy, promptly invested 100 contribution points to obtain the highly sought-after survival guide to sect ruins. This guide was authored by Qunzhu, a self-taught cultivator who had spent years exploring various ruins before finally reaching the Golden Core stage and joining the W-Nexi in Eming. His ability to emerge unscathed from perilous sect ruins earned him considerable acclaim, and his guide was revered by many cultivators. The Wine Shiti ruins were fraught with danger, and despite Li Fn's foresight, he approached the situation with utmost caution as he meticulously studied the guide. The ancient calamity had struck, leading to the downfall of countless sects, leaving behind only crumbling remnants. Some ruins had been thoroughly explored over the years, yielding no valuable artifacts, while others remained largely untouched due to their treacherous nature. Each year, many cultivators braved these ruins in search of techniques or breakthroughs. Additionally, there were those sects that had remained hidden behind caves and formations, entirely undeveloped and rich with opportunities. Once unveiled, they would undoubtedly attract throngs of cultivators. The guide outlined two main categories of valuable sects worthy of exploration: those devoid of bizarre phenomena and those that were not. Sects without such phenomena posed minimal risk, provided one remained cautious of traps. However, those containing bizarre elements required utmost vigilance. The term bizarre referred to the peculiar phenomena within ruins that defy rational explanation, often governed by their own unique rules. These bizarre rules varied in strength and were classified based on the highest cultivation level they could impact, such as Qi refining level, foundation establishment level, and golden core level bizarre phenomena. Cultivators entering the domain of a bizarre phenomenon must adhere to its rules if their cultivation is below the phenomenon's strength. Violating these rules could lead to certain death. Conversely, those with higher cultivation might avoid the effects of the bizarre elements, yet no one, regardless of their prowess, could alter the bizarre rules. Even a Dao integration expert could not change the rules of a Qi refining level bizarre phenomenon, nor could they rescue those who defied its dictates. Once a living being entered the bizarre realm, the rules would activate, and only when a certain number of deaths occurred or the rules were deciphered could the remaining cultivators escape. The guide provided an example from 150 years ago when an unnamed island near the western part of C, Ingi, and Hi suddenly revealed a cave dwelling. From its inception, a radiant light emanated, illuminating the skies for hundreds of miles. Many cultivators, drawn by the treasure's glow, ventured inside. They soon discovered that this cave had been constructed by a legendary Ing loose cultivator, H. Ingzish, shortly before his demise. Inside lay numerous techniques and countless treasures, prompting the cultivators to scramble for them. Then, a horrifying event unfolded. All those who had smiled upon acquiring techniques or treasures suddenly found their heads severed from their bodies, their expressions frozen in shock. In an instant, half of the cultivators perished, leaving the rest terrified, fearing some hidden restriction on the treasures. They fled the cave, leaving the treasures behind. News spread, prompting skeptics to test their fortune. Those who took the treasures without triggering any restrictions soon wore expressions of disdain or glee, only to meet the same grim fate. Remarkably, a cultivator with a naturally expressionless face escaped unscathed, though he was so terrified by the spectacle that he hastily grabbed a treasure and fled. The news of this second group's demise sent shockwaves through the ranks of envious cultivators nearby. The expressionless cultivator, having narrowly escaped and acquired treasures, drew considerable attention. Yet, despite relentless questioning, he could only claim ignorance regarding his survival. Eventually, a clever man deduced the mystery. The cave forbade laughter, regardless of the reason. Any hint of a smile would result in decapitation. Though the notion seemed absurd, the intelligent man confidently entered the cave, retrieved the technique without incident, and convinced the other cultivators of the truth. They then proceeded to extract all the treasures from the cave. What transpired in H. Ingzich's cave was a classic example of a bizarre phenomenon, governed by a singular rule. In reality, the bizarre phenomena within sect ruins often encompassed multiple overlapping rules. Such phenomena are undeniably perilous. Without an understanding of their rules, one misstep could lead to demise. However, once the rules are comprehended, the risks diminish significantly. Drawing from his numerous encounters with bizarre phenomena, Qunzhu compiled dozens of insights. Firstly, maintain composure at all times. Under the shroud of bizarre phenomena, anything unimaginable could occur. Secondly, refrain from hasty actions. In the absence of clarity regarding the bizarre rules, the faster one moves, the quicker one meets their end. Thirdly, if one wishes to explore bizarre phenomenon, gather as many allies as possible. The most effective way to discern the rules is to sacrifice lives in the process. Trust in yourself. You are unlikely to be the first to perish. Li F.N. meticulously perused the survival guide to sect ruins, convinced that his investment of 100 contribution points was well spent. Armed with this knowledge, he felt more prepared for his exploration of the Y and Shuti Ying in 2 years. In his previous life, after S.K. Y discovered the Y and Shuti L within the Y and Shuti Ying and garnered a staggering 100,000 contribution points. The enthusiasm among cultivators for exploring the Y and Shuti Ying soared. Although the Y and Shuti I had already been claimed, the vast expanse of the Y and Shuti Ying surely harbored treasures beyond that singular artifact. Embracing such thoughts, the practitioners of Song Yunhai surged towards the Yun Shui Tiangong with unwavering determination, disregarding life and death. Even wandering cultivators from distant continents traveled here, drawn by its allure. Their intentions were indeed justified. In Li Fan's previous life, until the 27th year of anchoring, the Yun Shui Tiangong remained incompletely explored. Occasionally, news would emerge of treasures discovered within, igniting envy among many. It was precisely because of the relentless exploration by countless individuals that the enigmatic rules within the Yun Shui Tiangong had long ceased to be secrets. Li Fan had heard whispers in his past life about the acquisition of the Yun Shui Fu Lu by Si Kong Yi, yet the accounts varied, and no consensus existed. Thus, in this life, Li Fan resolved to scheme for the Yun Shui Tu Lu by clandestinely following Si Kong Yi and intercepting him at the moment of his success. With 2 years remaining until the Yun Shui Tiangong opened, he could discreetly investigate information regarding Si Kong Yi, ensuring he knew both himself and his adversary. Concurrently, he needed to enhance his own strength as much as possible. Li Fan's gaze fell upon a collection of lethal techniques for the Qi refinement stage within the Tian Xianjing. The prices of these killing techniques were significantly higher than those of ordinary methods. The technique he had previously practiced, Xiao Yin Shui Ju, required only 1,200 contribution points, while the killing techniques generally hovered around 1,500 points. Li Fan swiftly skimmed through the descriptions, selecting those that suited him. Suddenly, his attention was captured by one technique, Mingling Huangong. After carefully perusing the introduction several times, Li Fan felt a surge of excitement. According to the description, this was a technique primarily focused on illusions. By visualizing and nurturing a phantom spirit in his mind, he could unleash it to confound his enemies. As the phantom spirit grew stronger, it could even penetrate the consciousness of others, launching a mental assault. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. Moreover, the thought of visualizing a phantom spirit conjured a red figure in Li Fan's mind. If he based his visualization on Qi Yin, the resulting phantom spirit would undoubtedly possess considerable power. Resolutely, Li Fan decided to purchase this technique. However, upon checking the price, he felt a pang of shock. 2,500 points. This was nearly equivalent to that of a slightly inferior foundation establishment technique. No wonder such a powerful technique had remained unsold for so long. In truth, Li Fan had misjudged. The high price of Mingling Huangong was merely due to the rarity of illusion-based techniques, not because of their inherent strength. In the current cultivation world, most practitioners had similar levels of spiritual consciousness. After all, prior to the Great Calamity, techniques that specialized in enhancing spiritual consciousness were relatively scarce, let alone the current situation where celestial techniques could not be simultaneously cultivated. In such circumstances, few would choose to attack others using their consciousness, as it often resulted in mutual destruction. This was also why Mingling Huangong was deemed somewhat lackluster by other practitioners. Ultimately, it was merely an illusion technique, a method of utilizing consciousness rather than enhancing it. Few would be willing to expend 2,500 contribution points for a mere illusion. However, given that Li Fan possessed the Xian Huang, Lian, Xi, Zhou, and had witnessed the essence of the Qi Yan, the path of visualizing a phantom spirit aligned perfectly with him. Therefore, Ming Ling Huanggong would yield exponentially greater results in his hands. Regardless, Li Fan gritted his teeth and acquired Ming Ling Huanggong. In the blink of an eye, his contribution points dwindled to 1321. Contribution points come quickly, but depart even faster. He had initially intended to purchase a teleportation technique as well, but funds were insufficient, so that would have to wait. The immediate priority was to cultivate Ming Ling Huanggong to the late Qi refinement stage. Activating the auxiliary cultivation mode of the Tian Xianjing and placing the Ling Long Lu Li Zhu nearby, Li Fan commenced his training. With a mind as clear as a polished mirror, the intricate characters of the technique appeared as simple as elementary school texts in Li Fan's eyes. The pure cultivation derived from Xiao Yin Shui Ju served as nourishment, propelling the progress of Ming Ling Huanggong to soar like a rocket. In less than a day, Ming Ling Huanggong reached the mid-Qi refinement stage. At this juncture, he could visualize the phantom spirit in his mind. Although it was a phantom, the visualized object could not be conjured from thin air. It must be based on something genuinely existent in the cultivation world. Thoughts flowed gently, and memories unfolded before him. A vague silhouette gradually emerged in Li Fan's consciousness. Merely this unformed shadow caused an intense rise in his body temperature, sweat pouring down like rain. Furrowing his brow, Li Fan forcibly activated the Lian, Xi, and Zhou to suppress the scorching sensation, continuing to visualize the Qi Yin figure. As the Qi Yin phantom spirit slowly began to take shape, the heat within Li Fan intensified. If previously he felt as if he were in a desert under the blazing sun, now it seemed as though he were being roasted in a great fire. With each passing moment of visualization, the scorching sensation grew increasingly terrifying. Finally, when the temperature hit its peak, the clothes Li Fan wore spontaneously ignited. With a gasp, he could no longer maintain the visualization, and the silhouette in his consciousness dissipated instantly. Li Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, which seemed to emanate a high temperature. Before it could touch the ground, it evaporated into a cloud of vapor. Wiping the blood from his lips, he remained undeterred. He purchased a healing pill from the Tian Xianjing, regained his composure, and resumed his visualization. As the temperature around Li Fan rose, the Qi Yin figure in his consciousness became increasingly distinct. Yet, even as he pushed the Xian Huang, Lian, Xi, and Zhou to its limits, he ignored the faint scent of burning emanating from his body. Just before the Qi Yin phantom spirit was about to take shape, Li Fan inexplicably withdrew from the visualization state. Could it be that the heat was too intense, surpassing his body's limits? Pondering this, he searched the Tian Xianjing for remedies to combat the heat. Spending 10 contribution points, he acquired an ice heart pill. After consuming it, Li Fan attempted once more. This time, as the heat from visualizing the Qi Yin emerged, a wave of coolness surged from his dantian, circulating throughout his body and suppressing the heat. Without the distraction of bodily discomfort, Li Fan focused entirely on condensing the Qi Yin phantom spirit. Yet it was in vain. The phantom spirit shattered just before it could fully form. It felt as though some unseen force was deliberately obstructing him, preventing the phantom spirit from taking shape. After attempting over a dozen times, the effect of the ice heart pill began to wane. Li Fan pausa. The essence of the Tiandi Ji Po was indeed formidable. Even attempting to refine a phantom spirit based on it proved futile. There must be some rules or limitations at play that he was unaware of. Reflecting on this, Li Fan searched for information regarding the Tiandi Ji Po within the Tian Xianjing. As he anticipated, the Tian Xianjing informed him that his authority was insufficient to access that information. For a moment, Li Fan's aspiration to refine the Qi Yin phantom spirit fell into a predicament. Nonetheless, he was not inclined to abandon his pursuit. The greater the restrictions, the more substantial the rewards upon success. The might of the Tiandi Ji Po was vivid in his mind. Even obtaining a fraction of its power would be extraordinary. However, the precise method to achieve this required further contemplation. Thus, Li Fan maintained his auxiliary cultivation, entering a meditative state to reflect quietly. Days passed, with his contribution points gradually depleting. Finally, after 7 days, Li Fan opened his eyes. The essence of heaven and earth is the embodiment of a certain law governing the cosmos. If the crimson flame symbolizes the principles associated with fire, what unique significance does the red of the crimson flame hold? Are there other flames aside from the crimson one? Li Fan immediately embarked on an exploration. He envisioned the essence of heaven and earth, and his silhouette and aura mirrored that of the crimson flame perfectly. However, the hue of his form shifted from red to green. This time, the illusory spirit successfully took shape, yet it appeared exceedingly fragile. Akin to an empty shell devoid of any offensive power, he dispersed the nascent, illusory spirit from his sea of consciousness and attempted once more. This time, the color transitioned from green to black. The black flame, like the crimson flame, failed to coalesce into a form. Yet, unlike the crimson flame, envisioning the black flame did not evoke the same searing sensation. He continued to experiment with various colors. Li Fan explored every conceivable hue and discovered 4 distinct outcomes. The first was akin to the crimson flame, unable to take shape, accompanied by a feeling of intense heat during the visualization process. The second was similar to the green flame, which, while it could take form, remained as an empty shell devoid of any power. The third was reminiscent of the black flame, which could not take shape and did not manifest any unusual phenomena during the visualization. The fourth, however, was the most extraordinary. Within Li Fan's sea of consciousness, a phantom almost identical to the crimson flame gradually materialized, albeit in a blue hue. As the blue flame illusory spirit slowly emerged, the temperature around Li Fan began to plummet significantly. Layers of frost began to spread outward from the ground where he stood. His hair and eyebrows were dusted with white frost, and his body gradually became as rigid as ice. Even the Xian Huang Lian Xian mantra, which had been operating quietly, slowed under this influence, as if it might cease altogether. Li Fan's heartbeat slowed, and his breath rapidly diminished. Yet, his consciousness entered a peculiar state, as if his soul had detached, observing the transformations of his body as an outsider. There was no emotional turbulence. Li Fan sensed an uncanny premonition. In this state, even if his physical form were to be destroyed, resulting in his imminent demise, he would not experience any fear. This was a state of absolute calmness and rationality. It was in this state that Li Fan silently watched as his body became completely encased in ice, as if trapped in absolute zero, plunged into utter stillness. Simultaneously, the blue flame illusory spirit within his sea of consciousness fully formed. The temperature did not rise, but vitality rapidly surged within Li Fan. It was as if the absolute cold could no longer affect him. With a mere thought, the blue flame flickered in the sea of consciousness, and the extreme cold dissipated swiftly. The frigid sensation seemed to have been nothing but an illusion, leaving no trace behind. Was this the power of the blue flame? In the sea of consciousness, the young blue flame illusory spirit fell into slumber. Yet, Li Fan knew he could awaken it at any moment, reinstating the previous state. The 4 encountered situations while visualizing the illusory flames of different colors should correspond to the state of the essence of heaven and earth. After considerable contemplation, Li Fan arrived at his conjecture. The essence of heaven and earth is the tangible manifestation of the heavenly laws, and thus, cultivators can ritualistically practice the essence to attain the harmonization realm. Therefore, those that could take form but bore no power represented types of the essence of heaven and earth that did not exist. Conversely, those unable to take shape, like the crimson flame, belonged to the system of heavenly laws. While he could evoke their power, he could not possess it. Flames like the black flame had already been ritualistically practiced by cultivators of the harmonization realm, thus no longer existing within this realm of heavenly laws. What then? Does the blue flame signify? The law of potentiality? In other words, in the not-so-distant future, the true essence of heaven and earth, blue flame, will descend somewhere in the realm of cultivation? Li Fan momentarily fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, burying his various speculations regarding the essence of heaven and earth deep within his mind. Regardless, although he had not successfully condensed the crimson flame illusory spirit, he had inadvertently visualized the blue flame illusory spirit. The properties of the two were entirely opposite, yet the potency of the blue flame seemed to rival that of the crimson flame. Filled with joy, Li Fan seized a moment and resumed his practice of the Ming Ling Huan Gong. endeavoring to cultivate and strengthen the blue flame illusory spirit, enabling it to launch a spiritual attack. Time gradually flowed by as he practiced. Before long, Li Fan abruptly exited the auxiliary cultivation mode. It turned out that the prolonged exertion had depleted his contribution points to just over 100. Before entering seclusion, Li Fan had set a minimum threshold of 100 contribution points. Should this threshold be breached, the auxiliary cultivation mode would forcibly terminate. It felt as though he had been abruptly awakened from a pleasant slumber, leaving him momentarily vexed. Fortunately, this emotion was swiftly suppressed. The depletion of contribution points was alarmingly rapid. The days of holding over 3,000 points felt like a distant memory, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself virtually destitute once more. With approximately 2 years remaining before the Yunshui Tiangong opened, he needed to devise a method to acquire more contribution points and enhance his strength. He began to peruse the task interface of the Tian Xian Mirror again. Li Fan chose to disregard the tasks issued by the Wan Xian Alliance. At the late stage of Qi refinement, the official tasks available were still low-yield and low-risk undertakings. These included roles such as assisting alchemists, weaponsmiths, and talisman makers, or helping to maintain and inspect the various formations from the Yunhai region. While these tasks were certainly safe, the contribution points accrued were exceedingly slow. If Li Fan were inclined to learn alchemy or weapon crafting, it could be a viable consideration. However, with the Yunshui Tiangong impending, the immediate priority was to secure the Yunshui Tu Lu. Regrettably, Li Fan's luck seemed to have dwindled this time. After much searching, he failed to find any tasks that piqued his interest. After some thought, he retrieved the communication talisman given to him by He Zhenghao and sent him a message. Esteemed Taoist He, do you have any methods for swiftly acquiring contribution points? I've been browsing the Tian Xian Mirror for quite some time, but most tasks offer only a few dozen points. I expend 30 points just to cultivate for a day. At this rate, when will I ever be able to exchange for a foundational cultivation method? Li Fan conveyed his grievances. After sending the message, he set the communication talisman aside. Although the absence of the spirit guide impeded his cultivation speed significantly, he was still making gradual progress. This is how it is in the Wan Xian Alliance. When a new cultivator joins, it often takes several years of hard work to exchange for a cultivation method. Everyone experiences this. However, He Jinghao quickly changed the subject, continuing, "Since you were introduced to join by me, I naturally wish to assist you. After all, I hope you can swiftly enter the foundation establishment stage." Yet, he added, however, "This matter is not convenient to discuss via the communication talisman. If you are willing, come to Luli Island and we can discuss it in person." Initially, Li Fan had merely inquired out of curiosity, never expecting He Jinghao to provide such a prompt and affirmative response. Truly a timely assistance. However, recalling that in both of his previous lives, He Jinghao had consistently been generous, standing out among cultivators, Li Fan pondered thoughtfully. Without hesitation, he exited the Tian Xian Mirror and made his way to Luli Island. Within the protective formation of Luli Island, He Jinghao awaited at a tea pavilion atop a mountain, clearly having been there for some time. "It seems my friend could hardly wait," He Jinghao exclaimed with hearty laughter upon seeing Li Fan. He clapped his hands, and the mountain beneath their feet suddenly trembled. Subsequently, Li Fan beheld the astonishing sight of the surrounding mountains ascending simultaneously. However, it did not take long for Li Fan to realize that it was not the mountains around him that were rising, but rather the mountain he stood upon that was descending. The mountain rapidly sank, soon dropping below the horizon and into a realm shrouded in silvery mist. Gazing upward, Li Fan beheld the continuous mountain range within the protective formation of Luli Island, appearing like scattered stars floating above him. The mountains were dispersed, yet seemed to form a harmonious whole according to some underlying principle. They appeared motionless, yet were in constant flux. He Jinghao, observing Li Fan's expression, displayed a hint of satisfaction. "What do you think of my mountain and star formation, fellow cultivator?" In his previous life, Li Fan had never witnessed the true visage of Luli Island's protective formation. Now, upon seeing it, he sincerely remarked, "The mountain and star formation is indeed remarkable. Yet, why does it seem that this formation is unlike those of other islands?" He Jinghao, anticipating Li Fan's inquiry, grew even more pleased. "That is because the grand formation of Luli Island was personally constructed by me, naturally differing from those of other islands." Li Fan was taken aback. "I did not expect that you, my friend, possess such expertise in formations." Yet, a hint of doubt lingered. such a vast mountain and star formation, can it truly be constructed at the foundation establishment stage? He Jinghao cleared his throat and replied earnestly. Naturally, there were others assisting me. Nevertheless, the arrangement of the formation was entirely under my direction. To be candid, my unique treasure during the foundation establishment phase is a diagram of the mountain and river formation. Thus, I possess a talent for formations that ordinary cultivators cannot rival. If we solely discuss formations without considering cultivation levels, even an average Yuanying stage formation master may not compare to me. He Jinghao proclaimed with confidence. With a grin, He Jinghao continued, "It is not a significant matter, merely a matter of some taboos. Are you aware that many years ago, mortals in the cultivation world were entirely exiled to various small worlds?" Li Fan narrowed his eyes. "I have heard a bit about it." He Jinghao elaborated. "In fact, there are many valuable items within those small worlds that could be exchanged for substantial contributions. However, gathering such resources alone is time-consuming and laborious, yielding little reward. Often, powerful mortals in these small worlds are keenly intent on returning to the cultivation realm. Thus, Li Fan understood He Jinghao's intentions. So, we can use this as leverage to have those mortals assist us in gathering materials. Coincidentally, I know of a small world called the Li, which is quite vast and produces several precious treasures. There are even a considerable amount of starseed sand, a common material for setting up formations, typically valued at 2 to 3 contribution points per pound. As He Jinghao rambled on, he noticed the increasingly strange look in Li Fan's eyes, which made him feel somewhat awkward. He quickly said, "Do not regard me with such eyes. I know what you are thinking. But you must understand, if you do not undertake this, others will certainly do so. A small world can yield over 2,000 contribution points with a single sweep over the course of 10 years. If we can find several such worlds, wouldn't that amount to receiving over 2,000 contribution points annually?" Li Fan found his logic somewhat irrefutable, albeit a bit exasperated by the situation. "What does that imply for you, my friend? After selling these materials, the contribution points earned will be split equally between us. I need to guard Luli Island and cannot leave. I had originally planned to seek others for cooperation, but your message arrived just in time, so I decided to reach out to you instead." After contemplating, Li Fan concluded that the venture bore minimal risk. Over 1,000 contribution points in 30 days far exceeds what ordinary tasks provide. How long does a round trip take? It was imperative to clarify this, as he did not wish to miss the opportunity of the Yun Shui Tiangong's opening. "Rest assured, it will take no more than 20 to 30 days at most. It will not interfere with your cultivation," He Jinghao assured him. "Very well, I shall accept this matter," Li Fan replied. He Jinghao smiled in satisfaction and produced a small wooden boat, offering it to Li Fan. "Once you acquire the materials, hand this over to the mortals in Li Jie, and nothing else is required of you." Upon inspecting the boat, Li Fan noted its resemblance to the Taiyin Zhou, albeit lacking in refinement. It was merely an ordinary wooden boat inscribed with some formations, not a magical artifact. However, it would suffice to protect those mortals as they traversed the immortal barrier to arrive here, as He Jinghao explained. Of course, the strength of the formation only supports a single crossing. Once they arrive in the cultivation realm, the boat's formation will deplete its energy and dissipate. This is also to prevent those mortals from replicating it. "You have truly considered this deeply," Li Fan remarked, albeit without much conviction. He Jinghao chuckled heartily, unfazed. He then produced a spiritual talisman with a hint of reluctance, handing it to Li Fan. "Regardless, assisting mortals in their covert crossing is not something that can be done freely. Should it be discovered by other cultivators, it would not only be embarrassing, but could also attract the scrutiny of the Wan-Xian Alliance. To be cautious, keep this concealment talisman on you to avoid being recognized." Li Fan nodded and accepted it. This talisman could obscure one's presence and aura, an advanced version of the concealment talisman. Once activated, even a Jindan stage cultivator would be unable to see through it. It was indeed an essential item for cultivators venturing outside. He Jinghao paused momentarily, then expressed some regret. "Unfortunately, the spiritual mist grass required to draw this talisman is quite rare, leading to its consistently high price. 50 contribution points for one. However, if you ever need more, you can seek out a cultivator named Jiao Shuyuan on Wanxian Island. He possesses a large number of inferior versions of the concealment talisman, said to be discarded from the talisman hall of Wanxian Island. Although labeled as inferior, they function adequately. They merely lack efficacy against Foundation establishment cultivators. Fortunately, they are affordable at only 20 contribution points. Young friend, should you venture out in the future, it would be wise to prepare a few. He Jinghao diligently continued to enlighten Li Fan. Subsequently, he detailed the precautions and various situations one might encounter when heading to Li Jie. With everything prepared, Li Fan was ready to set off for Li Jie. However, just before his departure, Li Fan could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. He Dao Yu, there's a matter I have long found perplexing, yet I am uncertain if I should ask. He Jinghao paused, then replied, speak freely. He Dao Yu, as a Foundation establishment cultivator holding the position of protector of Luli Island and an expert in formations, it stands to reason that you should not be lacking in contribution points. Why do you appear somewhat constrained? Li Fan inquired delicately after a moment of contemplation. He Jinghao assumed Li Fan was concerned about his future prospects within the Wanxian Alliance. With a wry smile, he explained, you misunderstand. Although Foundation establishment cultivators face some limitations regarding contribution points within the Wanxian Alliance, is nothing like my circumstances. Oh, is there some hidden difficulty you face? Li Fan asked, intrigued. To speak candidly, I have set my sights on a certain yuanying technique that aligns closely with my Foundation establishment treasure. If I can transition to that technique, I would undoubtedly achieve the Jindan stage within a century, and the yuanying stage would be almost assured. He Jinghao's eyes glimmered with desire. Regrettably, the true yuanying techniques are exceedingly precious. Even after accumulating contributions for a long time, I still fall short by a considerable margin. Thus, I am compelled to save wherever possible, he sighed. Even so, I do not know when I'll be able to exchange for it. Before I could even ponder, would the coveted technique I have longed for be exchanged by someone else? He Jinghao sighed. Then, recalling something, he addressed Li Fan, saying, by the way, you are now at the late stage of qi refining. When selecting foundational techniques, remember to choose one that resonates with your unique foundational treasures, if conditions permit. This will not only enhance your cultivation efficiency, but also confer numerous other benefits. Due to the constraints of the Tianxian mirror, I cannot divulge much more. But remember this point, it will serve you well. The compatibility of foundational treasures with techniques. Li Fan nodded slowly upon hearing this. However, he then heard He Jinghao sigh again. The technique I currently practice is also quite extraordinary. I stumbled upon it during my youth while exploring an unremarkable cave. It encompasses various incredible methods. Unfortunately, the difficulty of cultivation is rather high. It often takes decades, or even centuries to advance even a small realm. If foundational cultivation proves so arduous, should I attempt to forcefully cultivate this technique in the Golden Core stage, I would inevitably perish before my realm could break through, as my lifespan would be exhausted. Changing techniques is indeed a last resort. After this speech, He Jinghao fell into a profound silence. Li Fan, after listening, cupped his hands in farewell and proceeded to depart. He Jinghao watched Li Fan's receding figure, sighing once more in his heart. There was actually something he had not expressed. Helping junior cultivators could indeed yield reciprocal benefits, yet the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Over the years, he has cast his net wide to support the next generation, only to witness the majority inexplicably perish before even reaching the foundational stage. Encountering a prodigy like Li Fan, who has already reached the late stage of qi refining at such a young age, is indeed a stroke of fortune. After all, how many geniuses exist in this world? And how fortunate is he to have met one? Chapter 71. The Beings of Departure After Leaving Liuli Island. Li Fan followed He Jinghao's guidance and traveled westward for 2 days, arriving at a sea area filled with treacherous reefs and whirlpools. Activating the concealment talisman, Li Fan submerged into the depths of the ocean, where he discovered an entrance to the departure realm amid the ruins. It was an unremarkable well. Diving into the well, he was enveloped by a familiar aura reminiscent of the Dashuan abyss. Continuing downward through the well's passage, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an expanse of boundless darkness, devoid of seawater. It seemed that the celestial array sealing various minor worlds was uniformly consistent. Li Fan gazed into this space, contemplating. A colony of rift whales, numbering in the thousands, thrived in the shadows, tirelessly carving out space to distance the departure realm from the realm of cultivation, much like the Dashuan he had previously inhabited. Rift whales are highly sensitive to mortal presence but remain indifferent to cultivators. Nevertheless, Li Fan chose to cautiously avoid the rift whales and approach the stormy lair. At this moment, He Jinghao's advice resurfaced in his mind. The celestial array separates the departure realm from the realm of cultivation, and even foundational cultivators must exercise caution when attempting to breach it. However, if one follows my prescribed method to navigate the array, it will not trigger the array's defenses. Li Fan directed the spiritual energy within him in accordance with He Jinghao's instructions and ascended into the storm layer. Indeed, it proved effective. Thus, even without the tie-in boat, he could traverse this celestial array. The ordinary wooden boat for departure mortals was able to stabilize such fluctuations via the array, thereby avoiding attacks from the celestial array. The tie-in boat's passage through the celestial array was a method established during its initial construction. He Jinghao essentially unlocked the array's defensive system, providing a private entrance for himself. It appeared he had not exaggerated. Indeed, his mastery of formations was remarkable. With this confirmation, Li Fan opted against physically crossing through. He promptly summoned the tie-in boat and expertly navigated through the celestial array, heading toward Dali. Both Dali and Dashuan are mortal realms, sharing similar landscapes. However, at the center of this world stands a towering volcano, rising thousands of meters high. The volcano erupts every 200 to 300 years, causing countless casualties. Furthermore, the eruptions have become increasingly frequent and larger in scale. The upper echelons of the Dali dynasty worry that one day the volcano will completely transform this world into a hell of molten lava. Thus they have sought tirelessly for a means to escape. Yet, they have always found no way out. 50 years ago, a celestial master suddenly descended. He promised to take a group of people away every 10 years, provided they helped him gather the materials on his list. The aristocracy of Dali eagerly agreed. Thus, this transaction has continued for 50 years. As the time for their next agreed exchange approached, the 4 watchtowers in the capital of Dali were constantly manned by celestial watchers. Therefore, when Li Fan arrived in Dali's capital, he heard the incessant tolling of bells below. Soon after, the Emperor of Dali, accompanied by civil and military officials, came before Li Fan. We welcome the celestial master. In the square, the Emperor of Dali and his officials knelt, calling out in unison. The day of agreement has arrived. Have you gathered the materials? Li Fan inquired coolly from his elevated position. He nodded in acknowledgement. If so, leave me to collect them. Thus, under the direct guidance of the Emperor of Dali, Li Fan arrived at the imperial treasury. Here, the materials He Jinghao had instructed were already neatly categorized and labeled with names and quantities. Li Fan swept his consciousness over them, nodding in satisfaction. Not only were the required materials all present, but each item exceeded the requested quantity. After stowing the materials in the storage ring provided by He Jinghao, this mission was deemed successfully accomplished. It was smooth sailing with no setbacks. Apart from the time spent traveling, the risks were virtually non-existent. It is no wonder He Jinghao was concerned. It truly was a lucrative endeavor. Upon handing over the wooden boat inscribed with formations to the Emperor of Dali and witnessing the joy on his face, Li Fan suddenly posed a question. Is the king of the southern town in Dali present today? The emperor hesitated, as celestial masters usually departed immediately after acquiring materials, and he wondered why Li Fan suddenly inquired about the southern town king. However, his son, Xiao Hong, is here. Fearing to anger the celestial master, the emperor hastily added. Li Fan nodded, realizing that Xiao Hong was being kept in the capital as a hostage, and was not surprised. Where is he now? Take me to meet him. Fortunately, a nearby guard quickly reminded in a hushed voice, Your Majesty, Xiao Hong should be residing at the home of Scholar Su. The Su family? Li Fan's heart stirred upon hearing this. The emperor, relieved by the information, promptly arranged for someone to guide him. Before long, Li Fan met Xiao Hong at the Su residence. At this moment, he was merely a 7 or 8-year-old child, visibly nervous as he was surrounded by so many strangers. The small figure resembled the memory of Xiao Hong, prompting Li Fan to chuckle softly. I observe this child possesses extraordinary talent. He will certainly not be an ordinary individual in the future, he suddenly remarked. The expressions of those present varied, gazing at Xiao Hong, who still wore a bewildered look. Unaware of what was transpiring, Li Fan then lightly pointed to Xiao Heng's forehead, imparting the method for utilizing the Xian Huang Qing Exine Zhou and its corresponding medicinal concoctions. I shall return in 10 years to personally escort him away. Casting a glance at the crowd, Li Fan spoke matter-of-factly. In an instant, those who harbored ulterior motives were drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. The Emperor of Dali naturally understood the implication of Li Fan's words and hastily assured, "Rest assured, Celestial Master, I will certainly take good care of him." Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. At present, he stands on uncertain ground in the realm of cultivation. And in 2 years, he must explore the Yinshui Tiangong with an uncertain future ahead. Li Fan decided to first transmit Xiao Heng's Xian Huang Qing Xi and Zhou, and wait until the time was ripe to bring him into the realm of cultivation. After concluding matters in the mortal realm, Li Fan prepared to depart, when suddenly a tender voice pierced through the crowd, pleading, "Please, immortal master, save my sister." Chapter 72. Bestowing longevity with a gentle touch, this unexpected plea rendered the distinguished nobles of Dali silent, their expressions shifting to ashen hues. They were acutely aware that, in the eyes of an immortal master, they were little more than ants. What fate awaited ants that dared to voice their demands? The bloodshed that stained Dali's capital 2 decades prior was a grim testament to such folly. They lowered their heads, beads of sweat cascading down their brows, casting furtive glances at Li Fan. Yet, the voice, undeterred by fear, rang out once more, "Please, immortal master, save my sister." Li Fan turned towards the source of the voice, spotting the young Su Changyu, who was merely a child of 10. A middle-aged man, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward and knelt, pressing her down to the ground. What nonsense are you speaking?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic, as he too knelt before Li Fan, bowing his head repeatedly. "The child is ignorant. Please forgive her, immortal master." Li Fan fell into contemplative silence. The nobles of Dali, now in a state of panic, followed the emperor's lead and also knelt. Xiao Hung, in a similar gesture of reverence, bowed his head and cautiously implored, "Immortal master, please save Sister Su." After a moment of deliberation, Li Fan finally spoke, "If that is the case, lead me to her. This shall not be repeated." A collective sigh of relief echoed through the assembly. In truth, Li Fan had intended to examine the ailing sister, but he felt compelled to maintain a facade of reluctance. After a brief interlude, Li Fan found himself in a dimly lit basement, where the temperature was uncomfortably low, causing many accompanying officials to shiver involuntarily. There, a newborn infant lay quietly in a jade cradle, surrounded by mounds of ice. The baby's body radiated an unnatural heat, prompting a maid to continually crush ice to apply to her skin, striving to cool her down. Observing this peculiar scene, Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Approaching, he extended his consciousness to scan Su Xiaomei, his expression abruptly shifting to one of intense focus. "You may all withdraw," he commanded coldly. The noble assembly promptly exited the basement, leaving only Li Fan and Su Xiaomei. Li Fan placed his hand upon the infant's feverish body, channeling a delicate strand of spiritual energy into her. To his astonishment, he discovered that Su Xiaomei's body bore no trace of the Xianfan Zhuang, and her constitution was extraordinary. The thread of energy he had just infused into her was amplified upon returning to him. He concentrated this energy, noting that it possessed a markedly different attribute from his own, imbued with a searing warmth. Yet, it was not the heat of flames. Rather, it was something else entirely. After a thorough analysis, he arrived at a peculiar conclusion, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Was this the fervor brought forth by anger? Gazing at the still slumbering Su Xiaomei, a look of contemplation crossed his face. Could she be the legendary natural spirit body, a child favored by the heavens? Having traversed the world of cultivation in 2 lifetimes, Li Fan was no longer an uninitiated novice. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the principles of this realm. To speak of the natural spirit body, it is well known that mortals in the cultivation world are born with Xian Fan Zhuang within them, necessitating its expulsion to cultivate. However, when 2 cultivators unite, there exists a chance of birthing progeny devoid of this affliction, known as the natural spirit body. Such individuals exhibit unparalleled affinity for various techniques and possess exceptional innate talent. This combination results in the natural spirit body cultivating at an astonishingly rapid pace, with techniques executed at an innate strength that far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators, truly the favored children of the heavens. In distant lands, Tales of those who achieve the golden core after merely a decade of cultivation are often attributed to such gifted beings. As for the favored by the heavens, there exists a class of individuals born with innate divine powers, such as those with 3 eyes who can pierce through illusions, or those with extraordinary physical forms. Brimming with potential, these beings, endowed with innate powers, often face trials and tribulations due to the magnitude of their gifts. If they can overcome these challenges, they emerge even stronger. If not, they meet their demise, burdened by their own capabilities. Both types of constitutions are exceedingly rare, and now Li Fan beheld an extraordinary sight. Both manifestations appeared simultaneously within this infant. The absence of Xian Fan Zhuang confirmed her as a natural spirit body. Although it was perplexing that such a being, typically born of 2 cultivators, could emerge in this realm filled with mortals, Li Fan was certain of his observations. The force that continuously scorched her was likely her innate divine ability. Li Fan speculated that her body was intrinsically linked to her emotions, particularly anger. As her fury intensified, her strength would amplify exponentially, potentially culminating in an inferno that consumed both herself and her adversaries. Su Xiaomei's current state of relentless heat was likely a manifestation of her uncontrolled anger due to her innate powers. The natural spirit body and the favored by the heavens. No wonder she faced such dire straits from birth, with the flames of wrath incessantly consuming her vitality. It was improbable that even confinement in an ice cellar would allow Su Xiaomei to reach adulthood. It was no surprise that in his previous life, Su Changyu was so desperate, willing to become a test subject for the Xian Fan Zhuang, hoping to ascend as a cultivator to save his sister. Regrettably, as Li Fan observed Su Xiaomei, the blue flame illusion spirit within his consciousness stirred from its slumber. Had he not intervened, even a golden core cultivator would have been powerless to preserve her life. A faint blue figure materialized before Li Fan, resembling a thin mist as it approached Su Xiaomei's diminutive form, gently placing a hand upon her head. The searing heat emanating from the infant gradually dissipated. As Su Xiaomei's furrowed brow relaxed, she stirred slightly, tasting the air and turning over. Chapter 73. The nature of the chives. The blue flame illusion spirit left a fragment of its power within Su Xiaomei, assisting her in suppressing the internal flames of wrath. In just this brief interval, Li Fan began to feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. The Mingling Huangong had not yet reached the later stages of qi refinement, and the newly awakened illusion spirit was still somewhat weak. Moreover, he had to concentrate intently, carefully managing the intensity of the spirit's output to avoid harming the fragile infant. For Li Fan, this was no trivial endeavor. Fortunately, the immediate danger had passed. He could ensure her safety for the next decade. Should he emerge from this life unscathed and acquire the Yun Shui Tu Lu from Yun Shui Tiangong, he would return to seek her out. Should Li Fan encounter misfortune, she would still be able to journey to the realm of cultivation alongside Su Changyu and others after a decade. Regaining her composure, Li Fan exited the underground chamber. The nobles of Da Li remained outside, awaiting her return. After informing them that Su Xiaomei had received treatment, Li Fan dismissed them to go their separate ways, leaving only Scholar Su behind to inquire about Su Xiaomei's condition. Scholar Su's face flushed with embarrassment, and after a moment of hesitation, he stammered through the details of the situation. It turned out that Su Xiaomei was not the daughter of Scholar Su, but rather the daughter of his younger sister, Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was significantly younger than Scholar Su and had just turned 16 when she became pregnant with Su Xiaomei last year. Her unexpected pregnancy caused quite a stir within the Su household, as she was not yet married. The scandal of being an unwed mother was a severe disgrace. What infuriated Old Master Su even more was Su Yuqing's refusal to disclose the identity of the child's father. She insisted that she had not engaged in any improper conduct, claiming that one day, while strolling in the garden, she had felt fatigued and taken a short nap. Upon awakening, she noticed the peculiar changes in her body. However, as a young maiden confined to her chamber, how could she possibly bring herself to discuss such matters? It was only when her belly began to grow that she could no longer conceal the truth. The Su family, of course, did not believe her absurd explanation. Enraged, Old Master Su sought to terminate the pregnancy. Yet, feeling the heartbeat of the fetus within her, Su Yuqing displayed remarkable maternal strength, adamantly refusing to end the pregnancy, even threatening her own life. Although Old Master Su was furious, he could not bring himself to harm his own daughter. He resorted to locking Su Yuqing in her room to prevent any leaks of information. Thus, they finally awaited the day of her delivery. After considerable effort, Su Xiaomei was born. Su Yuqing, already frail and lacking proper care throughout her pregnancy, succumbed shortly after giving birth. In her final moments, she desperately pleaded with her family to take good care of Su Xiaomei. The Su family, known for their compassion, cherished this little one who had lost her parents. They wished for her to grow up safe and happy. However, soon after her birth, Su Xiaomei fell ill with a strange affliction. Her body burned with fever, requiring constant ice packs for relief. The Su family sought the best physicians in the capital, but none could cure her illness. It was only with the arrival of Li Fan that hope was rekindled. Listening to Scholar Su's account, Li Fan gazed thoughtfully at the sky above this world. Was it a manifestation of fate that she was born so gifted? Perhaps this could explain Su Xiaomei's extraordinary talents. However, according to the original course of history, even with her remarkable abilities, she could not escape the calamities that awaited her. How many individuals in the entire realm of cultivation, endowed with exceptional talents like Su Xiaomei, met their demise in obscurity? From this perspective, it seemed that the way of heaven truly treated all with impartiality. With the matter settled, Li Fan sighed deeply and summoned the Taiyan boat, departing swiftly. Indeed, as He Jinghao had previously mentioned, it had taken nearly 25 days. Even at this moment, the concealment talisman he had activated earlier continued to function. Within the mountain and star array, Li Fan handed over a storage ring to He Jinghao. He Jinghao appeared somewhat distracted, merely glancing at the ring before stowing it away, his attention fixated on an ancient mirror ahead. It resembled the Tianxian realm in appearance. Following He Jinghao's gaze, Li Fan observed a line of small text displayed on the mirror. Lingwu grass. Current price 15 contribution points per stock. The number 15 fluctuated rapidly, alternating between 16 and 14. It's rising steadily. He Jinghao stared intently at the mirror, almost entranced, repeatedly murmuring to himself. "What are you doing, Dao's friend?" Li Fan inquired curiously. "Ah, Dao's friend, you may not know," He Jinghao replied, his eyes glued to the mirror, sighing heavily. "Not long after your departure, I received reliable news. The island where Lingwu grass is cultivated was attacked by sea beasts, destroying a significant portion of the crop. As I mentioned before, Lingwu grass is the primary material for crafting concealment talismans and is already exceedingly rare. Now that so much has been destroyed, the price is bound to soar." At that moment, the news had not yet spread, so I intended to seize this opportunity to profit. I invested heavily in the Tianxian realm and stockpiled a large quantity of Lingwu grass. This operation sounded somewhat familiar to Li Fan, who regarded He Jinghao with confusion. "Isn't that a good thing? Why do you appear so disheartened?" "Ah, it is a good thing, but I rejoiced too soon," He Jinghao lamented, his focus unwavering from the mirror. Initially, the price of Lingwu grass increased slightly, rising from 20 points per stock to 25. Yet, who would have thought that before I could sell my stock, the price plummeted suddenly? It dropped from 25 points to 13, nearly halving. He expressed his anguish. Fortunately, the price had recently rebounded, stabilizing around 15 points. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly exclaimed, "What? It's dropping again? 13, 12, 10, 8. In the blink of an eye, the price of Lingwu grass collapsed, plummeting from 15 points to 6, before barely stabilizing. After a prolonged silence, observing He Jinghao's despondent and bewildered expression, Li Fan offered words of comfort. Chapter 74. A moment without rest. The erratic fluctuations in the price of Lingwu grass on Wanxian Island had already stirred considerable commotion. A brief inquiry revealed the truth of the matter to Li Fan. Unsurprisingly, someone had orchestrated a scheme to ruthlessly exploit cultivators like He Jinghao, who sought to profit from the situation. The destruction of the Lingwu grass cultivation island was indeed true. Thus, upon the confirmation of the news, many rushed to enter the market, eager to cash in. However, they were unaware that the Wanxian Alliance had recently discovered a secluded cave heaven that had been sealed for 1,000 years. It was said to be rich and would attribute spiritual energy, teeming with rare spiritual plants, with Lingwu grass growing abundantly. Previously, only the upper echelons of the Wanxian Alliance were privy to this information. It was only when the market participants fought fiercely over Lingwu grass that the news was suddenly released. No wonder the price of Lingwu grass subsequently plummeted. However, this powerful figure did not act with integrity. Li Fan examined the transaction records within the Tianxian mirror. Qingmu Huasheng Jinjuan. This individual was the first to inflate the price of Lingwu grass and then delivered the final blow during the market's contest, ruthlessly driving the price down. Clearly, he had long been privy to the inside information. Li Fan silently scoffed, recognizing that with the Yuan Ing Jinjuan involved, those who suffered losses would hardly dare confront him. They could only swallow their grievances and accept their misfortunes. Li Fan even speculated maliciously that the island where Lingwu grass was cultivated might have been secretly destroyed by this Yuan Ing Jinjuan. The market was indeed treacherous. Li Fan shook his head. Just as Li Fan reveled in the misfortunes of others, He Jinghao's message arrived. Daoist friend, I have sold all the supplies we obtained from the departure to the Li realm. I feel as though I've been entirely drained. He Jinghao's voice sounded weak. We garnered a total of 2,342 contribution points. As per our prior agreement, we shall split it evenly. Although He Jinghao had suffered considerable losses in this venture, he did not embezzle Li Fan's rightful share. Receiving a contribution of 1171 points from He Jinghao, coupled with the remaining 125 points, Li Fan's total contribution has now reached 1296 points, sufficient for a while. Contemplating his next move, Li Fan opted against immediate seclusion and instead sought information regarding Jiao Shuyuan. It was rumored that this individual had access to a significant number of Songxing talismans from the Wanxian Alliance's Talisman Hall, clearly indicating his connections. Seizing the opportunity to purchase some spiritual talismans, he wondered if he could glean any intelligence about Si Kongyi from him. Wanxian Island is broadly categorized into 3 main sections. The innermost core area houses the official establishments of the Wanxian Alliance, including the Conference Hall, Martial Arts Hall, Medicinal Hall, and Talisman Hall. The middle section consists of various open caves, which can be purchased with sufficient contribution points, liberating one from the cramped spaces allocated by the Tianxian Mirror. Each cave is fully equipped, capable of fulfilling all functions available in the Tianxian Mirror space. The outermost zone is a blend of commercial and residential areas. The Fhuan Square lies at the junction of the Tianxian Mirror and the Central Cave region. The commercial area comprises shops run independently by various cultivators, distinct from the Tianxian Mirror's trading system. Prices in these shops are often lower than those in the Tianxian Mirror, yet the quality is likewise uncertain. Jiao Shuyuan operates a shop in this vicinity. Following the information source from the Tianxian Mirror, Li Fan arrived at the designated location, Qianli Hall. Glancing at the slightly askew sign, he stepped inside. The shop was modest in size, cluttered with miscellaneous items, and a man's voice could be faintly heard. Let me tell you, these 10 Songxing talismans are definitely to be traded at the previously agreed price. I don't care what the current market price is. What? You wish to cancel the transaction? Not even taking back the deposit. Bang. Damn it. Another one. Do you think Jiao Shuyuan is easy to bully? A man with a scruffy beard and dark complexion slammed the table, shouting in frustration. However, he soon slumped back down, muttering to himself, It's over, it's over. Jiao Shun, never engage in losing trades. Yet here I am stuck with a large batch of Songxing talismans. At that moment, he noticed a customer had entered the shop, though their appearance was obscured, indicating the use of its Songxing talisman. Having encountered many such individuals before, Jiao Shuyuan remained unfazed. What can I get for you? Formation talismans, magical tools, medicinal pills, we have it all. Bulk purchases receive preferential prices. He lazily beckoned. How much for the Songxing talismans? The customer inquired. Jiao Shuyuan's eyes lit up, regaining his enthusiasm. 10 contribution points each. How many would you like? If you buy more than 10, I'll give you a 20 discount. Over 100, and it's 50 off. Li Fan chuckled. I don't need that many. 6 or 7 will suffice. Pausing, he added, besides, your prices seem off. Before coming here, I bought a talisman that could conceal against mid-stage Jindan cultivators for merely 20 points. Why are you selling these inferior products at such a high price? Jiao Shuyuan's face twitched at the remark, quickly adjusting his offer. 8 points each. That's the lowest I can go. You must understand, there are costs associated with talisman crafting. All right, I'll take 6, Li Fan replied, not bothering to haggle further. Fearing Li Fan might change his mind, Jiao Shuyuan hastily produced 6 Songxing talismans. How will you proceed with the transaction? The Tianxian Mirror does not support anonymous trades, and direct exchanges of contribution points would inevitably reveal identities. However, Li Fan had prepared for this beforehand. Let's use spirit stones. He then retrieved 5 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them over. Standard spirit stones are a product of the collaboration between the Wanxian Alliance and the Five Elders Association, varying in grade and serving as the legal currency of the cultivation world, complete with unique anti-counterfeiting measures. The exchange ratio between the highest, upper, middle, and lower-grade spirit stones is 10:1. Within the Wanxian Alliance, 1 lower-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 contribution point in the Tianxian mirror. Thus, the 5 mid-grade spirit stones Li Fan provided equated to 50 contribution points. No need to return the excess, Li Fan stated as he accepted the Songxing talismans and casually inquired, "Do you also deal in information about cultivators?" Zhao Shuyuan immediately became wary, scrutinizing Li Fan. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he reluctantly agreed. Why not? If business is suffering, I might as well take on some private work. What is the name and cultivation level? He asked quietly. Sikong E, mid-stage refining qi. Upon hearing that the target was merely a mid-stage refining qi cultivator, Zhao Shuyuan relaxed significantly. Rest assured, a minor refining qi cultivator is no trouble at all. I'll ensure you have all the details. However, regarding the price, Li Fan smiled. For such a minor refining qi cultivator, it shouldn't be overly expensive, right? Zhao Xun almost slapped himself in frustration, awkwardly stating, "There is always some risk in this line of work. How about you offer this amount?" He gestured with his fingers to indicate 40 contribution points. That is too much. Li Fan shook his head. Oh dear, you're negotiating too hard. 60 points is reasonable, or else it's yet another loss for me. Zhao Shuyuan pleaded, visibly distressed. Li Fan turned to leave. Wait. Zhao Shuyuan quickly blocked his path. 50 points. I truly cannot lower it further, he said, looking pained. Li Fan halted his steps. You first provide a deposit of 10 contribution points. Zhao Shuyuan then handed Li Fan a communication talisman. Once I have results, I will notify you through this talisman. Li Fan accepted the talisman and produced a mid-grade spirit stone for Zhao Shuyuan. Rather than hastily departing, he began to examine the other items for sale and shop. Sensing a significant customer in his midst, Zhao Shuyuan became even more enthusiastic. Is there anything else you desire? Do you have any cultivation methods for sale? Ideally, escape techniques or something similar to the Songxing talisman, Li Fan inquired. Zhao Shuyuan's expression froze. Are you kidding me? Perhaps you might want to consider something else. How about this exquisite Mizu array map? It can effectively trap a late-stage foundational cultivator for an entire day. This set of ice blade talismans is also quite good for ambushes. Oh, don't leave. Li Fan planned to first cultivate the mingling illusion technique to the mid-stage of refining qi before considering unleashing his deadly prowess. With the auxiliary cultivation mode activated, Li Fan once again entered seclusion. A month later, in the eastern sea region of Tsongyun Sea on Yanjing Island, beneath the depths, Li Fan concealed his aura, tailing a group of qi yin sharks. This pack, numbering over a dozen, was hunting a solitary cheesewell whale. The cheesewell whale, massive in size, feeds primarily on seabed Yanjing and possesses skin akin to hard rock. The qi yin sharks, with their sharp teeth and swift movements, worked in perfect unison. Though they could not inflict significant harm on the cheesewell whale immediately, they slowly drained its vitality like a dull knife cutting flesh. The cheesewell whale attempted to break through the encirclement of the qi yin sharks several times, but to no avail. Gradually, its resistance weakened. Observing this scene, Li Fan knew the moment had arrived. The blue flame illusion manifested, transforming into a slender beam of azure light, swiftly darting between the qi yin sharks and the cheesewell whale. The sharks and whale abruptly halted their movements, and an icy chill surged from within them, freezing them from the inside out. In an instant, the ocean floor was adorned with peculiar ice sculptures, their expressions and postures reminiscent of life, yet devoid of any vitality. The power of the blue flame illusion proved formidable. Not long ago, after dedicating over 20 days, he finally succeeded in advancing the mingling illusion technique to the mid-stage of refining qi, to experiment with the power of the phantom spirit, and, incidentally, to earn some contribution points, he accepted the task of hunting the qi yin sha, aiming to acquire the beast core within it. Each beast core yields 5 contribution points, totaling approximately 60 points. Coupled with the materials from the Qi's Wujing, this expedition could yield over 80 points of contribution. How should one put it? A meager gain is still better than none. In the past, every acquisition of contribution points was in the thousands, so this paltry amount hardly stirred Li Fan's heart. As he contemplated this, preparing to harvest the beast core from the Qi Yin Sha, he suddenly sensed a colossal shadow approaching from the depths of the seafloor. Li Fan's expression shifted. He could not afford to linger near the beast core and quickly retreated. A deep brown, grotesque creature, with a deformed protrusion on its forehead, neither dragon nor fish, emerged from the shadows of the seabed. Its massive jaws opened wide, swallowing several Qi Yin Sha along with the Qi's Wujing in one gulp. The beast swayed momentarily before drifting away in a determined direction. Li Fan, who had narrowly evaded the creature, could only watch helplessly as his prey was snatched away. How could he endure this? Andraja, Li Fan's fui fuerat. Yet, the Xianhuang Lian Xin spell soon took effect, allowing him to regain some composure. Wait, this beast, it seems to be the very one that had previously ravaged the Ling Wuchao Island. Suddenly recalling something, Li Fan was struck dumb. When he had accepted the task to hunt the Qi Yin Jing, he had also caught a glimpse of another bounty task. This task, being somewhat related to him, had drawn his careful attention. It turned out that those who had previously speculated on the Ling Wuchao had suffered immensely, losing everything they owned. With resentment boiling within him, they found it impossible to focus on their cultivation. However, they dared not confront Qing, Mu Hua, Shang Jinjun, or the Wan Xianming, and thus could only vent their frustrations on the beast that had destroyed the Ling Wuchao Island. Witnesses had claimed that the attacker was a dragon whale, possessing a cultivation level akin to the Foundation establishment stage. The island was also guarded by Foundation establishment cultivators, but the dragon whale, being enormous, disregarded their attacks as mere tickles, breezing through the island's protective array and wreaking havoc, consuming most of the Ling Wuchao. Only after this did the golden core cultivators from the Wan Xianming arrive belatedly. Surprisingly, after sustaining a blow from a golden core cultivator, the dragon whale had not perished but had instead fled, gravely injured, into the depths of the sea. The vast Song Yin Hai proved elusive for those seeking to exact vengeance on the dragon whale, leading them to band together and issue a bounty task, offering 2,000 contribution points for its slaying. Since the dragon whale had proven to be untouchable even to Foundation establishment cultivators, Li Fan, a mere Qi refining stage cultivator, naturally did not consider accepting the task. However, the circumstances had shifted. Chapter 76. The Wuxiang slaughter of Beast the Dragon Whale presented itself before Li Fan, not only appearing but also usurping his task's reward. How could Li Fan possibly tolerate this? While Foundation establishment cultivators had been powerless against the dragon whale, Li Fan was not without the means to confront it. His eyes narrowed, and the Wuxiang killing intent firmly locked onto the dragon whale. The whispers at his ear and the mesmerizing visions before him reappeared, but this time the side effects were considerably less severe than when he had targeted the Wan Protector. Quickly regaining his bearings, Li Fan pursued the vanishing silhouette of the dragon whale, oblivious to the killing intent that had fixed upon it. The creature continued its hunt in the deep sea. The throbbing from the protrusion atop its head signaled that it was close. If it continued its hunt, a monumental transformation awaited it. It yearned to escape its grotesque form and embody the divine image that resided in its mind. The dragon whale surveyed the depths as if leisurely strolling through its garden. Before long, it spotted prey ahead, another dragon whale, this time a female, drawn by the powerful pheromones. The female dragon whale approached, eager to please. Yet, the male dragon whale regarded this beautiful specimen of its kin with revulsion and disdain. Is this truly my kind? Absurdity! A dangerous glint flickered in the male's eyes. As the female drew near, it opened its gaping maw and mercilessly devoured her whole. Poor creature! As it quietly digested the flesh within, the male dragon whale reminisced about its past. Once it too had drifted aimlessly in the ocean like this pitiful being, relying on instinct to feed, mate, and survive. But one fateful day, everything changed. Awakening from a prolonged nightmare, it began to realize its consciousness. It developed its own ambitions. It sought strength, aspiring to rival the beings that soared above the ocean's surface. A wealth of knowledge flooded its mind, revealing which creatures to consume for the most rapid growth. Its instincts sharpened, sensing danger in certain areas of the ocean. Thus, it avoided those locations while feeding. Its growth accelerated, and it became increasingly intelligent. Gradually, It could even perceive valuable entities from the ocean surface. For the first time, it breached the waves, gorging itself on the islands, swiftly retreating when danger loomed. Afterward, a prominent ridge formed on its forehead, and a powerful beast's image surfaced in its mind. An instinctual pull signaled that this power lay deep within its bloodline. By continuing to consume, it too could attain the strength of its ancestors. Indeed, ruthless consumption. No one shall hinder its ascent. It suddenly encountered a colossal sea serpent blocking its path. The memory of this serpent, a longtime ruler of these waters, flashed through its mind. In its infancy, it had always circled around this creature for safety. Yet times had changed. A glimmer of greed shone in the dragon whale's eyes as it lunged at the sea serpent. After a fierce battle, the ocean floor was stained with blood. The dragon whale consumed the serpent's most prized parts, gentle energy surging from its stomach to mend its wounds. The dragon whale felt exhilarated. Though slightly injured, the gain was well worth it. Once it fully absorbed the serpent's energy, before it could even indulge in its thoughts, a new wave of danger approached rapidly. Why were all these threats converging today? It would consume them all. Yet, the dragon whale was already battered and bruised. Today had been truly unfortunate. It quickened its pace, eager to escape these bothersome foes. But the relentless pursuit continued. No matter where it fled, adversaries attacked. Even those clearly outmatched came charging in, as if possessed by madness, seeking their demise. Initially, it had considered teaching them a lesson, but soon it could only flee in panic. Overwhelmed by numbers and exhausted from the lack of rest, the dragon whale sensed something amiss. Yet, it could not pinpoint the source of its unease. The relentless chase from the ocean's creatures seemed endless. The dragon whale's consciousness began to blur. Until the very moment of death, it faintly perceived a bluish glow, an apparition materializing before it. Subsequently, its consciousness succumbed entirely to an icy stillness. The activation of the blue flame phantom spirit delivered the final blow to the extraordinary beast, the Long Jing, allowing Li Fan to finally exhale with relief. The ominous aura of imminent danger dissipated, and the previously predatory marine creatures in the vicinity, after a moment of bewilderment, ceased their approach. The duration of the hunt for the Long Jing exceeded Li Fan's expectations. This beast was indeed formidable. Reflecting on the fierce battles he had witnessed among various underwater predators during his pursuit, Li Fan still felt a shiver of trepidation. Fortunately, no matter how powerful it was, it could not withstand the relentless attrition. After more than 20 days, the Long Jing was finally exhausted to death, a testament to its tenacious vitality. It was fortunate that it was he, for an ordinary foundational cultivator would have been utterly helpless against it. The ominous aura of danger, which he had comprehended from the essence of the heavens and earth, proved itself to be formidable indeed. Slaying the Long Jing without shedding blood, Li Fan could not help but feel a sense of joy at acquiring 2,000 contribution points. The Long Jing was far too massive to fit into a storage ring, so he could only sever a few notable and valuable parts. Gazing at the carcass of the Long Jing, Li Fan pondered deeply. After a laborious endeavor, he disassembled it. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something. It was said that the stomach of these Long Jings often contained undigested remnants accumulated over the years, which could serve as rare materials for artifact refinement and held considerable contribution value. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Li Fan began to rummage through the stomach of the Long Jing. The contents of its stomach were indeed varied, containing all manner of things. Ah, what is this? Li Fan picked up a half-digested spherical object and felt a sense of familiarity. It soon dawned on him that it was none other than a lioli jus. Within the stomach of the Long Jing, Li Fan discovered numerous unconsumed lioli jus, remnants from the Long Jing's consumption of the lioli fish schools. It seemed that ever since he had dispatched that giant lioli fish, the fate of the lioli fish schools had been perilous, he mused. In addition to the lioli jus, there were also half a coral piece, a luminous fish bone, and other assorted items. Li Fan, regardless of his familiarity with them, gathered everything into his pack. Finally, after ensuring he had overlooked nothing, he quietly departed. After submitting the carcass of the Long Jing, Li Fan proceeded to exchange the items he had scavenged from its stomach for contribution points, totaling 320 points. Following a thorough assessment, the Wanxian Alliance confirmed that the Long Jing carcass Li Fan had submitted was indeed the one that had previously attacked the island. Thus, He received his task reward of 2,000 points. Adding the remaining 450 points, Li Fan now had a total of 2,770 contribution points at his disposal. With such an abundance of contribution points, he should be able to select a satisfactory cultivation technique. Such techniques were relatively rare, yet for the Qi refinement stage, 2,770 points were undoubtedly sufficient. Li Fan began his selection within the Tianxian realm. Meanwhile, within the Wanxian alliance, the task of hunting the Longjing, which had once left many foundational cultivators a loss, was astonishingly completed by a mere Qi refinement cultivator. This unusual occurrence immediately drew considerable attention. Particularly, the group that had initially collaborated to issue the task was filled with perplexity. A Qi refinement late-stage cultivator, Li Fan? Who is this? Was it not said that the Longjing could withstand the attacks of Golden Core cultivators? How did Li Fan manage to hunt it down? Could it be that this individual concealed his cultivation? This fellow must be a recent addition to our Wanxian alliance, attempting to disguise his cultivation before the Lingbao Tianxian mirror? Unthinkable. His prowess as a Qi refinement late-stage cultivator is indisputable. I have verified it. He was recently recommended to join our Wanxian alliance by He Zhenghao. Oh, how did he accomplish this? Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary treasure? The fact that a Qi refinement cultivator achieved what even foundational cultivators could not left many contemplating. Just then, a dismissive voice interjected. Enough speculation. The latest insider information reveals that this lad was merely fortunate. This statement immediately garnered attention. Taoist Zhou Peng. What do you mean by that? How could it be mere luck? Zhou Peng sighed. I too find it hard to believe, yet the truth is as such. The carcass of the extraordinary beast Longjing was sent to Elder Gongsun of the Tianji Hall for analysis. The conclusion drawn was that the Longjing had engaged in battle with at least 3 other colossal sea beasts before its demise. The majority of its wounds were inflicted by these beasts. By the time it perished, the Longjing was already on the brink of exhaustion. Even without that lad's intervention, the Longjing would not have survived much longer. Once Zhou Peng finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Though somewhat implausible, the name of Elder Gongsun from the Tianji Hall was well known, and thus his conclusions were deemed credible. It was said that the Longjing exhibited signs of impending transformation into a dragon. Perhaps this was why it attracted the covetous gaze of other giants. Reasonable enough. For extraordinary beasts capable of consuming one another to evolve, such awakened ancestral bloodlines were indeed a great boon. Alas, this Qi refinement lad has been exceptionally fortunate. How enviable. For that means 2,000 contribution points. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Li Fan had long been prepared for the implications of completing the bounty on the Longjing. However, he felt no fear, for regardless of the perspective, the Longjing fell victim to the mutual slaughter among the giant beasts. He merely stumbled upon an opportunity by chance. For 2,000 contribution points, a slight risk was certainly worthwhile. The essence of the technique, Ring Suishing Ju, lies encapsulated within its very name. This technique excels in tracking and concealment. Upon locking onto a target, it allows one to follow closely like a shadow, rendering escape nearly impossible. Moreover, one can conceal oneself within the shadows, rendering detection by the target virtually impossible. Such efficacy naturally commands a hefty price of 1,800 contribution points. Li Fan, without hesitation, purchased it outright. Just as Li Fan was about to enter seclusion for cultivation, he unexpectedly received a communication via spirit talisman from He Zhenghao. Daoist Li Fan. I never expected the cultivator who hunted the Longjing would truly be you. I thought you were merely another cultivator with the same name and realm. Others have inquired about your situation, confirming that it was indeed you who vanquished the Longjing. He Zhenghao appeared exceptionally excited. Excellent, excellent. At long last, I have avenged myself. You have no idea. Every time I close my eyes these days, I see the plummeting price of lingwu grass. Luck is also a part of strength. Your talent and fortune are indeed extraordinary, and the future holds great promise for you. Coincidentally, I have a matter to request your assistance with. May I inquire if you would oblige? Oh, what is it? Well, I wish to ask you to act as a proxy guardian for Lioli Island. How do you feel about that? Proxy guardian? Li Fan felt a tinge of curiosity. He Zhenghao quickly elaborated. Previously, due to the matter concerning lingwu grass, I lost a significant portion of my savings. As I see the gap widening between me and the yuaning technique I wish to exchange for, I cannot accept this fate. Recently, a few friends discovered an ancient cave and invited me to explore it with them. According to them, this cave has been sealed since before the Great Calamity, and it is likely to contain numerous rare treasures and perhaps even some techniques. If we can make any gains, it might somewhat offset my losses. Therefore, I have decided to take a chance. Li Fan pondered for a moment, refraining from providing an immediate answer, and instead asked, "How long would you require me to act as proxy guardian?" He Jinghao responded swiftly, "It won't be long. At the least 1 to 2 years. At most 3 to 4 years. Chapter 78. The Opening of Yinshui Tiangong. Apologies, but there's indeed nothing I can do about this. I have a premonition that a breakthrough is imminent, and within 2 years, I must venture out in search of opportunities, unable to guard Liuli Island for an extended period. The Yinshui Tiangong will open in just over a year, and Li Fan would certainly not miss the chance to enter it early for the sake of a minor contribution. Thus, he had no choice but to decline He Jinghao outright. The communication talisman ceased to transmit any further messages. Li Fan paid it no mind and spent his contribution points to activate the auxiliary cultivation mode, beginning his practice of the Ruiying Suixing Ju. After all, being merely an auxiliary technique, the cultivation of Ruiying Suixing Ju was far simpler than the other two techniques, with the dual enhancement of Qiling and Linglong Lilizu. In less than 10 days, Li Fan had cultivated it to the late stage of Qi refinement. At this moment, Li Fan was testing the effects of Ruiying Suixing Ju. Utilizing 100 contribution points, he simulated a chase against a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator within the Tianqian mirror. The surrounding space transformed into a continuous range of mountains. In the forest, a figure swiftly fled into the distance. This was the target he was meant to pursue. Watching the figure grow increasingly distant, Li Fan's mind stirred, and his form abruptly darkened, as though shrouded in a veil of shadows, becoming even harder to detect in the omnipresent gloom. As the target was about to vanish from sight, Li Fan surged forward, accelerating to catch up. Compared to his previous simple wind flight, Li Fan's speed had significantly increased, and he felt an almost instinctive connection to the target he was pursuing. The target's increase in speed, in turn, accelerated Li Fan's own pace. It was as if he had become a shadow of the target, making it impossible for them to shake him off, seamlessly darting through the shadows cast upon the ground. Thus, it took no time at all for Li Fan to catch up to the fleeing figure. The surrounding scenery blurred, and the illusions of mountains and cultivators faded simultaneously. The chase concluded, and Li Fan was quite pleased with Ruiying Suixing Ju. Its ability to conceal one's aura was already remarkable, and when paired with its Songxing talisman, it became nearly undetectable. Although Sikong Yi was somewhat enigmatic, his cultivation should undoubtedly be at the late stage of Qi refinement. Having prepared so thoroughly, Li Fan was confident that acquiring the Yinshui Tulu would not pose much of a challenge. Now that everything was in place, he merely awaited intelligence from Jiao Shuyuan and the formal opening of Yinshui Tiangong. Within the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan's gaze was solemn as he stared into the distance. 2 months later, on Wuxin Island, at Qinli Hall, upon receiving a message from Jiao Shuyuan, Li Fan activated the Songxing talisman and hurried over. Upon meeting Jiao Shuyuan, he feigned anger, saying, "What is your Qinli Hall doing? It's just a minor Qi refinement cultivator, and it has taken so long to gather intelligence. I thought you had forgotten about this matter, and were planning to find someone else to handle it." Jiao Shuyuan appeared somewhat embarrassed, but quickly grasped Li Fan's arm, activating the formation of the store to shield against external eavesdropping. In a hushed tone, he explained, "Please lower your voice. The delay has indeed been due to unforeseen circumstances." Li Fan's expression shifted slightly, awaiting further explanation. "To be honest, the difficulty of this task has exceeded my expectations. The 50 contribution points we agreed upon last time were far too little. You must understand that I had to enlist the help of a senior cultivator at the late stage of Foundation establishment to resolve this," Jiao Shuyuan said, looking eagerly at Li Fan, his intentions unmistakable. "What? Are you intending to breach our agreement?" Li Fan squinted his eyes, staring at Jiao Shuyuan with a hint of displeasure. Jiao Shuyuan scratched his head nervously. "How about you add a little more?" As Li Fan turned to leave, Jiao Shuyuan nearly jumped up in distress, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my dear grandfather, I truly am having a streak of bad luck. 2 consecutive deals have turned into a loss for me. Fine. Let us stick to the original agreement. 50 it is." He gritted through clenched teeth. With a previous deposit included It amounted to exactly 50 contribution points. Li Fan coldly stated, tossing 4 medium-grade spirit stones toward him. Is it easy for me to earn this little money? Jiao Xuan lamented, receiving the spirit stones, and then handed Li Fan a jade slip. After taking the jade slip and examining its contents with his divine sense, Li Fan's expression changed. He subsequently stored the jade slip and departed. Watching Li Fan's retreating figure, Jiao Xiuyuan's previously ingratiating demeanor abruptly vanished. He stroked the spirit stones in his hand, emitting a series of cold laughs, one shrouded in mystery with an unknown origin, the other with dubious motives. I shall see what you two are truly up to. Within the Tianxian mirror, Li Fan meticulously reviewed the contents of the jade slip before finally destroying it. 2 individuals? Li Fan furrowed his brows, sensing the situation had become somewhat troublesome. According to the intelligence gathered by Jiao Xuan, Sikong rarely showed his face, preferring to remain secluded. He had a close friend named Bailey Chun, also a male cultivator, albeit of slightly lesser strength, being at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Sikong and Bailey Chun appeared to have a very close relationship, always accompanying one another on missions, inseparable as shadows. Moreover, they seemed to possess a unique combined attack technique, working in perfect sync during combat, as if they were one. Generally, the two remained within Wuxin Island, only venturing out to accumulate contribution points. However, during Jiao Shiyun's investigation, the two had inexplicably disappeared once, losing their trail after leaving Wuxin Island, the destination unknown. It seemed this individual might have perished within the remnants of Yinshui Tiangong. Unexpectedly, the number of cultivators I need to contend with has increased by 1. My current preparations appear insufficient. Fortunately, there is still ample time. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Fan resumed his planning. 1 year later, in the central waters of Songyun Sea, amidst the brewing thunderstorm that had been rumbling for several months, the thick swirling clouds had turned black, slowly rotating and accumulating power. The clouds appeared like towering walls, guarding the center of the vortex. There, streaks of blue light flickered incessantly. With each flash, the central waters seemed to undergo an indescribable transformation. Such abnormalities naturally attracted cultivators. Rumors even hinted that an ancient sex relic was about to manifest here. Consequently, over the past few months, an increasing number of cultivators had gathered, and Li Fan was naturally among them. His gaze swept over the crowd, momentarily lingering on Sikong and Bailey Chun. Subsequently, he spotted Jiao Xun, who was staring at the swirling clouds with an expression of excitement. This individual likely believed he had stumbled upon an opportunity, expecting some advantage for himself, unaware that he was merely courting disaster. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Chapter 79, Chief of the Transmission Pavilion. As the swirling clouds continued to rotate, they seemed to create an inexplicable pull. The clouds across the sky of the Songyun Sea were gradually drawn in, contributing to the growing mass, which occupied the entire field of vision and induced a sense of suffocation merely by looking up. The frequency of the blue flashes at the vortex's center quickened. Finally, when everything reached a critical point, the blue light at the vortex's center erupted violently, forming a blue halo that continuously expanded outward from the center. The halo expanded at a rapid pace. At first, it merely swept through the clouds within the vortex, but in the blink of an eye, it had engulfed all the cultivators present. They barely had time to register their astonishment before those swept by the blue light began to vanish like phantoms, slowly disappearing from the scene. The blue light continued to surge outward. If one were to gaze down from an altitude of 10,000 meters, one would behold a cerulean halo, which swiftly expanded from the central ocean to envelop the entire expanse of the cloud sea, ultimately reaching the edge of the waters before ceasing its spread. In that fleeting moment, the blue light transformed into a dazzling spectacle. The tempest within the swirling clouds subsided, and the thick, sprawling cumulus clouds, extending for thousands of miles, appear to be gently squeezed and kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Simultaneously, beneath the cloud sea, countless azure points of light emerged from various locations on the water's surface, floating and converging rapidly towards the upper cloud layers. Gradually, the dense clouds, through their silent motion, began to take on the form of a series of interconnected structures. Subsequently, under the attachment of the ethereal blue lights imbued with misty moisture, the cloud layers transformed into a vibrant azure, becoming transparent. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Ultimately, a colossal celestial palace, formed from the convergence of cloud and water, appeared above the cloud sea, suspended between the realms of reality and illusion, resplendently blue and transparent. The Yinshui Tiangong, after being sealed for millennia, re-emerged into the world. In the midst of intensifying battles ahead, the various sects had suffered grievous losses. As the leader of the sects within the cloud sea, our Yinshui Tiangong had fared no better. It is uncertain how many of my fellow disciples perished on the battlefield. Before departing, my master entrusted me with the task of taking in disciples, and I must not fail to fulfill his wishes. Fortunately, this endeavor yielded considerable rewards. Li Fan gradually regained consciousness. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a plaza strewn with over 100 cultivators, all sprawled in disarray. However, their garments had transformed into a blend of blue and white, with the characters for Yinshui faintly visible upon them. Before the crowd stood a tall, white-clad man with starry brows and a sword-like gaze, who was murmuring to himself. The white-clad man appeared quite handsome, yet a hint of irreverence could be discerned in his demeanor. As Li Fan observed the scene, he recalled his experiences from a previous life, realizing that he had successfully entered the interior of the Yinshui Tiangong. At present, it was prudent to remain still and await the unfolding of events. Thus, he suppressed his aura and remained motionless. Gradually, the cultivators in the plaza began to awaken. Upon realizing their situation, a few grew agitated. They noticed that the white-clad man stood in stark contrast to the rest. One of them promptly called out, "Hey, you in the white clothes? Are you the one who brought us here? Who are you? What is your purpose?" The white-clad man snapped out of his reverie and turned to face the assembly of cultivators, a smile of delight gracing his features. "Ah, you have finally awakened. Now, please remain silent as I share some important guidelines with you." Before he could finish, he was impatiently interrupted. "Stop rambling and tell us where we are." A faint smile flickered on the white-clad man's lips as he shook his head repeatedly. It seems this group of newcomers is not very obedient. Without any visible movement, he merely cast a glance. In an instant, a flash of blue light appeared, and the head of the one who had spoken fell to the ground. The previously boisterous plaza fell into an eerie silence. The cultivators present exhibited expressions of terror, while others appeared enlightened. The white-clad man surveyed the now subdued crowd with satisfaction before leisurely continuing. "My name is Qin Tang, the chief of the Law Transmission Pavilion of the Yinshui Tiangong. You shall address me as Senior Brother Qin. You are all my newly recruited outer disciples. Over the next few months, as long as you can pass my various tests, you will officially join the Yinshui Tiangong. However, there are a few points you must remember. First, you must show me, Senior Brother Qin, the utmost respect. You're due as I say. As for the consequences of disobedience, well, you have just witnessed them." Qin Tang continued to elaborate. Below, the group of cultivators appeared outwardly calm, yet they were silently communicating through their spiritual senses. Does anyone know what is happening? This is bizarre. The Yinshui Tiangong must be an ancient sect shrouded in enigma. Is Qin Tang truly a living person or something else? He certainly does not exude any aura of life. Everyone, do not panic. The strange occurrences have their own rules. As long as we comply with what Qin Tang instructs, we should be safe for the time being. Li Fan discreetly observed Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun. The two appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated such peculiarities. Or perhaps, even in the face of the uncanny, they were unperturbed. Li Fan turned his gaze back to Qin Tang, clad in white. Based on the experiences of those from his previous life who had explored the Yinshui Tiangong, he understood that Qin Tang represented the first obstacle to entry. He was not a living being, but rather an existence akin to the uncanny. The words he spoke were the rules of the peculiar. To survive, one must adhere to them. Only by passing his trials could one earn the right to explore the various facets of the Yinshui Tiangong. Qin Tang finally concluded his speech, clapping his hands together. "The hour is late. I shall escort you to your resting quarters. Tomorrow morning, we shall commence the trials. Follow me." With that, he turned and exited the plaza. The vast majority of cultivators, including Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun, obediently trailed behind the white-clad Qin Tang. Li Fan closely followed suit. Only a few individuals exchanged glances before choosing to soar in the opposite direction, attempting to flee. Qin Tang seemed oblivious to their actions, displaying no reaction whatsoever. As these individuals hastened their escape, They failed to notice that the further they distanced themselves from Qin Tang, the more azure light emanated from their bodies. They soon transformed into lifeless husks, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 80. Remember to sleep early. The cultivators trailing behind Qin Tang observed the distant scene, all struck with horror. What a bunch of fools. They were warned about the uncanny and still attempted to flee. They truly do not know the meaning of danger. Among them, Li Fan recognized a foundation-building cultivator named Sun Chiron, whose skills were quite commendable. It was shocking to see him perish so silently. Strange. Why did their deaths not provoke any celestial anomalies? Is this your first encounter with the uncanny? Under its influence, a unique set of rules prevails. Conventional wisdom often fails, so we must tread carefully. Thank you for your guidance. As they walked, the group communicated through their spiritual senses, their expressions varying. Before long, Qin Tang led them into a grand edifice. At its center lay a straight corridor, flanked by small compartments. Each room contained little more than 5 wooden beds. All right, you will all rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather in the plaza. Qin Tang turned to address the group. After speaking, he shook his head and exited. Oh, and remember to sleep early. After his figure vanished, his voice echoed faintly once more. With the uncanny presence dissipating, the cultivators finally exhaled in relief. Most of them, familiar with one another, found a room to share. Sikong Yi and Bailey Chen naturally chose to stay together. Li Fan opted not to intrude, but selected a nearby room instead. Inside, 2 individuals were already present, conversing quietly and using their spiritual senses to communicate. Li Fan did not greet them but lay down on the bed, allowing the Xianhuang Lianxin mantra to flow through him, dispelling all distracting thoughts. Shortly thereafter, he drifted into a deep slumber. The 2 conversing individuals exchanged glances, initially taken aback. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something, their faces paling in fear. They hastily ceased their conversation and forced themselves into sleep. However, not everyone possesses the keen awareness to perceive the impending events. Many individuals engage in animated discussions with their companions about the sights and experiences of the day, as well as their yearning for the potential treasures that might lie within the newly discovered Yinshui Tiangong ruins. Their excitement renders them restless, and time slips away unnoticed. Suddenly, the brilliance within the towering structure vanishes, plunging everything into darkness. In this obscurity, Qin Tang's voice resounds ominously. Ah, it seems the newcomers are rather disobedient. I have already advised everyone to retire early. How is it that so many remain awake at this hour? It would be unfortunate if they hinder tomorrow's trial. Since sleep eludes you, allow me to assist. The chilling sounds reverberate through the air. Countless cultivators, unable to utter a single cry, meet their demise. It is then that all present comprehend that Qin Tang's earlier admonition to sleep early was no mere jest. Yet it is too late. The breaths of numerous cultivators extinguish in the sensing field. Some attempt to shout, to awaken those who have already succumbed to slumber, but their voices falter abruptly. Carnage and death spread throughout the darkness. In this terrifying atmosphere, some cultivators, still awake, can no longer endure. Their energies surge as they prepare to unleash their full strength against Qin Tang in a life-and-death struggle. A blue light flickers momentarily before extinguishing once more. Thus, the would-be rebels fall silently, without a ripple of resistance. After dispatching these individuals, Qin Tang's mood appears slightly improved. This task is truly exhausting. Were it not for the absence of my master and senior brothers and sisters, there would be no need for my involvement. How tedious, truly tedious. I might as well indulge in some wine. Qin Tang's words seem disjointed, and his actions are whimsically capricious. As his voice fades, the surviving cultivators within the building exhale in relief. They hasten to seize the opportunity to sleep. Yet, those who frequently suffer from insomnia know all too well that sleep is elusive. If one's mind is unburdened, falling asleep is simple. Conversely, if one is preoccupied with troubling thoughts, they are likely to awaken just as slumber approaches. Many of these cultivators have grown accustomed to substituting meditation for sleep, having seemingly lost the ability to rest. Thus, even with the knowledge that sleep is vital for survival, numerous cultivators remain awake. They inwardly lament not having learned a few hypnotic spells before arriving, resorting instead to attempting to knock themselves unconscious in hopes of passing through unnoticed. Regrettably, to Qin Tang, sleep and unconsciousness are clearly distinct concepts. Thus, during the latter half of the night, when Qin Tang reappears, another wave of bloodshed unfolds. The following morning, when Li Fan awakens, he finds the interior of the building strewn with corpses. The once proud Xie Yuan, as Li Fan anticipated, has failed to surpass this trial. His body lying still, severed from his head. Naturally, Li Fan feels no pangs of sympathy. Without delay, he makes his way to the square from the previous day. Learning from yesterday's lesson, the cultivators refrain from scattering elsewhere, obediently gathering in the square. The crowd is sparse. The survivors number less than 2/3 of those present yesterday. Even before the trial has officially commenced, such casualties have already occurred. The surviving individuals exhibit a gloomy demeanor, their faces devoid of hope. Li Fan understands that this is merely the beginning. Ultimately, less than 1/10 of the initial group entering Yinshui Tiangong will emerge alive. Among the crowd, Li Fan spots the figures of Si Kong, Yi, and Bai Lichun. However, he merely glances past them, his gaze lingering not longer than necessary. He waits silently for Qin Tang's arrival. Before long, Qin Tang reappears before the assembly, holding a wine gourd, drinking heartily as he walks. Excellent wine, truly exquisite, he exclaims gleefully, then surveys the gathered cultivators. Good, it seems everyone is present. Let us officially commence the first trial. My master once imparted that, in the pursuit of immortality, 3 elements are paramount: innate talent, character, and fortune. My master deemed innate talent the most critical of the 3. However, I beg to differ. I believe that character is of utmost importance among the 3. Thus, the 3 trials I have arranged are all related to character. As Qin Tang speaks slowly, he leads the crowd into a 3-story pavilion. On the first floor, hundreds of bookshelves are filled to the brim with tomes. The audience's breaths quicken as they gaze upon the shelves. Each book is a unique cultivation method. The notion emerges simultaneously in the minds of all cultivators. This is a windfall. Just gazing at the first floor, the total number of cultivation methods exceeds 10,000. Merely carrying away a few would equate to years of arduous labor. Greed stirs within the hearts of these cultivators. Although they covet the methods displayed on the shelves, they dare not act recklessly, mindful of Qin Tang's previous display of power. Yet, Qin Tang seems oblivious to the unusual tension among the cultivators. He gazes at the rows of bookshelves with a hint of nostalgia and softly states, "The path of the heart lies in focus, courage, and perseverance. This first trial will test your level of concentration. 3 months from now, I will evaluate you based on the quantity and quality of the methods you transcribe." Upon hearing Qin Tang's words, the cultivators' expressions transform with ecstatic joy. So many cultivation methods are to be freely copied? If they can memorize even a few, this adventure will be worthwhile, even if no further gains are made. Without acknowledging the reactions of those present, Qin Tang casually gestures, and hundreds of tables and chairs materialize within the pavilion, equipped with ink and paper. Now let us begin. I hope you do not disappoint me. Qin Tang procures a wine gourd from somewhere and takes another swig before leaning against the wall, appearing almost as if he has fallen asleep. As they witness Qin Tang's pronouncement, the cultivators can no longer contain themselves. They rush to the bookshelves, eager to explore the cultivation methods. Moments latte. A cacophony erupts within the pavilion. What is this? How is it possible? Jinyin Lai Hua Gong, a fire-based cultivation technique. Can it really be cultivated to the Yuanying realm? This one, and this one, all Yuanying techniques. Haha, this time we've struck gold. Observing the frenzied cultivators, Li Fan cannot help but smirk coldly. He casually selects a volume and sits down at a table to begin transcribing. He does not delve deeply into the content. Instead, he patiently copies it word for word. He understands that these methods are but illusions. In his previous life, countless cultivators had already concluded that the techniques appearing in this trial would vanish upon exiting the Yinshui Tiangong, as though they had never existed. The alluring collection of methods is merely a mirage, a tool designed to entice the mind. While some cultivators may vaguely sense the truth, how many can resist the allure of the Yuanying techniques before them? A few even become entranced by the profound mysteries of the methods, delaying their transcription. Few, like Li Fan, write unceasingly, heedless of the content, merely focused on the act of copying. The paper and ink seemed inexhaustible, and soon, Li Fan had completed his transcription. His unrelenting demeanor drew the attention of several observers. After some contemplation, they too abandoned their earlier attempts at memorization, focusing solely on copying. Those still lost in their cultivation, however, received no encouragement to cease their pursuits. Days passed monotonously, the relentless task of transcription proving both tedious and laborious. Having learned from past experiences, none dared to resort to shortcuts using their magical powers. Before long, some could no longer persevere, succumbing to fatigue and taking breaks. Others rested thoroughly before regrouping. Yet, Li Fan did not allow himself a moment's respite. Alongside him were 2 or 3 others who shared his tireless dedication, seemingly endowed with exceptional stamina due to their cultivation practices. Even after prolonged periods without rest, they exhibited no signs of weariness. Li Fan, however, was purely enduring the strain. Acutely aware that the evaluation by Qin Tang would not only hinge on the quantity of transcribed techniques and the frequency of errors, but also significantly on the duration from the moment he picked up the pen to when he finally set it down. As Qin Tang had previously articulated, this trial was one of concentration. Thus, any interruption, regardless of its cause, would signify a disruption of focus. Li Fan immersed himself in the act of transcription, suppressing all physical and mental fatigue. Time slipped away unmeasured. Suddenly, Qin Tang's voice pierced the air. Ah, what a refreshing slumber. He stretched, and the paper and pen before Li Fan vanished. Time's up. Let us assess your performances. He clicked his tongue in disapproval, observing the participants with narrowed eyes, shaking his head repeatedly. Oh wait, this is intriguing. A glint of amusement appeared at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Li Fan. The first trial concludes now. Tomorrow you shall rest, and the second trial shall commence the day after. He clapped his hands, and Li Fan felt a disorienting shift. Qin Tang's form did not materialize with them. The cultivators finally relaxed, their expressions alight with excitement as they shared their experiences. What a tremendous opportunity. I copied and recorded a total of 15 techniques, most of which were Jin methods, with a few Yuaning techniques as well. What good is remembering so much if we don't survive to utilize it? That's not entirely correct. With my abilities, if all goes as expected, I would only reach the foundation stage in this lifetime. The fact that I've had the fortune to glimpse the intricacies of the Jiebing method, even if I perish tomorrow, leaves me with no regrets. Your sentiment resonates deeply with me. Good advice is often wasted on the doomed. Amidst the bickering, some cultivators turned their attention to the belongings of those who had perished before. Unfortunately, after searching, they wore expressions of disappointment. Li Fan overheard a nearby individual scoff. Don't even think about it. I checked that night. After Qin Tang killed him, all his storage rings and artifacts vanished without trace. Chapter 82. The Trial of Courage. It was indeed the corpse of Jiao Shuyuan. Now, 3 months had passed, revealing increasingly peculiar features. Unlike regular flesh, it resembled withered wood, taking on a desolate yellow hue. Li Fan kicked it lightly, producing a sound akin to striking wood. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind him. Turning, Li Fan saw a fellow Qi refinement stage cultivator. He immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. Are you also from the Wanjian Alliance? The man nodded. Indeed, I am Chunin, a member of the Wanjian Alliance for over 30 years. I am Li Fan. From your words, it seems you are somewhat familiar with Jiao Shuyuan. Chunin chuckled lightly. I wouldn't say familiar. However, having lived on this island for so long, I've gleaned certain insights. For instance, Jiao Shuyuan owned a general store called Qinli Tang, selling all sorts of wares. It is said he had connections with the Wanjian Alliance, occasionally peddling valuable items. Moreover, he often engaged in information brokering, though he never took risks himself, always sending puppets to scout. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded slowly, so he was greedy and fearful. I see. Chunin laughed heartily. Your summation is spot on. The phrase greedy and fearful perfectly encapsulates Jiao Shuyuan. After their laughter subsided, Chunin suddenly remarked, while transcribing techniques in the library, I noticed others would write for a while, rest when fatigued, and regain their strength before continuing. Yet you, on the other hand, persisted without pause for 3 months. I hold great admiration, but I wonder what deeper intention lies behind your actions. If we consider mere transcription speed, surely those who took breaks must have outpaced you due to the fatigue you endured. Might I inquire about your reasoning? Chunin bowed slightly, seeking insight. Li Fan pondered for a moment before responding. I dare not claim to possess profound insight. It is merely an instinct. What Qin Tang referred to as the first trial is concentration. Concentration implies an unwavering mind. If one is disturbed by external factors, can they still be deemed focused? And if one halts due to fatigue, does that not signify a loss of focus? This is but a humble opinion. Take it as you will. Li Fan spoke modestly. Chen considered his words thoughtfully. The following day, Qin Tang indeed did not reappear. The crowd refrained from wandering, patiently awaiting within the confines of the building. On the third day at dawn, Qin Tang stumbled before them, a cup of wine in hand. What exquisite wine! Splendid. After a hearty belch, he squinted at the assembled cultivators. Today, we commence the second trial. This time, I shall test your courage. The path of immortality is fraught with innumerable challenges and tribulations. Do you possess the courage to confront them all? Qin Tang Smai Fai Li. The group blinked, and in an instant, they found themselves transported from the pavilion to the seaside. Their magical powers sealed, rendering them as ordinary mortals. Qin Tang's figure had vanished, leaving only his distant voice echoing. I await you on the opposite shore. Use your courage to traverse this vast ocean. The crowd exchanged glances. Some bold individuals approached the water's edge and stepped forth. The seawater immediately froze into ice, securely supporting them. Elated, they strode forward, quickly disappearing from sight. Observing this, the remaining cultivators, feeling urgency, hastened into the sea. Li Fan noticed by Li Chun following suit, entering the water. Yet, Si Kong lingered at the shore, hesitating to move. Li Fan turned his attention inward, stepping onto the surface of the water. The ice solidified beneath him, but he could no longer see the others. Alone upon the vast ocean, he maintained an impassive expression, advancing step by step. Time passed unmarked, the scenery before him remaining unchanged. The sea appeared endless. Even with prior knowledge of the outcome, feelings of helplessness and doubt surged within him. At this moment, Li Fan sensed the thickness of the ice beneath his feet gradually diminishing. Taking a deep breath, he banished his trepidation and continued resolutely onward. The ice beneath him regained its solidity. This second trial tested not only the courage to face external challenges, but also the bravery to confront one's innermost self. Amidst the boundless ocean, he walked for what felt like ages, still unable to glimpse the distant shore. Do you find yourself plagued by doubts? Wondering if you have lost your way? Do you feel anxious about whether this vast ocean has an end? Are you gripped by fear, losing the courage to move forward? Or perhaps you have succumbed to despair, choosing not to continue? Li Fan walks step by step, introspecting deeply within himself, temporarily setting aside all worldly matters. He contemplates as he walks. This journey across the frozen sea mirrors the path of immortality. The road ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, the destination obscured from view. Halfway through, he scans his surroundings, uncertain if he has indeed lost his way. From beginning to end, he finds himself utterly alone, lacking any support. Time flows on, seemingly interminable. Yet, can he still steadfastly hold onto his beliefs, never losing the courage to forge ahead, even knowing that this trial will eventually cease? However, Li Fan has wavered internally, for this journey across the sea has been protracted. 1 year, 2 years, decades have passed. Li Fan's hair has turned gray, his body hunched. Yet he has never ceased to advance. Until age rendered him incapable of walking, he finally collapsed weakly upon the surface of the sea. As his vision blurred and consciousness faded, Li Fan seemingly beheld a figure on the distant shore, Qin Tang, clad in white, standing there in solitude. Raising a wine gourd in salute, Qin Tang smiled and took a sip. Upon opening his eyes, Li Fan discovered himself and a group of cultivators still within that building. Yet, much time had elapsed since the memories lingered, and many wore expressions of bewilderment. After a lengthy pause, they regained clarity. Crossing the river of Nine Nether is easy, but traversing the sea within one's heart is arduous. This second trial, the test of courage, has concluded. The day after tomorrow, we will face the final trial. With that, Qin Tang, with his ever-present wine gourd, shook his head and departed. Chapter 83. The end of the trial of constancy in the presence of the gathered cultivators. Some appeared dazed, as if grasping an understanding. Others remained indifferent, paying no heed. Thus, the second day swiftly passed. On the third day at dawn, Qin Tang appeared in the sight of the crowd, as usual. However, this time he refrained from drinking. appearing much more spirited. Today marks the final test. Qin Tang surveyed the assembled cultivators, his expression solemn. On the path of cultivation, one inevitably encounters numerous trials and temptations. Can you remain resolute, unchanging in your original intent? Let me observe. As Qin Tang spoke, the world before them darkened, and they lost consciousness. In a small village amidst the mountains, Li Fan lay on the rooftop, watching the setting sun, feeling an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. Having grown up in this mountain village, he had lived a life dictated by the rising and setting of the sun for a full 15 years. Such days were simple yet blissful. If he were to continue this way, it seemed there would be no harm. Yet, a faint stirring within him suggested that he should not conclude his life so mundanely. Li Fan remained indifferent to his mother's calls. He gazed up at the sky, watching the birds soar freely, observing the sun and moon, which exist beyond human will, lost in contemplation. As night descended, the stars filled the sky. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, he felt the insignificance of his existence. Thus, he watched through the night. As dawn approached, a sudden realization struck him. He turned over and leaped down from the house. Bursting into the room, he shouted at his still sleeping mother, "Mother, cancel the marriage with Nyo from next door. I shall not marry. I will pursue immortality." His mother, startled awake, thought her child had lost his mind, and hurriedly rose to grasp Li Fan's hand. "What immortality? Where are the immortals? Wake up, child." Li Fan wrenched his hand free, his youthful face resolute. "I do not know where the immortals are, but I will certainly find them." With that, amidst his mother's tears, he hastily packed his belongings and strode out the door. Half a year later, while exploring deep in the mountains, Li Fan tragically lost his life to a tiger. Before the dilapidated temple, amidst flickering flames and the cries of the people, Li Fan felt engulfed in confusion. "Senior brother, what shall we do after our master has passed?" A timid voice beside him inquired. Just as Li Fan was about to respond, angry voices erupted around him. "What else can we do? We should divide everything in the temple and descend the mountain." They had believed the old Taoist to be a true immortal, and had climbed the mountain with great effort. Little did they know he was nothing more than a fraud. Indeed, how can a true immortal suddenly fall ill and die? As they grew increasingly agitated, Li Fan found himself at a loss for words, allowing them to ransack the temple. Moments later, he was left utterly alone on the mountain. Bitterness, regret, sorrow, and hope surged within him. Was his master a fraud? Was the Chuyin Dengtian he taught merely fabricated? Li Fan pondered that perhaps reality was not as they believed. Immortals might indeed exist. Ultimately, Li Fan chose not to descend the mountain. He spent the latter half of his life in the temple, observing the clouds rolling and the sun and moon changing in the mountains, dedicating himself to the study of Chuyin Dengtian. Though he reached the age of 50, he made no progress. In the imperial palace, Li Fan gazed at the wooden plaque filled with names on the golden tray, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. "Take it away. I shall cultivate tonight. Your Majesty, you have not favored the concubines for 3 months." A fleeting sharpness flashed in Li Fan's eyes. "As you command." Watching the fearful retreat of the head eunuch, Li Fan scoffed softly. It is better not to be an emperor. A sudden thought surged in his mind, to amass resources from the realm to support his cultivation. On the surface, he still appeared immortal, yet in truth, he had already stepped into the threshold of the golden elixir stage. The mundane affairs of the world felt exceedingly tedious. Thus, 3 months later, during the morning court, Li Fan soared into the sky before the assembly of ministers and generals. In the subsequent 216 years, while exploring an ancient cave, he tragically fell victim to treachery and met his demise. Lingyun Peak. Why has this calamity cloud lingered so long without descending? The might of this heavenly tribulation surpasses that of the former sect master's ascension, does it not? Naturally, in terms of combat prowess, our little junior uncle is the foremost among the Li Mountain Sword sect in a millennium. As Li Fan gazed at the intensifying calamity above, a surge of bravado welled within him. After 300 years of cultivation, what fear could a mere heavenly tribulation hold? A beam of sword light erupted from Lingyun Peak, cleaving through the tumultuous clouds. Sunlight poured through the rifts in the clouds, illuminating the peak of Li Mountain. The heavens opened, and the immortal gate appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan surged into the immortal realm. Upon entering the celestial realm, Li Fan was enraged to discover that all the predecessors who had ascended from Li Mountain had mysteriously been slain by unknown enemies. While he cultivated, he searched for the mastermind behind the scenes. After a century of twists and turns, he found no answers. During an exploration of an ancient realm of cultivation, he was ambushed by a close friend, dying in shock and despair. In the northern celestial domain, since the Heavenly Emperor unified the Qing Tian celestial domain 2,000 years ago, a bloody campaign commenced. Over the years, the Heavenly Emperor's notorious reputation was solidified by the decapitation of 5 celestial emperors and 16 celestial kings. Ultimately, only the northern celestial domain remained, barely surviving. Now, a great army loomed, vowing to annihilate the northern celestial domain within a year. At the heart of the army, Qin Tang observed the meditative Heavenly Emperor, hesitating to speak. Li Fan opened his eyes and looked at his loyal companion, who had accompanied him through countless trials, and a rare smile graced his lips. Qin Tang, it seems you have something to inquire of me? To speak candidly, Your Majesty, there is indeed a matter I find perplexing. Pray do share. Since your humble beginnings as a mere mortal, you have endured untold hardships and ultimately ascended to become a sovereign of the celestial realm. Your power is immense, and the myriad celestial beings tremble at your name. Yet, why does Your Majesty show no inclination to cease your relentless pursuit? What is it that you truly seek? Once you vanquish the Zhuang Tian Emperor and unify the celestial realm, what plan shall you then entertain? Qin Tang gazed intently at Li Fan, voicing his innermost thoughts. With a light chuckle, Li Fan responded, "What I desire is merely the notion of immortality." Qin Tang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom what he had just heard. Immortality? With Your Majesty's current cultivation, are you not already immortal? If fortune permits, it would be no challenge for you to live for several million more years, would it not? His expression was one of astonishment as he struggled to comprehend. Is a lifespan of 1,000,000 years sufficient to claim immortality? Li Fan countered with a smile. In the depths of the Huang Tian tomb, hundreds of ancient celestial emperors have long since turned to dust. Even that legendary ancient celestial being, who once opened the celestial realm and wielded unparalleled power, is now but a mountain suppressed beneath my palace. My ambition is to unify the celestial realm, harness the power of all celestial beings, and forge a grand array that envelopes the entirety of the celestial realm. Through this, I shall shatter the so-called eternal prison of the celestial. I seek to transcend the celestial plane to take another step beyond. Li Fan spoke with calm conviction, his resolve unassailable. Qin Tang fell silent, for he understood that there was no other realm above the celestial. Thus, he could only lower his head in silence. Everything proceeded according to Li Fan's design. In merely a year, he unified the entire celestial realm. As the grand array activated, the celestial realm trembled. Countless fissures appeared in the sky, and everything in the world seemed to be crumbling. Li Fan laughed heartily as he plunged into the rifts, greeted only by an abyss of darkness. Thus, the trial of eternity came to an end. For Qin Tang recognized that there was no longer a need to continue testing. A singular anomaly had emerged in this trial. Even if he constructed infinite worlds, he feared he could not erode this person's unwavering determination. If the master were present and beheld such a prodigy, he would surely be filled with joy. Yet, a hint of melancholy flickered in Qin Tang's eyes. With a deep sigh, all present gradually awakened from their illusions, returning to the initial square. Some appeared bewildered, others came to realizations, their faces paling. A few, however, found themselves in enlightenment, as if having gained insight. Looking at the varied expressions of the cultivators, Qin Tang smiled and announced, "The 3 trials have concluded. Among you, some have exceeded my expectations, while others have proven utterly inadequate. My master once told me that at Yinshui Tiangong, we value quality over quantity." He surveyed the crowd, his expression gentle. "Therefore, I shall retain half of you." The cultivators, who had previously displayed joy, now underwent a drastic change in demeanor upon hearing Qin Tang's words. What do you mean? They were acutely aware of their own performances in the 3 trials. Hearing that Qin Tang intended to eliminate half of those present, they were immediately filled with shock and anger. Cornered, they began to attack Qin Tang. Yet, Qin Tang remained unperturbed. He simply smiled serenely. "I am Qin Tang. Chief of the Scripture Hall at Yun Shui Tiangong. I humbly request your guidance. With his words, azure figures suddenly materialized beside half of the cultivators. They were like exact replicas of their targets, identical in appearance, aura, and strength. Upon appearing, they launched relentless attacks against their counterparts. My master is strict, yet he once advised me against absolute measures. If you can survive against your own reflections, I will no longer trouble you, Qin Tang remarked, observing the cultivators embroiled in fierce combat. The remaining cultivators, including Li Fan, chose to distance themselves from the battlefield to avoid collateral damage. Li Fan retreated to a safe distance, monitoring the situation. The blue reflections attacked with relentless ferocity, unwavering and impervious to injury. Ordinary cultivators were simply no match for them, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage. Before long, many cultivators met a grim fate at the hands of their own reflections. As more and more cultivators perished, those left struggling could hardly endure for much longer. In a desperate attempt, they unleashed their fury upon Qin Tang. Wake up! Were you still doing recruiting disciples? Yin Shui Tiangong has been destroyed for countless years. What nonsense about masters and uncles? When calamity descends, we all must turn on one another. Mutual slaughter? Qin Tang shook his head repeatedly. At Yin Shui Tiangong, we are united in purpose, respecting and caring for one another. Even if it means sacrificing ourselves for our fellow disciples, there would be little hesitation. How could we possibly engage in mutual slaughter? As he spoke, his voice began to trail off. Calamity, calamity. He frowned, as if recalling something. Calamity, he murmured repeatedly, causing the sky above the square to darken ominously. The blue reflections attacking the cultivators began to undergo a transformation, a thick darkness surging forth from within, staining the figures a chilling ink-black. The ink-black reflections were far more fearsome than their blue counterparts, and in an instant, half of the struggling cultivators fell. Only a few remained, barely clinging to life, while Qin Tang remained lost in his reverie, muttering incessantly. The ground of the square trembled violently, and the ominous clouds pressed down from above, with thunder and lightning crashing continuously. The cultivators who had not been attacked, watching from the sidelines, felt a sense of foreboding. Yet, in the face of the entranced Qin Tang, none dared to act rashly. In that moment, everyone was a loss. Just then, Li Fan slowly approached Qin Tang, holding a wine gourd. He patted Qin Tang on the shoulder and offered it to him. With a smile, Li Fan quietly said, Qin Shixiang, have a drink. Do not worry. There is no calamity at all. Qin Tang turned his head, sniffed the air, and instinctively accepted the gourd, taking a swig. He then looked at Li Fan, somewhat dazed. No calamity? Li Fan nodded with conviction, repeating, Indeed, there is no calamity at all. Gradually, Qin Tang's eyes brightened as he murmured, No calamity, no calamity, no calamity. Ha ha ha, you are right. There is no calamity at all. After a lengthy pause, Qin Tang laughed heartily, finally returning to his senses. The strange phenomena in the square dissipated, returning to a calm and serene state. The onlookers sighed in relief, casting grateful glances at Li Fan. Yet, a sudden awareness struck Li Fan, for he sensed two faint murderous auras locking onto him. Though these two auras were exceedingly subtle, his sensitivity was acute, and he would not be mistaken. The owners of these auras were none other than Si Kong, Yi, and Bai Li Chun. Feigning ignorance, Li Fan discreetly utilized his own murderous intent to lock onto the two. He simply delayed, making a move. The brief interlude passed swiftly, and the battle between the cultivators and the blue reflections came to an end. Ultimately, only two fortunate souls emerged alive. Qin Tang regarded the surviving cultivators with a gentle demeanor. The trial has concluded. You may take your leave. The cultivators, bewildered, were about to speak when they saw their figures gradually fading, slowly disappearing from the square. Soon, only Li Fan remained among the gathered cultivators. Qin Tang gazed at Li Fan, a complex expression fleeting across his eyes. Why do you not leave? Qin Tang in quit. Li Fan responded with a calm smile. Senior brother, you still owe me a jar of fine wine. Indeed, I owe you a jar of fine wine. His expression suddenly shifted, becoming solemn as he looked at Li Fan. He extended his right hand and lightly tapped Li Fan's brow with his index finger. This technique, Yin Shui Huan Meng Gong, is the culmination of my lifelong learning, a unique method born from my dedication. I hope you do not let it fade into obscurity. Li Fan's figure gradually vanished. The vast square once again became the solitary domain of Qin Tang, just as it had been for thousands of years. Sherbois, Shifu, Shiji, Qin Tang gazed desolately around, yet found nothing. He took another sip of wine. Li fan sluli ragainat kunsiosnas. Before him stood a towering gate inscribed with the 4 characters, Yun Shui Tiangong. Beneath the gate stood a statue, battered and scarred, with a gaping hole where its heart should be. From the statue's blurred visage, one could faintly discern the likeness of Qin Tang. Li Fan observed the statue in silence for a moment before retrieving a wine gourd from his storage ring and gently placing it before the statue. Subsequently, he activated the technique of Ru Ing Sui Xing and swiftly set off towards the direction locked by the Wuxiang killing intent. Chapter 84. The Taoist of the refined demon worms. The remnants of Yun Shui Tiangong were vast beyond measure. Even in the previous life, cultivators from Itsong Yunhai spent over a decade exploring without fully uncovering its entirety. Let alone now, as the entirety of Yun Shui Tiangong lay shrouded in dense fog. The cultivators awakening from the statue of Qin Tang quickly divided into several factions. Some felt that the dangers within Yun Shui Tiangong were extreme. Surviving the hands of Qin Tang was already a stroke of luck. Further exploration would surely lead to certain death. The majority chose to depart. The remaining individuals believed that if such opportunities lay at the entrance, what treasures might be hidden within the legendary alchemy rooms, scripture halls, and treasure vaults of the ancient sects. Once the desire took root, it would swell uncontrollably in their hearts. Thus, this group, as if entranced, disappeared one after another into the fog. When Li Fan caught up from behind, he found that all the cultivators had vanished. Had it not been for the Wuxiang killing intent having already locked on Sikong, Yi, and the others, he might have lost their trail. Strangely, Sikong, Yi, and Bai Lichun seemed exceedingly familiar with the layout of Yun Shui Tiangong. They could consistently find paths through what appeared to be dead ends in the fog, navigating with clear intent, circumventing one fog-shrouded structure after another to delve deeper. Was this the reason Sikong Yi could obtain the Yun Shui Tu Lu in his previous life? Was it because of his past experiences that he knew the secrets of Yun Shui Tiangong? But how did Sikong Yi acquire this knowledge? A surge of intrigue welled up in Li Fan's heart, accompanied by an increasing sense of vigilance. These two harbored significant secrets. His presence became more concealed as he trailed closely behind them. Suddenly, their movements halted. After a brief pause, Sikong Yi and Bai Lichun split apart, racing off in opposite directions. A tactic of division? Have they discovered me? Li Fan narrowed his eyes, hesitating for a moment before pursuing the direction Sikong Yi had taken. He ventured deeper into the fog until he reached a towering structure resembling a spire. He then dove into the tower. Interesting. Is this an attempt to use the treacherous terrain of Yun Shui Tiangong to eliminate me? Li Fan surveyed the tower before him, which flickered in and out of view amidst the white mist, exuding an eerie aura. Memories from his past life surged in his mind. The refined demon tower, one of the most perilous areas within Yun Shui Tiangong. Ultimately, it had taken a master of alchemy 21 years, risking his life to penetrate its bizarre rules. If you are contemplating this, I fear you shall be disappointed. Li Fan scoffed softly and entered the refined demon tower. Upon stepping inside, he was met with a chilling wind and the acrid stench of decay. The bottom level of the tower consisted of cells, yet time had evidently eroded them, leaving only heaps of grotesque, otherworldly bones. Li Fan ascended to the second level, and it was much the same. He continued until he reached the top of the tower. From a distance, he heard a murmuring voice. My senior brothers and sisters are battling on the front lines, and I can be of no help. I must refine more elixirs to enhance their strength. With each elixir I succeed in creating, the likelihood of my senior brothers surviving increases. But alas, the demons in this refined demon tower have all perished, leaving me without alchemical materials. What am I to do? A disheveled man, clad in a voluminous blue robe, sighed despondently, appearing utterly at a loss. Beside him, 3 figures were bound by invisible ropes in midair, one of whom was Sikong Yi. The other 2 were fellow cultivators who had entered Yun Shui Tiangong with him, though it was unclear how they had ended up here. The 2 appeared pale, their lips moving silently, as if uttering something inaudible. Before Li Fan could react, he felt his arms and legs suddenly bound by ropes, leaving him immobile. He was then lifted into the air, restrained alongside the other 3. Anticipating this outcome, Li Fan remained unfazed. At that moment, he finally discerned the murmurs of the other two. How could this happen? Did I not clearly choose to leave here directly? Why did my vision blur and I end up bound here? Oh dear, it's time to refine. Just then, the robed man abruptly snapped out of his ramblings. Refine elixirs, he declared, reaching into his expansive robe. Moments later, he produced 2 black pills. The pills are refined, but I wonder how potent they are this time. The man scratched his head, seemingly troubled. He then glanced over at Li Fan and the others, his gaze shifting restlessly. Which bug shall I select? Feeling the weight of his gaze, the others were inexplicably gripped by a chill, refraining from moving and holding their breath in silence. This one will do. The robed man fixed his gaze upon one of them, extending his hand to seize him. The individual, upon realizing, could no longer maintain their composure. Yet their struggles were futile. They could no longer make a sound. Their body was drawn towards the robed man, gradually shrinking in the process. Ultimately, they transformed into a tiny, flying insect, landing in the palm of the robed man's hand. The insect's head still bore a faint resemblance to a human face, its expression one of sheer terror. The robed man gently grasped the insect, which buzzed helplessly. Yet all was in vain. The robed man held the insect in one hand and the black pill in the other. The pill was significantly larger than the insect. It was forcibly stuffed into its body. The insect writhed in agony, struggling to swallow the pill, which caused its abdomen to swell to an enormous size, resembling a giant sphere. The insect's vitality gradually waned, but the torment had only just begun. After the pill entered its belly, it seemed to be digested, and its size began to decrease. Suddenly, a swarm of buzzing sounds erupted. The insect's body began to convulse uncontrollably as tiny black dots emerged from its abdomen in succession. Upon closer inspection, these were newly birthed insects. After emerging from its body, the swarm did not scatter, but rather landed upon the human-faced insect, greedily feasting upon it. Soon, nothing remained of the human-faced insect. The robed man shook his head, a look of regret upon his face. It appears that the attempt at administering the medicine has failed, perhaps due to its excessive potency. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and inhaled the dark mist of the flying insect into his belly. Even though he had long been informed of the events that transpired within the Lien Yao Ta and had adequately prepared himself psychologically, Li Fan could not help but feel his eyelids twitch at this moment. The scene was truly horrifying. The man in the Taoist robe gazed at the remaining pill in his hand, seemingly troubled. Should he attempt this one as well? He glanced at Li Fan and the other two, who were all holding their breaths in anticipation. After a long pause, the Taoist sighed. Very well. What has been concocted in a single furnace should be relatively similar. With that, he opened his mouth and casually tossed the black pill inside. After swallowing the pill, the Taoist appeared entirely unfazed, merely slipping back into a state of obsession, murmuring about the insufficiency of alchemical materials, completely disregarding the 3 who were bound in midair. Among the 3 survivors, Li Fan remained silent, while Si Kong displayed a blank expression. The remaining individual wore a face of despair. Had he known, he would have preferred to perish at the hands of Qin Tang. At least that would have been a swift end. Time within this Lien Yao Ta seemed to lose all significance. The fate of the group entirely depended on the actions of the Taoist. After an indeterminate period, the man awoke from his stupor. Again, he retrieved 2 peculiar green pills from under his voluminous robe. Which insect should he select for testing this time? The man hesitated for a moment, his gaze landing on Si Kong. Let us choose this one. Li Fan immediately perked up. He was eager to see what Si Kong possessed that inspired such audacity to lead him into this perilous situation. After being transformed into an insect and compelled to swallow the green pill, Si Kong directly morphed into a puddle of green liquid. Si Kong was dead. No, this Si Kong had clearly lured him into the Lien Yao Ta. How could he die so easily? Did he know this was a place of doom and brought him here merely to exchange one life for another? Just as Li Fan was engulfed in endless confusion, he suddenly sensed something, raising his head. Outside the Lien Yao Ta, the ominous killing intent locked onto by Li Chun, gradually closing in. Next to him, Li Fan felt that the previously lost target of the ominous killing intent had once again been captured, Si Kong. The one who had evidently perished now reappeared outside the Lien Yao Ta. Was he a puppet? An external incarnation? It did not seem like it. Li Fan stared at the puddle of green liquid on the ground and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the secrets of these two individuals were far greater than he had imagined. However, once they fell under his scrutiny, their secrets would no longer remain concealed. Within his perception, Si Kong, Yi, and Bai Lichun continued to delve deeper into the Yun Shui Tiangong. With the ominous killing intent locked in, there was no fear of their escape. Yet, he needed to extract himself from this Lien Yao Ta swiftly. However, the actions of the Taoist followed a certain rhythm that Li Fan could not control, so he had no choice but to patiently wait. Soon, the third round of testing arrived. This time, he still was not selected, leaving him somewhat bemused, uncertain whether to regard it as luck or misfortune. The Taoist produced 2 pink pills and fed them to the human-faced flying insect. With a loud explosion, the insect transformed into a cloud of pink smoke. Within the smoke, agonized human faces continually emerged. As the pink mist swirled, the faces morphed and twisted, becoming even more grotesque and terrifying. Li Fan, witnessing the scene, felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Ultimately, it was once again the Taoist, amidst his murmurs, who inhaled the smoke, bringing an end to this eternal suffering. The Taoist fell back into his monologue. Finally, the 4th round of testing arrived. At this point, Li Fan was the only one left in the Lien Yao Ta. As the Taoist prepared to test Li Fan, he suddenly spoke up. "Junior brother insect, I have heard that you are short on alchemical materials?" The insect Taoist halted his outstretched hand at this remark, instinctively nodding, "Yes, I am indeed lacking in alchemical materials." He spoke with a hint of guilt. "I have not been able to produce new pills for a long time." The insect Taoist's words faltered as he gazed at Li Fan for a moment. Upon noticing the attire he wore, he suddenly appeared flustered. "Oh, it is you, senior brother. I thought you were an insect. Senior brother, I truly apologize. I will release you at once." As the insect Taoist spoke, Li Fan felt the bindings on him loosen, regaining control of his body. The insect Taoist covered his head, lowering it, seemingly unable to face his senior brother. He could only blame himself, saying, "I keep messing things up. It is always like this. I cannot refine the pills properly, and my cultivation progress has been exceedingly slow, hampering everyone." Li Fan stepped forward, gently placing his hand on the insect Taoist's shoulder, and said, "Do not speak like that, junior brother insect. The pills you refine are quite effective. Everyone enjoys them." Upon hearing this, the insect Taoist suddenly raised his head. His eyes filled with delight. "Really, senior brother? Do they all love the pills I make? What? Do you not believe your senior brother's words?" Li Fan feigned a stern expression. The insect Taoist quickly shook his head. "Of course, I believe what senior brother says." He then sighed. "But I have run out of alchemical materials. I can no longer produce the pills that everyone loves." Li Fan patted the insect Taoist's head and softly said, "It is fine. I'm still here. Just refine me into a pill, and then everyone will have pills to consume again. Senior brother, you." The insect Taoist seemed taken aback by Li Fan's words, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Fan sighed deeply, continuing, "Although I entered the sect early, my talent is lacking, and my cultivation has always been low. My senior brothers and sisters are all fighting on the front lines, while I can offer no assistance. Every time I think of this, my heart aches profoundly. I loathe my own incompetence. Therefore, refine me into a pill. In this way, I can still provide some help." Li Fan grasped the insect Taoist's hand, speaking with fervor. The insect Taoist stared blankly at Li Fan, seemingly moved. "So, senior brother is just like me. But senior brother is far more noble, willing to sacrifice himself to assist our comrades on the front lines. And I can only evade. I can only hide within this tower." The insect Taoist clutched at his hair in anguish. "No, I cannot bear to watch my senior brother sacrifice himself." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he excitedly exclaimed to Li Fan, "Senior brother, I can refine pills for you. As long as you consume the pills I create, your strength will surely increase, and then you can help on the front lines." The insect Taoist appeared to have found his purpose. To refine pills, I must refine pills. He reached into his ample robe, stirring it about. Before long, he produced 2 golden pills. "Senior brother, here are your pills." The insect Taoist beamed with a smile, presenting the pills to Li Fan. However, instead of accepting the pills, Li Fan unfastened the insect Taoist's robe. Beneath the voluminous garment lay nothing but an empty, skeletal frame, with only a few scarcely visible remnants of flesh remaining. The insect Taoist had indeed been using his own flesh and blood to refine the pills. Chapter 85. All things are like insects. Gazing at this horrifying scene, Li Fan felt a stirring within his heart. This was the essence of the bizarre. There was no escape. Qin Tang was like this, and so was the insect Taoist. Seeing Li Fan's lack of response, the insect Taoist waved the 2 golden pills before him. Senior brother, the pills. He looked at Li Fan with hopeful eyes. Yet, Li Fan regretfully shook his head. My aptitude is too poor. I fear that even if I consume this pill, my cultivation will not increase significantly. Therefore, I cannot take this pill. It will be better left for senior brothers with better aptitude, where it would be of greater use. The insect Taoist appeared somewhat disappointed, about to persuade further when Li Fan quickly added, however, I would like to ask junior brother for a favor. I wonder if you would be willing to oblige. The insect Taoist spirits lifted once more. Of course I will agree. Shi Xiang, please feel free to share any requests you may have. Li Fan spoke slowly. The strange has its own rules. Should one fail to adhere to these rules, they are bound to perish within the strange. However, if one comprehends the rules, not only can they navigate the strange unharmed, but they can also reap various benefits. For instance, the Qin Tang stone statue. During the trials of Qin Tang, if one's performance in all 3 assessments is commendable, they may request assistance from Qin Tang with a fine jar of wine before departing. Qin Tang will then provide guidance based on their past performance, either aiding in enhancing their cultivation or imparting a technique. In the case of the Bugmaster, should one choose to consume the golden elixir, they would gain the alchemical methods of the Bugmaster. Yet this alchemical technique is not the conventional path, but rather the path of insect elixirs. The materials for alchemy are predominantly sourced from various eerie, flying insects, and the resulting elixirs resemble these insects. What is more perilous is that the more insect elixirs one concocts, the more they will gradually transform into an existence akin to the Bugmaster, becoming something neither human nor ghost. Hence, Li Fan opted not to select the golden elixir as a reward, but instead chose another item of equal value to the path of insect elixirs. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the Bugmaster scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Shi Xiang, that bug binding net is merely something I use for play. Why would you want to learn this? Li Fan earnestly explained. The Shi Xiang on the front lines are inevitably disturbed by pesky insects. Although my strength is lacking and I cannot personally engage in battle, if I learn your bug binding technique, I can assist the Shi Xiang by clearing away these bothersome insects. The Bugmaster exclaimed in realization. I had not considered that the bug binding net could serve such a purpose. You are truly clever, Shi Xiang. Li Fan sincerely replied. I would be grateful if you could teach me. The Bugmaster, flushed with excitement, said, Very well, Shi Xiang, I shall teach you the method of weaving the net. As he spoke, a buzzing sound emanated from behind the Bugmaster, revealing 4 pairs of transparent wings. He reached back and tore off one of the wings, still stained with blood, and handed it to Li Fan. When Li Fan gently touched the transparent wing, it transformed into streams of light and was absorbed into his body. Simultaneously, it seemed as though countless intersecting fine lines appeared in the world before him. He felt as if he could manipulate these fine lines at will, weaving them into a massive net capable of ensnaring all living beings within his sight. This was it, the innate divine ability, bug binding. The illusion of the grand net gradually faded, yet Li Fan understood he had acquired this extraordinarily powerful ability. As long as the opponent's realm was lower than his own, once the bug binding ability was unleashed, the opponent would be instantly restrained. A cultivator ensnared by the bug binding would find it impossible to unleash any of their divine abilities or spells, rendered helpless like an insect caught in a net. At first glance, the bug binding ability seemed to only be applicable against cultivators of lower realms, appearing rather trivial. However, this was far from the truth. One must understand that realm does not necessarily equate to actual combat prowess. Among wandering cultivators, who does not possess a few hidden trump cards, in a sudden ambush, even those of higher realms might not guarantee their escape unscathed. Yet with the bug binding ability, such concerns dissipated. As long as one's realm surpassed that of the opponent, one could strike down from a higher dimension, capturing the adversary directly. This ability was particularly suited for dealing with those who, though lacking in realm, seemed to harbor numerous secrets. The figures of Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun flashed momentarily in Li Fan's mind. Having acquired the divine ability, Li Fan was reluctant to delay any further. Bug Shitty, I have mastered the method of weaving the net. I shall head to the front lines to find a Xixiao. Take care. As Li Fan departed, the look of concern gradually faded. Time passed in silence within the refining demon tower, where the Bugmaster's murmurs once again echoed. What shall I do without alchemical materials? Upon exiting the refining demon tower, Li Fan sensed the locations of Sikong, Yi, and the others. He was now quite close to the central core area of Yinshui Tiangong, Tai Hall. Immediately, relevant information about Tai Hall surfaced in Li Fan's mind. Tai Hall was reputed to be the place where Yinshui Tiangong received esteemed guests and conducted sect discussions. While there was no inherent danger, the situation was rather peculiar. Observing Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun, it appeared they had halted for some reason, advancing towards the central area at a snail's pace. Li Fan's heart raced with understanding. With a cold chuckle, he made his way toward their location. Before Tai Hall, countless shattered swords were embedded in the ground. The blades intertwined, forming a forest of swords that obstructed access to Tai Hall. At this moment, Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun stood upon the sword hilts, making their way toward Tai Hall. With each step forward, a phantom corresponding to the broken swords beneath them appeared above. Then it pierced through them. There was no bloodshed. Once pierced, the phantom vanished. It caused no actual harm, but merely inflicted pain. The excruciating agony caused them to tremble uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads like raindrops. After a considerable time, they finally managed to ease the indescribable pain. Taking a deep breath, they continued to tread upon the sword hilts. Another sword phantom struck. This was the reason for their painfully slow progress. Despite the intense suffering, there was not a flicker of retreat in their eyes. The fruits of their labor lay just ahead, within reach. How could they possibly give up? With steely resolve, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. At that moment, they sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning to look, shock surged through their hearts, and they could not help but exclaim, "It's you? How is this possible?" Chapter 86. The Appearance of the Yinshui Diagram. Impossible. How could you have survived that cursed place? They echoed in disbelief. Before the sword forest, Li Fan stood with his arms crossed, observing the pale faces of Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun, a cold smile gracing his lips, offering no response. He stepped onto his sword hilt, seemingly intent on pursuing them. As the phantom struck, a searing pain followed. Li Fan nearly lost control of his body, almost tumbling down. Of course, anyone foolish enough to attempt to cross over the sword forest would quickly learn the true meaning of 1,000 swords piercing the heart. This was the trial of the sword forest before Tai Hall. Unlike other areas of Yinshui Tiangong, here, as long as one did not act recklessly, there was no mortal danger. At worst, one would merely experience the sensation of being pierced through by numerous swords. In a previous life, many cultivators had gritted their teeth and endured the excruciating pain to pass through the sword forest and enter Tai Hall. However, the hall was utterly empty, devoid of anything. Could it be that the treasures within Tai Hall had already been taken by Sikong Yi? Was the opportunity within Tai Hall the Yinshui diagram? Although Li Fan could use the bug-binding ability to capture the two of them now, he could not ensure that he would extract from them how to obtain the Yinshui diagram. As Li Fan knew, in the ancient cultivation world, there existed malicious, soul-searching techniques capable of forcibly extracting a cultivator's memories. Unfortunately, Li Fan was not yet skilled in such arts. Thus, prudently, it was best to wait until these two retrieved the Yinshui diagram. Li Fan contemplated as the blue flame phantom in his sea of consciousness flickered to life. His body temperature gradually lowered, and he felt an overwhelming sense of calm and rationality. No external force could disturb his state of mind. He stepped forward, placing his foot upon a sword hilt. Though he too felt the pain, Li Fan remained unafraid. He continued to advance several steps, stopping only to feign rest, so as not to overly alarm Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun. Upon witnessing that Li Fan had not perished, they were already greatly astonished. At this moment, as Li Fan drew closer, the initial shock transformed into a profound urgency. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and strode forward with determination. The simultaneous assault of 4 sharp swords was not merely a cumulative pain. It was an excruciating agony that multiplied several times over, nearly destabilizing the two individuals. Fortunately, in the critical moment before they fell, they supported each other just enough to regain their balance. Observing this, Li Fan advanced 3 steps. Yet he too appeared on the verge of collapse, embodying an unwavering resolve to pursue them, instilling a sense of dread. Like prey pursued by hunting hounds, Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun found themselves inching ever closer to Tai Dian. Ultimately, they reached the edge of the sword forest, leaping down from the sword hilts. The two appeared utterly spent, collapsing to the ground. However, with Li Fan relentlessly closing in, they could not afford to rest. In a moment of desperation, Bailey Chun retrieved a blue token from his bosom and shouted towards Tai Dian, "I, Bailey Chun, the 165th direct disciple of Yun Shui Tiangong, seek an audience with Grandmaster Tai Yi." Li Fan abruptly halted, his gaze fixed ahead. The majestic Tai Dian seemed to come alive, quivering as it gradually ascended into the air. The ground beneath them began to tremble. With a thunderous crash from massive legs akin to celestial pillars, emerged from beneath Tai Dian, forcefully striking the earth. The menacing head of a monstrous creature appeared before Li Fan like an apparition. The remnants of swords in the sword forest trembled incessantly. With a terrifying roar, a colossal tortoise finally manifested in its entirety, bearing Tai Dian upon its back. As the great tortoise howled, two massive black serpents slithered out from within Tai Dian. One advanced forward, entangling with the creature's head, while the other reared back, its cavernous mouth agape, serving as the tortoise's tail. If the immense creature formed by the tortoise and serpents was visually impactful, the scene upon its body induced a visceral unease in Li Fan. Every inch of the creature's surface was embedded with broken swords, countless in number, rendering it impossible to discern how many were lodged within. At a glance, it seemed as though the creature was composed entirely of swords. The small sword forest before Tai Dian appeared to be merely a trivial fragment that had fallen from it. Yun Shui Tiangong, Grandmaster Tai? After all these years, is he still alive? Or has he, like Qin Tang and the insect Taoist, transformed into something uncanny? Li Fan was uncertain. In his past life, there had been no rumors regarding Grandmaster Tai Yi. For a moment, he hesitated to act, merely observing from a distance. Bailey Chun, upon witnessing the true form of the Grandmaster, was overwhelmed with excitement. He knelt and repeatedly bowed his head. "You are Bailey Chun, a direct disciple of Yun Shui Tiangong?" An ancient voice resonated. The tortoise serpent creature lowered its head slightly, seemingly attempting to discern Bailey Chun's appearance. Indeed, it bears the aura of the Fuyun lineage. So, this lad still has descendants in the world? The tortoise serpent felt a vague sense of unease, yet it was too ancient, too weary, for even simple thoughts to form coherently. The pain inflicted by the myriad swords upon its body was akin to a malignant curse, constantly clouding its mind. After a moment of fruitless contemplation, it finally spoke. "Then, what do you seek in awakening me?" Bailey Chun, seemingly relieved, suppressed his excitement and quickly replied, "I wish to request the Yun Shui Tu Lu from the Grandmaster." "Yun Shui Tu Lu? What is that? Let me ponder for a moment." After a brief interval, "So, is this?" "It's nothing of great significance." The tortoise serpent's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. In the past, Hanhai mentioned that this item should only be entrusted to the disciples of Yun Shui Tiangong, since you are a descendant of Fuyun. At this point, the tortoise serpent hesitated momentarily, then slowly continued, "Then it seems there is no harm in handing it over to you." Bailey Chen's face lit up with ecstatic joy, his head bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster." Just as the tortoise serpent prepared to bestow the Yun Shui Tu Lu upon Bailey Chun, a voice suddenly interjected. "Hold on." Both Bailey Chun and the tortoise serpent turned towards the source of the voice. There stood Li Fan, swiftly advancing along the sword hilts, with sword shadows piercing through him, seemingly unaffected by the pain. In a few quick strides, he surged through the sword forest, gracefully descending. Catching his breath, Li Fan clasped his hands in respect towards the tortoise serpent. "I am Li Fan, also a direct disciple of Yun Shui Tiangong. I too seek the Grandmaster's granting of the Yun Shui Tu Lu." As he spoke, he began to channel the Yun Shui Huan Menggong. Chapter 87. The treasure at last acquired, he glared at Li Fan, unable to suppress his fury. Who is this charlatan? The disciples of Yun Shui Tiangong are long dead. Mid-sentence, Bailey Chen realized the inappropriateness of his words and abruptly halted. Grandmaster Doi. This person cannot possibly be a direct disciple. He hissed through clenched teeth at the tortoise serpent. Yet, the tortoise serpent paid no heed to his words. instead focusing intently on the aura emanating from Li Fan's technique. Ah, Yin Shui Huan Meng Gong. I never expected that Qin's descendant would also have successors. Very well, very well. Seemingly stirred by great excitement, the tortoise serpent's massive form trembled slightly, and its fearsome visage softened. Indeed, my techniques were directly passed down by his senior brother Qin Tang. Thus you may be considered a disciple of Yin Shui Tiangong. Li Fan nodded, his expression unchanged. Bailey Chun, taken aback by the truth of Li Fan's words, felt his countenance darken. He and Sikong fixed their gazes on Li Fan, their intentions laced with malice. Ah, you are a direct disciple. And this lad is also a direct disciple. Both of you seek the Yun Shui Tu Lu. This is quite a conundrum. After a while, the tortoise serpent finally devised a plan in its sluggish mind. In that case, following the rules of the sect, you two shall compete against each other. The victor shall receive the Yun Shui Tu Lu. The tortoise serpent seemed pleased with its own solution. It shook its body, stirring its stiff form. Swords fell from its body, cascading down in an unusual trajectory to land at the edges of the sword forest, expanding its boundaries. Disciples of Yin Shui Tiangong respect and care for one another. During your duel, be mindful to hold back, the tortoise serpent cautioned in its aged voice. Then a multitude of swords flew from its body, embedding themselves around Li Fan and Sikong leaving a vacant space in the center, forming a natural arena. Now you may begin, the tortoise serpent intoned somberly. Li Fan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Grandmaster, I will certainly spare Bailey Shitty's life. Bailey Chen remained silent, but the murderous intent in his eyes reached its zenith. Above him, 21 rotating blue water swords suddenly appeared, forming a sword formation that howled towards Li Fan. However, Li Fan merely extended his right hand, gently grasping at Bailey Chun. As the dust settled, it was as though an invisible net had ensnared Bailey Chun mid-air, rendering him immobile. The 24 water swords dissipated mid-flight. After having lain dormant for millennia, Tai Yi was now animatedly narrating the unfolding scene, albeit his seemingly rusted mind caused his commentary to lag behind events. Ah, well done. It is the Ding Hai sword technique. You have mastered 21 swords. You are close to perfection. Huh, is that the self-binding technique of that little insect? Unexpectedly, it was passed on to outsiders. Within the eerie commentary of the turtle snake creature, by Li Chun and Si Kong, he displayed expressions of unparalleled astonishment. It was strikingly identical to the techniques employed by the strange figure within the Lien Yao Tower. Escaping from that enigmatic figure was one thing, but to acquire his divine abilities? How is this possible? Could it be that this individual was truly a disciple of the Yun Shui Tiangong? Otherwise, all of this would be utterly inexplicable. Yet, the disciples of Yin Shui Tiangong had clearly perished in the cataclysm thousands of years ago. Who exactly was he? An overwhelming tide of confusion and dread surged within by Li Chun and Si Kongyi. This individual was far too mysterious, should he fall into his hands. Gazing at Li Fan's benevolent visage, the two could not help but shudder. We must flee. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the turtle snake creature and Li Fan, a peculiar scene unfolded. By Li Chun, ensnared by the binding insect, shifted his form and instantly transformed into Si Kong Yi. Meanwhile, Si Kong Yi, who was observing the battle, now bore the likeness of Bai Li Chun. It was not merely a change in appearance. Their essence, cultivation, and even the lethal aura that Li Fan had locked onto were exchanged in an instant. Li Fan's expression changed, yet he heard Bai Li Chun cry out, I concede. I acknowledge my inferiority. Allow me to relinquish the Yun Shui Tu Lu to my senior brother. Please, Grandmaster Tai Yi, send me away from this Yun Shui Tiangong. The turtle snake creature, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle, was about to ponder further when Bai Li Chen's exclamation interrupted him. You wish to leave here? Yes, departing is good. Departing is indeed good. The turtle snake creature mused as a layer of blue light enveloped Bai Li Chun. His form twisted, casting a resentful glance at Li Fan before vanishing without a trace. In stark contrast, Si Kong Yi, bound by Li Fan, swiftly lost all vitality, gradually turning to ash beneath Li Fan's gaze, reminiscent of the earlier events within the Lien Yao Tower. In Li Fan's perception, beyond the Yun Shui Tiangong, Si Kong Yi reappeared beside Bai Li Chun. Both were exerting their utmost effort to flee. Think you can escape? It is not so simple. Under the lock of the lethal aura, As long as they were not too far apart, they would never elude Li Fan's grasp. Rather than pursuing hastily, Li Fan began to inquire of the turtle snake creature. Grandmaster Tai, may I ask what cultivation technique Bai Li Chun has mastered? The ability to change forms is quite remarkable. It sounds somewhat familiar. I believe I have heard of it before. After a moment, he lamented, I am getting old. My memory is not what it used to be. I cannot recall. Well, while I still remember, I shall entrust you with the Yun Shui Tu Lu. The black serpent entwined around Tai Yi's head opened its mouth, and a small, resplendent model of the Yun Shui Tiangong gradually floated before Li Fan. As he held it in his hands, he sensed the information emerging in his mind, leading him to a state of astonishment. Is this it? This is worth 100,000 contribution points? It appears that the Yun Shui Tu Lu is truly, as it seems, merely a miniature model of the Yun Shui Tiangong. Every detail of the grand architecture within the Yun Shui Tiangong had been meticulously rendered. Moreover, it contained remnants of the divine consciousness left behind by the disciples of Yun Shui Tiangong, preserved in a unique manner, resulting in miniature figures that moved within this diminutive representation of the Yun Shui Tiangong. Chapter 88. The Extermination of Sikong E. Traversing through this vibrant model, one could almost relive the experiences of the bygone Yun Shui Tiangong. However, apart from this, the Yun Shui Tu Lu appear to possess no other remarkable function. Perhaps it would be more aptly named Yun Shui Tu Lu, or could there be some hidden secret within? Otherwise, why would anyone offer a reward of 100,000 contribution points? An array of questions surged within Li Fan's mind. However, this was not the time for deep inquiry. Stowing the colorful model into his storage ring, Li Fan bowed to the turtle snake creature. Grandmaster Tai Yi, please send me away from here. I have matters to attend to regarding Bai Li Chun. Moments later, Tai Yi's aged voice resonated. Yes, departing is good. Departing is indeed good. His response mirrored that when he sent Bai Li Chun away. A surge of blue light enveloped Li Fan, and subsequently, his figure vanished. The Tai Hall once again fell into prolonged silence. After an indeterminate duration, a peculiar sound shattered this tranquility. Zzz. It was akin to blades grinding against a whetstone or a great serpent shedding its old skin. With each sound, countless illusory blades emerged from the void, embedding themselves in the turtle snake creature. Boom! Pain! It hurts! Tai Yi's aged yet frenzied voice resonated throughout the entirety of Yun Shui Tiangong. Within the shrouded buildings, various terrifying sounds echoed in response. The phantom blades of the remnants surged like a torrential downpour. Roar! The turtle snake creature's figure ultimately vanished, leaving behind an empty Tai Yi hall and an ever-expanding forest of swords, silently witnessing Tai Yi's eternal agony. The Tsongyan Hai. However, I had already departed from the Central Sea area, beyond the remnants of Yun Shui Tiangong. Sensing the positions of Sikong E and Bai Li Chun, Li Fan activated his shadow-following technique and closely pursued. Simultaneously, the dormant lethal aura suddenly surged into action. Sikong E and Bai Li Chun were immediately met with an ambush, their speed significantly hampered. Meanwhile, Li Fan's pace quickened. The distance narrowed, and before long, the figures of the two became vaguely visible. Who exactly are you? I have already relinquished the Yun Shui Tu Lu to you. Why do you continue to pursue us? Sikong Yi's furious voice rang out. Li Fan remained silent, merely accelerating his speed. This is truly intolerable. Observing this, Sikong Yi abandoned his escape, turning to confront Li Fan. Waves of golden sword energy emerged around him, coiling and swirling like a soaring dragon. With a mere gesture from Sikong Yi, the sword energy surged forth like a legion of flying dragons, charging towards Li Fan. Meanwhile, Bai Li Chun, unbeknownst to the secret technique employed, dramatically increased his speed, attempting to flee towards a distant island. A clever strategy, indeed. However, I was already prepared. Li Fan gazed at the two, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Ever since he learned from Jiao Xiao that Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chun often acted in tandem, he had specifically acquired targeted artifacts during his time in the Tianxian realm to deal with them more effectively. Before him materialized a shield encircled in flames, effortlessly deflecting Sikong Yi's golden sword energy. The Qihua shield, costing 350 contribution points, had a natural counter to Sikong Yi's metal-attributed sword energy. Li Fan then retrieved a black chain from his storage ring, one end aimed at Sikong Yi, while the other targeted by Li Chun. With a gentle toss, the black chain rapidly extended, ensnaring both Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chun in an instant. The chain tightened abruptly. The soul lock chain, which Li Fan had commissioned from a foundation-building craftsman of the Wan Xian Alliance for 958 contribution points, bound the two together, preventing them from straying too far apart. Finally, observing the two ensnared together, Li Fan produced a formation diagram, the Qing Mu Zihua formation, a formidable array costing a staggering 1,500 contribution points. Once activated, it was said that even a typical Qi refinement practitioner would be reduced to ashes in less than a quarter of an hour. Expressionless, Li Fan initiated the grand formation, enveloping Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chun. The entire sequence, from Li Fan blocking Sikong Yi's golden sword energy to trapping the two within the grand formation, transpired in the blink of an eye. The two individuals were utterly unprepared to react and found themselves ensnared, unable to escape. Who are you truly? S.K. Ing-Y observed that every move made by LFN was incredibly targeted, leaving no doubt that he had been plotting for a long time. LFN remained silent, employing the SHCH in divine ability to bind BILCH, ignoring S.K. Ing-Y's curses. LFN activated the Great Formation, incinerating S.K. Ing-Y. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, S.K. Ing-Y was reduced to ash. Yet, the sky above showed no signs of aberration. Soon, the scene LFN had anticipated unfolded. Bazida be yelesisa antum gravi materialisa. After a writhing motion, it slowly took on a corporeal form. S.K. Ing-Y had revived once more. Narrowing his eyes, LFN activated the formation again. The screams echoed incessantly. S.K. Ing-Y met his demise yet again. This time, upon revival, his cultivation level plummeted from the late stage of Qi refinement to the mid-stage. LFN appeared to grasp something profound. The purple flames danced, heralding yet another bout of death for S.K. Ing-Y. This time, his curses transformed into pleas for mercy, evolving into desperate, tearful supplications. However, Elif and Remende moved. Having seized the Y in Shu TL, valued at 100,000 contribution points, he had already forged an unbreakable enmity with S.K. Ing-Y. Even if he could not extract the secrets hidden within him, LFN would never allow him to leave. The Q-Ing-MZ who formation was unleashed in succession. Before long, S.K. Ing-Y had regressed to the initial stage of Qi refinement. Despair etched across his visage. He collapsed, begging LFN for mercy. In a bid for survival, he chose to divulge the secrets he possessed. LFN listened intently, his expression shifting continually. Ultimately, with a flash of purple flames, after dying 3 times, S.K. Ing-Y could not revive again. Following his demise, BILCH and also turned to dust, vanishing entirely from the realms of existence. In the spot where S.K. Ing-Y had disappeared, a black token floated silently in the air. The bearer of this token would command the TUT-in Hu-in our sect. Chapter 89. TUT-in Hu-in our sect. The fall of a Qi refinement practitioner compared to that of a foundation establishment practitioner resonated with far less grandeur. There were no dazzling displays akin to celestial fireworks, only 2 streaks of crimson clouds abruptly materializing in the sky. The Qi refinement practitioner, S.K. Ing-Y, who had cultivated for 35 years, was slain by the Qi refinement practitioner LFN in the Tsong YNC region. The Qi refinement practitioner BILCHN, with merely 3 years of cultivation, met the same fate at the hands of LFN. Now, with their lives extinguished, they returned to the heavens. Beneath the fiery clouds, LFN stood silently, caressing the TUT-in Hu-in our token in his hand. After a long while, he finally restrained the surging greed within his heart. Such a treasure, yet alas, it is not aligned with my path. The TUT-in Hu-in our token is the ultimate treasure of the TUT-in Hu-in our sect, a secretive sect that has existed since ancient times. Unlike other sects that establish bases and gather disciples, the TUT-in Hu-in our sect does not maintain a fixed location, often having only one successor per generation. Therefore, while other sects face the chaotic turbulence of calamity, the TUT in Hu in our sect remains largely unaffected. The longevity of the TUT in Hu in our sect, despite having only one disciple at a time, is significantly attributed to its unique cultivation method. TUTN. This allows the practitioner to utilize their essence blood and certain special materials to create a unique avatar. Unlike conventional external incarnation techniques, this avatar possesses its own appearance, aura, soul, realm, and cultivation level, even harboring its own distinct fortune. It can be regarded as an entirely different individual. Huin are. When crafting the avatar, if some remains of deceased practitioners or the essence blood of living practitioners are infused, a portion of the original's innate talents and fortunes can be transferred to the avatar. Naturally, this alone does not fully showcase the prowess of the TUT in Hu in our sect. The TUT in Hu in our Jew, in conjunction with the token in LFN's possession, forms the complete embodiment of its power. This TUT in Hu in our token was forged by SK Ingyu, the 38th generation successor of the TUT in Hu in our sect. Thousands of years ago, witnessing the calamity firsthand, where countless practitioners slaughtered one another, she was gripped by fear and desperately sought a means of survival. After a century of painstaking research into various forging techniques, she ultimately crafted this TUT in Hu in our token. The token possesses boundless utility, offering an expansive storage space. Once refined, it allows for free transfer between the true body and the avatar, disregarding spatial distance. Most importantly, she utilized the TUT in Hu in our Jew to transfer the essence of life from both the avatar and the true body onto this token. As long as the token remains intact, even if the true body and avatar are slain, a new body can be reconstructed by consuming the essence blood accumulated within the token, thus achieving resurrection. In simpler terms, once the cultivation method is perfected, what is presented to the outside world, be it the true body or the avatar, is merely a shell. The TUT in Hu in our token is the true essence. Although this method has been altered by SK Ingyu into something rather sinister, it proves to be highly effective. For thousands of years, the disciples of the TUT in Hu in our sect have managed to emerge unscathed from perilous situations thanks to this bizarre technique, ensuring its survival for millennia. The TUT in Hu in our Jew is not without its fatal flaws. For example, a certain distance must be maintained between the true body and the avatar. The greater the distance, the more the avatar's power diminishes. If the limit is exceeded, only the initial stage of chi refinement will remain. Additionally, since the essence of life is anchored to the token, when disciples of the TUT in Hu in our sect die, a portion of their residual souls remains bound within the token, unable to be freed. These residual souls often retain fragments of significant memories from their previous lives. In times of crisis, the token's bearer can release them to confront adversaries. LFN's consciousness entered the TUT in Hu in our token, revealing a vast storage space that was, however, eerily empty. Only SK Ingyu and another indistinct residual soul floated aimlessly within. His spiritual awareness transformed into a colossal hand, grasping both residual souls to delve into their lingering memories. After considerable time, LFN finally comprehended how the 1,000-year-old TUT in Hu in our sect had fallen into such disarray. The origins of this decline can be traced back to SK Ingyu's unscrupulous master, SK Ingb. For a millennium, the TUT in Hu in our sect had navigated various perils unscathed, which led to an inflated sense of security and increasingly reckless behavior. Under SK Ingb, this reached its zenith on a distant continent, having broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. SK Ingb became dissatisfied with the avatar he had previously crafted. Thus, he resolved to gather materials for a reforging. Coincidentally, he encountered a 5- or 6-year-old child in a remote mountain village. The child possessed an innate celestial body, exhibiting immense strength and an astonishing cultivation speed. At such a young age, the child had already achieved perfection in chi refinement and was poised to establish a foundation. This prospect stirred SK Ingb's desires. After discreetly observing for a time, he discerned the child's extraordinary fortune. If he could usurp this child's fortune, the avatar he crafted would undoubtedly be remarkable. Blinded by greed, SK Ingb, one fateful night, attempted to siphon the child's essence blood while the child slept. Unbeknownst to him, the child had already been selected by a powerful Yuan master, who, facing impending demise, sought a suitable vessel for possession. This Yuan master, aware that such possession would likely damage the child's foundation, would never allow such an event to transpire. Thus, he adopted an extreme method, transforming himself into a wondrous entity of heaven and earth, waiting for the moment the young child established their foundation, allowing for a perfect fusion. Indeed, according to the remnants of B's memories, it is possible for a human to be refined into a celestial marvel. In fact, a significant portion of the wondrous entities that continuously emerge between heaven and earth are transformed from fallen cultivators. When a cultivator perishes, the phrase returning to the heavens is not merely an empty saying. The path of the cultivator, after undergoing years of transformation by heaven and earth, will gradually form various unique entities based on their personality and the characteristics of the techniques they practiced in life. What cannot be cultivated in life must still find its purpose in death, such as the attitude of this realm towards cultivators. Chapter 90. All matters have their causes. Li Fan had witnessed numerous celestial marvels. Setting aside the Songhai Pearl, which is a manifestation of the will of the Cloud Sea, there were also Ko Hong's Dragon Branch and Dao Xuanzi's Rusty Sword Daoxian. In retrospect, it is highly likely that these were once the transformations of fallen cultivators. The Dragon Branch is a manifestation of swallowing in the pursuit of small victories, while the Rusty Sword Dao Xian embodies an indomitable will, possessing the ability to slow down rusting. One can faintly discern the shadows of the cultivators within them. Suddenly learning the secrets of these celestial marvels startled Li Fan. However, having witnessed grand spectacles such as the Qian Burning Sea, he quickly regained his composure. To Li Fan, the conflict between this realm and the cultivators had evidently reached a critical point. Under such heightened tensions, any bizarre occurrences could unfold. Li Fan continued to delve into B's memories. That Yuaning powerhouse had already transformed himself into a foundational marvel and had attached himself to the young child. Generally, he remained in a dormant state, awakening only to guide the child's cultivation or in the face of life-threatening danger. Thus, he had not detected B's covert observation and malicious intent. It was only that fateful night when B attempted to extract the child's essence blood that he was awakened. The Yuaning powerhouse was immediately filled with fury. This child was the key to his potential ascension to divinity and unity with the cosmos, and he would not allow anyone to covet him. He immediately revealed himself as a green willow, intending to slay B on the spot. One was a celestial marvel transformed from a Yuan cultivator, while the other was significantly diminished in strength. For a time, the two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. After a prolonged duel, both sustained severe injuries and began to contemplate retreat. At that moment, the young child suddenly appeared, his demeanor cold and indifferent, starkly contrasting the innocent 5- or 6-year-old child he once was. His cultivation had already reached the limits of qi refinement, and with celestial marvels at his disposal, he could step into the foundational realm at any moment. The green willow sensed an ominous turn of events. He attempted to flee, but it was too late. During his slumber, the young child had already laid numerous restrictions upon him. Suddenly activated, the green willow was instantly drawn into the child's body and completely refined within moments. Witnessing this scene, B was filled with dread and fled. The young child, though newly entered into the foundational stage, moved with an air of mastery. Each gesture and technique struck true at B's vital points, seemingly possessing profound knowledge of his background. Every time B attempted to separate from his avatar to escape, that avatar was swiftly destroyed. The two engaged in a relentless chase until B's avatar was entirely obliterated, and he himself was gravely wounded, left with no options. He was compelled to release the remnants of his former sex elders contained within the stealing heaven to exchange Sun Order, hoping to delay his pursuer momentarily. Those remnants did indeed cause some disruption for the young child, allowing B to distance himself. However, he soon beheld a purple thunderbolt descending from the heavens, obliterating all remnants into ashes. Terrified, B fled in a panic, ultimately escaping to the remote Cloud Sea region, where he finally halted. Unfortunately, His injuries were too severe, and he did not linger long in the Cloud Sea before meeting his end. In his final moments, S.K. Ingby found S.K. Ing-Y and took him as a disciple. He hastily passed on the stealing heaven to exchange sun technique and token before perishing. As for S.K. Ing-Y's memories, they were far simpler compared to the harrowing experiences of his master. Although he inherited the stealing heaven to exchange sun sex teachings, his master left him almost nothing at the time of his death. Being a loose cultivator was incredibly challenging, as even gathering materials to refine an avatar proved difficult. Thus, he ventured into self-cultivation until he reached the Chi refinement stage, at which point he decisively chose to join the 10,000 Immortal Alliance. After breaking through to the mid-Chi refinement stage, he began collecting materials to create his own avatar. By chance, during an exploration of the ocean depths, he stumbled upon a corpse. S.K. Ing-Y sensed that this corpse was extraordinary, perhaps belonging to a formidable cultivator in life. Consequently, he used it as material to forge his own avatar, which became Bilchn. As the avatar was successfully refined, a series of hazy images appeared in his mind. It turned out that this corpse belonged to a disciple of the ancient Y in Shu Tianying. When a great calamity struck, he sustained severe injuries and escaped from the Y in Shu Tianying, but could not endure for long, ultimately perishing in the sea. Thousands of years later, he was refined into an avatar by S.K. Ing-Y. Through this avatar, S.K. Ing-Y not only acquired a technique called the D-Ing-Hishngn, but also learned some secrets from the Y in Shu Tianying. Moreover, the Y in Shu Tianying had long been concealed by a grand formation, hidden from the world. S.K. Ing-Y found himself unable to explore further. Later, upon discovering the coveted object worth a staggering 100,000 contribution points, the Y in Shu TL was located within the Y in Shu Tianying. He was filled with excitement, realizing that his opportunity had arrived. He remained vigilant for any anomalies in the Central Sea region, quietly awaiting the opening of the Y in Shu Tianying. After 11 years, when the Y in Shu Tianying reappeared in the world, he entered without delay, hoping to obtain the Y in Shu TL and secure 100,000 contribution points, thus paving a smooth path for his cultivation. However, he unexpectedly encountered Li Fan. Even in death, S.K. Ing-Y did not know who had ultimately slain him or how that person had noticed him. He had taken his master's lessons to heart, proceeding with extreme caution. Feeling the deep-seated unwillingness within S.K. Ing-Y's fading soul, Li Fan maintained an expression of calm. He summoned the blue flame phantom spirit, completely annihilating both remnants. Had it not been for me, S.K. Ing-Y would likely have successfully acquired the Y in Shu TL, exchanged it for 100,000 contribution points, and then departed from the Cloud Sea through a long-distance teleportation array before anyone realized. In a previous life, many had witnessed S.K. Ing-Y leave alone via the teleportation array, while no one had paid attention to Bilchn. Perhaps this was a stratagem employed by S.K. Ing-Y to escape unnoticed. Ultimately, he probably did not leave the Cloud Sea at all. There was no need to deceive the T-In-Su-In mirror. He merely needed to vanish from the sight of those envious of the 100,000 contribution points. Indeed, it was a clever strategy, and perhaps I could employ it in this life. After all, the allure of 100,000 contribution points is simply too great. Li Fan stowed away the stealing heaven to exchange Sun Order into his storage ring and flew toward a nearby island. This journey to the Y in Shu Tianying had yielded immense rewards, perhaps even overwhelming. He needed time to thoroughly digest it all. Chapter 91. The desire to refine an avatar. Quickly look. A mysterious sect sealed for 1,000 years reappears in the world. The General Senior Brother attempts to act inappropriately at midnight. Confidential intelligence. 10 contribution points per copy. Honest and fair for all. Initially, these were the pieces of intelligence sold by G. Oshiun, solely related to the first trial of the Q-NT-ing examination. However, as this was first-hand information, it still sold for a high price of 30 contribution points per copy. G. Oshiun profited greatly as a result, leading to a subsequent decline in prices. Indeed, due to the limited number of initial explorers, the information currently circulating in the market is confined to the Qin Tang Stone statue and a few surrounding anomalies. The deeper regions of Yinshui Tiangong, such as the Lianyao Tower and Tai Hall, remain shrouded in mystery. The techniques imparted by Qin Tang, including the Yinshui Huanyangong, the Bugmaster S binding magic. The Yinshui Tulu and the treasures acquired from Sikong, namely the Dinghai Shanjian and the Tu Tian Huan Riju, present an intriguing array of choices. However, as the adage goes, one cannot savor too much at once. Thus, careful selection must be exercised regarding which new techniques to cultivate. Among them, the bug binding is an innate ability that requires no further training. The Yinshui Huan Gong, with its myriad applications, is essential for Li Fan's forthcoming plans and must be mastered. The Tu Tian Huan Riju can also be practiced, although Li Fan's consciousness merely brushed over the Tu Tian Huan Ri Ling within his storage ring. The method for crafting avatars is worth exploring, yet the technique created later by Sikong Yu, which transforms the essence of life into the Tu Tian Huan Ri Ling, is deemed unnecessary to cultivate. In Li Fan's view, Sikong Yu's life-preserving method falls short of perfection. After all, if one were to trap both the true self and the avatar, annihilation would ensue, rendering any notion of resurrection a mere jest. In this world, what could rival his Zhen in terms of self-preservation? There is no need to forsake the fundamental for the trivial. Moreover, gazing at the slightly eerie, seemingly living talisman, Li Fan felt a flicker of foreboding. The question of who is truly swapping remains ambiguous, and he would rather avoid that risk, choosing to set it aside for now, to be validated at a later opportunity. The Dinghai Shanjian can be cultivated up to the Golden Core realm, and upon reaching full mastery, one can condense 108 Dinghai swords within the Dantian. This technique is formidable. It can unleash an array of swords in a single strike or form a Dinghai sword formation against a multitude, rendering it a top-tier offensive art. Although its might is impressive, there is no rush to undertake its cultivation. Presently, he has been anchored for 12 years. In his previous life, Qian Fenhai was anchored for 31 years. He had previously hesitated to partake in this significant event, yet with newfound opportunities. If he could employ an avatar alongside the Yinshui Huan Gong, even if his true self fled to distant continents, he could still stir up a tempest within the vast Yunhai. In an instant, various schemes flashed through Li Fan's mind. After some time, he set them aside for the moment. He retrieved a small, multicolored model from his storage ring, examining it closely. Had he not personally acquired this item from Tai, he might have doubted its authenticity as the legendary Yinshui Tulu. After some investigation, he still could not discern any secrets within it, prompting a sigh of disappointment. Perhaps it truly conceals a mystery, but if it cannot be deciphered, it is akin to refuse in his hands. Trading it for 100,000 contribution points would be the most fitting course of action. However, presenting it himself would be too conspicuous. He must first create an avatar. Li Fan checked his current contribution points. Having spent nearly all of them to confront Sikong Yi, only a little over 500 remained. Fortunately, the materials needed to craft an avatar were not overly expensive. He procured the extreme bone, Tianling milk, and shattered bone treasure tendon, gathering them into his pouch. Finally, with only 135 contribution points left, he acquired all the materials except for the last one, Tianjing Lingsha. As for the Tianjing Lingsha, according to Sikong Es memories, it could be harvested from a certain location within the Tsongyan Sea. Subsequently, Li Fan activated the auxiliary cultivation mode and began practicing the Tu Tian Huan Riju. Both the life force and fate are enigmatic, difficult to sense, yet they undeniably exist. With the enhancement from the Qi Ling, Li Fan spent 3 days cultivating it to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, leaving him with a meager 35 contribution points. Regardless, reaching the mid-stage of the Tu Tian Huan Riju sufficed for avatar creation, so he decided to halt his training. Carrying the materials, Li Fan utilized the teleportation array to leave Wanxian Island, arriving at the western sea region of Tsongyun Hai, Lingyun Island. The site of the Tianjing Lingsha was not far from Lingyun Island. After greeting the guardians of Lingyun Island, Li Fan activated the concealment talisman and flew toward the location imprinted in his memory. Days passed as he traveled, until he halted above a sea surface riddled with whirlpools, then dove beneath the waves. The water here was relatively shallow, reaching the bottom after only 300 to 400 meters. Scattered remnants of collapsed structures indicated this was a site of ruins, which appeared quite expansive, allowing one to vaguely envision its former splendor. However, the reason for its submersion remains unknown. Such ruins are commonplace throughout Tsongyun Hai, and Li Fan found nothing unusual. After all, upon his arrival in Tsongyun Hai, He had heard tales of devastating storms sinking hundreds of islands. Approaching a tilted, square monolith, Li Fan squeezed through the crevices of the stone. Inside, it resembled a pitch-black cavern, illuminated by hundreds of glowing jellyfish drifting within like moving stars. The ground of the cavern was carpeted with fine, sparkling sand. At the center, a massive stone had been hollowed out, becoming the home of the jellyfish. The luminous sand on the floor was indeed the Tianjing Lingsha. Li Fan collected the sand and cast a glance at the giant stone, marveling at the wonders of creation. This was also a place discovered by Sikong Yi by chance. The central stone was merely an ordinary Tianling ore, yet after being consumed and digested by these unknown jellyfish, it transformed into the precious material, Tianjing Lingsha. This was truly incredible. One must understand that even foundation-level artifact craftsmen require considerable effort to refine it. Chapter 92. Li Fan and Lin Fan, with all materials gathered. It was time to begin crafting the avatar. Naturally, this could not be conducted under the watchful eyes of the Wanxian Alliance as Tianxian Mirror. Li Fan contemplated and continued his flight westward. There, on an uninhabited small island, lay a cave once established by Sikong Yi, where he had concealed himself to craft his avatar. Thus, Li Fan resolved to head toward that cave. After 2 days of flight, nearing the deserted island, Li Fan sensed the presence of someone on the island, causing him to be alert, thus concealing his form and stealthily approaching. Oddly enough, the voice he heard from afar seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the furtive figure as Jiao Shuyuan, who was scratching his head with one hand while scrutinizing a square object in his other hand. The item appeared akin to a compass, albeit with much more intricate patterns and symbols. A red light emanated from it, spreading outward. This cannot be. I must not have misidentified the location. Yet, why is the spirit discrimination plate ineffective? Jiao Shuyuan pondered. What are you searching for? At that moment, Li Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Jiao Shuyuan jumped, nearly dropping the spirit discrimination plate. Sikong Douyu. He turned, gazing at the figure suddenly appearing before him, obscured by the concealment talisman, rendering his appearance indistinguishable, and cautiously inquired. Previously, you sent someone to stealthily follow us, aiming to infiltrate my cave while I was away? Li Fan's voice was cold, tinged with displeasure. Jiao Shuyuan chuckled nervously. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. His eyes darted as he quickly asked, May I inquire about the whereabouts of Baili Daoyu? Li Fan remained silent, directly producing the Qingmu Zihua array diagram and enveloping Jiao Shuyuan within it. The purple flames blazed as Jiao Shuyuan screamed in agony, turning to ash. The air filled with the scent reminiscent of charred wood. It was indeed a puppet. Li Fan was not surprised, casting his gaze toward the uninhabited island. He activated the 2 Tian Huan Riju, sensing the existence of a cave hidden within the island's forest. He soared toward it, stopping before an unremarkable coconut tree. With a gentle touch, Li Fan felt a sudden pull beneath the imprint of his breath. Releasing his resistance, he found himself entering the tree. Although referred to as a cave dwelling, it was quite rudimentary, barely accommodating 2 individuals without feeling cramped. There was nothing of considerable value inside. However, Li Fan merely intended to make use of this place, without any particular expectations. He also harbored no concerns about any retaliation from Jiao Shuyuan, as the act of intruding upon another's dwelling was undeniably disgraceful. Moreover, this location was exceedingly remote, even if Jiao wished to seek vengeance. By the time he traveled the considerable distance, Li Fan would have long since cultivated his avatar and departed. Li Fan ceased to ponder such trifles and began extracting the necessary materials, focusing his mind and commencing the alchemical process. This time, while refining his avatar, he did not intend to expend excessive effort to usurp the fate of other cultivators. In his plan, this avatar was merely a tool to create a diversion, drawing the gaze of many while he acquired the requisite contribution points. This avatar was also meant to remain behind, observing the fiery sea of Qi Yin. Since an inevitable demise awaited all, there was no need for excessive caution. The alchemical process commenced. Li Fan retrieved a portion of his essence blood, utilizing it as the core, and skillfully controlled the blood of myriad beasts and the flesh of countless creatures to amalgamate and shape it into a humanoid form. Subsequently, he activated his cultivation technique, sensing the various fates adrift in the cosmos. These drifting fates predominantly belonged to the flora and fauna inhabiting the surrounding islands, each one faint yet abundant in quantity. Li Fan meticulously extracted a thread from each of these fleeting fates, gathering them in one place. As the number of fates he extracted increased, his control became progressively more strenuous. Recognizing the perils of greed, he refrained from further extraction, lest he provoke a backlash from the fates. Upon reaching the limit of controllable fates, Li Fan ceased his endeavors and infused this newly acquired blank fate into the mass of flesh and blood before him. Instantly, a faint vitality began to emanate from it. The refining process was already more than halfway successful. Li Fan then proceeded to add the remaining materials one by one. Bones, organs, skin, and hair gradually took shape. Thereafter, Li Fan adjusted the avatar's appearance, ensuring it was neither overly handsome nor excessively unattractive, but rather an ordinary face that would easily blend into a crowd. Moments later, a vacant expression materialized before him. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. Next came the final step. Li Fan concentrata, pointing at the top of the avatar's head. Sever. He severed the connection between the avatar's fate and its origin. The avatar was now a self-sufficient entity. Li Fan and the avatar exchanged glances, experiencing the novelty of having an additional body and a fresh perspective. This sensation was rather extraordinary. Maneuvering the avatar to walk, lie down, and stand, Li Fan gradually acclimated to this new experience. He retrieved clothing from his storage ring for the avatar to wear, and the avatar bowed to his true self, greeting him with "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Li Fan smiled and replied, "From now on, you shall be called Lin Fan." Understood. The avatar, Lin Fan, stood at a slightly lower cultivation level than Li Fan, possessing only mid-stage chi refinement prowess, and lacked any cultivation technique, merely possessing a body of cultivation. With the avatar successfully refined, the next step was to facilitate its entry into the Wan Xian Meng, which did not require Li Fan's introduction. Lin Fan, adorned with a storage ring containing the Yun Shui Tu Lu, soared towards Ling Yun Island. Li Fan quietly trailed behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, no unexpected events transpired. Upon successfully reaching Ling Yun Island's guardian, Lin Fan expressed his desire to join the Wan Xian Meng. The response was unequivocally affirmative. Following a familiar process, Lin Fan arrived at Wan Xian Island and activated his Tian Xianjing space. Meanwhile, Li Fan focused intently, sensing the situation on Lin Fan's end. The Tian Xianjing remained silent for an unusually prolonged duration, leading Li Fan to wonder if something had gone awry. Eventually, the voice of the Tian Xianjing resonated once more. Unable to discern the authenticity of Yun Shui Tu Lu, please hold. The task publisher requests to visit your space. Do you accept? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, but promptly chose to agree. A moment later, an elderly man with white hair and a kindly visage appeared before Lin Fan. The old man emitted no aura of a cultivator, resembling an ordinary mortal. Lin Fan, of course, could not regard him as merely an ordinary person. Undoubtedly, his cultivation level surpassed the range Lin Fan could currently sense, leading him to exercise greater caution. He performed a respectful bow, addressing him as senior. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Are you the one who wishes to present the Yun Shui Tu Lu?" Li Fan nodded and subsequently extended the colorful model towards him. The old man accepted the miniature Yun Shui Tiangong, scrutinizing it closely, his eyes revealing a profound sense of nostalgia. Indeed, this is it. Han Hai Tai, Yifu Yun, it has been a long time. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the elder's words. He stood silently to the side, too apprehensive to move, given the implications of his words. This elder was evidently of the same generation as the revered Tai Yi. The destruction of the Yun Shui Tiangong had occurred an unfathomable time ago. How could he have survived until now? It was known that after the Great Calamity, cultivators were generally subjected to the malice of heaven and earth, no longer able to enjoy the longevity of ancient cultivators. Living for a millennium had become exceedingly arduous. What kind of cultivation could allow one to endure for such a duration? Transformation into deity? Harmonization with the Tao? Lin Fan dared not speculate recklessly, but his vigilance intensified. In a world where immortal methods could not be simultaneously cultivated, surviving from the time of the Great Calamity until now. Such a formidable figure, If one truly believed he would be as benign as he appeared, it would be exceedingly naive. The white-haired elder observed the somewhat anxious Lin Fan and smiled gently. "What is the current state of the Yun Shui Tiangong?" he inquired. Lin Fan then detailed the transformation of Qin Tang into a stone statue, the alchemical prowess of the insect Taoist, and the presence of Tai Yi, who was pierced with remnants of swords. Were it not for special circumstances, I would not have been unable to enter the Yun Shui Tiangong, nor would I have remained a bystander as they suffered. After a prolonged silence, the elder expressed an endless sense of nostalgia. "To have survived from the Yun Shui Tiangong, you possess a degree of astuteness." Assessing Lin Fan, the elder offered his approval. "It is merely luck," Lin Fan humbly replied. "I have another request. May I inquire if you would be willing?" The white-haired elder abruptly posed the question. "Please, feel free to speak, senior. If you have time, would you run another errand to the Yun Shui Tiangong for me and place this item there?" The elder produced a small white jade statue and handed it to Lin Fan. This white jade statue bore no special aura, appearing to be merely carved from ordinary jade. The likeness of the statue was identical to that of the elder standing before him. "Since I cannot personally enter the Yun Shui Tiangong, let this statue accompany them in my stead. As for the compensation," the white-haired elder pondered for a moment, then pointed at Lin Fan's forehead. Instantly, a multitude of information flooded Lin Fan's mind. With his mid-stage Qi refinement consciousness, he was momentarily overwhelmed, feeling dizzy and his head swelling. Meanwhile, the desired contribution points had been successfully credited, gradually sorting through the vast amount of information in his mind. Lin Fan eventually discerned that the elder's compensation was the Tian Yixian Jing. It was not a cultivation technique, but rather a medical scripture encompassing studies on human physiology, pathology, diagnosis, treatment, and pharmacology, extending even to various animals and plants in the world, truly an all-encompassing compendium. The vastness of the information was such that Lin Fan estimated that merely reading through it once would require at least a decade of his time. This immense and invaluable repository of knowledge was casually passed on to Lin Fan by the white-haired elder. While it was undoubtedly a treasure, the effort required to absorb it was daunting, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. Lin Fan could not afford to be negligent regarding the elder's commission, especially since the esteemed figure had already provided his remuneration in advance. Consequently, Lin Fan made another trip to Yun Shui Tiangong. He initially expected that upon re-entering, he would once again undergo the dream trial set by his senior brother Qin Tang. However, after the statue in his storage ring emitted a burst of white light, Lin Fan found himself directly before the entrance of Yun Shui Tiangong. The statue detached itself from Lin Fan's storage ring and ascended into the sky, gradually dissolving like melting ice and snow. Was this task truly complete? It seemed rather too effortless and smooth. Lin Fan could not shake the feeling of doubt. After lingering for a moment without any unusual occurrences within Yun Shui Tiangong, he could not discern the statue's purpose. With no further insights, Lin Fan chose to depart. He had initially planned for his avatar to accumulate 100,000 contribution points, exchange them for the necessary techniques and treasures, and then pass them on to his main self. Much like in his previous life when Xiao Heng exchanged for the Xiaoyan water technique and sent it to Li Fan. Yet after encountering the white-haired elder, Li Fan abandoned this notion. It appeared prudent for the avatar and the main self to maintain a clear separation. The elder exuded an aura of extreme danger, and now that his avatar was under the elder's scrutiny, any hasty interaction between the two could risk revealing their connection. Given the extraordinary nature of the Tui Tan Huan Riju, even if the elder possessed formidable cultivation, there was no guarantee he would not be tempted. After all, in this perilous realm of cultivation, individuals could be refined into extraordinary beings. Thus, caution was paramount. As for whether the 100,000 contribution points would go to waste in the hands of the avatar, there was no need for concern. In this world, the most precious resource was the vast array of knowledge, including techniques. While the avatar absorbed various knowledge, it was as if the main self was concurrently learning. Therefore, the expenditure of these contribution points by the avatar would yield the same benefit as if the main self had spent them. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Fan first searched for information regarding the ancient wars. During his time in Yun Shui Tiangong, he had been particularly intrigued by the frontline battles frequently mentioned by Qin Tang and the insect Taoist. That conflict seemed to have been quite brutal, leaving an indelible mark on them even after their transformation into peculiar beings. Soon, Lin fans stumbled upon fragments of information, but regrettably, due to the passage of time, all related records were vague and unclear. It was only certain that such a grand battle indeed took place. This war appeared to have lasted a considerable duration, commencing prior to the transmission of teachings by the immortal sovereigns and only ceasing with the onset of the Great Calamity. Lin Fan then sought information concerning extraordinary beings of heaven and earth. Chapter 94. Zhang Hao's Rebirth Kiwalin. Cost, 2,000 contribution points. Without a moment's hesitation, he made the purchase. Lin Fan began to examine the text closely. Extraordinary beings of heaven and earth were pivotal for cultivators in establishing their foundational paths. They were classified into 3 categories: heavenly wonders, earthly wonders, and human wonders. Heavenly wonders resonate with the heavenly principle, yet are elusive and rarely encountered. Even hearing about them is a rarity. The text provided but one example: the foundational location of the Wanjian Alliance, whose significance surpassed even that of the Tianqian Mirror. The Yanfiju was mentioned, yet remained unclear whose foundational artifact it was. Its unique effect allowed for the spontaneous derivation of new techniques day and night. Upon reading this, Lin Fan paused in contemplation. Previously, he had heard from Ko Hong that the techniques currently practiced by cultivators were all newly compiled. He had assumed they were the work of some prodigious talent capable of creating such a diverse array of techniques. In truth, they were derived from these extraordinary beings. After pondering for a while, he continued his reading. Earthly wonders were also exceedingly rare, yet they often bore traces that could be followed, typically appearing alongside extraordinary phenomena. The text cited several examples: the Kangwu Prefecture, the 4 rivers, and 28 mountains, which vanished overnight in a certain year, leaving only an unfathomable abyss. The earthly wonder known as the Kangwu Mountain Water Map emerged from this. Normally, the continent's waterways should flow from west to east into the ocean. Yet during a specific year, the waters reversed their course, converging upon Penglai Mountain and ceasing only after 3 months. This gave rise to the earthly wonder known as the Tianxia Water Mother. Lin Fan read with great interest. This suggested that the Songhai Zhu also belonged to the category of earthly wonders. He could not help but think that the emergence of the Songhai Zhu was still over a decade away, seemingly near Luoyuan Island. He must not forget about this matter. Next, he turned to human wonders. The vast majority of foundational artifacts belonged to this category. Human wonders were often remnants of cultivators who had fallen thousands of years prior, transformed over many years. They were further classified into upper, middle, and lower grades based on their quality. The higher the quality, the more powerful the cultivator who established their foundation would be. Li Fan could not help but recall the Qiulong Ji and the rusty sword Daoxian. He wondered what grade these 2 belonged to. Yet, judging by their exhibited power, they were at least of middle grade or higher. While Lin Fan's avatar was engrossed in the myriad mysteries of the cultivation world, his main self, Li Fan, took advantage of the night to arrive at Liuli Island via a teleportation array. He did not encounter He Jianghao. The island's protective formation was maintained by an unfamiliar cultivator. Li Fan gave it little thought. After nodding in acknowledgement, he exited the formation, concealed his presence, and quietly approached the home of Zhang Haobo, the captain of the Tsungyuan ship. Observing the slumbering Zhang Haobo, Li Fan smiled faintly. 19 years remained until the Qi Yin Funhai incident. With his avatar now fully prepared, some threads could be woven early. Activating the Yin Shui Huan Dream technique, Zhang Haobo was suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare, his body drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, the terror still lingering in his heart. Was this Liuli Island? Could it be that everything had merely been a horrifying dream? Yet, how could a dream feel so tangible? In the dream, he had once fished out a corpse while at sea, alongside which lay a book. Even after being submerged in seawater for a long time, the characters on its pages remained clear. The Dinghai Shanjian was an ancient cultivation secret from Yinshui, Tiangong, capable of guiding one all the way to the foundational stage, allowing the condensation of 24 Dinghai Shanjian within the Dantian for combat, exceedingly formidable. Thanks to this technique, he had rapidly advanced from a mere mortal to the late stage of Qi refinement within a mere decade in the dream. He had originally aspired to reach the foundational stage, yet the terrifying scenes from the dream made him tremble uncontrollably. In the skies above the Tsangyun Sea, A transparent figure of crimson hue suddenly appeared. In its hand danced a flickering flame, seemingly weak. It was this very flame that would gradually desiccate the entire Tsunyun Sea over the next decade. His friends, his homeland, everything around him was utterly obliterated. The cultivators of Wanjian Island fought desperately against it. But alas, that figure was too powerful and appeared so unexpectedly. The Tsunyun Sea had become a dead zone, sealed off from entry and exit. Without reinforcements, all the cultivators of Wanjian Island perished in the struggle, having only managed to inflict serious injuries upon it. Torrential flames descended from the heavens, turning Wanjian Island to ashes. Thus ended the nightmare. Yet Zhang Haobo remained deeply unsettled. Was it merely a dream? As an ordinary mortal, how could I have such vivid visions of W.N. Xian-D-O and T.N. Su-N-J-Ing? Entities that previously did not even exist within the confines of my imagination, even the cultivation techniques, and more. Zhang Haobo's gaze sharpened. The technique of D-Ing-H-I-S-H-N-G-N suddenly flashed in his mind, each word and phrase crystalline and unmistakable. He abruptly stood up. Not a dream? Have I been reborn? I never anticipated encountering such a scenario myself. It took Zhang Haobo quite a while to regain his composure. Regrettably, perhaps due to the terrifying crimson figure that consumed all his thoughts, he only retained vague impressions of significant events from his past life. However, that sufficed. There remained over a decade before the tragedy would unfold. If he prepared in advance and set up an ambush, he could undoubtedly eliminate that crimson figure. The first step was to break through to the initial stage of qi refinement. Then, he would join the W.N. Xian-Ming. The matter of rebirth was too mystical to disclose to others. He must also devise a means to convince the W.N. Xian-Ming that the crimson figure would indeed manifest. Zhang Haobo resumed the mindset of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator from his former life, his mind racing with calculations. Li Fan observed the fluctuating expressions on Zhang Haobo's face, noting his lack of immediate intent to flee, and secretly nodded in approval. What Zhang Haobo believed to be rebirth was, in fact, the result of Li Fan's Yun Shui Hu N-Ming technique. Using a future he had genuinely experienced as a template, he crafted a fictitious dream that easily deceived an ordinary person. Unfortunately, Li Fan's current cultivation was still limited. Even having experienced future events, he could not fully comprehend them. Thus, the constructed dream bore several imperfections. To enhance the dream's credibility, Li Fan invested heavily, even presenting the diminished D-Ing-H-I-S-H-N-G-N at the foundation establishment stage. His aim was for Zhang Haobo to take the initiative in rallying the W.N. Xian-Ming to confront the Crimson Flame. Li Fan was curious to see how the cultivators on W.N. Xian-D would react if they were forewarned of the arrival of the essence of heaven and earth. Naturally, to prevent Zhang Haobo from being overwhelmed by the Crimson Flame's might and choosing to flee, he had subtly implanted psychological suggestions within the dream, instilling in him a sense of responsibility to avert tragedy for the sake of his family and companions. Simultaneously, he adjusted the Crimson Flame's strength, rendering it less invincible and more susceptible to defeat. Presently, the results appeared promising. With these thoughts in mind, Li Fan discreetly locked onto Zhang Haobo with his W-Xiang SHJ, ensuring he did not slip away unnoticed. Chapter 95. The Chain of Life and Death. Li Fan's choice of Zhang Haobo as the reborn catalyst to incite the W.N. Xian-Ming against the Crimson Flame was attributed to the man's extraordinary destiny. In his previous life, as an ordinary mortal, he had sensed the impending crisis of the burning sea, fleeing before disaster struck. Moreover, it seemed he had encountered unforeseen circumstances on distant continents. In a mere 20 years, he ascended from an ordinary person to a foundation establishment powerhouse. In this life, with Li Fan's guidance, he would surely grow at an even swifter pace. Thus, he would be qualified to participate in the monumental events surrounding the Crimson Flame and the burning sea. The seed had been sown, and now it was a matter of awaiting its gradual growth into a towering tree. Of course, during its growth, some pruning would be inevitable. Under the night sky, most residents of Li LDO had succumbed to slumber, enveloping the island in darkness. Only one residence remained brightly lit, yet the courtyard was adorned with white mourning banners. Li Fan had previously visited this dwelling, the residence of Zhao Guanshi, the former steward of the LDO. Consequently, Li Fan's consciousness swept through. Suddenly halting mid-air, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He descended into Zhao Guanshi's courtyard, entering the morning hall. Zhao Guanshi, clad in mourning attire, knelt before the spirit tablet. Li Fan gazed at the inscription on the tablet, momentarily entranced. The spirit of the esteemed Xian Shi, He Jinghao. He Jinghao has passed away? Li Fan felt more perplexed than shocked. It is often said that one cannot step into the same river twice. Yet, through the power of Zhen, Li Fan could tread the same river innumerable times. Although his subtle actions might stir the waters, they could not alter the course of the river. The death of He Jinghao, however, was entirely unexpected. How did Dao Yuhe meet his demise? Li Fan could not help but inquire. It has been 56 days. Recently, a few friends discovered an ancient cave and invited me to explore it together. They claimed this cave had been sealed long before the calamity arrived, containing many rare treasures and possibly numerous cultivation techniques. He Jinghao intended to explore the cave, seeking to have Li Fan act as the steward of the LDO. After all, in his previous life, Li Fan encountered He Jinghao only years later, at a time when he was still alive and well. Yet, he never imagined that He Jinghao had perished directly. This implies that, in his previous life, He Jinghao did not participate in this cave exploration. The alterations arose from his accumulated contributions being entirely exhausted. To acquire a new Yuan-ing technique, he prepared to take a risk. The reason for losing all his assets stemmed from the destruction of the island, producing Ling Wu Chao by that beast, the dragon whale, leading him to believe he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. This event had likely not transpired in his previous life. What then caused the beast attack? An image suddenly flashed in Li Fan's mind. Within the belly of the dragon whale, he had discovered numerous undigested Li El pearls. These pearls were the primary material for concocting Li El Dan, which produced effects akin to Qi awakening when consumed. The Li El could awaken the spirit. This beast, the dragon whale, gradually developed intelligence after consuming a significant quantity of Li El pearls. By chance, it encountered an island cultivating Ling Wu Chao. The Ling Wu Chao must have held some benefit for it, prompting the dragon whale to launch a surprise attack, devouring most of the Ling Wu Chao on the island. The reason it could consume so many Li El pearls was that Li Fan had narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, while traversing the vast sea, he had once seen the colossal skeleton of a Li El fish. Amidst the bones, a massive Li El pearl sparkled in the sunlight. Thus, in this life, when passing by, he casually dispatched the leader of the Li El fish. Without their leader, the Li El school was left vulnerable, easily devoured by the dragon whale. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan, having unraveled the entire sequence of events, was utterly stunned. So, it was his inadvertent action that led to He Jinghao's death? Not only He Jinghao, but how many others suffered ruin in the speculation surrounding the Ling Wu Chao? Subsequently, how many were compelled to take desperate measures, resulting in their demise? The series of events that unfolded stemmed merely from Li Fan slaying a giant Li El fish. The death of the Li El fish's leader rendered the school incapable of defending against other predators. Consequently, a beast, the dragon whale, after voraciously consuming a multitude of Li El pearls, gained intelligence. This intelligent dragon whale, by coincidence, annihilated an entire island's Ling Wu Chao. The destruction of the Ling Wu Chao was further exacerbated by clandestine machinations, leading to countless individuals losing their fortunes. The ultimate outcome was the premature demise of several Foundation establishment cultivators. Each of these occurrences resembled interlocking shackles. Initially, they merely ensnared lightly, but soon one ring followed another, tightening inexorably, until finally, when the fatal chain took shape, it became exceedingly difficult to escape. It turned out that even Foundation establishment cultivators could be slain so effortlessly. This, then, was the correct application of the essence of heaven and earth's killing intent. The Wuxing SHJ still appeared rather crude in comparison. Li Fan could not help but feel a surge of emotions, his thoughts racing. Within the Tian Xianjing, Lin Fan, immersed in various secrets, suddenly changed his expression. He promptly activated the auxiliary cultivation mode, and under the enhancement of Qi Ling, began to gain enlightenment. To kill, one need not act personally. With the foresight of the Xianzhen, I can, like He Jinghao, maneuver through time and space to orchestrate a death from thousands of miles away, years prior. The so-called inability to see the true visage of Mount Lu is simply because one is within its confines. Had it not been for He Jinghao's unexpected demise, it would have taken Li Fan much longer to comprehend this technique, the life and death locking chain. He doubt you have died well. Reflecting on this, Li Fan sincerely offers a stick of incense to He Jinghao's spirit tablet. You may depart now. In the next life, I shall not treat you unjustly, Li Fan murmured. After pausing for a moment, as the incense neared its end, he turned to leave. Just then, he heard Zhao Guanshi suddenly call out, Immortal Master, please do not hasten your departure. Chapter 96. Fortunes of one's Zong Pavilion. Li Fan turned around to gaze at Zhao Guanshi, who, faced with the legendary immortal, could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness. He carefully considered his words and cautiously inquired, this immortal master seems to have a good relationship with He Xianshi. One can only offer a stick of incense. At this, Li Fan shook his head and sighed. Zhao Guanshi, too, expressed his sentiments. Since I learned of He Xianshi's death and established the spirit hall for him, 26 days have passed. You're the first and only one to come to pay your respects. Dozens of immortal masters have come to the island, not to seek his relics, but to vie for the position of the guarding immortal master. With a new guarding immortal master now in place, I fear I may also lose my position. I have yet to fulfill He Xianshi's last wishes, which weighs heavily on my heart. Fortunately, I encountered you today. Zhao Guanshi appeared visibly relieved. He Daoyou's last wishes? Li Fan was taken aback. Indeed, He Xianshi entrusted me with an item and instructed that if he were to meet with misfortune in the future, this item should be given to the first fellow who came to pay respects after his death. Zhao Guanshi replied earnestly. To be honest, in my early years, I had the fortune of saving He Xianshi's life by chance. Originally, He Xianshi intended to take me as his disciple, but I feared the difficulties of cultivation and instead requested a mere position. Over the years, I have served by his side, earning his trust. As Zhao Guanshi spoke, his expression was a blend of pride and sorrow. Li Fan recalled having heard this from Zhao Guanshi in a previous life. He nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, keeping it with me is quite secure. After all, who would expect an immortal's relic to be entrusted to a mere mortal? As Zhao Guanshi spoke, he realized his words were inappropriate and quickly stopped. He turned and retrieved a small square box from beneath He Jinghao's spirit tablet. This box seemed to possess the ability to conceal divine senses. Even while standing before it moments ago, Li Fan had not noticed its presence. The contents of this box are the relics of He Xianshi. What they are specifically, I cannot ascertain, Zhao Guanshi said as he handed over the box. Anxiety evident in his voice. Li Fan opened the box to find a spirit talisman resembling the character for 10,000. It appeared somewhat familiar. This is not. Li Fan took out an identical talisman from his storage ring, differing only in its aura. It was indeed the passage talisman required for foreign cultivators to enter and exit one Xian Island for the first time. Li Fan recalled He Jinghao mentioning that this talisman was worth 100 contribution points. However, what use could this item serve? For a moment, he found himself perplexed. Nevertheless, he stored the wooden box away. Observing Zhao Guanshi's anxious demeanor, Li Fan contemplated and remarked, I will speak on your behalf to the new guarding master. As for whether you can retain your position, I cannot guarantee. Zhao Guanshi was overjoyed at these words, hastily kneeling and bowing his head repeatedly. Li Fan waved his hand and took flight, departing. Zhao Guanshi continued to kneel on the ground, not daring to move. After a long wait, he slowly rose. Gazing at He Jinghao's spirit tablet, he murmured, At last, I have passed this hot potato. These days, watching the immortal masters flit about overhead, I could hardly sleep a wink. The person just now spoke no lies and was indeed the first to pay respects to you. Handing your relics to him also fulfills your wishes. I shall not feel uneasy. After a long silence, Zhao Guanshi continued softly, cultivating immortality, in the end, leads to an earlier death than even I. No one is left to collect the bones. How disheartening. Li Fan, holding the wooden box, entered the protective array of the island and once again encountered the unfamiliar cultivator. The stranger, named Ning Wenxing, had assumed the position of the new guarding master of Liuli Island after a series of negotiations. Li Fan did not mention Zhao Guanshi's relationship with He Jinghao. He merely stated that Zhao Guanshi was an acquaintance and inquired if he could retain the role of steward for the island's treasures. Considering it was merely a position held by a mortal, Ning Wenxing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Li Fan expressed his gratitude. After some investigation, Li Fan finally discerned the function of the passage talisman. Beyond serving as a credential for entering Wanxian Island, the talisman also functioned as a receipt for retrieving items. The items were not stored within the Tianxinjing, but rather in a place known as Wanzhongge. Typically, these were not precious items, but rather inheritances that cultivators left for their mortal relatives, just in case. Only after the cultivator's death could mortal relatives use the talisman to claim the inheritance. Hence, Wanzhongge was not located on Wanxian Island, but on Yulan Island, to the north of Songyun Sea. Having clarified the talisman's purpose, Li Fan wasted no time and made a trip to Yulan Island, ultimately retrieving He Jinghao's relics. It was a jade slip. Initially, Li Fan assumed it contained a cultivation method. However, after perusing its contents, he realized it was an unfinished manuscript by He Jinghao titled Detailed Explanation of the 100 Meridian Array. The book meticulously documented He Jinghao's various insights into formations and some innovative concepts he had developed over the years. He expressed that his life was solely devoted to the study of formations. After decades of arduous effort, he had barely completed the majority of the detailed explanation of the 100 Meridian Array. This venture into the cave for exploration posed minimal risk, theoretically speaking. Yet, one cannot be too cautious. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, death would be the least of his worries. He feared that his lifelong dedication, the detailed explanation of the 100 Meridian Array, would fall into obscurity, forever buried. Thus, he arranged for a contingency, hoping that the familiar cultivator who received the talisman could pass the detailed explanation of the 100 Meridian Array to any formation master on Wanxian Island, with the hope of its completion. Ultimately, He Jinghao could not help but complain, recounting the numerous benefits of his cultivation method, the sitting mountain technique. Regrettably, its practice was exceedingly difficult. Had it not been for this, he would not have ventured into the ancient cave in search of alternative methods. Sitting mountain technique? He Dao you. You have truly posed a challenge for me. Storing the jade slip, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Li Fan's eyes. Chapter 97. Mechanisms and killing traps to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Who would have thought such a technique existed in this world? Regrettably, he merely mentioned it in passing and did not leave behind the method. The sitting mountain technique was perfectly suited to Li Fan, capable of fully leveraging the advantage of Xianzhen foresight. Previously, he might have been unaware of the profundities of the sitting mountain technique. But now that he was cognizant of its intricacies, he was determined to cultivate this technique, and none could impede him. He Jinghao had passed away, seemingly failing to transmit the technique. However, this posed no issue. Li Fan possessed the stealing heaven and changing sun technique, which allowed him to seize He Jinghao's memories through the method of sacrificial training. Perhaps he could resurrect the sitting mountain technique. Should fortune truly frown upon him and success remain elusive, Li Fan could always plan for his next life. This thought ignited his curiosity regarding the ancient cave where He Jinghao had met his demise. He Jinghao and his entourage of 5 foundational cultivators had all perished, leaving only one fortunate gold core cultivator, Zheng Xiaoyun, to escape. The shocking news sent ripples across Wanxian Island, sparking a flurry of rumors. After conducting some inquiries, Li Fan gradually pieced together the events that transpired. This cave was nestled within the depths of an underwater volcano. It had remained undiscovered due to the volcano's dormancy until its recent eruption, which alerted passing cultivators to the hidden cave within. Thus, He Jinghao and his companions set out to explore it. A gold core and 5 foundational cultivators. This formation was hardly weak. According to their gathered intelligence, the cave belonged to a gold core cultivator known as Tianyang Zhenren from ancient times. Logically, exploring the cave of a gold core cultivator should not have posed significant danger, and they ought to have been able to retreat unscathed, even if they could not return laden with treasures. However, upon venturing deeper into the cave and triggering a restriction, they discovered that while Tianyang Zhenren was indeed a formidable gold core cultivator, he had practiced a long-lost mechanism technique from ancient times. In an instant, numerous firestone automatons were activated, surrounding the group. Only Zheng Xiaoyan managed to escape, albeit gravely injured, while the 5 foundational cultivators met a tragic end at the hands of the automatons. Given that 3 of the fallen foundational cultivators were stationed at Songyun Island, the Wanxian Alliance dispatched a Yuaning expert to investigate Zheng Xiaoyan, probing for any signs of deliberate foul play. The conclusion was that it was merely an unfortunate accident. The deaths of the 5 foundational cultivators did not deter others from seeking to explore the cave. Rather, it fueled their fervor. Not to mention the priceless automatons within. The legacies of the 5 foundational cultivators had already piqued the interest of many. It was said that a second wave of exploration teams was already assembling, led by Yuaning expert Go Xianjinjuan, who was enamored with various secret techniques. Upon hearing of the resurgence of the long-lost mechanism technique, he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. Whether this expedition would be successful remained uncertain. However, since those participating were all Yuaning and Gold Core cultivators, Li Fan chose not to join the fray. With so many treasures, it was unlikely they would covet the remains of his friend He. Perhaps he could issue a bounty task, 1,000 contribution points, or perhaps 500 would suffice. Li Fan was not concerned that the Zhuoshan Ju would be leaked. In this realm, cultivators typically do not carry their cultivation technique jade slips with them. Generally, upon mastering a technique, they choose to destroy the jade slip, only to be re-engraved when necessary. The so-called necessity naturally refers to the trading of techniques. Since one cannot cultivate multiple techniques simultaneously, these methods are the most precious resources in the world of cultivation. Techniques like Zhuoshan Ju, discovered inadvertently in ancient caves, could be sold to the Wanxian Alliance or other organizations for a handsome price if one does not wish to practice them. Once sold, the memories regarding the technique would also be erased from one's mind. Cultivation methods can broadly be categorized into 2 types. The other type consists of techniques that existed before the Great Calamity but have not been visible in the world for various reasons, known only to the solitary cultivators who practice them. If such a cultivator perishes without leaving a copy, then the technique is generally considered completely lost. Techniques like Zhuoshan Ju and Ding Hai Shanjian fall into this category. Utilizing the stealing heaven, changing sun technique, I could potentially resurrect long-lost techniques from the remains of cultivators. Or perhaps this is the correct method of employing the stealing heaven, changing sun technique. Must I once again revive old skills? Li Fan found himself deep in contemplation. After a while, he shook his head. It would be best to retrieve His remains first. Prior to that, he needed to complete some tasks to earn contribution points. The creation of a clone could only be undertaken by his true self. Moreover, since he had already decided that Lin Fan's clone would not have any connection to his true self, it was better for his true self to personally issue this task. 500 contribution points might take other cultivators half a year to accumulate, but for Li Fan, who possessed extensive secrets of Songyun Si in his mind, it was merely a matter of completing one task. It had been 3 years since he last submitted the blue blood coral task. Completing another 1 or 2 tasks at this time would not raise any eyebrows. Thus, Li Fan began to peruse the task list. Soon, he selected a bounty task with a reward of 2,000 points. Within the southwestern region of the Songyun Sea, beneath Gonghai Island, there existed a cave where such sea beasts could be found. They were equivalent to late-stage qi refinement cultivators, but they traveled in packs, making them difficult to handle. Caution was advised. The cave had 2 levels, and careful exploration was required to locate the entrance to the second level. The sea beasts resided in the second cave. This task was simply informational. After a considerable time, the other party confirmed the authenticity of the information and generously awarded Li Fan 1,000 contribution points. With the contribution points secured, Li Fan promptly issued a bounty task worth 500 contribution points via the Tianxin Mirror. In the task, he mentioned his nearly 40-year friendship with He Zhenghao, highlighting their deep bond. Not long after, someone accepted the task. This individual was a foundational cultivator and a member of the exploration team currently assembling. They also sent a message inquiring if Li Fan wished to join them. The person expressed their sincerity, stating that it was rare to find someone who valued friendship in the current cultivation world, which prompted them to reach out. Li Fan glanced at the name of the individual, Song Weiyu, seemingly a female cultivator. To join or not to join, the Gold Core Cave, led by a Yuaning expert, appeared to offer safety and assurance. Yet, after contemplation, Li Fan gently declined. His sole desire was to retrieve He Zhenghao's remains. There was no need to take such risks. Moreover, if there were indeed great opportunities within the cave, he could always gather information and explore it in his next life. Upon seeing Li Fan's refusal, Song Weiyu ceased further conversation. Once everything was settled, Li Fan began practicing the Yinshui Huanyingong. He remained attentive to Zhang Haobo as a pawn, aiming to steer him along the growth path Li Fan had envisioned for him, ensuring he did not stray. Once Zhang Haobo broke through to the qi refinement stage, influencing his thoughts would become increasingly challenging. Thus, Li Fan's current task was to elevate the Yunshui Huan Yungong to its second level. This technique was rather unique, comprising 7 levels, which did not correspond to the stages of qi refinement or foundation establishment. Instead, it was related to the strength of one's spiritual consciousness and the intricacy of constructing illusions. The higher the level of practice, the greater the influence of the illusions. Theoretically, even a mere mortal, if endowed with sufficient mental strength, could ensnare even Goldcore or Yuaning experts in their illusions. However, this scenario was virtually non-existent, as a cultivator's realm typically dictated the strength of their spiritual consciousness. 3 months later, on Liuli Island, aboard the Songhai ship, Zhang Haobo stood at the bow, facing the sea breeze as he gazed out at the waters. His brow furrowed, seemingly in search of something. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar reef ahead. His spirits surged as he leapt into the sea, eliciting gasps from the surrounding crew. Zhang Haobo navigated the murky underwater environment, diving deeper until he reached the ocean floor. If it were an ordinary mortal, they would have long succumbed to the immense pressure of the ocean depths, meeting a tragic end. However, after 3 months of arduous training, Zhang Haobo had nearly purged the celestial and mundane toxins from his body. His physique had been significantly enhanced, bringing him closer to breaking through to the qi refining stage. Coupled with his natural affinity for water, he faced the depths without trepidation. As he swam through the ocean floor, his gaze suddenly sharpened. His speed surged as he propelled himself towards a skeletal remains partially buried in the sediment. Upon excavating the remains, he discovered a tome nestled at the chest cavity, Dinghai Xinjian. It was indeed not a dream. He had been reborn. Zhang Haobo stared in awe at the cover of the book. Though he had previously accepted his reincarnation, the concept was still unfathomably surreal. As the recollections of his past life began to fade, a flicker of doubt crept in regarding the authenticity of his situation, including the very location where he had salvaged the Dinghai Xinjian. Thus, he had seized the opportunity to come to this place during his sea voyage for verification, to ascertain whether he truly had been reborn or if everything was merely a terrifyingly vivid dream. Now, with the appearance of this skeleton in the Dinghai Xinjian, he was finally convinced of his rebirth. His gaze grew resolute as he tucked the book close to his heart. There could be no delay. He must elevate his cultivation swiftly to avert the impending calamity. Merely achieving the qi refining stage would not suffice. He needed to attain at least the foundation establishment stage, if not the golden core stage. The crew members observed their captain's stern demeanor and dared not inquire further. Since a while ago, their captain seemed to have undergone an inexplicable transformation. The once jovial and jesting leader had vanished, replaced by a figure who grew increasingly serious, exuding an ever-mounting aura of authority reminiscent of the immortal masters on the island. In their interactions with him, they found themselves growing more reserved and fearful. Above the Songhai vessel, a hidden figure, Li Fan, watched Zhang Haobo from a distance. As he activated the show Tian Huan Riju, he scrutinized Zhang Haobo's fate. Indeed, it seemed that his destiny had undergone a remarkable transformation. This shift was subtle, yet Li Fan, being the orchestrator, was particularly attentive to it. He discerned the minute distinctions with keen insight, gaining profound understanding. In the realm of cultivation, progress is often exponential. One swift step leads to another. In his previous life, Zhang Haobo had only embarked on the path of cultivation in middle age due to fortuitous circumstances. While he had exceptional luck, reaching foundation establishment within a mere decade was his limit. This was his ordained destiny. However, in this life, under my guidance, he had begun his cultivation a decade earlier. As fate shifted, it began to flow autonomously, akin to standing at the forefront of storm, where the strong only grow stronger. Li Fan murmurat softly, his eyes gleaming with brightness. Witnessing the fluctuations of a person's destiny was a tremendous opportunity for him. Without the assistance of Huanzhan, he would have been unable to compare the fates of 2 lives. Under the workings of the heavenly principles, Li Fan, like the vast multitude, was but an ant, struggling in vain. How could he have known his own fate or that of others? Just as in his previous life, when he transformed into the ocean depths to glimpse the machinations of heaven and earth. Only by traversing 2 lifetimes could one comprehend the changes in destiny. In a moment of enlightenment, Li Fan could not help but emit a low chuckle. Perhaps you will indeed bring me some surprises. I eagerly anticipate your performance, Zhang Haobo. With a joyful heart, Li Fan leisurely made his way to Liuli Island. 3 months had passed, and his doppelganger Lin Fan remained entrenched in a cyclical state of enlightenment regarding life and death. The state of awakening had not ceased. His contribution points had flowed like water, nearly exhausting 2,000. Fortunately, his doppelganger had a foundation of 100,000 contribution points to sustain such consumption. He wondered what kind of divine abilities would be comprehended once his doppelganger emerged from this state. As Li Fan pondered, he arrived within the protective formation of Liuli Island. Daoist Yuan, may I inquire what has transpired? Li Fan asked politely. Yuan Xing seemed lost in thought and did not respond immediately. Daoist Yuan? Li Fan rapata. Yuan Xing sighed. A calamity has struck. The team led by true monarch Goshuan for exploring the cave has been entirely annihilated. Even true monarch Goshuan himself could not escape. How could this be? Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, his voice tinged with astonishment. Was it not merely a cave of golden core cultivators? How could even a nascent soul master fall? Yuan Xing shook his head. No one knows the specifics at this moment. The cave entrance has been temporarily sealed to prevent any unwitting individuals from stumbling in and meeting their demise. He sighed again. There are only a handful of nascent soul cultivators on Wanshan Island. The sudden loss of one is a significant blow. Not to mention the 4 golden cores and 13 Foundation establishment cultivators who perished in the 2 preceding explorations. The atmosphere on the island has become quite tense. With so many cultivators dead, their positions are now vacant. Various factions have begun to vie for these lucrative opportunities. The Wanshan Alliance has also resumed its investigation into Zheng Xiaoyan. This time, Elder Gongsun of the Tianji Hall has taken the lead. Whether they will uncover the truth remains uncertain. It is indeed a tumultuous time. Li Fan sensed that Yuan Xing's concerns ran deeper, but since he did not elaborate, Li Fan refrained from pressing further. The atmosphere on the island had grown markedly grave, with the once carefree expressions of passing cultivators replaced by somber faces. After inquiring further, Li Fan learned the source of Yuan Xing's sorrow. It turned out that Yuan Xing's benefactor was none other than the fallen true monarch Goshuan. It was through this connection that he had bested numerous competitors to become the protector of Liuli Island. Now, just as he had settled into his position, his support